Chapter 1. She became a matriarch. Dash a mother. It seems she has lost her breath. Mother, I am an unfilial son. The sound of wailing reached her ears. Chen Wanwan abruptly opened her eyes. Before her knelt a young man and woman, both seemingly under 20, calling her mother. She was single and unmarried. How could she possibly have children of such an age? In that instant, an influx of memories not belonging to her surged into her mind. Chen Wanwan was nearly propelled from the bed in shock. What the hell? She was a successful businesswoman, and on the very day her company went public, she inexplicably found herself in the body of a widow from ancient times. At 33, she was unmarried, childless, and thriving, living a leisurely life. The original owner of this body was also 33, having married young and given birth to 4 sons. Before her stood the eldest son and his wife. In essence, she had skipped the entire process of marriage and motherhood, leaping directly into the role of a matriarch. Furthermore, her daughter-in-law appeared to be pregnant, which meant she would soon ascend to the status of a grandmother. Chen Wanwan's head throbbed. Her eyelids felt heavy. Mother, please wake up. Zhao Dashan shook her vigorously, intensifying her dizziness. Outside the courtyard, a crowd had gathered, curious onlookers. Zhao's wife went back home to borrow grain, only to return with a head injury. Bleeding profusely, she's surely on the brink of death. Zhao's wife seems to take advantage of her family, while the Chung family shows no gratitude. Zhao's wife isn't innocent either. Look at how her own household is faring, yet she continues to support her family of origin. The spectators, referring to her as Zhao's wife, nearly made Chen Wanwan retch. In the modern world, she was considered an urban beauty, with suitors numbering at least 80. Yet here she was, trapped in the body of an older sister-in-law. As if that were not enough, the original owner was a detestable figure, sharp-tongued, lazy, and fiercely competitive. She neglected her in-laws and was unkind to her sons and daughters-in-law, causing quite a stir when she attempted to monopolize her deceased husband's pension after he fell in battle. After the family split, she funneled all of the pension money to her own family. Now, returning home with a head injury, she had unwittingly become the village's greatest laughingstock. Chen Wanwan gradually opened her eyes. Mother, you finally awoke. Zhao Dashan cried, even harder. With a sigh, Chen Wanwan acknowledged that no matter how terrible the original owner had been to her children, there was still her biological offspring they could not genuinely wish for her demise. Her voice hoarse, she commanded, close the door. The ruckus outside was unbearable, causing her ears to ache. Only then did her daughter-in-law, Wu Huinyang, realize the door was still open and turned to shut it, causing the crowd to gradually disperse. Chen Wanwan finally gathered the energy to assess her surroundings. Earthen walls, a muddy floor, thatched roofing, and drafts seeping in from all sides. Her eldest son and daughter-in-law appeared gaunt, dressed in patched, coarse garments, and wearing straw sandals, resembling refugees. Gurgle. Chen Wanwan's stomach growled audibly. She had lived for 33 years without ever experiencing hunger, and now, for the first time, she discovered the true agony of an empty stomach, a sensation that was truly unbearable. She swallowed hard, her throat aching, unsure of how long it had been since she last drank water. Wu Huinyang cautiously said, Mother, I dug up some wild vegetables this morning. I'll go prepare them now. Her mother-in-law had a tendency to scold when displeased, and Wu Huinyang always bore the brunt of her wrath. Instead of waiting to be berated, it was far better to be proactive. The courtyard contained merely 3 rooms, one occupied by her eldest son and daughter-in-law, another shared by Chen Wanwan and her 3 younger sons, and a common room that served as both living and dining space, alongside a dilapidated grass shed that barely functioned as a kitchen. Wu Huinyang bent down to gather a handful of wild vegetables. The poor harvest left them reliant on foraged greens. They chopped the vegetables finely, mixed them with a bit of buckwheat flour, and cooked them into a gruel, which constituted the family sustenance for the day. There was a battered pot on the stove, marred by a large crack that required tilting to prevent the contents from leaking. Before long, a large bowl of wild vegetable gruel was placed on the wooden table. The dark mush, interspersed with the deep green leaves of the wild vegetables, was hardly appetizing. Chen Wanwan was indeed famished otherwise. She would not have glanced at such unappealing fare. She took a tentative sip. The taste was bitter, devoid of salt, and the gruel seemed to contain some husk, scratching her throat and making it nearly impossible to swallow. However, when she looked up, she found her eldest son and daughter-in-law eyeing her food, swallowing hard. What she found difficult to consume was, in fact, the staple sustenance of the most destitute in this era. She placed the bowl back onto the table. This action caused Wu Huingyang to tremble slightly. The silence from her mother-in-law was genuinely terrifying. Her knees weakened, nearly causing her to collapse. Cheng Wanwan managed a faint smile. She had done nothing, yet her daughter-in-law was so frightened. How much malice had the original owner of this body committed at home? Rising from bed, she spoke in a soft tone, "I have no appetite, you may eat it yourselves." With that, she left the room. Wu Huinyang was in a state of panic. And mother. Mother is. If mother says we should eat, then we shall, Zhao Dashan replied, taking the gruel outside and dividing it into 5 small bowls, 1 for himself, 1 for his wife, and the remaining 3 for his younger brothers. Cheng Wanwan stepped outside into the courtyard, standing at the entrance, where she could behold the entire landscape of Dahu village. To the east were the rolling mountains, and to the west lay valleys stretching for miles, with a river meandering through. Yet, due to the severe drought, the water had long since dried up, exposing a parched riverbed, a shocking sight. Last year, Dahu village was plagued by locusts, and this year they faced drought. Many families were running out of food, their situation becoming increasingly dire. If rain did not fall within the next month, this year would yield no harvest, and the villagers would truly be at risk of becoming homeless refugees. Cheng Wanwan sighed. What sins had she committed in her past life? To suddenly become a mother-in-law was one thing, but to have traversed into a year of frequent calamities was another. However, since she had once risen from an orphan to a businesswoman, perhaps she could also find a way to survive in this year of hardship. She took a deep breath, gradually coming to terms with this unfortunate reality. Cheng Wanwan ceased her contemplations, steadied her emotions, and prepared to familiarize herself with her surroundings. She stepped into the rice field. The rice plants were a mottled green and yellow, their slender leaves withered and curled. The emerging ears bore only a few scattered grains, primarily hollow husks. Lacking sufficient moisture, the ears could not fully develop, and the rice could never be plump. Cheng Wanwan, possessing little knowledge of these matters, was about to turn away when a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Beep. Natural, pollution-free bitter lettuce detected. Chapter 1. She became a matriarch. Dajan, mother, it seems she has lost her breath. Mother, I am an unfilial son. The sound of wailing filled her ears. Cheng Wanwan abruptly opened her eyes. Before her knelt a young man and woman, both appearing to be under 20, yet they addressed her as mother. She was single and unmarried. How could she possibly have such grown children? In that fleeting moment, a torrent of foreign memories surged into her mind. Cheng Wanwan was nearly propelled from the bed in shock. What the hell? She, a successful businesswoman, had inexplicably crossed over into the body of a widow from ancient times on the very day her company went public. At 33, she was unmarried and childless, thriving in her career and living a carefree life. The original owner of this body also shared her age of 33, having married young and born 4 sons. This young man was her eldest son, along with his wife. In essence, she had bypassed marriage and motherhood, abruptly becoming a matriarch, and it appeared that her daughter-in-law was expecting, which meant she would soon ascend to the status of grandmother. Cheng Wanwan's head throbbed, and her eyelids fluttered in exhaustion. Mother, please wake up. Zhao Zhan shook her vigorously, intensifying her dizziness. Outside, a crowd had gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. Zhao Dajia returned from her family home borrowing grain, only to suffer a head injury and bleed so profusely she's bound to perish. Zhao Dajia is always taking from her family. The Cheng family is utterly heartless. Zhao Dajia herself is no saint. Look at her own household, yet she still generously supports her family. The onlookers incessantly refer to her as Zhao Dajia, nearly causing Cheng Wanwan to retch in disgust. In modern times, she was considered a city belle, with suitors aplenty, yet here she found herself transformed into an old sister-in-law. As if that weren't enough, the original owner was a person universally reviled, sharp-tongued, indolent, and fiercely competitive. She had been unfilial to her in-laws and unkind to her sons and daughters-in-law. Following her husband's death in battle, she had caused quite a stir by attempting to seize the pension for herself, leading to significant uproar within the Zhao family. After the division of the family, she had allocated her deceased husband's pension entirely to her natal family. Now, having returned from her family home bloodied and battered, she had become the laughingstock of the entire village. Cheng Wanwan slowly opened her eyes. "Mother, you have finally awakened." Zhao Dazin's sobs grew more intense. Cheng Wanwan sighed. No matter how dreadful the original owner had been to her children, they were still her biological offspring, and they could not genuinely wish for her demise. In a hoarse voice, she commanded, "Close the door." The clamorous crowd outside was too noisy, causing her ears to ache. It was only then that her daughter-in-law, Wu Huinyang, realized the door was still open and turned to shut it as the spectators gradually dispersed. Cheng Wanwan finally mustered the energy to observe the room. Earthen walls, a muddy floor, and a thatched roof that led in the wind from all sides. Her eldest son and daughter-in-law appeared gaunt, clad in patched, coarse garments, their feet in straw sandals, resembling refugees. Gurgle. Cheng Wanwan's stomach growled audibly. She had lived for 33 years without ever experiencing hunger, and now, for the first time, she understood the true nature of hunger. It was an unbearable sensation. She swallowed hard, her throat ached, and she had lost track of how long it had been since she last drank water. Wu Huinyang cautiously remarked, "Mother, I dug up some wild vegetables this morning. I will go and cook them now." Her mother-in-law was quick to scold when displeased, and she often bore the brunt of her ire. Rather than waiting here to be berated, she preferred to find something productive to do. The courtyard consisted of 3 small rooms, one occupied by her eldest son and daughter-in-law, another by Cheng Wanwan and her 3 younger sons, and a communal room that served as both a living and dining space, alongside a dilapidated straw shed that barely functioned as a kitchen. Wu Huinyang bent down to gather a handful of wild vegetables. The poor harvest left the fields barren, forcing the family to subsist on wild greens daily. Chopped wild vegetables mixed with a bit of buckwheat flour were boiled into a porridge, barely sufficient to sustain the family for a day. On the stove sat a battered pot with a significant gash, requiring it to be tilted just so to prevent the contents from leaking out. Before long, a large bowl of wild vegetable porridge was placed on the wooden table. The dark, viscous mixture, with its dark green vegetable leaves, was unappetizing to behold. Cheng Wanwan was truly famished otherwise. She would not have glanced at it. She took a tentative sip. The taste was bitter, lacking salt, and the porridge was made from an unknown grind that felt like chaff scraping her throat, rendering it nearly impossible to swallow. Yet, when she looked up, she caught sight of her eldest son and daughter-in-law staring at her food, their mouths watering. What she found difficult to ingest was, in fact, the primary sustenance for the lowest stratum of society in this era. She set the bowl back on the table. This action made Wu Huinyang tremble. The silence from her mother-in-law was truly terrifying. Her knees weakened, nearly causing her to collapse. Cheng Wanwan forced a smile. What evil had the original owner of this body committed to instill such fear in her daughter-in-law? Rising from the bed, she spoke in a calm voice. "I have no appetite, you may eat it yourselves." With that, she exited the room. Wu Huinyang was in a panic. "Dasha, mother, what is this?" "Since mother has asked us to eat, we shall do so," Zhao Dashan replied, taking the porridge outside and dividing it into 5 small bowls, one for himself, one for his wife, and the remainder for his 3 younger brothers. Cheng Wanwan stepped outside the courtyard and stood at the entrance, which afforded her a sweeping view of the entire Dahu village. To the east lay the undulating mountain peaks, while to the west sprawled a valley several dozen miles long. A river meandered below, but due to the severe drought, the water had long since receded, revealing a parched riverbed that was distressingly stark. Last year, Dahu village suffered a locust plague, and this year they faced a drought. Many families were running out of food, and the villagers were overwhelmed with anxiety. If rain did not fall within the month, this year would yield no harvest, leaving the villagers on the brink of becoming homeless refugees. Cheng Wanwan sighed. What sins had she committed in her past life to find herself thrust into the role of a mother-in-law during such calamitous times? It seemed she had jumped from being a lonely orphan to a matriarch, only to be transported to a year fraught with natural disasters. However, if she could rise from an orphan to a successful businesswoman in her previous life, surely she could carve out a place for herself amidst the adversities of this barren year. She took a deep breath, gradually coming to terms with this unfortunate reality. Cheng Wanwan ceased to ponder further, gathering her emotions, and resolved to familiarize herself with her surroundings. She stepped into the rice field. The rice was a mottled greenish-yellow, with slender, withered leaves curling up. The emerging ears bore a scant scattering of grains, yet were predominantly empty husks. Lacking sufficient moisture, the ears could not fully develop, and the rice would remain unripe. As Cheng Wanwan, not entirely understanding these matters, was about to turn away, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in her mind. Ding. Natural, pollution-free, bitter lettuce detected. Chapter 2. The pantry is depleted. Cheng Wanwan was momentarily stunned. As she pondered the situation, a translucent virtual panel materialized before her. The main image on the panel depicted the rice fields before her, with a wild vegetable highlighted in red, identified as bitter lettuce. Organic, unpolluted bitter lettuce. Priced at 10 won per pound. Cheng Wanwan pulled out 2 wild vegetables from beside her feet, and a mechanical voice echoed in her mind once more. Ding. Organic. Unpolluted bitter lettuce, weighing 2 taels, valued at 2 won. Would you like to sell? Yes. In an instant, the bitter lettuce in her hand vanished, replaced by 2 copper coins. Cheng Wanwan could hardly believe her eyes. At that moment, the ethereal panel transformed, revealing a marketplace reminiscent of a certain online shopping platform. All items were priced in copper coins. 2 copper coins could purchase a meat bun or a bottle of mineral water. She realized that this was a trading marketplace connected to another dimension. After clicking to purchase, her 2 won disappeared, and in their place appeared a meat bun. Cheng Wanwan was truly famished. She devoured the bun in a few bites, feeling the food fill her stomach and invigorate her spirit. Determined to gather more wild vegetables to exchange for currency, she sought to procure many items. Bitter lettuce, a drought-resistant wild vegetable, flourished abundantly in the fields despite the lack of rain, while many other weeds had perished. As Cheng Wanwan crouched to gather wild vegetables, a voice suddenly erupted beside her. Who dares to steal my family's rice? The wind swayed the rice stalks, revealing a figure. It was none other than Sister Zhao. Aunt Wang gritted her teeth. The two were neighbors and had often clashed, with Aunt Wang unable to best Sister Zhao in their frequent disputes. Today, she had finally seized the opportunity to catch her rival in a compromising position. Everyone, come and see. Sister Zhao is stealing rice from our Wang family. At her loud call, many heads turned in their direction. This rice field belonged to the Wang family, and Cheng Wanwan was indeed squatting on their land. Earlier that morning, Sister Zhao had returned from her family home with a head injury, providing ample amusement for the villagers, who were now whispering again. Oh, so she's pilfering from the Wang family to support her own family? Sister Zhao was increasingly reckless, engaging in all sorts of dubious activities. What else might she be capable of? Perhaps she would steal a person next, given that she was a widow. Cheng Wanwan's face darkened. She had assumed the field was her family's, never suspecting it belonged to the Wangs. Dusting off the grass clippings from her clothes, she slowly straightened. She tossed the wild vegetables from her hand aside and spoke coolly. What? Can you not even recognize rice anymore? As the villagers took a closer look, they realized it was not rice, but rather the small bitter lettuce. Known as bitter lettuce or small goose vegetable, it had a distinctly bitter taste, with tough roots that were difficult to cook. Generally, villagers fed it to pigs and chickens. No one would consider consuming such wild vegetables unless they were on the brink of starvation. In modern times, people sought out such unpolluted wild greens, yet in this era, bitter lettuce was far from popular. Aunt Wang, hands on her hips, scolded, "You no longer have chickens or ducks at home, yet you are digging for gooseweed? It seems to me you are merely seeking an excuse to steal my rice." Cheng Wanwan sighed softly and replied, "Is it not true that our pantry is bare? In order to ensure my children are fed, I have no choice but to gather some gooseweed to supplement their meals. As for you, dear sisters, if you consider gooseweed unworthy, surely you have ample surplus grain at home. Might you lend us a bit?" With a wound on her head and a sorrowful expression, she appeared rather pitiable. The onlookers were taken aback. Even the usually fierce and sharp-tongued Sister Zhao seemed to relent and request grain. In these times, borrowing grain was a serious matter, and the crowd quickly dispersed. Aunt Wang spat disdainfully. "Dream on if you think I'll lend you grain." Ultimately fearing entanglement, she turned and hurried back to the fields to pull weeds. Cheng Wanwan gathered the wild vegetables she had previously unearthed and took a few steps toward her rice paddies. She squatted at the edge, harvesting the vegetables beneath the scorching sun, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, soaking through her back. She was uncertain how long she had been at it until the marketplace notified her that she had gathered 3 pounds. Only then did she pause. As she stood, A wave of dizziness washed over her. She recalled that her head wound had yet to be treated and that she hadn't taken any anti-inflammatory medication in ancient times. Such neglect could be fatal. The 3 pounds of bitter lettuce sold for 31, from which she spent 21 on disinfectant and anti-inflammatory medicine. After her laborious efforts, she was left with a mere 10 won, which she dared not squander. Rubbing her aching lower back, she made her way home. As she approached the door, she heard lively voices emanating from within. "Elder brother, the wild vegetable porridge is delicious. I am finally full." Upon entering the courtyard, she beheld 4 figures seated at the table, her 4 sons. The eldest, Zhao Dashan, had just turned 18 and had married the previous year, serving as the pillar of the family. The second son, Zhao Ergu, at 16, was the most clever among them. The third son, Zhao Sanyu, 14 years old, was robust, resembling his older brother in stature. The youngest, Zhao Saida, just 10, appeared malnourished, clutching a chipped bowl and licking its edge eagerly, savoring every morsel of the meager porridge. Cheng Wanwan was taken aback. Such a small amount of wild vegetable porridge was shared among 5 individuals, yet each bore a look of contentment. She was starkly aware of the dire poverty that enveloped her family. Otherwise, the original owner of this body would not have resorted to returning to her maternal home to seek debts. Upon her return, her 4 sons rose in unison. "Mother, you are back," called Zhao Dashan. "Mother, I brought back 2 buckets of water," said Zhao Ergu. "Mother, I chopped wood," chimed Zhao Sanyu. "Mother, I gathered a bit of wild vegetables," added Zhao Saida. Cheng Wanwan pressed her lips together. Even her eldest son, at just 18, was akin to a high school graduate in modern times, a child still cherished by his parents. In this era, even at the tender age of 10, my youngest son has already shouldered a portion of the household responsibilities. As I glanced over, I discovered that the wild fern he had unearthed was indeed a natural and unpolluted delicacy, with the marketplace indicating a price of 30 cash per pound. To think that I had to toil for 3 pounds of bitter lettuce just to equal this meager amount of ferns, it is exhausting, both mentally and physically. I bent down to pick up the wild ferns and made my way towards the inner room. The 4 of us exchanged puzzled glances. Typically, upon returning from our tasks, our mother would deliver various admonishments, especially considering that today she had endured humiliation and been struck in the Chung household. Shouldn't this warrant a thorough reprimanding? The silence was perplexing. I sold the wild ferns and spent 10 cash at the marketplace to procure 5 pounds of rice, leaving me with a balance of 30 cash. I felt immensely fortunate that Dahu village lies at the intersection of northern and southern culinary traditions. The north predominantly consumes wheat and corn, while the south favors rice. As a southerner, I have always cherished white rice. I set aside over 2 pounds and placed it on the table in the main room. This is white rice. How did it come to be? Last year, Daha village suffered a locust plague, resulting in a poor harvest. We relied on governmental relief to survive until this year. No family in the village has any white rice to spare, even in the absence of natural disasters. Families typically exchange their rice for corn or buckwheat at the market after the autumn harvest, as 1 pound of rice can be traded for 2 or 3 pounds of corn. Only with an ample supply of grain can the entire family be well fed and endure until the next autumn harvest. Chapter 3. Everything seems like a dream as the sun dipped low in the west. The orange hues of the sunset cast a warm glow over the courtyard, the shadows of the trees dancing delicately. Cheng Wanwan sat at the head of the table, her voice soft yet laden with meaning. "This is the food I have prepared to honor your maternal grandparents." At her words, the hearts of the 5 present sank. They were aware that their mother would often take the household's finest offerings to the Chung family, but they were completely oblivious to the fact that such precious grains as rice were included. Throughout their lives, they had never had the luxury of feasting heartily on cooked rice. The thought that the Chung family not only consumed their grain but also mistreated their mother ignited a flame of indignation in the faces of the 4 boys. However, today's events have led me to lose all hope regarding your grandparents. Cheng Wanwan sighed deliberately. Over the years, I have contributed countless silver coins and grains to the Cheng family, and now our own household is in dire straits, forcing me to return to demand repayment. Who could have anticipated that your uncle would resort to violence and injure himself in the process? She lowered her head, her long eyelashes casting a shadow over her eyes, concealing her true emotions, appearing genuinely sorrowful. The 4 boys exchanged glances, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. After all, their mother had faced their uncle's wrath before. Initially, they had sought to defend her, only to find themselves on the receiving end of her displeasure. Thus, When they heard the villagers gossiping about their mother returning from the Chung family, bloodied and beaten, they had little to say. Regardless of the Chung family's disgrace, their mother would always side with them, leaving her 4 sons feeling like discarded refuse. Chung Wanwan sighed once more. From now on, we shall reserve the good things for ourselves. Huyen Yang, take this rice and cook it. Wu Huyen Yang's hand trembled. Cook it? For what purpose? Chang Wanwan understood her hesitation. The custom in Day Village was to eat 2 meals a day, but with no grain at home, they had been reduced to 1. Just moments ago, the boys had finished a meager broth made from wild vegetables, and now their daily ration was depleted. Any further sustenance would have to wait until tomorrow. As the saying goes, a growing boy can impoverish his father. A mere bowl of wild vegetable porridge could not satisfy even her alone, let alone the 4 boys and a pregnant woman. Since she had assumed the identity of Chung Wanwan in Day Village, she felt it her duty to care for these children. Yet, a sudden transformation would raise suspicions. She adopted a stern expression. Just cook it as instructed. There is no need for further questions. Wu Huanyang dared not inquire further. She extracted approximately 1/10 of the rice, just a small half bowl, and prepared to cook it. Cheng Wan'an felt a headache coming on. That half bowl of rice would hardly suffice for the smallest, Zhao sighed. Reluctantly, she stood and carried the entire bag of rice to the kitchen, pouring it all into the battered pot. Let it all be cooked. Wu Huanyang was taken aback, her face paling. This was nearly 3 pounds of rice, enough to be exchanged for 10 pounds of millet, sufficient to feed the entire family for at least 5 or 6 days. To cook it all at once seemed a waste, but faced with her mother-in-law's stern demeanor, Wu Huanyang dared not question her further, quickly washing the rice and lighting the fire to prepare the meal. Zhao Dashan swallowed hard. Why do I feel like mother has been provoked? Zhao Erga squinted. Does mother intend for us to be well-fed before confronting the Cheng family for repayment? Zhao Sanyu seized the hoe beside him, having long harbored a desire to give the Chung family's group of rascals a good thrashing. Zhao sighed and licked his lips, anticipating the delectable rice. The fire in the stove blazed brightly, and the fragrant aroma of the rice wafted through the air, bubbling enticingly in the pot. Cheng Wanwan instructed Wu Huanyang to ladle out the rice water, dividing it into 6 small bowls, allowing each person a sip to prevent discomfort from overeating later on. The fragrant rice water, topped with a layer of rice oil, was thick and steaming. The 4 boys stood at the edge of the table, hesitant to move. In the past, any food available had been consumed by their mother, with only the remnants shared among them. What's the matter? Don't you like it? Cheng Wanwan teased. Zhao Sidon quickly grasped the bowl, burning his fingers but unwilling to let go for fear that his mother might change her mind. He hastily lowered his head and took a sip. The scalding rice water slid down his throat and into his stomach, a divine delight unlike anything else. The other 3 quickly followed suit, disregarding the heat, and gulped it down in one go. Cheng Wanwan chuckled, shaking her head, and, noticing her daughter-in-law still standing there, feigned annoyance and remarked, Do you want me to hand it to you, or what? Wu Huanyang's hands trembled slightly. In this household, the mother-in-law held the highest rank, followed by her husband and 3 younger brothers, with her at the very bottom. She received the least appetizing food, and if there wasn't tea enough, she would have to go hungry. This was rice water, typically reserved for newborns. Did she truly deserve it? Was it only because she was pregnant that her mother-in-law finally deemed her worthy of food? Cheng Wanwan turned her gaze away from Wu Huanyang's expression. The scent of the rice filled her nostrils, and her stomach growled. While serving the rice, she suddenly felt as if she had overlooked something. It wasn't tea until the 6 bowls of rice were placed on the table that she remembered she had entirely forgotten to prepare any dishes. With only rice and no vegetables, how could they eat? Well, given the lack of vegetables at home and in the garden, it seemed they would have to make do with just the rice. The 5 onlookers stared in disbelief. After such an extended period of scarcity, they were finally enjoying white rice. Could this be a mirage? Oh my! Zhao Sanyu exclaimed suddenly. Second brother, why are you pinching me? Zhao Erga swallowed hard. I was wondering if this is a dream. It seems it is real, not a dream. Cheng Wanwan picked up her chopsticks and declared, Let us eat. No sooner had she spoken than the 4 boys bowed their heads and began devouring the rice as if it were a battle. Wu Wenyang cautiously remarked, Mother, I'll just have a small portion. Cheng Wanwan looked at her, feeling exasperated. Why would one refuse food when it was available? So willing to be a submissive daughter-in-law? Coldly, she retorted. Are you saving the rest for the Chung family? Wu Wenyang immediately shook her head. I'll eat. With her mother finally having given up hope on the Chung family, she did not wish for her to entertain thoughts of sending food their way again. Cheng Wanwan was unaccustomed to eating plain rice, but given the frailty of this body, she managed to finish an entire bowl. The 6 bowls on the table were left spotless, with not a grain of rice remaining. Even the washing of dishes seemed unnecessary. After the meal, the 4 boys brimmed with energy. Zhao Erge spoke up. "Mother, is it time to visit the Chung family?" Cheng Wanwan, looking perplexed, asked. "What business do we have with the Chung family?" "To collect a debt." Zhao Sidong gritted his teeth. "Granny said that uncle took father's pension, a total of 20 taels, and we must reclaim this amount." "Indeed." Zhao Dashan rose to his feet. "Today, uncle even injured mother's head. We must seek an explanation." Zhao Sanyu patted his belly. "I'm full. I could take on 3 by myself. Let us hurry before nightfall." Cheng Wanwan considered going, but understood well that the Chung family could not possibly produce 20 taels. Now was not the time for settling accounts. She spoke softly. "Everyone, please sit down." The 4 boys exchanged glances, clearly realizing that their mother had no intention of allowing them to accompany her to collect the debt. It was evident. Her heart was steadfastly with uncle's family, and how could she suddenly change her mind? Once the initial sorrow subsided, she would likely revert to her previous disposition. If they had never tasted the dry white rice, it might have been different, but having had it once, there was no way they could be sent away again. Zhao Erge beckoned to Zhao Sanyu and whispered a few words in his ear. Chapter 4. The mother-in-law at the pinnacle of the pyramid as dusk descended. Wu Huanyang busied herself in the kitchen, while Cheng Wan'an sat at the table alongside her 4 sons. Just as she was about to speak, a cacophony of curses erupted from the courtyard. What a wasteful creature. The Zhao family has endured 8 generations of misfortune, yet they brought in such a squandering daughter-in-law. Dasha's allowance amounts to 20 taels. Yes, a full 20 taels, yet you squander it on your maternal family. You deserve to be beaten by your kin. Wouldn't it be better if you were rid of altogether, thus eliminating a calamity? In front of the entire village, you dig for small gooseweed, parading your misfortune as if the Zhao family mistreats you. You little harlot have money to send to your family, but lack the funds for grain and even resort to borrowing. How shameless can one be? Cheng Wanwan peered towards the courtyard entrance and recognized the voice. It belonged to her mother-in-law, who had always been at odds with her. Since the original owner had separated from the family a year prior, they had not exchanged a word, even avoiding each other in the village. A sense of relief washed over her. She was grateful for the original owner's decision to break away, sparing her the burden of dealing with the entire Zhao family. What an audacious old woman, to come out at night and hurl insults. Was she truly the type to stand idly by while being berated? Cheng Wanwan rose and stepped outside. Upon seeing her, Madame Zhao swiftly changed her tone. "Dasha's wife, come here." Wu Huanyang hurried over. "This is the food I prepared for my 4 grandsons. You must take good care of it." The old woman tossed a bag towards her. "You are about to become a mother. Stand firm, not just for yourself, but for the child within you." Madame Zhao shot a fierce glare at Cheng Wanwan before turning to leave, her retreating figure betraying a hint of panic. Cheng Wanwan recalled the history between the original owner and the old woman. They often clashed, with the younger one wielding her youth as an advantage, leaving the elder speechless after every quarrel. The old woman, having vented her frustrations, was now eager to escape, fearing a retort that would bring her shame. "Mother," Wu Huanyang hesitantly called out, passing the bag to Cheng Wanwan. Even she feared her mother-in-law. How could she dare confront her? Angering the old woman would likely result in a night spent kneeling in apology. Cheng Wanwan had initially hesitated to accept the bag, knowing it was meant for the grandchildren. But she needed a legitimate reason to procure some grain she had on hand. She took the cloth bag and remarked, "It's getting late. Let us prepare some water for a bath, and then retire for the night." Wu Huanyang quickly brought over a basin of hot water. "Mother, this is all the water we have left. You should wash first." First? The implication being that after she bathed, the others would follow suit? Cheng Wanwan felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Well, she couldn't demand too much, given the drought. Having any water to wash her face was a blessing. At that moment, she felt an immense gratitude for having assumed the role of a mother-in-law, especially one from ancient times. They stood at the apex of the societal pyramid, even being first in line for a bath. The family took turns washing their faces and hands, transforming the basin of clear water into a murky one. Finally, Zhao Dashan stepped to the ridge and poured the basin of dirty water onto the parched fields. As bedtime approached, Cheng Wanwan once again felt paralyzed by the situation. The modest dwelling comprised only 2 rooms. Her married eldest son and daughter-in-law occupied one, while she shared the other with her 3 sons. With but a single bed, the 4 of them were to lie together. Heaven knows, She had never shared a bed with anyone, let alone 3 males. Although these boys were her biological sons, they bore no emotional connection to her, and she found it exceedingly difficult to reconcile this reality in her mind. Just as her inner turmoil raged, the sounds of rhythmic snoring began to fill the air. The cacophony rendered sleep an elusive prospect, and Qing Wanwan felt tears welling in her eyes. Once she amassed some wealth, her foremost desire would be to build a home, one that would provide her with a private sanctuary. That night, after much tossing and turning, she finally succumbed to slumber. The crowing of a rooster heralded the awakening of the sleepy day village. As the first light of dawn cast a gentle glow over the landscape, the villagers rose early, eager to tend to their fields before the sun graced the horizon, marking the commencement of a day filled with labor. Qing Wanwan, having had a restless night upon the unforgiving wooden bed, found the straw and reeds beneath the sheets to be uncomfortable. Fortunately, it was summer. The thought of enduring such conditions in winter sent shivers down her spine. The impoverished farmers could hardly afford cotton, their bedding stuffed with straw and reeds. In the unremarkable day village, the absence of heated kangs meant that one had to rely on their own resilience to withstand the biting cold. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily on Qing Wanwan's shoulders. Not only must she ensure their bellies were filled, but she also needed to acquire at least 2 thick quilts before winter's onset. Rising from her bed, she observed her family bustling about. The eldest daughter-in-law was busy washing clothes and tidying the courtyard. The eldest son prepared to head to the fields. The second was gathering water. The third was about to chop firewood, and the youngest was ready to forage for wild vegetables. These children were truly sensible, leaving her to ponder why the original owner of this body had chosen to dote on her maternal nephew. Wait a moment. Qing Wanwan furrowed her brow and called out. She then turned and entered the inner room, opening the bag of rice that old lady Zhao had sent the previous day. Inside were 3 or 4 pounds of somewhat discolored corn, clearly remnants from last year, with a hint of mold. Consuming such spoiled provisions could lead to an upset stomach. While it was manageable during times of scarcity, she now had the means to provide better for her children. She poured the contents onto the table and accessed the marketplace to purchase fresh corn, which, in modern terms, was millet. To her astonishment, the price of millet was higher than that of rice, costing 5 coins per pound. Although rice was cheaper and more palatable, its origins were questionable. Glancing at her remaining balance of 30 coins, she steeled herself and purchased 5 pounds, leaving her with a mere 5 copper coins. With the bag of millet in hand, Qing Wanwan stepped outside, declaring that they would first have breakfast before commencing their labor. Wu Huanyang recognized the bag, having seen it brought by the old lady the night before. As she opened it, she was taken aback. While the old lady had previously offered food, it had typically been hard, stale cornbread or dark buckwheat and cornmeal. Never had they feasted upon such visually appealing corn. The old lady indeed seemed to care for her grandchildren. Qing Wanwan spoke softly, suggesting that they prepare porridge over the course of 2 days, with 2 meals each day. She truly could not stomach solid food. Primarily, the corn porridge was highly nutritious and beneficial for the stomach. This large group of children had gone too long without a full meal, and their stomachs were somewhat compromised, necessitating a gradual nurturing process. Wu Huanyang was momentarily taken aback as she lifted the rice sack, which likely weighed around 5 pounds. Cooking 5 pounds of corn over 2 days meant that each person could enjoy at least 2 bowls. After having a hearty meal the previous night, she had anticipated a month of hunger, yet unexpectedly, her mother-in-law had become so generous. She refrained from asking further questions and hurried to the kitchen to prepare the porridge. Zhao Dashan set down his hoe to assist his wife, while Zhao Sanyu and Zhao Sidon licked their lips, gathering eagerly around the stove. Only Zhao Ergo furrowed his brow slightly, pondering whether their mother had decided to abandon their livelihood altogether. With all the food consumed, would they be left to rely on the cold winds of the northwest? Oh well, let them eat. If not, it would simply benefit the Chung family. If they all finish the food and starve together, so be it. Chapter 5, Mother compliments him for the first time as the dawn broke. The sky was painted with the hues of morning light. The rice porridge gurgled and bubbled, spilling over from the cracked pot, its aroma wafting through the air. Zhao Sidon's mouth watered. He swallowed hard, yet it inevitably spilled forth again. Qing Wanwan sought something to wipe the drool from this little rascal, but found no towels in the house. Using her own clothing would be rather filthy, and she couldn't bear to make such a sacrifice. Perhaps it was best to pretend she didn't see it. Before long, 6 bowls of corn porridge were ready, with plenty still remaining in the pot for a refill. The family slurped their porridge, sighing in satisfaction as they settled into their chairs. If this were a dream, They wished it would last forever, preferring to remain in slumber indefinitely. Once satiated, it was time to get to work. Cheng Wanwan declared, Dashin, go check the fields. Ergu. Fetch some water. Make sure to bring back 2 extra buckets today. It's hot enough for a bath. Sanyu, go chop some firewood. Zhao Sidon, having just let out a hearty burp, asked, Mother, what about me? You'll accompany Huanyang and me up the mountain. Cheng Wanwan replied, rising from her seat. Merely consuming staple foods would not suffice. She needed to gather something for a side dish. Wu Huanyang looked somewhat taken aback. Ever since she entered the household, her mother-in-law had ceased all labor, and the task of foraging for wild vegetables had fallen solely to her and Sidon. Her lips parted slightly, but she swallowed her words. What if her mother-in-law wished to supervise her work? Refusing to let her accompany them might seem like an attempt to shirk responsibility. The family of 6 set out together, splitting into several groups. By now, the sun had gradually ascended, and the village was bustling with an ever-increasing number of busy individuals. Cheng Wanwan observed many seasoned farmers standing on the ridges, gazing longingly at the fields, while some even knelt in prayer for rain. Having studied geography, she could tell at a glance that rain was unlikely in the near future, and the crops in the fields were likely to. As they made their way up the mountain, the wild vegetables along the roadside had been thoroughly foraged, forcing many women with children to venture deeper into the woods. Ding! Detected natural, pollution-free bitter lettuce. The path was abundant with bitter lettuce, its resilience evident as it thrived throughout the woods. Ding! Detected natural wild chestnut mushrooms. Ding! Detected natural wild black trumpet mushrooms. Cheng Wanwan glanced at the notification panel, instantly pinpointing the location of the wild mushrooms. She parted a clump of weeds and discovered a cluster of white chestnut mushrooms hidden beneath a large leaf, along with 3 or 4 black trumpet mushrooms. Although it hadn't rained, the mountain's humidity was sufficient, allowing mushrooms to flourish among the layers of decaying leaves. She carefully harvested the mushrooms and placed them in her basket. The marketplace chimed with notifications. Ding! 1 pound of natural wild chestnut mushrooms, valued at 31. Would you like to sell? Yes. Ding! 4 ounces of natural wild black trumpet mushrooms, valued at 18.1. Would you like to sell? Yes. Cheng Wanwan felt the weight of her earnings in her pouch. These wild mushrooms were far more valuable than the wild vegetables, with just a small collection. She had made 48.1, sufficient to secure her large cotton quilt. Mother, what have you discovered? Zhao Sidon leaned in, yet saw nothing. Cheng Wanwan, maintaining a natural demeanor, remarked, This place is abundant with leaves, creating a cool and moist atmosphere, which is typically conducive to mushroom growth. Why don't you all search around? The vast expanse of forest was home to numerous mushrooms, but most were toxic. Decades ago, a family in the village consumed a type of red mushroom with a white stem, resulting in their tragic demise. Since then, the villagers would steer clear of mushrooms, only gathering the familiar varieties while avoiding the unfamiliar ones entirely. Cheng Wanwan, however, was not apprehensive about foraging for potentially poisonous mushrooms due to the guidance provided by the system. The trio ventured deeper into the woods. Zhao Sidon exclaimed excitedly, Mother, look at all these mushrooms. Cheng Wanwan glanced at her interface and recognized the mushrooms to be the common chicken mushrooms from Day Village. Deemed edible and valued at 12.1 per pound. She smiled and said, Sidon, you're doing wonderfully. His eyes widened in surprise. It seemed to him that this was the first time his mother had praised him. All right, Sidon, you stay here and gather mushrooms while we explore over there, she instructed, affectionately ruffling his hair, reminding him not to wander off. Zhao Sidon nodded vigorously, elated by his mother's touch, his first experience of her affection since last night's dinner, which left him sensing a delightful change in her demeanor. As he crouched down, diligently collecting mushrooms, he hoped to earn her praise once more. Meanwhile, Cheng Wanwan discreetly wiped her hands. This young lad seemed to have gone days without washing his hair, leaving her hands greasy. Yet, she dismissed this bothersome thought, and with Wu Huanyang, moved to the other side, where they soon spotted an abundance of wild fern plants. In this season, ferns grow wildly, though some appeared rather mature. Dried, they could be stir-fried for a delightful dish. Wu Huanyang immediately knelt to harvest the wild ferns while Cheng Wanwan continued her search. Ding! Detected natural wild black porcini. Once again, she found black porcini mushrooms, clustered beneath a tree, their dark hue causing the villagers to hesitate in harvesting them, thus benefiting Cheng Wanwan. This was the most valuable find she had encountered thus far, with the system pricing it at 45.1 per pound. She swiftly retrieved a small shovel from her backpack and efficiently dug up the black porcini, placing them into her basket. Ding. Natural wild black porcini. 3.5 pounds, valued at 158 won. Would you like to sell? Yes. With a delightful rustle, Cheng Wanwan's pouch swelled with newfound wealth. She calculated her total, including her previous balance, which now amounted to 211 won. This sum could procure 100 pounds of rice from the marketplace. Enough to sustain a family of 6 for nearly 2 months. Wow, this is mine. Suddenly, from a distance, the sound of a child's wailing pierced the air. Cheng Wanwan initially intended to ignore it, yet the cry felt oddly familiar. She slung her empty basket over her shoulder and, after a few steps, discovered a large group of teenagers encircling Zhao Sidon. Zhao Sidon cried out, breathless, "I saw it first. It's my rabbit. Give it back." "Wah," a boy retorted. "You little brat, don't lie. This rabbit is ours." "The rabbit bears no inscription of your name, Zhao Sidong. By what right do you claim it is yours? The rabbit is in our possession, thus it belongs to us. Let us depart." As several older children prepared to leave with the rabbit, a voice commanded, "Halt." Cheng Wanwan approached, her gaze fixed intently on the rabbit. She was not merely observing the creature. Her mind conjured visions of braised rabbit, spicy rabbit heads, and steamed rabbit meat. Upon noticing Cheng Wanwan, the group of boys instinctively recoiled. She was known as Aunt Zhao, a woman bold enough to admonish even her own mother-in-law. Would she unleash her wrath upon them? Though they contemplated fleeing, none dared to make the first move. Cheng Wanwan softened her tone. "Pray tell? What is the story behind this rabbit?" The leader among them, Zhang Dagong, the eldest son of the village's notorious Zhang family, stood boldly at 12 years of age, accompanied by a gang of unruly boys. Despite his reputation for troublemaking, he was known to be rather brash, often shouting at the village women, who would hastily retreat. Yet, the boys were wary of provoking her. Yet, a dispute must be settled. "This is our rabbit," Zhang Dagong declared with conviction. "Zhao Sidong is envious of our catch and seeks to steal it." "That is not the case," Zhao Sidong protested, his voice trembling. "Mother, I caught the rabbit first, only to have it snatched away from me." Chapter 6. Why Eat Rabbits? Cheng Wanwan was no fool. Zhao Sidon, a mere 10-year-old child, could hardly be expected to boldly seize a rabbit from a group of people. This gang mistakenly believed that Sidon had ventured up the mountain alone, which emboldened their reckless behavior. Cheng Wanwan's smile turned icy. As an elder, it would typically be beneath me to quarrel with a pack of children. However, since you have bullied my Sidon, I must seek an explanation. Let us set aside the issue of the rabbits for now, and first settle the medical expenses. She rolled up Zhao Sidon's sleeve, revealing red marks all over his delicate wrist, and even tore the fabric of his sleeve. She coldly declared, "A visit to Dr. Jing for some medicine will cost you around 30 to 41, and this garment is now unwearable. You must compensate my Sidon for a complete outfit." Zhang Dagong stood dumbfounded. Zhao Sidon's wrist bore only slight redness, with no broken skin or blood. Why should he be liable for 30 to 40 when in medical fees? Furthermore, the child's attire had long been ragged and unfit for wear. Was this not an attempt to extort? One of Zhang Dagong's lackeys whispered, "Last year, Aunt Zhao caused quite the scene at my doorstep over just 2 won, leaving my mother furious. Now, she seeks 30 to 41 along with a new outfit. Aunt Zhao, the eccentric, may very well resort to theatrics, wailing and lamenting right at their door." Cheng Wanwan interjected, "This rabbit serves as evidence. I trust the village head will side with me." Immediately, Zhang Dagong flung the rabbit from his hands. "This is none of our concern. Let us be on our way." A horde of children scattered. "My rabbit." Zhao Sidon lunged forward, clutching the fleeing rabbit tightly to his chest. Cheng Wanwan opened a flimsy panel, spending 2 won on a small box of ointment. "Extend your hand," she instructed. Zhao Sidon obediently complied, watching as his mother applied a soothing substance to his wrist, which felt cool and instantly alleviated the pain. He gazed at Cheng Wanwan as she tended to him, marveling at how gentle she appeared, a stark contrast to the fierce demeanor he had previously perceived. He had always envied Taiju's mother, who was gentle and cheerful, saving all the delicious treats for her son, who often boasted in front of him. Now, his own mother had transformed into someone equally nurturing, filling him with joy. Yet, a pang of worry struck him. What if this was merely a dream? Zhao Sidon felt both elated and anxious, his small face drooping. Cheng Wanwan, unaware of the depths of a child's thoughts, pondered how a little one could oscillate between happiness and sorrow, having never given birth or cared for a child. She thought that in these times, as long as there was food, a child could find joy. She inquired, "Sidon, do you prefer steamed rabbit or braised rabbit?" Zhao Saiden's eyes widened in horror. How could one even contemplate eating such a delightful creature? He envisioned bringing the rabbit home to care for it, already imagining constructing a cozy nest in the backyard. They could play together daily, and this rabbit would undoubtedly become his closest companion. Cheng Wanwan could not fathom his desire to nurture a rabbit, in this year of calamity, who could afford to care for such a small creature. She lifted the rabbit. A pitifully thin creature with gray fur, likely weighing no more than 2 pounds. With 6 mouths to feed at home, one rabbit would scarcely suffice for even a single bite each. Ding! A pure wild, free-range coarse-haired rabbit has been discovered, weighing 1 pound and 8 ounces. Valued at 54 coins. Would you like to sell it? Cheng Wanwan glanced at the rabbit meat in the marketplace. Domesticated rabbits from modern farms were priced at merely 6 coins per pound. This wild rabbit, weighing less than 2 pounds, could be exchanged for a hefty domestic rabbit weighing 8 or 9 pounds. Indeed, farmed rabbit meat is more tender and palatable, yet in contemporary society, people tend to favor the allure of pure, organic wild game, resulting in higher prices for such delicacies in the market. However, Erden's eyes were fixed greedily on the rabbit meat, making it an inopportune moment to sell it. Mother, what has happened? Wu Huanyang rushed over with a vegetable basket, her feet slipping slightly, nearly causing her to fall. Cheng Wanwan quickly steadied her. The eldest daughter-in-law was pregnant, her belly beginning to show. The original self had refrained from seeking a doctor to check on her, unaware of how far along she was. Regardless of the stage of her pregnancy, it was inadvisable for her to venture into the mountains. A careless fall could jeopardize the child within her. Erden has caught a rabbit. Today, we shall feast on rabbit meat. Wu Huanyang's face lit up with joy. It had been at least a year since they had last enjoyed meat. However, such a small rabbit would undoubtedly not be enough for her. Yet the mere thought of savoring the aroma of rabbit meat while sipping the leftover corn porridge from breakfast filled her with contentment. Previously, even a sip of porridge had been a luxury, and wild vegetable gruel barely satisfied her hunger. These past few days felt like a dream. In her excitement, she could not help but exclaim, "Mother, I can skin the rabbit. The intact hide could be fashioned into a scarf for you." Upon hearing this, a gruesome image flashed through Zhao Erden's mind. Unable to contain himself, tears streamed down his cheeks. Wu Huanyang was startled. "Erden, what is the matter?" Zhao Erden wiped his tears with the back of his hand, unable to utter a single word. His mother adored rabbit meat and wished to make a scarf from the fur. If he opposed her, would she revert to her former self? He relished full meals and cherished his gentle mother. He feared that if he denied her the rabbit, she might become upset and take all the good food to her brother's family. Cheng Wanwan comforted him, saying, "Erden, you caught this rabbit. In a moment, you will have 2 extra pieces of meat compared to the others." Zhao Erden sobbed even more vehemently. "If mother enjoys it, let her have it. I want to eat any." Cheng Wanwan assumed he was merely frightened by Zhang Dagong and his group, resolving to return home early to prepare braised rabbit as a reward for the lad. The trio made their way back home. Wu Huanyang's basket was brimming with wild fern, while Zhao Erden's pack was filled with chicken mushrooms. Only Cheng Wanwan's basket remained empty. Wu Huanyang silently mused that her mother-in-law had indeed come to oversee their labors. As they descended the mountain, they encountered numerous villagers. The original self had a poor reputation in the village and was not well liked, which spared them many entanglements. Upon returning home, the sun was high, nearly noon. A bucket of water sat in the yard, likely left by the second son after fetching it before heading back for more. "Mother, I will begin to skin the rabbit." Wu Huanyang briskly approached. Cheng Wanwan stated earnestly that a pregnant woman should not encounter bloodshed, as it would be detrimental to the child within her womb. "You should first go and heat some water." It was rather amusing, for she intended to exchange a large rabbit at the market, ensuring that her eldest daughter-in-law would handle the skinning, thus avoiding any clandestine dealings. Wu Huanyang was somewhat taken aback. Since her pregnancy, she had engaged in all sorts of laborious tasks, even slaughtering the last chicken in the household a fortnight ago. Her mother-in-law had never considered the well-being of the child she carried. She sensed a genuine change in her mother-in-law, whose gaze now held a subtle warmth. Cheng Wanwan carried the rabbit to the backyard and swiftly exchanged it for a hefty 7-pound specimen, making a profit of 12 coins in the process. While Wu Huanyang was still tending to the fire, Cheng Wanwan swiftly ended the rabbit's life with a single stroke and began the task of skinning it. Although she possessed a keen business acumen, she was inexperienced in skinning, and despite her efforts, she struggled to remove the hide, leaving the rabbit's gray fur stained with blood. Chapter 7. The Taste of Eggs. Mother, I have returned. Zhao Dashan's voice resonated like a beacon of hope, prompting Cheng Wanwan to swiftly summon him to the backyard. She handed the lifeless rabbit to her eldest son, instructing, "Old Four, start skinning it." Zhao Dashan gathered a few dried grass stalks and twisted them into a makeshift rope, proceeding to hang the rabbit by its neck before methodically peeling its skin from its mouth downwards. Cheng Wanwan, unable to bear the gruesome sight, turned away to prepare other dishes. With 6 mouths to feed, a single rabbit would undoubtedly be insufficient. Rabbit stew with potatoes was a culinary delight. Yet it seemed that potatoes were still a rarity in this era, and Cheng Wanwan was uncertain of the exact vegetables available in the garden. "For egg," she called out. Zhao Sidon, with tear-streaked cheeks, approached, his small hands wiping away the remnants of his sorrow, leaving his face dirted. Cheng Wanwan offered him a bit of clean water to wash his face, exclaiming with exasperation, "Zhang Dagong and his gang won't come to steal the rabbit anymore." "So why are you crying?" Zhao Sidon sniffled, stifling his tears as he replied, "I won't cry anymore. Regardless, the rabbit is already dead. No amount of crying will bring it back. This is 5 won. Go to the old house and exchange it for some vegetables." Cheng Wanwan retrieved a copper coin from her waist pouch and placed it in his hand. "Make sure to bring back a radish. Rabbit stew with radish is simply delectable. Do you want to eat it?" Zhao Sidon imagined the dish, and saliva pooled in his mouth, which he hastily swallowed. The rabbit had been his dear companion, and he staunchly opposed the idea of consuming rabbit meat. Clutching the 5 win, he made his way toward the old homestead. The Zhao family estate stood at the heart of the village, boasting a sizable structure with 5 rooms, squarely positioned beneath a grand locust tree. Surrounding the house were vegetable plots, and during this arid season, the Zhao family, with their larger number of members, could send several individuals to queue for water, ensuring their crops did not perish. As Zhao Sidon pushed open the courtyard gate, he called out, "Grandma." It was daytime, and not mealtime, so only the elderly matriarch and the wife of Zhao San were present at the old residence. The elderly lady was busy sun-drying wild vegetables with the poor harvest. She had to prepare and store more while the mountain's wild greens were plentiful, lest the household of over a dozen faces be left to face starvation. "For egg. What brings you here?" Zhao Sidon replied, "Mother sent me to bring back a radish." Upon hearing this, Zhao San's wife's expression soured. The elder sister had previously departed with 20 taels of silver and several acres of land to live independently, severing ties with the Zhao family and even drafting a legal document to that effect. How could such audacity allow her youngest son to come back to the old homestead? Extending his hand for food, Zhao matriarch's countenance was equally grim. "Your mother is nothing but a sloth." When spring arrived, everyone was planting radishes, yet she chose not to, preferring to lounge about gossiping. "Now look, every family has some provisions stored, and your household is still scavenging for watercress. There are ferns on the mountain." Yet she insists on this farce for others to mock. With a grumble, the elderly lady yanked a radish from the ground. Due to insufficient moisture, the radish was rather small. She pulled up 2 more and stuffed them into Zhao Sidon's hands. Zhao San's wife felt her heart bleed. Despite her sister-in-law's outrageous behavior, her mother-in-law continued to show favoritism towards that family. Was it simply because her sister-in-law could bear sons? The thought left a bitter taste at the corners of Zhao San's wife's mouth. Having given birth to only 2 daughters, she felt like a sinner in the Zhao family, unable to hold her head high in the entire Day village. No matter how biased her mother-in-law was, she could not voice her grievances, as she was not as fortunate as her sister-in-law in producing male heirs. Zhao Sidan, cradling a dirt-covered radish in his arms, rummaged through his sleeves and finally extracted 5 copper coins. "Thank you, Grandma," he said. Zhao old lady was momentarily taken aback. "Where did these copper coins come from?" Zhao Sidan's voice was clear as he replied, "Mother said to exchange copper coins for radishes." Zhao old lady felt as though she must have misheard. The eldest daughter-in-law, that shameless woman, had made a scene last year during the locust plague, dragging away 20 pounds of corn and buckwheat flour from the cellar without offering a single copper coin in return. Fearing that the shameless woman might cause trouble again, she had secretly sent 3 pounds of corn to her the night before. "Grandma, I must be on my way," Zhao Sidan said as he turned to leave. But he was called back. Zhao old lady was not one to take advantage of others. With a single copper coin, one could purchase at least 3 pounds of radishes. She had given him only 3, which was insufficient, and she remained suspicious that the eldest daughter-in-law was up to no good. She returned the 4 copper coins, but Zhao Sidan adamantly refused. "Mother will beat me if she finds out I didn't pay," knowing that the eldest daughter-in-law often punished her children. Zhao old lady turned and went to the yard, plucking a handful of long beans and sneaking an egg from the chicken coop to offer him. All right, hurry along now. You're a sight for sore eyes. Zhao Zidan's eyes widened at the sight of the egg. In the past, any eggs from home had gone straight to his mother's stomach. He would sneakily pick up eggshells from the ground, licking them for their fragrant taste. And he longed to know if this egg would allow him even a tiny taste. Zhao Zidan returned home with an armful of goodies. Cheng Wanwan, seeing the bounty, quickly took it from him. Did your grandma give you this? Grandma said not to let mother suffer, Zhao Zidan replied with a grin, pulling a round egg from his pocket. Mother, look, an egg. In this era, eggs were a precious commodity, and villagers often saved them to trade for oil and salt at the market. Cheng Wanwan searched through the memories of her original self and felt a tinge of bitterness. Just half a month ago, when the household still had chickens, one egg would vanish into the original self's stomach each day, with pregnant women and children in the house. She couldn't comprehend how the original self could so readily consume the eggs. Mother, Zhao Zidan dared to speak up. May I have just a tiny taste of the egg? Just a little bit? He was not being greedy. He simply wished to savor the flavor of an egg. Of course, Cheng Wanwan nodded. You may go play for a while. I will call you when it's ready. Wu Huanyang busied herself with preparing a rabbit. For some reason, she felt this rabbit had grown larger. When they were in the mountains, it had been so small. And now, after skinning it, it seemed to weigh at least 5 or 6 pounds. After she had cut the rabbit meat and placed it on the stove, she cautiously asked, Mother, how should we prepare this rabbit meat? Cheng Wanwan's culinary skills are limited to fried rice. Her inability to cook does not equate to an aversion to food, and her theoretical knowledge is quite extensive. However, there are no condiments in the house, not even oil or salt. The rabbit is quite plump, enough to yield some oil, while salt must be procured from the market, where she discreetly pours a small amount into the old salt container. Subsequently, she hastily purchases some cinnamon, star anise, and bay leaves, casually placing them on the stove. Cheng Wanwan stands at the side, directing. First, extract the oil, then toss in these leaves to sop them until fragrant. I just gathered these from the mountains. They smell delightful and should enhance the dish beautifully. Don't ask too many questions, just follow my instructions. Wu Huanyang dares not inquire further. Before long, the kitchen is filled with the enticing aroma of meat. Chapter 8. The harsh reality. Zhao Dashan was chopping firewood in the yard. Upon catching a whiff of the savory aroma of rabbit meat, his mouth watered uncontrollably. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, he hastily wiped his mouth, only to turn and find Lao Si's tongue lolling out, savoring the fragrant air like a starving puppy. How delicious. Zhao Zidan could not help but swallow repeatedly. Unable to quench his hunger, he had only consumed 2 bowls of porridge that morning. Logically, he should not be this hungry, so why did his stomach persistently growl? His feet moved uncontrollably towards the kitchen, where he beheld a pot bubbling away, filled with rabbit meat and radishes, a large quantity simmering, with broth seeping from a crack in the pot. Cheng Wanwan was also troubled. This pot was already small, and now it had a hole. She resolved to buy a new pot from the market at her earliest opportunity. She covered the pot, cracked an egg on the stove, whisked it in a bowl, and prepared to make a wild mushroom egg soup. There was also a generous handful of long beans that could be stir-fried, promising a delightful flavor. Seeing her busy, Wu Huanyang felt overwhelmed. Since the previous day, her mother-in-law had been acting strangely. Everything in the house had to be consumed in one meal, as if they were not planning to continue living this way. Never mind, as long as there was food at home, they would eat. And it would bring peace of mind, lest her mother-in-law decide to send it to the Chung family instead. Wu Huanyang busily lent a hand. When Cheng Wanwan turned around, she spotted Zhao Zidan standing at the kitchen door, drool cascading onto his clothes. She chuckled as she lifted the pot lid, releasing an enticing aroma. She picked up a piece of rabbit meat and said with a smile, Zidan, open your mouth. Zhao Zidan, in a daze, obeyed and opened his mouth wide. Cheng Wanwan blew gently on the meat before placing it into his mouth. Zhao Zidan's eyes widened. It was exquisite, unlike anything he had ever tasted before, and he felt as if he might swallow his own tongue in delight. Cheng Wanwan inquired, is the rabbit meat tasty? Zhao Zidan was momentarily stunned. Was this truly rabbit meat? Should he spit it out? As he pondered, Cheng Wanwan placed another piece of rabbit meat into his mouth. Go call your second and third brothers back for dinner. Zhao Zidan gulped it down, savoring the flavor. He could only silently apologize to the rabbit in his heart. He dashed out to fetch his second and third brothers for the meal. Wu Huanyang efficiently ladled out the large pot of rabbit meat, and under her mother-in-law's direction, prepared a mushroom egg soup, stir-fried the long beans. and finally added corn to the pot to steam. On the small wooden table, 3 dishes were laid out, accompanied by 6 bowls of corn rice. Zhao Dashan had lost interest in chopping wood, his mouth continuously watering as his eyes fixated on the dining table. Wu Huanyang stepped outside to wipe his sweat, whispering, "Dashan, is it really feasible to eat like this? Last night, we had so much white rice, and today we've consumed all the corn. The rabbit meat has been entirely stewed. Today we are full, but what about tomorrow? Will we truly be left to the winds of the northwest?" Zhao Dashan forcefully split the firewood, responding, "Mother's arrangements must have their reasoning. Just trust her." Wu Huanyang ceased her worries. Bending down to gather the chopped wood and neatly stacking it in the kitchen, Cheng Wanwan sat on a stool in the main room, fanning herself with a large tree leaf, as the sweltering heat became unbearable. After toiling in the kitchen for a while, she was drenched in sweat and resolved to take a bath that evening. Just as she settled down for a moment, Zhao Erden came rushing back. "Mother." Tai Zhu said he saw second brother and third brother heading to Qingjia village. Qingjia village, the ancestral home of her family, was not far from Dahu village, a round trip taking approximately an hour. What could those 2 boys possibly want in Qingjia village? Tossing aside the leaf, Cheng Wanwan rose to her feet. "Dashan, accompany me to Qingjia." The previous night, her brothers had expressed their intent to collect debts from Qingjia village, and after her objections, she had assumed they would relent. To her dismay, they had sneaked away. The villagers of Qingjia all bore the surname Chang, their lineage tracing back 3 generations as one family. It was inconceivable that 2 boys with the surname Zhao could wreak havoc there. Cheng Wanwan and Zhao Dashan did not pause for a meal, braving the scorching midday sun as they hastened toward Qingjia village. In the recesses of her former self's memories, Qingjia village seemed quite near. She used to visit her maternal home frequently. Yet, to Cheng Wanwan, it felt distant, her legs weary and aching before she even caught sight of the village's rooftops. Life in ancient times was indeed arduous, relying solely on one's legs for travel, leading one to question existence itself. When she amassed wealth, she vowed to purchase a horse-drawn carriage. Reflecting on this, Cheng Wanwan could not help but smile ruefully. She wanted to buy a large quilt, a pot, build a house, and now a carriage. Her aspirations were delightful, yet reality remained harsh. After an indeterminate time, she finally glimpsed a cluster of houses. Qingjia village boasted a larger population than Dahu village and appeared somewhat more affluent, yet it shared a common plight of water scarcity, the rice fields parched and barren. Cheng Wanwan navigated the familiar path to the entrance of the Cheng household. Before she could step inside, an alarming scene met her eyes. Zhao Ergu and Zhao Sanyu were bound to the locust tree in the courtyard, exposed to the scorching sun without a drop of water. Their lips were cracked and bleeding, their faces alarmingly pale as if they might faint at any moment. "Ergu, Sanyu," Zhao Dashan charged in, filled with fury. Upon seeing their elder brother approach, the 2 boys hoped for rescue, but their hopes dimmed as they beheld Cheng Wanwan's stern expression, their faces draining of color. Long ago, their mother had endured grievances at the Qing family, and when they had come to her defense, she had ultimately chastised them fiercely. Regardless of how poorly the Qing family treated them, their mother forbade them from causing trouble there. Yet, their anger had driven them to sneak over. Losing 20 taels of silver was inconsequential, but they were determined to ensure the Qangs faced some repercussions. However, it seemed they had bungled the situation, and now their mother might side even more with the Qangs. Zhao Ergu and Zhao Sanyu leaned weakly against the locust tree, their cracked lips pained at the slightest movement. "Dashan, your timing is impeccable," exclaimed the irate matriarch Qing as she emerged from the house, her fury directed at the 2 boys from the Zhao family, who had proven utterly disgraceful. To think that they dared to steal from the Cheng family, the last hen, a true prize, met its untimely demise at the hands of these 2 rascals, its neck cruelly wrung. This hen laid an egg each day, yielding a monthly bounty of 30 eggs, enough to exchange for several copper coins. And now, it was gone. Cheng Wanwan cast her gaze upon the 2 bound rascals, who dared not meet her eyes. Confirming the truth of the old matriarch's words, Cheng's grandmother, brimming with righteous indignation, proclaimed, "This hen was a great benefactor to our family. Your nephew's education hinged entirely upon the eggs it provided. I asked for no more than 2 taels of silver, and I demand it now." Upon hearing this, Cheng Wanwan could not help but chuckle. The Cheng family certainly possessed a peculiar sense of humor. Just yesterday, they had beaten the original owner to the brink of death. And now, they had the audacity to bind her 2 sons and boldly demand a king's ransom. Even amidst the current scarcity of food, one would be hard-pressed to find a hen priced so exorbitantly. 2 taels of silver could procure dozens of hens. Furthermore, Cheng Zhao's education was sustained by her years of generous support as an aunt, not by the hen. If they intended to settle accounts, let it be done with meticulous precision. Chapter 9. The break with the Cheng family. Deshan, untie the rope, Cheng Wanwan commanded coldly. Old Madam Cheng immediately interjected. Do not release those two scoundrels. They must be taught a lesson so they think twice before attempting to steal from our Cheng family again. Zhao Dashan stood frozen, unsure of whom to obey. Cheng Wanwan cast a cold glare his way. What? Are my words no longer of consequence? Instantly, Zhao Dashan strode towards the big locust tree and hastily untied the ropes, supporting his two younger brothers as they sat on the ground. Indulgence is akin to endangerment. If you continue to coddle them, these two scoundrels will inevitably cause great trouble. Old Madam Cheng spoke with the wisdom of experience. In my opinion, they should be tied to the tree and left hungry for a few days and nights. That would naturally tame them. Cheng Wanwan replied coldly, They are my sons, and I shall educate them myself. It is not for outsiders to meddle. Hearing this, old Madam Cheng furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss with her second daughter. Sister Cheng stood at the door of the main hall. Aunt, your mother is your own flesh and blood. How can you say such things that might wound her heart? Cheng Wanwan retorted, Since the moment my elder brother smashed my head yesterday, I ceased to be a member of the Cheng family. A chilling smile graced Cheng Wanwan's lips. For merely a single hen, I am to compensate 2 taels of silver? I have never seen a family so ruthless towards their married daughters. Old Madam Cheng maintained a stern expression that hen may not be worth 2 taels, but it can lay eggs. Over the span of 10 years. How can the eggs not fetch at least 2 taels? Cheng Wanwan replied, Fine, let us assume it is worth 2 taels. Let us not dwell on past grievances. Speaking solely of last year, the condolence silver for my father, who perished in battle, amounted to 20 taels, all of which my elder brother borrowed. After deducting the 2 taels for the hen, when does the Cheng family intend to return the remaining 18 taels to me? Upon hearing this, Sister Cheng erupted. Those 20 taels were given to our Cheng family. When did we ever agree to repay them? Cheng Wanwan replied with a smile, It is only just to repay debts. I would not mind seeking the magistrate's intervention for justice, but I wonder if Cheng Zhao would be willing to face public humiliation over a mere 20 taels? Cheng Zhao, a scholar of the Cheng family and the brightest in the village, was now a hopeful candidate for the imperial examination. The original family believed that this nephew would surely rise to prominence, and thus they spared no expense in supporting their maternal family, hoping to bask in his future glory. However, instead of fortune, they met with misfortune, resulting in a grievous injury. Because Cheng Zhao was a scholar, the Cheng family was particularly concerned with their reputation. To face a court case over 20 taels would strip Cheng Zhao of all dignity in the local school, a scenario that old Madam Cheng would never allow. Aunt, have you lost your mind? Sister Cheng exclaimed incredulously. If you dare to go to court, Cheng Zhao will no longer acknowledge you as his aunt. Cheng Wanwan smirked coldly. Whether he acknowledges me or not is of no consequence. I ask only this. When will the 18 taels be returned? You shameless money grubber. How dare you come to the Cheng family demanding money? Who gave you the audacity? Madam Cheng was instantly filled with rage. Grabbing a piece of firewood, she struck out, exclaiming, I shall not hesitate to beat you, you worthless scoundrel, audacious wretch, daring to oppose me. Zhao Dashan, in a fit of anger, rushed forward to shield Cheng Wanwan. Evading the blow, Cheng Wanwan coldly declared, If you insist on tearing our relationship asunder, then let us settle this in court. Dashan, Sanio. We shall go to the town to report this to the authorities. She turned decisively to leave the courtyard, her gait resolute. Madam Cheng nearly toppled over in her fury. Raising a daughter truly was a costly endeavor. How could she dare to drag her family to court? Cheng Dazhao swiftly emerged, aware that Cheng Zhao was her son. Her pride and joy, and she could not allow Cheng Wanwan, this shameless person, to tarnish his reputation. Gritting her teeth, she called out, Wait, second sister-in-law, do not leave. Turning to the elder, she whispered, Mother, I suspect that yesterday's incident has sown discord between us and our sister-in-law. In her current temper, she might indeed rush to the town to lodge a complaint. It's merely 18 taels of silver. Let us agree to it for now. Once she cools down, this matter will naturally dissipate. Even if she clings to it, once my son passes the imperial examination, we need not fear parting with such a sum. When he becomes an official, I assure you, Cheng Wanwan shall gain no benefit from it. Madam Cheng grasped the essence of her words, her anger flaring as she retorted. Once Cheng Zhao passes the examination, the Cheng family shall not part with a single coin of that silver. Cheng Wanwan's smile widened. She turned to Cheng Erseo, who had been silently observing the commotion, and called out to her. Chung Erseo relished the spectacle, having no scholarly sons of her own and often being trampled by Chang Dazhao. Today, seeing her sister-in-law make her rival suffer was a source of delight. She hoped the situation would escalate. Erseo, whenever Dazhao has money, do let me know, Chang Wanwan said with a smile, just a word of notification. And half of those 18 taels shall be yours. Chang Erseo's expression was one of disbelief. Is that true? Of course it is. If I fail to deliver, you may go to the town and report me to the magistrate, Chang Wanwan replied, her smile ever more pronounced. Chang Dazhao, taking advantage of her son's education, wielded power in the Cheng family. While Erseo was no pushover either, the two often clashed. With her words, the rift between them would only deepen, ensuring that the family squabbles kept them too preoccupied to trouble her. Having delivered her message, Chang Wanwan turned to leave but was suddenly drawn in by the enticing aroma of chicken soup. She strode into the inner room, exuding an aura entirely distinct from her former self, while the Cheng family merely stared, taken aback by her newfound presence. Emerging with a pot of chicken soup, she thrust it into her son's hands, commanding, "Drink." Cheng Dazhao erupted in anger. "What are you doing? This soup is meant for Zhao. This chicken cost 2 taels of silver, which I have already compensated for," Chang Wanwan replied innocently. "Since the money has been settled, this soup belongs to our Zhao family." Zhao Ergu and Zhao Sanyu, both famished and parched, paid no heed to the heat and gulped down nearly half of the chicken soup in one go. Each seized a chicken leg, devouring it voraciously, while also tearing off a chicken wing for Zhao Dashan. In haste, Zhao Dashan snatched the other half of the hen and swiftly concealed it within his sleeve, intending to take it home to nourish Huangyang. Witnessing this scene, old lady Chung was nearly overcome with fury. Her initial intention was to extort 2 taels of silver. Having failed to secure any silver, she now found herself in debt of 18 taels, while the chicken soup meant for her eldest grandson had been consumed by these gluttons. "You worthless scoundrel, may you never return," old lady Chung furiously berated. "Having severed ties with your family, do not expect the Cheng family to come to your aid should you face adversity in the future." Cheng Wanwan, however, remained indifferent to her words. As she was about to leave, she caught sight of a silver hairpin adorning the old lady's head. Without warning, she approached and forcefully yanked the pin from its place. "I remember this well. It was a gift from Dashan's father to me many years ago. I thought it lost, only to discover it had been pilfered by the Chung family. Now it rightfully returns to its owner." The accusation of theft sent old lady Chung into a fit of rage, and before she could catch her breath, her eyelids fluttered shut as she fainted away. Chapter 10. My first time eating to satisfaction. As the sun gradually descended, the evening glow painted the horizon, enveloping Dahu village in a golden hue, creating a picturesque scene. The heat of the day faded away, and a cool evening breeze caressed the faces of the 4 family members. Upon reaching the doorstep, Zhao Sidan and Wu Huinyang rushed out, their faces marked by anxiety. Cheng Wanwan gently spoke, "Wash your hands, it's time to eat." Wu Huinyang promptly brought out the steaming dishes from the pot, while Zhao Dashan retrieved a bowl and placed half a chicken into it. On the wooden table lay 4 dishes and 6 bowls of corn rice. Zhao Ergo and Zhao Senyo stood in astonishment. Having ventured out and braced for punishment upon return, they were instead met with a feast more lavish than a New Year's celebration: braised rabbit with radish, mushroom egg soup, and stir-fried green beans, complemented by the large hen they had brought back. Their mouths watered profusely at the sight of such an abundance of food. Zhao Sidan's stomach had been growling with hunger, and he could hardly contain his excitement as he grasped the chopsticks. Cheng Wanwan chimed in, "Huinyang, please fetch another bowl." Without hesitation, Wu Huinyang dashed to the kitchen to retrieve one. Cheng Wanwan portioned out some rabbit meat and radish, saying, "Sidan, take this to your grandparents." Zhao Sidan licked his lips, scooping up the bowl and dashing outside. As dusk approached, the Zhao family's old residence had already had its supper, a meager meal of buckwheat flour and wild vegetables, each person receiving a small steamed bun filled with long green beans, which could barely satiate their hunger. In Dahu village, this was considered a fine meal. "Old man, do I detect the aroma of meat?" Zhao Lao Tai Tai inquired, sniffing the air. "Which household can still afford meat at this hour?" Zhao Lao Tu took a puff from his pipe. "Let us wait 3 to 5 days. At least half the village will be out of food. What are we to do? Didn't we endure a locust plague last year? Surely the government will intervene." Zhao Lao Tai Tai continued, deftly mending clothes. "I went to town today, and the magistrate mentioned that the government plans to perform a rain-making ritual. Hoping for rain soon." Just as she spoke, a voice rang out from the yard, "Grandma." Zhao Lao Tai Tai quickly set down her needle and thread. What brings Si Dan back? Did his mother scold him again? She opened the door and saw Zhao Si Dan approaching with a bowl in hand. From a distance, it was unclear what he held, leading her to think he had come begging for food. However, as he drew nearer, she realized it was a bowl of meat. The enticing aroma she had just sensed wafted from this very bowl. Grandma, this is sent by mother. I must return now. Zhao Si Dan, mouth-watering, thrust the bowl into Zhao Lao Tai Tai's hands and dashed away to enjoy his rabbit meat. Zhao Lao Tai Tai was momentarily stunned, feeling as if she had misheard. How could her eldest daughter-in-law, known for her frugality, actually send her a bowl of meat? The savory scent spread throughout the courtyard, prompting the rest of the Zhao family to emerge. Zhao Er's youngest son, Zhao Er Wang, remarked, I heard from Taiju that Si Dan caught a rabbit today. This must be rabbit meat. How delightful. Zhao Er's wife expressed surprise. Is it true? The eldest sister-in-law actually sent food to mother? She usually takes food to the Chung family. For years, she has only come to the Zhao family to ask for things, never bringing even a grain of rice. During the day, Zhao Si Dan departed with 3 radishes, a handful of green beans, and even took away an egg. Zhao San's wife whispered that the exchange was nearly balanced. However, old lady Zhao did not perceive it as such. That extravagant woman had given 5 when earlier in the day, and now sent over a large bowl of meat soup. When had the eldest daughter-in-law ever been so generous? She only displayed such kindness when in need of assistance from the Zhao family. Old lady Zhao was determined to ascertain her true intentions. Hearing her grandchildren swallow repeatedly nearby, 2 grandsons and 4 granddaughters, each one of them barely getting enough, old lady Zhao waved her hand dismissively. This is a token of respect from your eldest aunt, so you shall not partake. She carried a bowl of rabbit meat back into the inner room, leaving even her husband astonished. When had the eldest daughter-in-law become so dutiful? She must be up to something, old lady Zhao mused with a cold smile. Since the offering was made, it would be foolish not to indulge, without a full stomach. How could she muster the energy to deal with her? Taking a bite, the rabbit meat was succulent and delectable, the radish tender and flavorful. In her 60 years of life, she had never tasted anything quite so exquisite. When had the mountain bride's culinary skills reached such heights? Upon returning home, Cheng Wanwan announced that dinner was served. The 4 boys were voracious eaters, devouring their rice and rabbit meat with gusto, while even Wu Huanyang, the usually demure daughter-in-law, opened her belly and ate heartily. Cheng Wanwan had anticipated leftovers, but to her surprise, not even a drop of soup remained. The family of 6 leaned back in their chairs, content and satisfied. I have never eaten so well, Zhao Si Dan remarked, patting his belly. Mother, will we be able to eat our fill again tomorrow? The others turned their gazes toward the family's pillar of strength. Cheng Wanwan took a sip of water and replied, Indeed, we have no grain left at home. The 5 faces fell. It was true, and fortunately, they had eaten well today. Perhaps it would tide them over for 3 days. However, Cheng Wanwan placed a silver hairpin on the wooden table. This is the token of love your father gifted me over a decade ago. Back then, I foolishly gave it to the Cheng family, but now that I have severed ties with them, I no longer wish to keep it. Tomorrow, I shall take it to the market to exchange for some grain. At the mention of their father, the boys' eyes filled with tears. Zhao Dashan had the clearest memory of their father. He clenched his fists, declaring, This is the gift father gave to mother. We cannot part with it. Cheng Wanwan replied with a smile. Without selling the hairpin, we cannot buy grain. I believe your father would not want to see his sons go hungry. The 4 sons fell silent, realizing that while their father could bestow such a gift upon their mother, they lacked the means to safeguard it. Zhao Erga spoke softly. One day, I will redeem this hairpin. Today, mother has severed ties with the Chung family for us. One day, I will ensure that mother wears a golden hairpin and is adorned in fine silks. The 4 children felt despondent, prompting Cheng Wanwan to change the subject. Dashan, could you inquire with Uncle Da whether the ox cart is going to town tomorrow? The journey from Dahu village to Taiping town takes over an hour, which is even farther than the distance to Qingjia village. If she were to walk there, it would surely exhaust her completely. Zhao Dashan nodded and stepped outside. Zhao Saida, while still in his mother's womb, lost his father to the battlefield, who never returned. It was only last year that news of his father's death in combat reached them. Having never met his father, the sorrow of his loss paled in comparison to the grief he felt over the rabbit on his plate. He collected all the rabbit bones from the wooden table, wrapped them in leaves, and buried them in the yard. This was the only act of compassion he could offer to the rabbit. Chapter 11. The widow's door is full of controversies as dusk gradually settled. The moon had already ascended the sky, casting its serene light upon the courtyard. Cheng Wanwan sat upon a chair and spoke softly, Ergo, Sanyo. Do you have anything to say? Zhao Ergo lowered his head. We ought not to have gone to Qingjia village. Although he uttered these words, he held no remorse. His mother had severed ties with the Qing family because of him and Sanyo. Henceforth, no matter what good things came into their home, his mother would no longer send them to the Qings, and the Chung family could no longer bully her. Zhao Sanyu also bowed his head. Mother, I was wrong. You both were indeed in the wrong, Cheng Wanan replied gently. Before one is adequately prepared and possesses a chance of success, one should not act so recklessly. Ergu, you are 16 this year, a man now. I know you are clever, but merely in trivial matters. Had your elder brother and I not gone today, you and San Yo would have been bound in the courtyard all night without food or water, which could have cost you half your life. And San Yo, despite your strength, you rarely use your wits. No matter how strong you are, at just 14, you are unlikely to match your uncle in strength. Do not act so rashly in the future. Both Zhao Ergu and Zhao Sanyi were taken aback. Their mother had not scolded them for causing trouble at the Qings, but rather for failing to prepare adequately. Was she truly resolved to abandon the Chung family? Qing Wanwan continued, when one makes a mistake, one must face the consequences. Thus, I shall punish you both to fetch 2 buckets of water each. Zhao Ergu looked up. Bewildered, in the past, their mother's punishments had involved kneeling all night or fasting for a day. Fetching water was merely a chore. Could it also be considered a punishment? Zhao Sanyu had already picked up a water bucket. We shall go fetch the water now. The two of them exited in succession. Cheng Wanan rose and went to the kitchen, instructing Wu Huanyang to boil water. Everyone is tired today. It is essential for all to take a bath. As she rummaged through her memories, she realized she could not recall the last time she had bathed. Each day, she merely washed her hands and face. And with the daily sweat, the odor was unmistakable. She understood that water was a scarce resource, yet she could not endure the stench of herself and her family. As night fell, the village of Day gradually fell silent. The farming families, having labored all day, were ready to rest. The well, where people would queue for water, was devoid of any presence, and Zhao Ergu and Zhao Sanyu returned bearing 2 buckets of water each. In the home, a large wooden basin, seldom used, was brought forth by Cheng Wanwan. She poured in some hot water, added a touch of cold, and then called for Zhao Sidon, will you wash yourself? Or shall I assist you? Zhao Sidon's face turned crimson. I will wash myself. In his recollection, his mother had never bathed him. Rather, he had never bathed at home without clothing. Before the drought, he had always considered swimming in the river, fully undressed, as sufficient for cleanliness. The child was filthy, and the dirt fell away with a mere rub. Simply rinsing would not suffice. Cheng Wanwan searched the marketplace for quite some time until she finally purchased a rather inconspicuous bar of soap for merely 3 won. This is the finest soap. Freshly acquired from your uncle's home, it leaves a delightful fragrance after a bath. The Zhao family had never encountered soap before, nor had they even heard of it. Zhao Sidong hesitated to use the small bar of soap. Cheng Wanwan instructed him on how to use it, and soon he was covered in bubbles. Merrily frolicking in the yard, Zhao Ergu, somewhat exasperated, urged, can you wash any faster? Zhao Sidong blinked innocently, replying, Mother said I must wash thoroughly, otherwise I can't go to bed. Zhao Ergu beckoned, Sanyo, let us help him wash. Elder brother, second brother, please don't. Big brother, come save me. Zhao Sidong quickly dodged, laughing, ha, don't tickle me, it's too ticklish. I'm done washing, I'm done. Listening to the joyful laughter emanating from the yard, Cheng Wanwan could not help but smile. As night fell, the Zhao family lined up one by one for their baths, filling the yard with the scent of soap, and each person appeared considerably brighter. That night, Cheng Wanwan finally enjoyed a restful sleep. At dawn, the village of Date awoke. When Cheng Wanwan rose, the 3 children beside her were still sleeping soundly like little piglets. She tiptoed out of bed to find Wu Huanyang bustling in the yard, washing the dirty clothes the family had changed out of the previous night. Zhao Dashan hefted a hoe, preparing to head out to tend to the fields. Dashan, come with me to the town, Cheng Wanwan instructed, turning to Wu Huanyang. You stay home and tidy up, don't go up the mountain. Yesterday, Wu Huanyang almost had a fall on the mountain, and Cheng Wanwan couldn't risk having a pregnant woman venture up there again. But mother, where else can we go to forage for wild vegetables, if not the mountain? Wu Huanyang protested. The wild vegetables in the fields have nearly all been picked. We must venture deeper into the mountains. Little goose vegetables are quite delicious, Cheng Wanwan suggested. You and Sidong should gather more little goose vegetables from your own fields, while the second and third brothers go up the mountain to hunt for mushrooms and ferns. Dashan and I will return before noon. Zhao Da's ox cart awaited at the village entrance, and a mere one would afford a ride. Cheng Wanwan paid 2 won and boarded the cart with Zhao Dashan, who was accompanied by other villagers. Both mother and son appeared clean after their baths the previous night. Though their clothes remained tattered, still, they looked somewhat different from the others. Cheng Wanwan's fair complexion accentuated the wound on her forehead. A woman, typically unfriendly towards her, mocked, "Where is Zhao Dajia off to? Why not to Qingjia village?" The entire village knew that Zhao Dajia was one to pilfer all good things from her maternal home. Only to be met with scorn from her family, it was truly laughable. Cheng Wanwan's lips curled into a slight smile, and Fugui, "Your husband seems to share your inquisitive nature, always wanting to know where I'm headed. What concern is my destination to you two?" And Fugui's brows furrowed in indignation. "What do you mean by that?" Cheng Wanwan replied coolly, "If Aunt Fugui has the energy to monitor others, she should devote more attention to her own husband." With just a few words, she nearly provoked Aunt Fugui to a boiling point. She was almost tempted to leap out of the car and rush back to confront her man about whether he was entangled with Cheng Wanwan. However, observing Cheng Wanwan's serene demeanor, it hardly appeared to be an affair. Instead, it seemed her man was the one pursuing this widow, and fucking's heart ached with indignation. Yet she was reluctant to lose face in front of so many people. Coldly, she remarked, "We're from the same village. I merely inquired about your whereabouts." Intending to extend a kind gesture, Cheng Wanwan closed her eyes to rest. As the saying goes, a widow attracts much gossip. After the original owner lost her husband and separated from her family, numerous older men in the village sought to create trouble. Fortunately, the original owner was quite spirited and managed to drive them away one by one, leaving only Zhao fucking persistently bothering her, appearing every few days. She found it exceedingly tiresome. By mentioning this, she hoped Aunt fucking would keep a close watch on her husband. Otherwise, she feared she might lose control and smash Zhao fucking's head with a brick. Chapter 12. The Locust Passed Through. Not a blade of grass remains. The sun ascended above the horizon as the ox cart came to a halt on the bustling main street of Ping'an Town. Cheng Wanwan and Zhao Dashan leapt from the cart, hastening toward the pawn shop. Despite the early hour, the town was already teeming with activity, stalls lining the roadside, predominantly selling delectable snacks that wafted tantalizing aromas into the air. Upon reaching the entrance of the pawn shop, Cheng Wanwan paused momentarily, turning to Zhao Dashan. "Could you fetch 2 meat buns for me?" She fished out a few coins from her waist and handed them over. Zhao Dashan promptly turned to fulfill her request. As Cheng Wanwan stepped into the pawn shop, the attendant immediately approached to greet her. She produced a silver hairpin from her sleeve, and the attendant examined its quality before raising a finger. 101. Cheng Wanwan felt a pang in her heart. This was a token that her husband had purchased for nearly a tael of silver, and it was now worth merely 100 won. The hairpin was too old-fashioned and lacked appeal, and moreover, the recent influx of jewelry pawners had naturally driven down the prices. "I assure you, madam, my valuation is quite reasonable," the attendant insisted. The term madam brought tears to Cheng Wanwan's eyes in silence. She retrieved the hairpin. "Forget it. I shall not pawn it." 101 was indeed too meager. It hardly seemed worthwhile to part with a cherished memento of her and her husband's affection for such a trifling sum. Turning on her heel, she exited the shop without a word, and the attendant did not attempt to stop her, knowing well that once her household was devoid of provisions, this madam would surely return. Outside, Zhao Dashan had just finished purchasing the buns and eagerly inquired, "Mother, how much did you manage to pawn it for?" Cheng Wanwan tucked the silver hairpin back into her sleeve and replied, 201. The earnings from selling mushrooms yesterday allowed her to buy some seasonings and soap. And with the 2 meat buns acquired this morning, she was left with precisely 201. Zhao Dashan beamed. 201 can procure a substantial amount of grain. Only with provisions at home would he feel secure. Cheng Wanwan handed him 10 won. "Go to the general store and purchase some salt along with a few necessary seasonings. I will check the grain store." Zhao Dashan stuffed a meat bun into his mouth and hurried off with the coins. Cheng Wanwan proceeded directly to the grain store, where every type of grain was clearly priced. Rice was 12 won per pound, millet 5 won, and white flour 8 won. Her brow furrowed. When the original owner had last returned to the town to buy grain, millet had only cost 2 won per pound. How had prices risen so dramatically in such a brief period? Exiting the grain store, she wandered into a deserted alley and accessed the virtual marketplace. In comparison to the grain store, the prices in the marketplace were far more affordable. Rice was available for just 2 won per pound, so she purchased 20 pounds. And flour at 4 won per pound, also acquiring 20 pounds, before spending 30 won on a cast iron pot. The burden on her back became significantly heavier. And although she had initially intended to buy more, she found it truly cumbersome. With her back laden with several dozen pounds, Chung Wanwan emerged and unexpectedly encountered Zhao Dashan, who held a small packet of salt. "Mother, the price of salt has surged. 10 Wen can only buy this little." Chung Wanwan shook her head. "I just purchased some as well. Let us return home." The salt in the marketplace was inexpensive, where 10 Wen could procure 5 large packages. As the two were about to board the ox cart, a sudden commotion erupted in the street, the townsfolk appearing anxious and abuzz with chatter. Last night, a band of robbers broke into Wang Yuanwai's home and made off with 1,000 pounds of rice. How audacious they are, daring to invade a household for grain. Was the authorities notified? Yes, the report was made last night, but no culprits were apprehended. Everyone should secure their doors at night to avoid attracting the thieves' attention. As Chung Wanwan turned her head, she noticed the price board at the grain store had changed. Rice now cost 15 Wen per pound. Zhao Dashan stood there, dumbfounded. Why is it so expensive? Chung Wanwan sighed. With 1,000 pounds of grain stolen from Ping'an town, the already scarce supply had become even more precious. Today it was 15 Wen, but tomorrow it might rise to 20. Fortunately, she had her marketplace, so she need not fear soaring prices. However, the rest of the populace in this era would surely suffer greatly. Cheng Wanwan shook off her complicated emotions and climbed onto the ox cart with Zhao Dashan. Zhao Da, noticing her basket, casually asked, "Sister Zhao, why did you buy a pot? It looks quite nice. When did Zhu the blacksmith's skills improve so much?" Cheng Wanwan replied, "It's not made by Zhu the blacksmith." She refused to divulge any further details about where she had purchased it. Zhao Da thought to himself, given the current circumstances, having food to eat was fortunate enough. How could this spendthrift woman waste money on a pot? The other passengers on the ox cart were in low spirits after their trip to town, discussing the rising prices. "Corn is 5 Wen per pound. Who can afford that? I only bought some buckwheat flour. We have just 3 days' worth of food left, relying solely on the crops in the field. If it doesn't rain soon, our family will have to gnaw on tree bark daily." Last year, the locust plague prompted the court to distribute relief grain. If this year's harvest fails, surely the court will not turn a blind eye, will they? "We are suffering from drought here, but I hear it rains every day over in Anqing, drowning all the crops. With so many people in distress, will the court's grain supplies suffice?" The more they conversed, the heavier the atmosphere became. Suddenly, something flew above Chung Wanwan's head, startling her into stillness. "Dashan, quickly, help me get it down." She had lived for 33 years, unafraid of anything except insects and spiders. Zhao Dashan hurriedly reached for the insect above her, and when he finally caught it, his expression fell. "Uncle Da, come look. Is this a locust?" The yellow-green flying creature with long forewings was unmistakably a locust. A scream erupted from the women on the cart. "Didn't he the locust leave last year? How can there still be one? Don't frighten yourself. It's just a lone locust. Just crush it," said Aunt Fuguwei, stepping forward to grasp the locust. It burst, releasing its juices, and she tossed it onto the cart's floor, stomping on it twice for good measure, feeling a sense of relief. As the saying goes, when locusts pass, not a blade of grass remains. The thought of a locust plague instilled greater fear in the villagers than drought. While drought may hold the hope for rain, the arrival of locusts could decimate the crops within a day. Last year, Dahu village had nothing to harvest, relying only on government aid and the cycle of autumn sowing and spring harvesting to survive until now. No one dared to endure that ordeal again. Upon reaching the village entrance, Chung Wanwan and Zhao Dashan disembarked from the cart. At home, only Wu Huinyang was present, busy mending clothes. Chung Wanwan entered, instructing, "Huinyang, please shut the door." The recent incident involving Wang Yuanwai from the town served as a stark reminder. One must never expose their provisions, for doing so invites covetous eyes. This caution was precisely why she had purchased a pot in town, cleverly concealing it upside down on her backpack, ensuring that no one could discern the contents within. Even Zhao Dashan remained unaware of what his mother had procured. She first retrieved the iron pot and then began to extract the other items one by one. 20 caddies of rice, 20 caddies of flour, and 2 caddies of pork belly she had opportunistically acquired from the market, alongside a substantial bag of coarse salt and an array of essential seasonings, filled the table to the brim. At present, she found herself devoid of any coins, and she would have to venture into the mountains in the afternoon to forage for mushrooms to earn a few copper coins. Chung Wanwan handed the pork belly to Wu Huinyang, saying, "For lunch today, we shall have braised pork." Wu Huinyang paused for a moment, inquiring, "Mother, what is braised pork?" Chapter 13. A neighbor is better than a distant relative in the village of Day. meals are consumed twice a day, one in the morning and another in the afternoon, with no cooking at noon. However, at this moment, the air was subtly infused with the tantalizing aroma of meat. Aunt Wang sat in the courtyard, inhaling deeply. It was the unmistakable scent of pork, undoubtedly pork. Such a season saw villagers indulging in pork. Following the fragrance, Aunt Wang stepped out of her courtyard and spotted Zhao Sidon approaching from the ridge, his small frame burdened by a large basket filled with young duckweed. Sidon, why have you gathered so much duckweed? Aunt Wang inquired. Zhao Sidon replied earnestly, my mother says duckweed is delicious. Aunt Wang couldn't help but grimace. Cooked duckweed was notoriously difficult to prepare and bitter to taste. Zhao's mother was surely deceiving the child. What does a little kid know? He simply eats whatever his mother gives him. Poor thing. Sidon, wait up. Aunt Wang turned and rushed inside, retrieving a steamed bun. She extended it outward, hesitated, then broke it in half, pressing a small portion into Zhao Sidon's hands. Quickly eat this to fill your stomach. Zhao Sidon promptly pushed it back. Auntie, I can't take this. A child like you should accept it without hesitation. Why the fuss? Aunt Wang retorted with irritation. Your mother takes all the good food to the Qing family, leaving you four to suffer. A 10-year-old looks like a 6 or 7-year-old. Your mother deserves it. So preoccupied with her family, only to be beaten by her own brother. What a laugh. She continued, Sidon, when you grow up, move out as soon as you can. Don't be like your brother and sister-in-law, stuck at home like a draft animal, unable to even scrape together a meal. I find her more malicious than a stepmother. Meanwhile, Cheng Wanwan was washing her hands in the courtyard when the sound of Aunt Wang's scolding reached her ears. Who could be standing at her door cursing in broad daylight? She dried her hands and stepped outside, only to find Aunt Wang holding forth with Zhao Sidon at the neighboring entrance. Sidon attempted to interject several times, but Aunt Wang forcibly silenced him, insisting, hurry and eat this half of the bun. Don't let your mother see it, or you won't get a bite. Cheng Wanwan couldn't help but feel exasperated. Sharing food should be a benevolent act, yet Aunt Wang's manner made it infuriating. Reflecting on the misdeeds of her previous self, she understood why Aunt Wang harbored such animosity. The two families were neighbors, separated only by a few large trees, leading to inevitable conflicts. The previous self had often taken advantage of Aunt Wang, leaving her at a loss. More than once, she had received scathing rebukes from Aunt Wang, retreating into silence. Yet, despite everything, Aunt Wang had still surreptitiously slipped buns to the previous self's son. As the saying goes, a neighbor is better than a distant relative. If reconciliation with Aunt Wang were possible, it would indeed be a positive outcome. However, given the previous self's acerbic nature, such a transformation would be jarring. Keep this for yourselves, Cheng Wanwan interjected, lifting the basket from Zhao Sidon's back. We have meat to eat today. Who needs steamed buns? Her words dripped with 3 parts sarcasm, 3 parts mockery, and 4 parts boastfulness, perfectly embodying the temperament of her former self. Aunt Wang inhaled the savory aroma of meat wafting through the air, filled with disbelief. Your family can still afford meat? The Chung family had struck her head, leaving a bloody wound. The meat she previously provided to them, she had snatched back for her own consumption. Why should that be unacceptable? Cheng Wanwan, with a sense of righteousness, declared, I've taken my share back home to eat meat. She did not intend to boast. Rather, she sought to inform every villager through Aunt Wang's mouth that she had severed ties with the Chung family. Cheng Wanwan had lost all hope in her maternal family, resulting in a profound change in her demeanor and her determination to live well from now on. I can't believe a word of that. Aunt Wang rolled her eyes. Having money for meat is foolish. It would be wiser to save it for a few more pounds of grain. Old Lady Zhao is right. She is truly a spendthrift, feasting today without a thought for tomorrow, while her children suffer. As she spoke, she swallowed hard, the enticing scent of meat from next door stirring her hunger. After the autumn harvest, she resolved to trade a few pounds of grain in town for half a pound of pork, so her children could also savor the taste of meat. Zhao Sidon rushed into the courtyard and immediately spotted the bubbling red braised pork in the pot, his mouth watering uncontrollably. Cheng Wanwan whispered, Sidon, from now on, if we have any delicious food at home, you mustn't tell anyone outside. Understand? Zhao Sidon nodded vigorously. I won't say a word, not to anyone. If word reached their uncle, he would surely come to seize all the meat from their home. Cheng Wanwan picked up a piece of red braised pork with her chopsticks, blew on it, and placed it into his mouth. How does it taste? Is it flavorful? Zhao Sidon swallowed it whole, barely registering the flavor, and licked his lips. Mother, I want more. You little glutton, Cheng Wanwan chuckled, calling for his second and third brothers to come home for dinner. Zhao sighed and turned and dashed outside. Sheng Wanwan asked Wu Huingyang to serve the red braised pork and then prepare white rice. She called Zhao Dashan inside. I recall you have some skills in masonry. Could you build a small stove here? With 2 pots on one stove, they could use the old pot for steaming rice and the new pot for cooking, saving a great deal of effort and fuel. Zhao Dashan, having apprenticed as a mason in town last year, indeed possessed some knowledge. He promptly went to the riverbank to gather a few stones, then dug up yellow clay from the backyard, mixing it with water to create a slurry, and began constructing the stove under Cheng Wanwan's guidance. As the rice cooked to perfection, the house filled with the delightful scents of meat and rice. At that moment, Zhao sighed and hurried back, breathless. Mother, it's bad. Second brother and third brother are fighting with someone. Cheng Wanwan felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. How could these 2 troublemakers be so reckless? Before she could respond, Zhao Dashan discarded the stone in his hand, exclaiming, "Let us go see who dares to bully my brother." "You stop right there." Cheng Wanwan called after him. "Stay here and finish building the stove. I'll go check it out." She stepped outside, knowing that when children fight, it is the parents' duty to intervene. Sending the eldest would only escalate the conflict. Zhao sighed and led the way, explaining the situation as they went. Zhang Wulai, also known as Zhang Dagong's father, found himself embroiled in a quarrel with the 2 young lads. Both father and son are emblematic of the idlers in the village. It is evident that Zhang Wulai is deliberately seeking trouble with the boys over the rabbit that eluded him yesterday. Thus the misfortune that has befallen Ergo and Sanyo is unwarranted. Cheng Wanwan made her way to the village entrance, where there lies the only well still yielding water, always bustling with villagers queuing for their turn. At this moment, Zhang Wulai was engaged in a scuffle with the Zhao family's 2 boys, drawing half the village to witness the commotion. Zhang Wulai, how have you squandered your years only to quarrel with 2 mere children? Someone remarked. Spitting on the ground, Zhang Wulai retorted, I am defending the interests of the entire village. These 2 youngsters fetched dozens of buckets of water in the dead of night yesterday and now return to queue for more today. As if the village's water is merely a gift from the wind. Their household consumes a disproportionate amount of water, while others are left with less. Why should they monopolize all the benefits? Chapter 14. Sister Zhao is a widow in the village of Dei. There are a total of 3 wells. 1 at the village entrance, 1 at the village end, and 1 belonging to the village head. However, only the well at the village entrance continues to yield water, and no one knows when it might run dry. Most villagers queue during the day to fetch water, but several households also come at night. The amount of water each family collects in a day is unpredictable, and there are no regulations preventing anyone from coming to fetch water again the next day after a night visit. It became evident to the villagers that Zhang Wulai was clearly seeking trouble with the Zhao family's 2 boys. Zhao Erga gritted his teeth, exclaiming, The village head hasn't he said anything, so why do you forbid us from fetching water? Zhang Wulai scoffed, kicking over the water bucket at Zhao Erga's feet. Why? Simply because your family consumes too much water, inconveniencing everyone. The bucket rolled away, and Zhao Sanya charged at Zhang Wulai like a young calf. Zhang Wulai grasped him by the collar, raising his fist to strike. Stop! Cheng Wanwan's cold voice rang out. The crowd parted to make way for her as she approached. She pulled Zhao Sanya back and shielded him behind her. Are you openly bullying us orphans? Who could possibly bully you? Zhang Wulai sneered. You stole a hefty rabbit weighing 3 to 4 pounds from my son. If you dare take things from him, don't blame me for preventing your family from using water. Cheng Wanwan retorted with a cold smile. Is it acceptable for your Zhang family to steal from others, yet not for anyone to reclaim what is theirs? That rabbit was captured by my brother, Si Dan. Your Zhang Dagong injured Si Dan's wrist and tore his clothes while trying to seize it. I haven't settled the score with your family yet. And you dare to kick over my water bucket? Zhang Wulai, indolent and unpopular in the village, found himself facing growing support for Cheng Wanwan's words. Indeed. Just the other day, Zhang Dagong snatched a handful of wild vegetables from my grandson. Last year, I caught him and his gang stealing radishes from my field multiple times. That child is just like his father, no good. Sister Zhao, who previously only knew how to make a scene, now articulated her thoughts fluently and forcefully. Regardless of her past behavior, she was still a mother, and what mother wouldn't protect her young? Humiliated by the villagers' pointed remarks, Zhang Wulai, filled with anger and shame, snapped, Zhao Cheng, don't think I want to dare to hit you just because you're a woman. Cheng Wanwan defiantly offered her head, come, strike here. The other day, my brother cracked his head open. I made him compensate me with a chicken and several pounds of meat. Knowing your family is impoverished, just compensate me with some rice instead. Hurry up, Stop dawdling. Strike hard so you can pay me more rice. She stepped forward, forcing Zhang Wulai to retreat. Though notorious in the village, Sister Zhao had a reputation that was not much better, which emboldened him to openly provoke her. As long as the villagers do not side with Sister Zhao, he possesses the capability to extract a piece of flesh from this woman. Who would have anticipated that she would defy common expectations, first presenting a well-reasoned argument, only to suddenly escalate and offer her own head? If he were to truly shatter this woman's skull, it would be a trifling matter to be scorned by the villagers. The real concern would be the compensation for the grain, of which his household had none to spare. Yet this woman was adept at creating a scene. Should she end up hanging from a rope at his doorstep, it would spell disaster. Zhang Wulai, enough is enough. After bullying the children, now you turn your sights on women. Do you have no shame? Zhao Fugui exclaimed from among the crowd. His companion, Aunt Fugui, immediately seized his ear. What concern is it of yours when others are quarreling? Why are you shouting? Zhao Fugui retorted. Sister Zhao is a widow. What's wrong with speaking up for a widow? Aunt Fugui's heart ached with anger. Her husband was clearly fixated on the widow from the Zhao family, daring to support her in broad daylight, and who knows what unspeakable acts he might be engaging in behind closed doors. She yanked her husband's ear and dragged him away. With Zhao Fugui speaking out, others joined in support. Zhang Wulai, why not summon the village chief to arbitrate? They suggested. The village chief was known for his fairness. If Sister Zhao had indeed stolen your rabbit, he would surely side with you. Zhang Wulai spat in disdain and grabbed 2 buckets of water before departing. Cheng Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief. To speak candidly, she had genuinely feared that Zhang Wulai might hurl a stone at her head. She realized that she was far too weak, possessing little more than a sharp tongue. It seemed she needed to purchase something for self-defense at the marketplace. Turning to the crowd surrounding her, she addressed them. Thank you all, dear sisters and aunts, for your support. As she spoke, her back remained straight, her gaze clear, and her face appeared surprisingly fair under the sun, not at all resembling that of a village woman. The onlookers found themselves astonished. Why did Sister Zhao seem so different? She had faced similar troubles before, typically bursting into tears and wailing on the ground. Yet today, without throwing a tantrum, she had managed to drive Zhang Wulai away, which was quite uncharacteristic of her. Cheng Wanwan led her 2 sons home. Along the way, Zhao Ergu and Zhao Sanyu dared not utter a word, fearful of receiving a harsh scolding. Upon reaching their doorstep, they inhaled the rich aroma of meat and vegetables, their mouths watering uncontrollably. Cheng Wanwan brought over a basin of water. Wash your hands, it's time for dinner. Zhao Ergu, taken aback, asked, Mother, aren't you punishing us? Cheng Wanwan replied calmly, You have done nothing wrong. Why should I punish you? Zhang Wulai was merely looking for trouble. His actions had no bearing on the 2 children. The root of the conflict lay in their poverty, where a single rabbit and a bucket of water could provoke such turmoil. In the kitchen, she retrieved an empty bowl, scooped a generous portion of braised pork, and filled it halfway before handing it to Zhao Sidon. Take this to your grandmother and tell her it was retrieved from the Cheng family. The original family had treated the 4 children poorly, relying on the elderly matriarch to secretly provide them with food, or else the children would be even thinner. She has risen from an orphan to a successful businesswoman, naturally acquiring a keen understanding of human relationships, having resolved to lead a fulfilling life. It is essential for her to mend ties with the Zhao family. In ancient times, familial bonds held significant power. In Dahu village, half the inhabitants bear the surname Zhao, tracing their lineage back several generations to close kin. Cultivating a harmonious relationship with the Zhao family will undoubtedly facilitate her endeavors within the village. Zhao Sidon dashed towards the Zhao household, cradling a bowl in his hands. It was midday, and the members of the Zhao family were gathered harmoniously. The men rested while the women busied themselves with sewing and washing, and the children busily sorted through the wild vegetables they had foraged earlier that morning. Grandma, Zhao Sidon exclaimed as he burst through the courtyard gate. My mother sent me. The bowl held a portion of braised pork, its aroma utterly tantalizing, causing the children in the yard to collectively lift their heads, inhaling deeply the savory scent that filled the air. Chapter 15. Earning half a tael of silver, Madame Zhao was genuinely astonished. She set aside her needlework and approached, her eyes widening at the sight of a bowl brimming with meat, both red and white, its colors particularly enticing. Yesterday, Mother had visited the home of the eldest uncle. Zhao Sidon extended the bowl, declaring that Mother had retrieved the silver hairpin from Grandmother's head and exchanged it in town for a considerable amount of meat. He licked his lips and hurried back, anxious not to miss out on the braised pork. Madame Zhao held the bowl, her face a canvas of perplexity. Did Sidon mean that the eldest daughter-in-law had quarreled with the Chung family? Zhao Er's daughter-in-law remarked, "It certainly sounds that way. Perhaps it is a blessing in disguise. At least the eldest sister-in-law will no longer take the family's good provisions to the Chengs, allowing the children a taste of meat." A single silver hairpin could fetch 50 copper coins, enough to buy 10 pounds of grain. It was truly lamentable that this extravagant woman had chosen to spend it on meat. Madame Zhao's heart ached. Having indulged in meat today, what would they eat tomorrow? This young woman never considered the days ahead, which was truly distressing. Previously, the eldest sister-in-law had never shown filial piety towards her parents. Zhao San's daughter-in-law spoke thoughtfully. "I wonder if the eldest sister-in-law regrets the division of the family and wishes to return? Given the scarcity of grain in every household, it was likely that the eldest sister-in-law's family was also in want. If the Chengs were unwilling to lend grain, they would surely turn their sights on the Zhao family. By offering a morsel of meat to appease the matriarch, they could smoothly return to the old homestead, alleviating their hunger." Zhao San's daughter-in-law pursed her lips. The provisions in their cellar were limited as well. If the 6 members of the eldest household returned, they might barely manage to be half satiated, and in the future, they would be reduced to a mere third. The division of the family had been formalized in writing, and it would not be so simple to return. Madame Zhao let out a cold hum. If they wished to come back, it was permissible, but they would have to heed her commands from then on. Previously, she had been concerned about what mischief this woman might concoct, but now that she understood her intentions, there was no reason not to savor the meat. The matriarch beckoned the children in the yard. "Come here, all of you." With the addition of a bowl of meat, the children lost their motivation to work. Their 6 pairs of bright eyes fixated on the braised pork, uniformly swallowing in anticipation. At her signal, the 6 children dashed forward like the wind. Each received a piece of meat, no more, no less. Madame Zhao directly fed each child a piece of braised pork with her hand. The children did not mind the mess. Eagerly biting into the meat, its fragrant and sweet flavor enveloping their mouths, making it difficult for them to swallow. Only 3 or 4 pieces of meat remained at the bottom of the bowl. Madame Zhao carried the bowl indoors, placing it on the stove to save for when the old man returned. Zhao Laer swallowed hard. "Dewang, is it delicious?" Zhao Dewang, with meat in his mouth, mumbled, "Yes. It's incredibly delicious, but there's only 1 piece." Zhao Laer inwardly cursed. How could he complain about a single piece when he had even tasted any yet? However, as a father, he felt reluctant to snatch food from his son's mouth. Zhao Wang had already swallowed his meat, licking his lips incessantly. The 4 young girls beside her nibbled delicately. Yet the piece of meat was so minuscule that no matter how slowly they savored it, it was soon devoured. Zhao Erseo diverted her attention, remarking, "Eldest sister, you appear to be in better spirits than before." Zhao Sansa tugged at the corners of her lips. Each of the 6 children received a piece of meat, which seemed equitable at first glance. However, with 4 offspring from the second household and only 2 from the third, it was undeniably the third household that bore the brunt of the unfairness. She could blame no one but herself for her unyielding womb that had failed to bear a son. Rising quietly, she went to wash clothes. The family of 6 gathered around a wooden table, laden with a large bowl of braised pork, a dish of stir-fried wild fern, and 6 bowls of steaming white rice. The only sounds that filled the air were the rhythmic munching of rice. Before long, the braised pork was entirely consumed, and even the sauce was thoroughly mixed with rice by San Nyo, leaving nothing behind. Delicious. I had never tasted such exquisite meat. So this is what braised pork is. The 4 boys leaned back in their chairs, patting their bellies with expressions of utter satisfaction. Wu Huanyang understood the process of making braised pork. After rendering the pig fat, she would toss in a generous handful of brown sugar, sought ing it until fragrant, then adding precious soy sauce, followed by a large platter of meat ensconced in syrup. The meat was delectable on its own, but combined with such abundant oil and sugar, it would indeed be sinful if it were not delicious. The dish of wild greens was also stir-fried in pig fat, presenting a vibrant green bowl that revealed to her today that wild vegetables could be so delightful. After the meal, Wu Huanyang rose to clear the remnants, while Cheng Wanwan took her 4 sons up the mountain, having spent all their copper coins in town that morning. She was now in urgent need of wild vegetables and mushrooms to sell. Possessing some money brought her a sense of security. The afternoon sun blazed fiercely, causing the rice plants in the fields to curl their leaves, many already dried up. As they trekked up the mountain, the shade of the trees offered a welcome respite from the heat. At this hour, many women and children from the village had come to forage for vegetables for the evening meal. The wild vegetables at the base of the mountain had long been stripped bare, and most were now foraging for wild ferns and purslane halfway up the slope, while others ventured deeper into the mountains in hopes of finding mushrooms, wood ears, or wild fruits for a change in taste. Naturally, Cheng Wanwan headed toward the deeper woods. Her goal set on mushrooms, preferably those with vibrant colors that the villagers dared not touch. Ping. Wild, natural matsutake mushrooms detected. Cheng Wanwan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Matsutake are indeed a prized delicacy, fetching hundreds per pound in modern society. Suppressing her eagerness, she spoke calmly. Dashin, go search for wild ferns. Ergu. See if you can find any mushrooms. Sanyu, gather some firewood. And Saida, wander about and see if you can find any wild fruits. Understood, mother. The four boys promptly dispersed. Cheng Wanwan turned, parting a thicket of thorns, and approached an ancient pine tree, its base adorned with broad-leaved shrubs. As she pushed through the layers of foliage, she spotted 3 or 4 white matsutake mushrooms nestled in the soft earth. Gently, she unearthed the mushrooms, collecting a total of 5, weighing less than a pound. Ping. 6 ounces of wild, natural matsutake mushrooms, valued at 391. Would you like to sell? Yes. Cheng Wanwan felt her waist pouch suddenly grow heavy. She clicked her tongue in surprise, realizing that matsutake mushrooms were priced over 600 per pound. She wished she could find a few more. As she ventured deeper into the thicket, she stumbled upon an abundance of white onion mushrooms and chicken fur mushrooms, which collectively fetched her 124 won for 5 or 6 pounds. Now, she possessed a total of 514 won, equivalent to nearly half a tael of silver. Just as she was about to continue her search, she heard a commotion not far away. Parting the underbrush to investigate, she discovered 2 women engaged in a fierce altercation. One was Aunt Wong from next door, and the other was Aunt Fugue. They were bickering over a nest of bird eggs. Aunt Wong had a firm grip on Aunt Fugue's hair, exclaiming, "The bird eggs were first discovered by our family S. Loach. Why should they belong to you?" Aunt Fugue retaliated by seizing Aunt Wong's arm, declaring, "My son climbed the tree to retrieve them. They naturally belong to us. Release me." As the 2 women grappled, their children stood by, wide-eyed and silently observing. On the ground, the nest contained 6 tiny bird eggs, and Cheng Wanwan couldn't help but lick her lips. Though not a glutton, ever since arriving in this peculiar place, her thoughts had been consumed with food. The taste of bird eggs must be delightful. Perhaps she could ask Si Dan to search for some in the forest. With no interest in the quarrel, she was about to retreat when something suddenly fell from above. Chapter 16. Candied chestnuts. Cheng Wanwan reached up to her head and felt a prickly round object jab her hand. The sensation of this spiky sphere struck her as oddly familiar. Upon prying it open with her fingers, she was instantly taken aback. It was a chestnut. She looked up to find a chestnut tree nestled among the ancient giants of the forest. This season, the chestnuts were cloaked in their green shells, rendering the tree nearly indistinguishable from a distance. Just as she pondered what to prepare for dinner that evening, nature had graciously delivered a bounty to her doorstep. Cheng Wanwan embraced the tree trunk and gave it a shake, causing a cascade of chestnuts to tumble down. The commotion attracted the attention of Aunt Wong and Aunt Fugue, who were nearby. Aunt Wong, with her keen eyesight, quickly discerned what was happening. She bent down and collected 3 bird eggs from the ground, exclaiming, "All right. Let us split these evenly. No stealing." With that, she hoisted her basket and began to lead her own slippery catch towards Cheng Wanwan. And Fugue, having wrapped her own bird eggs, hurried to follow suit. There were not merely 1, but at least 3 or 4 chestnut trees in the vicinity. Each of the 3 women shook a different tree, and in the forest, the only sounds to be heard were the rustling of leaves. Remarkably, the group remained silent, as they all understood that if they tarried too long, others would arrive to claim what little chestnuts were available. Cheng Wanwan filled her basket to the brim, while Aunt Wong and Aunt Fugue's baskets were equally full. Gradually, their pace began to slow. At that moment, more passers-by joined the quest for chestnuts. Cheng Wanwan's haul weighed over 20 pounds, enough to last for many days. Not one to be greedy, she struggled under the weight of her heavy bamboo basket as she made her way to reunite with her 4 sons. Along the journey, she meticulously searched the woods, hoping to uncover a vast expanse of wild chestnut trees. If she could find such a treasure, even if the harvest was meager this year, the villagers of Day would not go hungry. Yet, to her dismay, this area yielded only those 4 chestnut trees. "Mother, look what I found." Zhao Sidian proudly presented a handful of green and red fruits. Zhao Dashin and Zhao Ergo had also gathered a substantial amount, their basket brimming with wild vegetables and mushrooms. The group proceeded to find Zhao Sanyu, who was chopping firewood halfway up the hill, a tall stack of dried branches piled at his feet, bound together with straw rope. The 5 of them returned home with their bountiful harvest. It was still early when they arrived back, well before dinner preparations were due. Cheng Wanwan instructed her sons to peel the chestnuts promptly, as she intended to make candied chestnuts for them as a delightful snack. Though these chestnuts were not fully ripe and bore astringent qualities, they were still edible, once peeled and washed. She cut across into each chestnut and placed them in a large pot to steam. The pork lard she had rendered that morning was poured into the pot. And once the oil was heated, a generous handful of rock sugar was added to create a syrup. Wu Huanyang watched anxiously from the side, her heart aching at the sight of half a jar of oil being used up in one go, enough to last 2 or 3 months. Yet, she consoled herself, recalling that they had managed without the richness of oil for the past 6 months. Once the syrup reached a rich brown hue, a large bowl of chestnuts was added to the pot, and with a spatula, she continuously stirred, turning the heat from high to low as the chestnuts gradually transformed in color. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the delightful aroma of chestnuts into the courtyard. Zhao Dashan, engrossed in his tasks, inhaled deeply, marveling at the enticing scent emanating from the kitchen. What could they be cooking that smelled so divine? Zhao Sidon, abandoning his chores, rushed into the kitchen, swallowing hard. Mother, the chestnuts smell heavenly. Cheng Wanwan handed the spatula to Wu Huanyang, and the two took turns frying the chestnuts. A large pot brimmed with vibrant chestnuts, their flesh turning golden at the open seams, coated in oil and sugar, arousing irresistible cravings. Here, Sidon, have a taste. Cheng Wanwan tossed a steaming chestnut toward him. Zhao Sidon yelped as the hot morsel scalded him, yet he paid no heed to the heat, eagerly peeling away the shell and popping the steaming chestnut into his mouth. It was hot, but utterly delicious, sweet, and wonderfully soft. He had never realized chestnuts could be so delightful. Once a large basin of chestnuts was prepared and set on the table in the main room to cool. Zhao Erwang shouted from the courtyard entrance, "Aunt, my grandmother sent me to deliver chestnuts." Cheng Wanwan stepped outside to find Zhao Erwang holding a large bowl filled with boiled chestnuts, which smelled quite fragrant. She accepted the bowl with gratitude. "Please thank your grandmother for me." Zhao Erwang dared not linger, having previously been sternly chastised by her for visiting Ergo. She was the person he feared most. After completing his errand, he quickly darted away. That child Cheng Wanwan shook her head, intending to prepare some sugar-coated chestnuts for Erwang to take home. Upon entering the house, she saw a child grabbing a handful of chestnuts and waving, saying, "Finish eating before going out to play. Return in an hour for dinner." With his mouth full of chestnuts, Zhao Sidon mumbled, "Is there still dinner today? With all these chestnuts, who has room for a meal?" Cheng Wanwan gathered the chestnuts from the table. "These are merely snacks. You mustn't overindulge, or you'll end up with a stomachache." Zhao Sidon's pockets were stuffed to the brim, and he nodded vigorously in satisfaction. Since his mother allowed him to play outside, he would indeed go out. Upon reaching the large locust tree in the village, he spotted a throng of friends gathered around the neighboring mudfish, their eager anticipation palpable from a distance. "Mudfish, can we have a taste?" "Mudfish, let me have a lick, please." Wang Mudfish stood at the center, his pockets filled with chestnuts, relishing them one by one. The children nearby, lacking chestnuts of their own, drooled as they fixated on the treasures within Wang Mudfish's pockets. Many households were enjoying chestnuts that day. The village head's wife had also collected a substantial haul from the mountains. Zhao Taizhu, the eldest grandson of the village head, walked by with a bowl, munching as he went. The children encircling the mudfish quickly turned their attention to Taizhu. Zhao Taizhu was relatively generous. "I don't have many left myself. You can each have half." With 6 children gathered around, he tossed out 3 halves, and each child bit into their portion, faces alight with satisfaction. "Taizhu, your grandmother's chestnuts are delicious." Zhao Taizhu raised his chin proudly. "These are cooked by my mother. Her cooking is the best." Wang Mudfish, unwilling to concede, retorted, "My mother's are the best." "Everyone, step aside." Zhao Sidon squeezed in, proclaiming that his mother's cooking was unparalleled. Among the children, one particularly clever boy named Huzi pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "We have already tasted the cooking of Brother Taizhu. After all, his mother surely makes the best dishes." The 5 other children nodded in agreement. Wang Nochio promptly offered his chestnuts, urging, "Then you should hasten to enjoy the ones made by my mother." Zhao Sidon was equally quick to respond, "And don't forget my mother's chestnuts. Give them a try." A heap of chestnuts was thrust forward, and the 6 children's eyes sparkled with excitement, devouring them eagerly, though they could discern which were the most delectable. 6 pairs of eyes were fixed intently on Zhao Sidon. Huzi swallowed hard and inquired, Sidon, isn't your mother known only for her fierceness? How could she possibly make such delightful chestnuts? My mother does not strike anyone. Zhao Sidon lifted his chin proudly and declared, she is the best mother in the world. Chapter 17. A thief in the village. The air was infused with the delightful aroma of chestnuts. Mudfish followed closely behind Zhao Sidon, swallowing hard. Sidon, could you spare me one more? With only 2 chestnuts remaining in hand, Zhao Sidon hesitated before biting into one, reluctantly offering the remaining half to Mudfish, and then turned to dash home, fearful of being caught and losing the last one as well. Mudfish, unable to bring himself to consume the half chestnut, took it home to present to his mother. Aunt Wong, this is chestnut made by Sidon's mother. Can you replicate it, mother? Aunt Wong inhaled deeply, savoring the sweet, rich scent. She picked up the chestnut and tasted a small bite, only to erupt in scorn. What a wasteful daughter-in-law. Frying chestnuts with oil and even adding sugar. Those few copper coins in the house are hardly enough for her to squander. She only thinks about indulging herself in the moment, never considering what they will eat tomorrow. Ugh, no wonder old lady Zhao looks down on this daughter-in-law. Her reproaches reached the ears of Cheng Wanwan, who was busy chopping small goose vegetables, intending to prepare a cold dish. Despite hearing Aunt Wong's insults, she continued her work, knowing that her reputation in the village was not particularly favorable, with many speaking ill of her behind her back. If she were to respond to each one, she would find herself overwhelmed. Zhao Sanyu, however, was incensed and stormed out. Axe in hand, Aunt Wong, what did you just say? Aunt Wong was taken aback. What is wrong with you, you foolish boy? I've never treated you poorly. It's your mother who only cares about her own hunger, never bothering to look after you lot. Indeed, she had been kind to Zhao's 4 children. In the years of good harvests, she would occasionally provide them with buckwheat buns, and even now, during lean times, would secretly offer them wild vegetable dumplings. Otherwise, Zhao Sanyu would have already smashed the axe down on the firewood at Aunt Wong's feet. He lifted his axe and declared, my mother is very good to us. She specifically fried those chestnuts for us. Otherwise, how could Sidon have any left to give Mudfish? Sanyu, take some firewood to the kitchen, Cheng Wanwan called out. And Zhao Sanyu promptly ran inside to carry the chopped firewood to the kitchen. Aunt Wong stood at the doorway, her face a mask of disbelief. Previously, these children had a poor relationship with Zhao Dazhao, and when she scolded that woman in front of them, they would usually remain unresponsive. Yet today, Zhao Sanyu had the audacity to threaten her with an axe. Mudfish interjected, Sidon has over a dozen chestnuts in his pocket, even more than I do. Aunt Wong slapped him on the back of the head. It's a miracle you even got any. Now hurry up and chop the wood. She cast a disbelieving glance toward the neighboring courtyard, where Cheng Wanwan was squatting on the ground, cleaning small goose vegetables, and Dashin's wife sat on a chair, sewing. Ever since Dashin's wife entered the family, Zhao Chengshi had never lifted a finger to work. It was truly a remarkable turn of events. Wu Huanyang deftly mended Zhao Sidon's tattered clothes, snipping off the thread before heading into the kitchen to prepare dinner. She thought that having a few chestnuts each for dinner would suffice as a meal, but her mother-in-law insisted they must eat staple foods, asserting that one must be well-fed to have the strength to work. For dinner, they had white noodles. Wu Huanyang kneaded and cooked the dough, while Cheng Wanwan prepared dishes, including a cold salad of bitter lettuce and a cold mushroom salad. Typically, rural households consume buckwheat noodles, which are dark and mixed with various grains, often scraping the throat when eaten. However, white noodles are different. They are not only visually appealing but also soft and fragrant, filling the mouth with a delightful aroma. Paired with cold dishes, the meal is both delicious and refreshing, leaving no broth left behind. For the first time, Wu Huanyang discovered that the once bitter and hard little goose vegetables could be so palatable, albeit a bit oil and fire-consuming. After the meal, Cheng Wanwan brought out the washed wild fruits, which Zhao Sidon had found during the day. The fruits, in shades of green and red, could either be plums or wild apples, offering a sweet and tangy crunch. The family's bellies were round and full. Zhao Sidon expressed his contentment, wishing they could eat this well every day. Zhao Erga calculated in his mind that with the 20 pounds of rice and 20 pounds of white flour he bought that morning, at 3 pounds per meal and 6 pounds per day, it would only last 6 or 7 days. Zhao Sanyu directly inquired, what will we do once the food bought with the silver hairpin is consumed? Zhao Dashin replied, the crops in the fields will be harvested in over 20 days. We won't be hungry forever. Upon hearing this, a somber silence fell over the room. After more than a month without rain, the river in Daha village had dried up, let alone the rice paddies. Without water, the crops could not possibly bear grain. Everyone in the village longed for a bountiful harvest, but after that day, it seemed the true nightmare was just beginning. Cheng Wanwan waved her hand dismissively. Things will sort themselves out. It's not something you should worry about. Wash up and get some sleep. The night was tranquil. As soon as the three young calves climbed into bed, they fell asleep. Cheng Wanwan had grown accustomed to sharing a bed with her sons for several consecutive days and gradually drifted into slumber. However, a sharp scream shattered the stillness of the night, jolting her awake. She heard the sound of wailing. Zhao Dashan stood at the door, exclaiming, "Mother, there are thieves in the village." Instinctively, Cheng Wanwan glanced towards the cabinet where the food was kept. She took out the key and opened the cabinet, relieved to find the rice and flour still intact. Next door, Aunt Wang's grains had all been stolen. Zhao Dashan mentioned that the village chief had already sent someone to pursue the thieves, uncertain if they would succeed. Cheng Wanwan stood up, slipped on her shoes, and headed outside. Most of the men in the village had gone after the thieves, leaving the women behind to comfort Aunt Wang. Sitting on the ground, Aunt Wang wept, lamenting, "What sin has our Wang family committed to deserve this? Why must they steal our food? May the heavens strike those thieves down with lightning." Cheng Wanwan and the Wang family resided at the edge of the village, near the foot of the mountain, making them the first targets of the intruders. The Wang family were outsiders, having fled from famine in the past 2 generations to settle in Zhao family village, with their homestead allocated on the outskirts. The area where Cheng Wanwan lived was previously inhabited by outsiders as well, but that family had only 2 daughters. After the daughters married, the household became extinct, and upon their death, the house was left abandoned. The original family successfully separated and was arranged by the village chief to reside here. Although the house is dilapidated, it is certainly preferable to having no shelter at all. Aunt Wang, in a fit of despair, wept uncontrollably, lamenting the plight of their crops left unattended and the complete theft of their grain. How would they manage in the days to come? With 6 mouths to feed, perhaps it would be better to perish together. The 5 to 60 pounds of grain, painstakingly saved from their meager meals, had been entirely stolen. Moreover, the 2 large baskets of chestnuts they had collected just yesterday had also vanished. The onlooking women gasped in disbelief. They had not imagined that the Wang family still possessed such a quantity of stored grain, enough to sustain 6 individuals for a month or 2. If they were to ration it to 1 meal a day, the village chief sighed and said, "In just over 20 days, the rice will be ready for harvest. If everyone lends a little, we can strive to help you through this difficult time." Chapter 18. The Wang family's desperate decision in the village of Dea. There lived a man named Zhao, aged 55, who had served as the village head for over 20 years, earning considerable respect among the villagers. Zhao was the first to offer a pound of grain to the Wang family, prompting others to express their willingness to lend a small amount as well. However, the number of villagers with surplus grain was alarmingly low, as most were enduring hunger and struggling to survive. In the end, the villagers managed to gather a mere 3 pounds of grain. This meager amount, even when rationed to a mere fraction of a meal a day, would last the Wang family only 4 or 5 days. Aunt Wang clutched the 3 pounds of grain, sobbing uncontrollably, until she eventually fainted in the arms of her eldest daughter. Among the crowd was old lady Zhao, who had lent half a pound of millet. Initially, she intended to advise her eldest daughter-in-law to remain vigilant later that night. However, upon reflection, she realized that her daughter-in-law had likely spent all her earnings on meat, leaving no surplus grain at home. Shaking her head, she returned to the Zhao household but did not retire for the night. Instead, she summoned her family to hide their stored grain. The Zhao family, consisting of 12 members, had only divided the main house, with the second and third branches living together. Old Lady Zhao, having endured hardship, understood the significance of preserving grain. Over time, they had managed to accumulate about 40 to 50 pounds of millet, 30 pounds of buckwheat flour, and over 30 pounds of mixed cornmeal. She instructed her 2 sons to hide 10 pounds in each room. Even if a thief were to break in, the maximum loss would be about 10 pounds, unlike the Wang family, who faced the prospect of starvation. That night, the villagers of Dea found little peace. With no means to retrieve their grain, the Wang family was left with a paltry 3 pounds. Hardly enough to last until the autumn harvest, if there would even be a harvest this year. At dawn, the Wang household erupted in turmoil. "Father, please don't sell me. I beg you," cried Wang Dama, the eldest daughter, as she knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Her younger brother, Nyo Nyo, clung to her, sobbing, "Father, sell me instead. I'm a boy, I can fetch a higher price." Aunt Wang's tears flowed freely as she pleaded, "Is it truly necessary to do this? With no food, how can we survive without selling her?" Wang Yongqing sighed heavily. As a prosperous household, even in times of famine, they had food to eat. Sending Dama away would provide them with some relief. What was there to weep about? If Dama were sent off, they would receive a sum sufficient to purchase over 100 pounds of grain, which he considered a favorable outcome. Yet, despite his words, his face bore the weight of sorrow. No one would ever contemplate selling their child unless the circumstances were utterly desperate. Upon waking, Cheng Wanwan overheard the commotion next door regarding the sale of a child. She divided the chestnuts she had collected the previous day, taking half to the door of the neighboring house. Leaning against the earthen wall, she feigned a mocking tone, saying, "The village head truly favors your family, without hesitation providing you with 3 pounds of grain, while my family has not a single grain to spare. There's a shopkeeper in town without sons, offering 2 taels of silver to buy my 4th son to use as a servant. I have 4 boys, all waiting for me to feed them. If I sold my 4th son, those 2 taels would sustain us until the new year. No matter how reckless I may be as a mother, I could never sell my child. We would rather perish together than resort to such a fate." She tossed the chestnuts in her hand aside, lamenting that she had no money to buy barley. "Let's trade this bit of grain for a day's labor at our home." She beckoned, "Barley, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and wash my family's clothes." Wang Damao was acutely aware that Aunt Zhao was no virtuous woman, but at this juncture, she was willing to do anything to avoid being sold. She rose from the ground, her tears forgotten, and immediately followed Qing Wanwan. Aunt Wang could never bear to sell her daughter. Once her girl dashed out, she deliberately blocked the courtyard entrance, fearful that the head of the family would chase after her. Wang Yongqing sat on a pile of firewood, puffing on his dry tobacco. Aunt Wang picked up the bag on the ground, heavy with 4 to 5 pounds of chestnuts. Though chestnuts were not rare, as many grew on the mountains, the trees near the foothills had been stripped bare by the villagers. It was not every day one stumbled upon the same chestnut trees as yesterday. The thought of having gathered 40 to 50 pounds of chestnuts just the day before made her heart ache. If that scoundrel Zhao Dazhao can manage to get by, why can't we? Aunt Wang clenched the chestnuts, her teeth gritted. "Even if it means eating wild vegetables or gnawing on tree bark, I refuse to sell my child." Wang Yongqing sighed, "Then we shall wait until the rice is harvested. If the fields yielded a bountiful harvest, selling children would be unnecessary. However, if there was no grain at all, the only recourse left might be to sell one's child. And by that time, they would not be the only family facing such a grim fate." Cheng Wan'an led Wang Damao to her own courtyard, where the laundry that needed washing had already been cleaned and hung out to dry by Wu Huinyang. She urged Damao to sit down. "If your father truly intends to sell you, no matter what I say, he will take you to town." Dama dried her tears, remaining silent. Cheng Wan'an sighed. Although Aunt Wang was a loving mother, in this era, the preference for sons over daughters was pervasive. With 3 daughters and 1 son, Wang's eldest daughter bore the brunt of it all, making Dama the most unfortunate child in the family. "First, let's eat something, then we can work." Cheng Wanwan rose and headed to the kitchen, glancing at her eldest daughter-in-law. "Let's make a porridge, adding wild vegetables to the mix." Out of consideration for their guest, she opted for buckwheat flour instead of white flour, combining the dark buckwheat flour with wild greens to form a thick porridge. This was the customary fare in every household, though theirs would be slightly thicker, with each person receiving a generous bowl. As Wu Huinyang prepared breakfast, Zhao Sidon approached. He tugged at Cheng Wanwan's sleeve, his large eyes blinking curiously. "Mother, is it true that someone wants to pay 2 taels of silver to buy me?" This was not a tale spun by Cheng Wanwan. Indeed, after old man Shan passed away last year, there were individuals from a neighboring village seeking to buy a son to care for them in their old age, offering half a tael of silver to have Sidon serve them. The original owner had been somewhat tempted, but the Zhao matriarch had fiercely chased them away, and the matter was dropped. Yet, if the natural disasters worsened, the original owner might truly be forced to sell Sidon. Cheng Wan'an pinched the little fellow's cheek. "So, you must remember, when you grow up, not to forget your mother once you have a wife." Zhao Sidon nodded vigorously, declaring, "I shall honor my mother for a lifetime, ensuring she always has rice and meat to eat." Cheng Wanwan could not contain her laughter. Soon, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen, and the entire family gathered around the table. Wang Dama was also gently urged to take a seat, with a bowl of wild vegetable porridge placed before him. "Aunt Zhao, this simply won't do." Wang Dama repeatedly gestured in refusal. Aunt Zhao had just gifted their family a bag of grain, and she had yet to prepare anything. How could he accept a bowl of porridge without contributing? In the days when their family still had grain, he could scarcely enjoy such a thick porridge. Chapter 19. Discovery of the vast lotus pond. A delightful aroma wafted through the house. The four boys savored their meal with great enthusiasm, and Wu Huanyang consumed an entire bowl of wild vegetable porridge. Wang Dama was utterly astonished. Her mother often lamented about the dire circumstances of the neighboring family, mentioning that Daxiang's wife barely had enough to eat each day. Was this what it meant to be underfed? Why did she feel that they were faring even worse? Dama. Hurry and eat, urged Qing Wanwan. There is more work waiting for you. Consuming such a hearty breakfast so early in the day surely boded a laborious endeavor. After a fierce internal struggle, Wang Dama ultimately surrendered to the allure of the food, bowing her head to finish another bowl of porridge. Here, Zhao sighed and offered her 2 sugar-roasted chestnuts. Previously, Dama had often slipped him steamed buns, and now he could finally return the favor with something to eat. In truth, Wang Dama had scant provisions herself, as all the good food at home was reserved for her younger brother. Yet, Sidon sometimes appeared so pitiful standing beneath the large tree between their homes, drooling at her, with his clothes dampened by saliva. She had no choice but to break off a small piece of her bun and pass it to him. Little did she know, her unintentional act of kindness had left a lasting impression on Sidon. Once breakfast concluded, the day's toil commenced anew. Chang Wanwan instructed Dama to assist Wu Huanyang in foraging for wild vegetables along the field ridge, promising that they could return home by noon. Wang Dama was perplexed. That sack of grain could sustain her family for 2 or 3 days. Why was she being sent to gather wild vegetables? Wasn't he Sidon capable of doing that too? Why was she being singled out? She couldn't shake the feeling that Aunt Zhao was merely trying to lend her a hand. Meanwhile, Chang Wanwan took her 4 sons up the mountain. Having earned half a tael of silver yesterday, she was determined to continue her efforts today. Before even reaching the mountain, they encountered a familiar face at its foot. It was her sister-in-law, Mrs. Sun, the wife of Zhao San, who was climbing the mountain with her daughter Chunhua, carrying a basket to gather wild vegetables. Mrs. Sun smiled as she approached. It's been so many days since I last saw you, sister-in-law. You seem to have become a bit fairer lately. Cheng Wanwan's lips twitched, although she lacked a mirror. She could see her hands, rough palms and darkened skin on the back, a quintessential peasant complexion. Once she earned enough money, she resolved to purchase some whitening skincare products. In modern times, at 33, people claimed she looked barely in her 20s. Yet, in this ancient setting, her 33 years had rendered her a grandmother-to-be. The average lifespan in those times was alarmingly brief, and some in their 30s were already addressed as old women. Fortunately, she still had her in-laws, sparing her from being called Zhao Laopa for the time being. Cheng Wanwan silently shed a tear of sorrow and spoke. Let us ascend the mountain while the sun is still low. Her 4 sons had already dashed ahead, and she quickened her pace to catch up, while Mrs. Sun also hurried her steps, casually remarking, Sister-in-law, you appear a bit plumper. It seems that eating meat truly nourishes one. Upon hearing this, Cheng Wanwan nearly lost her composure. It was bad enough that she had grown older and darker. How could she possibly be gaining weight? Being old, dark, and now plump was simply intolerable. She immediately halted in her tracks. Have I truly gained weight? Even if one were to consume meat daily, the effects of weight gain would not be immediately apparent. Sun deliberately diverted the conversation, inquiring about how much financial support the eldest sister had provided to the Chung family over the years. Now that she had fallen out with them, one wondered if the Chung family had returned the money. Cheng Wanwan quickly grasped the underlying intent of the question, an indirect probe into her financial standing. Reflecting on her predecessor's interactions with her sisters-in-law, she recalled that before the family division, the 3 households lived together. Being the eldest sister, with a husband holding a position in the military and having borne 4 sons, her standing in the Zhao family was unparalleled, instilling a sense of fear in her sisters-in-law. She had always held herself with an air of superiority. However, after her husband perished in battle and she sought to claim the widow's pension, the relationship with the Zhao family soured, leading to a complete estrangement from her sisters-in-law. My nephew requires an education, and those funds have long been exhausted. Where would I find any for myself? Cheng Wanwan shifted the topic. Spring flower. Do you know how much food the elder matriarch has on hand? Zhao Chunhua promptly replied. Last night, Grandma brought 10 pounds of buckwheat flour to our room, hiding it. Sun quickly pulled her daughter aside, concerned that discussing the household's food supply with the eldest sister could lead to complications, especially if the eldest sister contemplated returning home. Having borne 4 sons for the Zhao family, the elder matriarch would surely relent and allow her back into the old house. The food supplies were dwindling, leaving the children dizzy from hunger. Sun refrained from further conversation with Cheng Wanwan, fearing her daughter's loose tongue might reveal the household's circumstances. Cheng Wanwan relished the ensuing silence. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, they noticed that the area had been thoroughly excavated. They needed to continue further into the woods. Cheng Wanwan wished to seek out matsutake mushrooms, planning to delve deeper still. Zhao San's wife followed Cheng Wanwan, curious to ascertain how many coins Cheng Wanwan possessed and why she could afford meat. Despite her repeated inquiries, Cheng Wanwan remained unresponsive. As they pressed on, they ventured deeper into the unknown. Sun glanced at the sky. The sun had risen, and the heat was intensifying, wilting the wild grasses and vegetables. Before noon, she needed to gather a basket of wild greens, lest the elder matriarch become irate. Just ahead lay a vast expanse of untouched wild vegetables, prompting her to squat and begin her work. Zhao Chunhua followed suit but, upon looking up, noticed Cheng Wanwan entering a thicket, crouching as if searching for something. She licked her lips, wondering if the ant had found something valuable, hence her ability to afford meat. With a cunning glint in her eye, she stealthily trailed after her. Cheng Wanwan continued onward with her 4 sons, instructing them to forage for mushrooms and wild greens along the way while she pressed deeper into the forest. Even if she could not find matsutake mushrooms, a few beef liver mushrooms would suffice. As she treaded through the thorns, parting the broad leaves, a spacious hollow valley suddenly unfolded before her. Nestled between 2 mountains, the valley was filled with withered lotus plants, indicating that just a month or 2 prior, it had been a flourishing lotus pond. In this era, the lotus flower is predominantly a species found in the southern regions and has likely not yet been introduced to this central area, which lies neither to the north nor the south. It is conceivable that some migratory birds or animals from the south brought the lotus seeds, which gradually led to the formation of an expansive lotus pond, measuring at least 3 to 4 mu. However, the inhabitants of Dan village have lived in this secluded valley for generations, and even if they were to encounter the lotus flowers, they would remain oblivious to the fact that the muddy substrate nurturing these blossoms is also home to the prized lotus roots. Lotus roots are indeed a treasure, historically offered as tribute from southern vassal states to the imperial court during many dynasties. One wonders what the status of lotus roots is in this age. Her gaze fervently fixated on the parched mud, her mind conjured images of stir-fried lotus slices, lotus root balls, sweet and sour lotus cakes, and spicy diced lotus. She swallowed hard, bending down to grasp a sturdy stick for support, and with a determined leap, she plunged into the desiccated lotus pond. The earth was parched, and the mud was hard and laborious to excavate. Cheng Wanwan exerted considerable effort, to the point that her palms nearly blistered, before finally unearthing a lotus root as long as her arm. With a strong tug, she snapped the root into 2 halves. The wild lotus root, with its 7 holes, was pristine white and exuded a subtle fragrance. Unfortunately, due to the prolonged absence of rain, the roots had only just begun to emerge, lacking nutrients and unable to grow further. They were somewhat slender and not as starchy, likely deemed unworthy by the market, which had not even provided a quotation. Cheng Wanwan tossed the dug-up lotus root into her backpack and stood, contemplating the 3 to 4 mu of lotus fields before her, lost in thought. Chapter 20. This is bamboo shoot behind the thicket of thorns. Zhao Chunhua exhibited a look of disbelief. She swiftly turned and dashed down the mountain. Sunsure, having gathered half a basket of wild vegetables and preparing to relocate, spotted her eldest daughter rushing towards her in a flurry. What is the matter? Is there a ghost chasing you? Zhao Chunhua, breathless, exclaimed, Auntie, she has unearthed something extraordinary. Sunsure rose promptly. What is it? Zhao Chunhua was uncertain of its nature, yet its pristine appearance beckoned her, stirring an irresistible desire to taste it. She hurriedly led her mother to the spot. Meanwhile, Cheng Wanwan had already left after digging up 2 lotus roots, her hands unable to endure further toil, fearing the emergence of blisters. Right here, Zhao Chunhua leaped into the lotus pond, pointing at the freshly unearthed soil, and grasped a small shovel to continue her excavation. Before long, she unearthed a long, slender object. Sunsure forcefully pried apart the root segments, inhaled deeply, and cautiously took a bite. Her eyes brightened. This substance was tender and sweeter than sweet potatoes, leaving her with a tantalizing sense of nourishment. However, she dared not indulge recklessly and quickly spat it out after a single bite. Let us return and inquire with your grandfather. Sunsure covered the disturbed earth with 2 large leaves, for this was a find of her daughter, belonging solely to the Zhao family. They hurriedly descended the mountain. At this moment, it was the end of the hour, the time for the midday meal. Zhao Laotu had just returned from the fields, seated under the big locust tree, enjoying the cool breeze and puffing on his pipe. Zhao Laotai was in the kitchen preparing a porridge of wild vegetables. Upon noticing Sun Shi returning with half a basket of wild greens, her expression darkened. "Two of you went up the mountain and only gathered this little? All you do is laze about, living off white rice every day, Grandma." "My mother and I discovered something edible." Zhao Chunhua quickly produced the lotus roots from her basket. "Grandfather, grandmother, look at this." Zhao Laotai glanced at the muddy object, which appeared dark and uninviting. After washing away the dirt, the item revealed its original pale yellow hue. When sliced open, it was surprisingly pristine within. She handed it to Zhao Laotu. "What is this?" Zhao Laotu, with his pipe clenched between his teeth, frowned as he picked up the root. He brought it to his nose, inhaled deeply, and took a bite. A spark ignited in his murky eyes. "This is its bamboo shoot." Years ago, Zhao Laotu had roamed far and wide, serving as an apprentice in the south, where bamboo shoots were abundant. They were a delicacy, swiftly transported to the capital after being harvested. Even the locals could only partake of the inferior, damaged shoots. He had been fortunate enough to savor it a few times. Bamboo shoot stewed with large bones, a sip on a snowy day. The taste was unforgettable for a lifetime. Unlike wild vegetables, bamboo shoots were substantial enough to satiate hunger. During times of famine in the south, many relied on them to fill their bellies, akin to sweet potatoes. Zhao Laotu's gaze was fervent as he inquired, "Chunhua, where did you find this?" Zhao Chunhua danced with joy. Deep within the mountains, there lay a vast expanse, filled with an abundance of. Zhao Laotu decisively proclaimed, "Chunhua, summon your father and second uncle, as well as De Wang and Wang. We must quickly fill our stomachs. The entire family shall ascend the mountain." Zhao Laotai understood the gravity of the situation. This jade bamboo shoot was a life-saving treasure. She turned and entered the house, distributing the cooked wild vegetable porridge into 12 bowls. The strong men of the household received a full bowl, while the wives of the second and third sons each received half a bowl, and the children were served smaller portions. This meager meal consumed 2 pounds of buckwheat flour and 3 to 4 pounds of wild greens. After the meal, Zhao Laotai remained at home to guard the stored grain, while the others ventured up the mountain. During such times, with no rain falling, there was little work to be done in the fields. Many men from various households joined the ascent to gather firewood and forage for wild vegetables, so it was not unusual for the Zhao family to ascend together. They trekked deeper into the mountains, traversing through broadleaf forests and thickets, until they arrived at a valley. In a desiccated pond lay an abundance of withered broadleaf plants. "These are lotus leaves," Zhao Laotai declared confidently. "This plant will bloom and bear lotus seeds, which are even more precious than the jade bamboo shoots. Only the high-ranking officials of the capital can indulge in them." Zhao Wang expressed his admiration. "Grandfather, you possess great knowledge." "Indeed," Zhao Laotai replied. "One's understanding grows in accordance with the breadth of one's travels." He stroked his beard, recalling the wisdom, "To read thousands of books is inferior to traveling thousands of miles. This is why I discourage you from pursuing formal education." Zhao Er's lips twitched. "Father, are you certain it's not because our family lacks the funds for schooling?" Zhao Wang and Zhao Wang chuckled at this. Zhao Laotu shot them a stern glance, then, supporting himself against a nearby tree, leaped over to the lotus pond. From one side of the pond to the other, he seemed to merely walk, but in truth, he was measuring the land's extent. After surveying the area, Zhao Laotu estimated that the pond spanned 4.5 acres. Due to insufficient rainfall, the yield would likely be modest, approximately 700 or 800 pounds per acre, totaling roughly 2,000 to 3,000 pounds. The soft, muddy bottom of the pond had hardened into clay, making the extraction of jade bamboo shoots no simple task, even with a dozen family members. It would take at least 6 months of labor. Zhao Laotu stood at the water's edge for some time before slowly stating, "De Wang, go fetch the village head." "Father, are you truly considering inviting the entire village to dig for jade bamboo shoots?" Zhao Sen frowned. "We were the first to discover this. It rightfully belongs to the Zhao family. Why should we inform others? This expansive pond holds thousands of pounds of grain. Our family of over 10 cannot consume it all. Nor could we dig it out entirely," Zhao Laotai countered. "Moreover, if Chunhua can find this place, so can others. Beyond this mountain lies Hohot village. Should they uncover this pond, it would spell ruin for Dahu village." Zhao San appeared unconvinced, while Sun Shi remained silent, her pursed lips betraying her inner turmoil. Zhao Laotu sighed. "Very well, let us proceed with the digging for now. I shall bring the village head tomorrow." Sun Shi exhaled in relief. She wished to secretly save some for her family back in Hohot village. If she could send them a message in advance, they would not have to suffer from hunger. The Zhao family, consisting of 11 members, began to dig for bamboo shoots. Meanwhile, Qing Wanwan descended the mountain with her 4 children. It was precisely noon when she handed 2 lotus roots to Wu Huanyang, who washed them before slicing off a small piece. With the small piece of lotus root in hand, she made her way towards the village chief's home. As she walked, she observed the parched fields, where the robust farmers sat helplessly at the field's edge, sighing continually. Qing Wanwan sighed as well, but she understood that drought was a natural disaster, beyond human control. She could only strive to disregard these matters and continue forward. Old mountain lady, what brings you here? The village chief's wife, busy mending clothes in the courtyard, noticed Qing Wanwan approaching and felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. Last year, when the Zhao family visited, it was to solicit the village chief's assistance in matters of inheritance, resulting in much chaos. Now, with her return, she wondered what trouble might follow. Qing Wanwan smiled as she entered. Is uncle the village chief home? He went to town, the village chief's wife sighed. It hasn't rained for a month or 2. The town magistrate's hair has turned white from worry. Today, he convened all the village chiefs to discuss the situation in the fields. Your uncle has hardly slept well for the past half-month. The implication was clear. The village chief was preoccupied with pressing concerns, and Qing Wanwan's trivial matters were best left unmentioned. I shall return later, she replied, choosing not to disclose the reason for her visit, and turned to leave. Chapter 21. A tragic tale. As dusk descended, an enticing aroma wafted through the courtyard. A platter of lotus root dumplings was presented on the table. 2 roots, finely chopped and blended with flour, molded into dumplings and fried to perfection, filling 2 generous bowls. Zhao Sidon leaned over the dining table, saliva uncontrollably dripping. Qing Wanwan playfully stuffed a dumpling into his mouth, exclaiming with exasperation, "Your belly has been well fed these past few days. Why do you still drool every day? Mother's cooking is simply irresistible." Zhao Sidon swallowed the dumpling whole, its crispy and sweet flavor leaving him wanting more. Qing Wanwan piled 15 dumplings into a bowl and handed it to him, saying, "Take this to your grandmother." Zhao Sidon eagerly dashed out with the bowl. At this moment, only the elderly matriarch of the Zhao family remained at home. The wild vegetable porridge was already prepared. Yet none of the others had returned, leaving her anxious, fearing something might have gone awry. After all, they were deep in the mountains, and if any wild beast were to appear, their family would be in grave danger. As she waited, a delightful scent reached her nostrils, and soon she saw Zhao Sidon bouncing into the courtyard. "Grandma, my mother sent this," he announced, proudly presenting a bowl brimming with dumplings, golden and crispy, evidently fried in copious amounts of oil. "Why is your mother being so wasteful?" the old lady scolded, her disappointment evident. "Mother said they are fried dumplings." Zhao Sidon replied cheerfully, "Grandma, you must try one. They are so delicious, you might swallow your tongue." The old lady smirked slightly. With so much oil, it seemed sugar had been added as well. Even a lump of clay could taste divine under such circumstances. However, while her eldest daughter-in-law repeatedly sent food over during these times of scarcity, she had yet to mention moving back, which left the old lady suspicious of her intentions. "Wait, Sidon," she called, stopping him before he could leave. "Has your mother mentioned anything unusual these past few days?" "Yes." Zhao Sidon counted on his fingers. "Mother said we should eat our fill, and she also mentioned wanting to live in a new house, and that we could eat meat every day." The old lady's eyelids twitched. Indeed, there were plans to move back, and to dream of eating meat daily. What a fanciful notion. When they lived together, it was chaos every day. If the eldest daughter-in-law did not rectify her troublesome habits, she would never allow them to return. Zhao Sidon quickly ran back to enjoy dinner. Wu Huanyang was conversing with Qing Wanwan about the neighbor, Wang Dama. He is quite industrious, helping to dig up wild vegetables and has chopped all the firewood. Even fetched 2 buckets of water for the household. Qing Wanwan found herself at a loss for words. Historically, during times of famine, there were instances of children being sold, and even cannibalism. Such unspeakable horrors she wished to keep far from her own life. Qing Wanwan hastily finished her dinner and, with the lotus dumplings in hand, made her way once more to the village chief's residence. By now, night had fallen, the hour when wild beasts roamed. Villagers typically avoided the mountains after sunset. As the sun dipped below the horizon, old Zhao descended with his children and grandchildren, relieved to find little activity outside. They returned safely to the Zhao family's courtyard. Exhausted, the group slumped into chairs, their palms calloused from the day's labor. Madame Zhao hurriedly prepared an additional meal for the children, steaming an extra steamed bun for each. After they had eaten their fill, the group finally revived. Old man Zhao took a puff from his pipe, rose to his feet, and announced, I shall go seek the village head. Madame Zhao retorted with irritation. Look at how exhausted everyone is. Can't it wait until tomorrow? Sun's eyes flickered. Indeed. Father, let us rest for the night and visit the village head in the morning. Old man Zhao shook his head. I cannot find peace of mind. I must clarify the matter. He donned his straw sandals, pushed open the courtyard door, and, under the sparse starlight, made his way to the village head's residence. Upon reaching the entrance, he overheard familiar voices in the courtyard. This morning, while ascending the mountain, I stumbled upon a barren pond and casually dug a scoop, discovering this peculiar substance, pure and white. I am uncertain of its nature, but it seems edible. So I brought some back to cook, Cheng Wan'an recounted methodically. I chopped it up, coated it in buckwheat flour, and fried it. I cannot fathom how fragrant it must be. It can also be simmered directly in a pot, and its taste is reminiscent of sweet potatoes. I pondered whether this could serve to satiate hunger like sweet potatoes do. The village head's expression turned quizzical. Where did this come from, mountain lady? There are plenty on the mountain, about 4 to 5 acres worth, Cheng Wan'an replied. The ground is thick with it. I estimate there to be over 1,000 pounds. The village head's wife's eyes sparkled with excitement. Over 1,000 pounds? That means each household could have nearly 100 pounds. While it may not fill one up as corn does, at least we wouldn't go hungry for half a month. The village head sampled a lotus root ball, finding it fragrant and more delectable than meat. If there truly are over 1,000 pounds of this, what troubles could Daya village possibly face? Yet, he still harbored doubts. How come no one has seen this in Day village before? This is jade bamboo shoot. Old man Zhao stepped inside. The village head and old man Zhao were cousins. The latter slightly older. With conviction, he recounted, I encountered it decades ago. There are many jade bamboo shoots in the south that can satiate hunger. However, I heard they were exclusively sent as tributes to the capital. I wonder why Daya village also possesses them. Cheng Wan'an was utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that old man Zhao had encountered this substance before. It appeared that in this era, lotus root was referred to as jade bamboo shoot. A name that sounded quite lovely. Lotus roots are rich in starch and can indeed substitute staples for a short duration, though they do not provide the same satiety. The village head's expression was one of impatience, and he quickly interjected, I shall change into another pair of straw sandals and head up the mountain to take a look. The village head's wife disapproved. What time is it? There are wolves on the mountain. Can it wait until tomorrow morning? We cannot wait until morning. This is a matter of filling our bellies. The village head hurried to change his shoes, while his wife, resigned, took up a torch and ascended the mountain, knowing that the wolf pack would not dare approach with the light. Old man Zhao turned to Cheng Wan'an, commending her. Mountain lady, I had previously misjudged you. Discovering a vast expanse of jade bamboo shoots and recognizing them as edible, you promptly informed the village head. You are not as selfish and greedy as I had imagined. In the past, he held a favorable opinion of the third son's wife. However, when confronted with the overwhelming temptation of abundant grain, her true character was revealed. Cheng Wan'an cleared her throat and remarked, Our household consists of merely 6 individuals, including a child and a pregnant woman. We cannot possibly consume all these bamboo shoots. The crux of the matter lies in her possession of a trading system, whereby a handful of wild vegetables could be exchanged for several pounds of rice, ensuring that her family would not suffer from hunger during a year of scarcity, unlike others. She never considered herself particularly selfless, nonetheless. She would never compete for life-sustaining food alongside a group of despondent individuals. The village head emerged, holding a torch, followed closely by his 3 sons. Zhao, the elder, returned to summon the second and third sons, forming a group of 7 robust men to ascend the mountain at night, where the dangers were considerably diminished. Chapter 22. The more sons, the better. The night was heavy, filled with the incessant sounds of insects and birds. When Cheng Wan'an first arrived here, she found it impossible to sleep, but over the past few days, she had grown accustomed to the surroundings and drifted off peacefully, awakening naturally at the break of dawn. Early in the morning, the village head summoned all villagers, excluding the elderly, children, and pregnant women, to gather beneath the grand locust tree in the center of the village. Many of the more perceptive individuals had already learned the news. Food had been discovered deep in the mountains. It appeared to be similar to sweet potatoes and was referred to as jade bamboo shoots, capable of filling empty stomachs. How could I have missed such a treasure after climbing the mountain 3 times a day? Standing on elevated ground, the village head cleared his throat, and an immediate hush fell over the crowd. Matters concerning food were of utmost importance. With no rain from the heavens and little work to be done on the ground, Today everyone was to set aside their farming tasks and accompany me up the mountain. He proclaimed, bring along all containers suitable for storing food. And all able-bodied laborers must join the expedition. We must excavate the food in the shortest time possible. A voice ventured to ask, how will the unearthed food be distributed? The village head responded sternly, the amount dug up shall be divided accordingly. However, we are one family in Dahu village. There are elderly, weak, and women without labor capabilities who cannot be allowed to starve. Everyone participating in the digging of jade bamboo shoots should contribute 10 jin from each household, enough to gather around 200 jin to distribute. Upon hearing this, the crowd's spirits ignited with enthusiasm. The village head's fairness was evident. Proposing that each family contribute 10 jin indicated that each household could at least unearth 100 jin. In these times, 100 jin of food could be a lifesaver, allowing a family to tighten their belts and sustain themselves for a month. The villagers followed the village head in a grand procession up the mountain. As they ascended, the women engaged in conversation, and some rumors began to circulate. It was said that the jade bamboo shoots were discovered by the Zhao family, and upon the elder Zhao's discovery, he promptly informed the village head. However, they were hampered by a troublesome character, Zhao Youcai's wife, Sun, who had secretly sent a maid to Hohot village the day before to inform her family about the jade bamboo shoots. When the village head and elder Zhao climbed the mountain, the Sun family, consisting of over a dozen members, were found digging for the so-called jade bamboo shoots, which were rightfully on the mountain belonging to Dahu village. Why should the Hohot villagers be allowed to excavate them? What was the final outcome? Were the jade bamboo shoots returned? Our village head, known for his kindness, allowed the Sun family's malnourished grandchildren to take home a few jin of the jade bamboo shoots. It was because of Sun's indiscretion that the village head had to hastily gather the entire village to dig for the shoots. Had they delayed, the Hohot villagers would have taken them all. The people of Hohot village were utterly despicable. Having set traps in the mountains before was one thing, but now they dared to come and steal food. The crowd exchanged words, igniting Sun's ire. The jade bamboo shoots had been discovered by her daughter. What was wrong with letting her family take a small portion? If it weren't for her daughter Chunhua following them, that sister-in-law, with her temperament, would never have informed the village head. How could these people possibly have the right to accompany them in digging for the jade bamboo shoots? A bunch of shameless ingrates. They took advantage of the Zhao family's fortune and turned around to scold her. Sun was about to retort, but given that they all belonged to the same village, where faces were familiar and relationships were delicate, she knew she would face the wrath of the elder. Raising her hand, she harshly pinched her daughter Donghua, who was merely 8 years old, causing the little girl to tear up in pain. Donghua, upon spotting some delicious food, had been unable to resist showing off at her uncle's house, never anticipating the ensuing chaos. Sun offered a brief explanation to the crowd, then reprimanded her daughter, warning her to remain silent or risk having her mouth torn apart. Terrified, Donghua dared not even breathe. It was her mother who had sent her to deliver a message to Hohot village. Why was she being scolded for speaking nonsense? Yet, her mother's expression was so fearsome that she couldn't even muster the courage to cry. Her grandmother once said that when her mother was pregnant with her, she had believed she would bear a son, only to be disappointed when a daughter was born, leading to her mother's discontent. Clutching her sore arm, Donghua silently followed behind the crowd. The villagers were somewhat disgruntled. Had they spoken a bit more, Donghua might have been subjected to harsher punishment. Cheng Wanwan shook her head amidst the crowd. While it was understandable to favor one's maternal family, it was also reasonable to incite the ire of the villagers. If she were in Sun's position, she might not have handled it any better. Yet, she would never allow the child to bear the brunt of such blame. Ultimately, it all boiled down to their impoverished circumstances, compounded by a year of calamity, with everyone yearning for sustenance and harboring their own selfish desires. After a journey of nearly half a day, they finally reached their destination. The 3 to 4 acres of dry pond appeared modest, yet beneath the surface lay layers of bamboo shoots, waiting to be unearthed. Each shovel thrust could yield a significant harvest. However, the soil here was exceedingly dry and hard. It could take a considerable amount of time to extract a single bamboo shoot, and even longer to fully unearth it without damage. Chang Wanan and her 4 sons found a shaded spot, and she instructed them, harvest as much as you can, but do not overexert yourselves. Be careful not to injure your hands. Zhao Sanyu confidently patted his chest. Mother, do not worry. My skin is tough. He seized a shovel and energetically began working, while Zhao Dashan and Zhao Erga matched his pace. Zhao Sidong crouched down, carefully removing the mud from the bamboo shoots and placing them into the basket. As an adult, Cheng Wanwan felt embarrassed to slack off, so she resigned herself to squat down and join in the labor. Before long, her palms began to sting painfully. And in such a short time, 3 large blisters had formed. Zhao Dashan suggested, "Mother, why don't you take a break while we continue digging?" Cheng Wanwan frowned. "Show me your palms." The boys, with their tough skin, seemed unaffected. Cheng Wanwan felt despondent. The original body was so accustomed to idleness and had become softer than that of a teenage girl. She rose and stepped aside to rest. This was the usual behavior of the original body, and the villagers thought little of it. Having many sons was advantageous. As they grew, each would become a formidable laborer, allowing Zhao Dazhao to enjoy a life of ease. While other sons may forget their mothers after marrying, Sister Zhao is a woman of remarkable tenacity. Just observe how the daughter-in-law of the Dasha family has been thoroughly tested since her arrival. Undoubtedly, the future daughters-in-law, regardless of whether they are the second, third, or fourth, will have to dutifully adhere to the rules and show filial piety to her as their mother-in-law. Many women in the village gaze upon this scene with envious eyes, particularly Sun, who, having borne no sons, harbors a deep-seated jealousy towards those with numerous male offspring. As she glances at her 2 daughters beside her, her heart grows heavier, and her expression darkens in an instant. The sisters, Chunhua and Donghua, are frightened into silence, laboring quietly as blisters form on their palms, some even breaking and drawing blood. Yet they dare not utter a word. Cheng Wanwan takes a moment to rest in the shade before preparing to resume her tasks. As she rises to assist, a voice echoes in her mind. Ding! A naturally occurring wild 100-year-old ginseng has been discovered. Chapter 23. Unexpectedly became wealthy deep within the dense forest. Countless treasures lay hidden. Cheng Wanwan chose not to venture to the lotus pond. Instead, she turned towards the woods. Guided by the marketplace, she arrived beneath an ancient tree, its broad leaves sheltering a wild ginseng plant. With a small shovel, she unearthed a white ginseng root, resembling a radish, from the soft soil. This century-old ginseng, adorned with numerous roots, felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds in her hands. Ding! Natural wild century-old ginseng, valued at 120,000 coins. Do you wish to sell it? Yes. Cheng Wanwan's heart raced with exhilaration. A sum of 120,000 coins equated to 120 taels of silver. In this era, families possessing over 100 taels of silver were exceedingly rare, and she had inadvertently transformed into a wealthy woman. She exchanged copper coins for a banknote worth 100 taels of silver and 15 taels of fine silver, converting the remainder into copper coins. Despite this, her purse felt remarkably heavy, making her movements somewhat uncomfortable. After regaining her composure, Cheng Wanwan purchased a rabbit at the marketplace and, holding it aloft, approached the crowd with a beaming smile. Fortune has smiled upon me. I caught a rabbit. You all carry on. I shall return home first. The onlookers, envious of her luck, could only swallow hard. How fortunate was Zhao Dazhao to catch a rabbit even while digging for bamboo shoots. Not far away, Zhao Wang had stealthily moved closer and nudged Sidan. When you prepare some rabbit meat, let me have a taste, will you? Before Sidan could respond, Zhao Sanyu snorted, back when you feasted on fatty meat, why didn't you share with us? Indeed. Sidan nodded vigorously. Wang, you are stingy, and so am I. Zhao Wang glared in frustration. That was years ago. Why do you still remember? I've long since changed, see? He rummaged in his pocket and produced a chestnut. Here. Take one. When you enjoy the rabbit meat, remember to share a piece with me. Sidan grimaced in disdain. It's not as tasty as what my mother makes. I don't want it. Zhao Wang was on the verge of tears. You simply don't want to share the rabbit meat, Sidan. You are too stingy. I will never play with you again. And with that, tears streamed down his face. Hearing his cries, Zhao swiftly slapped the back of his head. Always crying. If you're capable, go catch a rabbit yourself. Zhao Wang immediately ceased his weeping. Then I shall go catch a rabbit now. Stop. Zhao Lao scolded sternly. Finish digging up the bamboo shoots first. No excuses for slacking off. By noon, several women from the village ascended the mountain to deliver steamed corn buns, bringing an array of food, corn buns, wild vegetable porridge, and mixed grain cakes. Cheng Wanwan was among them, wishing to blend in. She had Wu Huanyang prepare buckwheat buns to send, one for each of the 4 boys. After a large group sat on the ground, filling their bellies to about 3/4 full, they planned to rest for a quarter of an hour before resuming their work. At that moment, Zhao Wang, running about in the field, suddenly let out a scream. Father, come save me. I'm stuck. Zhao marched over, grumbling. When will you ever settle down? I'm utterly exhausted. Yet I still have to look after you. You're on the verge of marrying. Can't you be a bit more sensible? Zhao Duang retorted with conviction. Erga hasn't even wed yet, so why should it be my turn? Cheng Wanwan initially dismissed this exchange, but upon glancing back, she noticed an unusual flush on Zhao Ergu's face. This clever lad rarely exhibited such a demeanor. Could it be that he harbored feelings for someone? She couldn't help but smirk. After all, Ergu was only 16, and at her own 16, she was embroiled in the struggles of high school, battling exams daily. Well, the eldest was merely 18 and would soon be a father. In ancient times, people fell in love early, married early, or children early, and also met their demise early. Ahem. Zhao Ergu cleared his throat, attempting to shift the subject. The mud here is both dry and hard. How did Duang get stuck? I'll go investigate. He hurried away, eager to evade further inquiries from Cheng Wanwan. Not wishing to make him uncomfortable, Cheng Wanwan turned to her eldest son, Dashan. Do you know what's up with Ergu? Zhao Dashan appeared perplexed, scratching the back of his head and shaking it. I have no idea. Zhao Sania pondered briefly but couldn't deduce anything either. Zhao Saida blinked and chimed in. Mother, I know. Second brother asked me if I wanted a sister-in-law and mentioned he'd take me to see her. Cheng Wanwan was taken aback. Ergu was quite the character, already thinking of marriage at such a young age. However, it was commendable. When one loves someone, the desire to bring them home is natural. Back in her day, she was in her 20s, secretly enamored with a boy from the neighboring class, yet too timid to confess. Time slipped away, and by 33, she had never encountered that one and only crush from her youth again. Reflecting on it now, she felt a tinge of regret. After a brief respite, everyone resumed their tasks. Zhao Ergu led Cheng Wanwan to the edge of the muddy ground and whispered, earlier, when Duang got stuck. I noticed that the soil here is exceptionally soft. I dug a bit and found jade bamboo in the mud, and they're larger and thicker than those over there. We should excavate here. Cheng Wanwan crouched down, reaching out to feel the soil, which was noticeably moist. It hadn't rained in over a month, and all the ponds and rivers had dried up, leaving the sun-baked earth hard and crusty. This spot resembled an oasis in a desert, with an abundance of wild grasses growing nearby. Yet, given that this was deep within a dense forest, the presence of such vegetation was not surprising, and few paid it any mind. Having studied geography in high school, Cheng Wanwan possessed a rudimentary understanding of these matters. She tentatively concluded that there must be a water source underground. If they could discover it, even without rain, it could alleviate the drought and ensure a bountiful harvest. However, the area covered by vegetation spanned around 200 square meters, making it impossible to pinpoint the exact location of the core water source, thus hindering their ability to excavate for irrigation. She needed to contemplate a method to accurately determine the location of the underground water. After noon, the villagers gradually discovered the soft, damp mud, making the excavation of the jade bamboo shoots significantly easier. The jade shoots, thriving in the moist soil, grew more robust than anticipated. Initially estimated at 2,000 pounds, the final yield exceeded 3,000, ensuring that every household had ample provisions. After finishing the excavation across 4 to 5 acres, it was already midnight. The entire village felt no fatigue as they assisted one another in transporting the jade shoots home. Only when the dawn's light began to grace the horizon did the people of Day Village finally succumb to exhaustion and drift into slumber. Cheng Wanwan assessed the situation and found that her 4 sons had unearthed over 100 pounds of jade shoots. Fortunately, they had a cellar where they could store the shoots wrapped in mud, preserving them for at least a month. As the sun gradually ascended in the morning sky, Wu Huanyang busied herself in the kitchen, preparing a delectable meal of rabbit stew with jade shoots, accompanied by white flour wild vegetable pancakes. A lavish breakfast was laid out on the wooden table. The 4 calves, enticed by the aroma, could hardly contain their excitement, abandoning their slumber to gather at the dining table with bleary eyes. Just as Zhao Sanyu was about to pick up his chopsticks, Cheng Wanwan gently tapped his hand. Wait a moment. First, let us serve a bowl for your grandparents. Zhao sighed and blinked his eyes and remarked, Mother, you were so good to grandfather and grandmother. Cheng Wanwan seized the opportunity to impart a lesson. Your grandparents are your father's parents. They're our elders. Your father sacrificed his life on the battlefield for the country, so I must honor his parents in his stead. Zhao sighed and nodded vigorously. From now on, I shall also be filial to you, Mother. Chapter 24. There are golden houses within the book. The summer morning sun was particularly fierce. The villagers of Day had toiled for an entire day and night, many seeking solace in slumber, rendering the village unusually tranquil. The parched earth, cracked and yearning, seemed to beckon for the arrival of a much-needed downpour. In the courtyard, old lady Zhao was preparing a porridge of wild vegetables, while simultaneously cooking a dozen buckwheat pancakes filled with dried radish and green beans. A single bite emitted a delightful aroma, providing ample energy for a day's labor. Grandma! The crisp and tender voice of Zhao Sidon echoed at the entrance of the courtyard. Old lady Zhao looked up to see the little one entering, cradling a steaming bowl that he promptly thrust into her hands. My mother sent me with this, he announced, ready to dash off. With a glance, the old lady recognized the rabbit meat, recalling the previous day's gossip about how the eldest daughter-in-law had fortuitously found a plump rabbit while others were busy working. Just look at this rabbit meat, glistening with fat. One could only wonder how much fine fare it had consumed to grow so robust. A large bowl of rabbit soup, enhanced with tender bamboo shoots, wafted an irresistible fragrance, almost compelling her to drink it all at once. However, old lady Zhao had never been one to indulge alone. She deftly poured a bowl of rabbit soup into the pot of wild vegetable porridge and called out to the eager Zhao Sidon, "You wait here for a moment." As she entered, she spotted Sun Shi rising and casually remarked, "The third daughter-in-law, bring out 10 pounds of bamboo shoots." Sun Shi glanced at Zhao Sidon waiting outside and instantly understood. Those 10 pounds of bamboo shoots were surely destined for the eldest branch. While everyone else was busy, the eldest sister-in-law had been resting nearby. Sun Shi initially thought she had dismissed the bamboo shoots from the muddy field, only to find her waiting to fetch food from the old residence. Irritated, she went to retrieve the bamboo shoots. Old lady Zhao took the bamboo shoots and handed them to Zhao Sidon, who, eager to leave with the bamboo basket, swiftly turned to depart. This child, old lady Zhao chuckled, shaking her head. Observing him, it seemed Sidon had become more spirited and considerably cleaner than before. After sweeping the floor, Sun Shi found her simmering anger impossible to suppress and ultimately could not refrain from muttering, "If you wanted bamboo shoots, you should have dug them up properly yesterday. 10 pounds could be unearthed in no time. Yet, you chose to come to the old residence for them." Upon hearing this, old lady Zhao's brow furrowed. The third daughter-in-law's behavior was becoming increasingly unacceptable. She had not yet addressed the matter of the Zhao family members who had secretly gone up the mountain to dig bamboo shoots. And now she dared to accuse her of favoritism towards the eldest branch. Just as she was about to respond, Zhao Wang's astonished voice interrupted, "Grandma, why does the wild vegetable porridge smell so good today?" Zhao Chunhua's eyes widened. "Look, it seems there's meat in the pot." Old lady Zhao smiled. "Your aunt brought it for us, through Sidon." "How generous of aunt," Zhao Dewang exclaimed, salivating. "This must be from that plump rabbit yesterday. Your aunt sent a bowl of rabbit meat, and I instructed Sidon to bring back 10 pounds of bamboo shoots." As the elderly lady spoke, she cast a glance at Sun Shi standing nearby. "Dewang, do you think 10 jin of tender bamboo shoots is excessive?" Zhao Dewang fervently shook his head, exclaiming, "If someone were to offer me a morsel of meat, I would gladly give them 20 jin of bamboo shoots." Sun Shi recognized that the lady's inquiry was deliberately aimed at her, and her face flushed with embarrassment, wishing for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. A large bowl of steaming rabbit meat soup was placed upon the table, and the 6 family members gathered around the wooden table. On a summer morning, savoring a bowl of rabbit soup invigorates the spirit and alleviates the heat. The rabbit meat, stewed for several hours, was tender and succulent, the aroma wafting enticingly around them. While the bamboo shoots were cooked to a delightful softness, each bite so pleasurable one might wish to swallow their tongue along with it. Dipping a wild vegetable pancake into the rabbit soup and taking a bite was nothing short of a divine indulgence. Upon finishing their breakfast, the 6 individuals leaned back against their chairs, sighing contentedly. Life was truly comfortable, and they longed to remain in that blissful state forever. "Is Deshan Yang here?" came the voice of Aunt Wang at the gate. Cheng Wanwan rose to greet her. Aunt Wang held a bamboo basket containing 2 long bamboo shoots, thrusting it into Cheng Wanwan's hands. "The other day, you gave us 3 or 4 jin of chestnuts. This is your repayment." Cheng Wanwan attempted to return the basket. "The barley has been worked hard for a day. It more than compensates for those chestnuts." Aunt Wang, feeling somewhat awkward, insisted, "The barley has only eaten 2 meals at your place. Working for a day is nothing." She tossed the bamboo shoots onto the ground, hoisted the bamboo basket, and departed. Cheng Wanan, resigned, picked up the bamboo shoots. Despite Aunt Wang's stern demeanor, she had to concede that Aunt Wang was someone worth cultivating a friendship with. Entering the house, she observed the 4 children preparing to leave. "Aren't you all tired from yesterday's labor? You should rest." Zhao Dashan, wielding a hoe, replied, "Mother, I'm not tired. I want to go to the fields and pull some weeds." With the rice nearly withered, weeding seemed futile. Cheng Wanwan removed the hoe from his shoulder, asserting, "Listen to me. All of you should take a nap first. We can discuss matters this afternoon." These 4 children were still in their growth phase. After a long day of work and a restless night, it would hinder their development. At her command, the 4 boys dared not resist any longer and obediently climbed into bed to rest. Wu Huanyang sat beneath the grand tree in the yard, mending the clothes of the family of 6 under the bright sunlight. The garments, increasingly tattered, required constant patching, with repairs upon repairs, rendering their original appearance unrecognizable. Meanwhile, Cheng Wanwan sat in the hall, propping her chin in thought, pondering the matter of groundwater. She strived to recall the geographical knowledge she had once learned, seeking the precise location of underground water, which seemed to necessitate specialized instruments for surveying. She opened the marketplace, searching for surveying tools. Alas, she discovered that these were beyond her financial means. Such instruments did not exist in ancient times. How then did people of the past locate water sources? After searching for quite some time, she found no similar books in the marketplace. Eventually, she stumbled upon a text concerning the history of groundwater extraction, priced at 30 copper coins. Without a moment's hesitation, she purchased the book, clutching it in her hands. She retreated to a secluded spot in the backyard and began to read with utmost seriousness. As the saying goes, within the pages of a book, one may find beauty and treasures. After perusing the text for over an hour, Cheng Wanwan finally discovered a relatively simple method for execution. However, the information contained within the book may not necessarily be accurate. She needed to engage in practical application to ascertain its validity. Rising to her feet, she concealed the book beneath the eaves of the house before making her way to the front yard. Zhao Dashan was already awake, diligently chopping firewood. After splitting a log, he would glance at Wu Huanyang, who sat beneath a tree, her gentle eyes quietly observing him. Their gazes would briefly meet before they swiftly averted their eyes. The air enveloped in a sweet, rosy ambience. Cheng Wanwan covered her eyes, a reluctant witness to the tender scene. A single woman of considerable age, she resolutely refused to consume dog food. Upon noticing her standing nearby, Wu Huanyang felt a flush of embarrassment color her cheeks. Cheng Wanwan cleared her throat and said, Dashan, could you come over and help me identify this plant? She picked up a twig and sketched a depiction of a grass plant on the ground, focusing primarily on the shape of its leaves. Zhao Dashan recognized it immediately, exclaiming, "This is Chi. There are plenty of it behind the house." Chapter 25. When the obvious fails, resort to the subtle. Zhao Dashan led Cheng Wanwan to the back of the house. The area was overrun with weeds. Yet due to prolonged exposure to the sun, these vigorous plants had nearly withered away. The mugwort was no exception. Its leaves were brittle, and the stems had turned a desiccated yellow. Cheng Wanwan bent down to inhale its scent, which was rich and fragrant. Confirming that this was indeed the modernly recognized mugwort she sought, she spoke, "Cut down all of this mugwort and throw it into the yard." Zhao Dashan scratched the back of his head. "Mother, mugwort doesn't burn well. It produces a lot of smoke. I might as well gather some other dry grass." "Who said I want it for kindling?" Cheng Wanwan replied with a smile. "I actually enjoy the smoke. If there isn't much, I wouldn't want it at all. Hurry and cut it down to put in the yard. I have great use for it." With swift strokes, Zhao Dashan harvested the mugwort, which, despite the vast area, amounted to a modest pile in the yard. Cheng Wanwan produced a backpack and carefully pressed the mugwort inside until it was full. Zhao Ergu, curious, asked, "Mother, what is this for?" "After lunch, come with me up the mountain," Cheng Wanwan replied, leaving the backpack at the door. "You'll find out then." Lunch consisted of steamed white rice, sautéed bamboo shoots, and wild mushroom greens, simple yet refreshing, satisfying the appetites of the 6 individuals. After the meal, the mother and her 5 sons ascended the mountain. The villagers had spent the previous day atop the mountain, so today, only a few ventured up, deep within the forest. The absence of people was even more pronounced. Upon reaching the vicinity of a dried pond, Zhao Sidong's keen ears caught the sound of voices. "Mother, it seems there are people where they dig for bamboo shoots." Cheng Wanwan's eyes narrowed. The people of Daya village had been busy for a day and night. It was unlikely they would return so soon, which left only the individuals from Hohot village. What could they be up to? She gestured for the children to remain in place and, with careful steps, made her way through the thicket. Dozens of robust men stood in a previously excavated lotus pond, their faces ashen. "Damn it all, the scum from Daya village won't leave us a living." This mountain peak lay between Daya village and Hohot village, and it seemed reasonable that each village would claim half. The village head of Daya was far too shrewd to allow us half, so if the obvious route is blocked, We must resort to underhanded means. Given the recent surge in grain thefts, we can disguise ourselves as thieves and pilfer all of Day Village's grain. Cheng Wanwan's gaze turned icy in an instant. She retreated silently and said coldly, "We shall return for now. The people of Hohot Village are up to no good. And it is not the right time to seek water sources." With grim expressions, the mother and her 5 sons hurried down the mountain. Upon reaching the halfway point, Zhao Sidong exclaimed, "Mother, look over there. There's a bird's nest." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Sanya dropped what he was holding, spat into each hand, and scrambled up the tree. Before long, he had retrieved the nest, which contained a total of 7 eggs. Zhao Sidong licked his lips. "Today we will have bird eggs to eat." Cheng Wanwan carefully took the bird eggs and placed them into her basket. In truth, the marketplace was replete with chicken eggs. 2 for just a penny, yet she lacked a plausible excuse to procure them. Perhaps she could feign the discovery of a wild hen and rely on it to lay eggs? She silently surveyed the sides of the road, which were quite deep and conducive to her scheme. Catching a single chicken might prove difficult, but releasing 2 would be easier. Resolute in her plan, Cheng Wanwan spent 100 wen in the marketplace to purchase 2 chickens, releasing them directly into the underbrush. Cluck, cluck. The forest echoed with the sound of chickens. Zhao Ergu's eyes gleamed with excitement. There are chickens nearby. The other 3 boys immediately held their breath, their 4 pairs of glistening eyes scanning the thicket. Zhao sighed and pointed towards the jungle and gestured, prompting the 4 children to dash forward in unison. The clucking grew louder. 2 chickens. Zhao Sidon's face flushed with exhilaration. "We've caught 2 chickens." Zhao dashed and scratched his head in confusion. These wild chickens look remarkably like the ones raised at home. How could they possibly be in the depths of the forest? Zhao Ergu licked his lips. "We can have chicken for dinner tonight." Zhao Sanyo, eager to act, suggested, "These chickens are quite plump. I should wring their necks to prevent them from escaping." Cheng Wanwan interjected, her intention not to provide the boys with a meal of chicken, but rather to procure eggs. She spoke, "These wild chickens appear to be hens. A hen lays an egg daily. With 2 hens, we shall have 2 eggs each day. If we raise them, you will have eggs to eat every day." The boys' eyes sparkled with delight. The prospect of daily eggs was something they had never dared to dream of. Zhao sighed and swallowed hard. "Mother, will these 2 chickens truly lay eggs?" Cheng Wanwan contemplated whether she should purchase an egg to place beneath the hens, pretending they had laid it themselves. At that moment, the 2 chickens unexpectedly settled on the ground. The 4 boys squatted down, their eyes fixed intently on the hens. Zhao sighed and inquired in confusion, "What are they doing?" Zhao Dashan hushed him. "It seems they are about to lay eggs." Zhao Sanyu's eyes widened with astonishment. "They've laid eggs. They've really laid eggs." Zhao Ergu, equally incredulous, exclaimed, "2 eggs." Cheng Wanwan felt a wave of embarrassment. These boys were making a fuss over nothing. Anyone unaware of the situation might think they were witnessing a birth. As the hens attempted to flee after laying their eggs, Zhao Sanyu caught one, tying a grass rope around its feet and placing it back in the basket. The 5 of them returned to Day Village in high spirits. Cheng Wanwan instructed her 4 sons to carry the basket home while she strode towards the village chief's residence. Upon reaching the village center, she spotted the chief standing on the parched field ridge, observing the state of the crops, surrounded by many who were inquiring about the situation. "What did the county magistrate say? Is it true that there is no grain in the fields? Will the county magistrate provide relief grain for our Day Village? I've heard that the price of corn in town has risen to 12 won per pound. Is that true?" The village chief appeared quite troubled. He was at a loss for how to respond to these inquiries. To speak falsely was not in his character, yet to speak truthfully might incite panic among the villagers. At that moment, Cheng Wanwan approached, her expression grave, and said, "Village head, I just ascended the mountain and saw over 30 individuals from Hohot Village wandering on the summit of our Day Village." The village head furrowed his brow. With so many people arriving, what could their intentions be? The leader among them was a portly man, and from his demeanor, it seemed he aimed to rally a group to pilfer grain from our Day Village. Cheng Wanwan did not withhold any information, revealing everything she had heard. This was not merely a concern for the village head, but a matter affecting all the residents of Day Village. Upon hearing her words, the surrounding villagers erupted in outrage. The audacity of Hohot Village was astonishing. Over 20 years ago, the 2 villages had clashed, and we emerged victorious. How dare they come again? Did Sister Zhao not mention that the people of Hohot Village intended to steal grain, resorting to covert actions when they could not confront us openly? Let us first teach them a lesson. Chapter 26. The scholars of the village. Everyone, please be quiet. The village head raised his hand to silence the agitated villagers. Day Village and Hohot Village had coexisted peacefully for over 20 years after a dispute concerning their borders. However, if Day Village were to strike first, the repercussions would fall upon every villager when the matter escalated to the county magistrate. The village head spoke gently. Yet, we of Day Village shall not permit anyone to seize our grain. What shall we do then? Someone interjected. We cannot allow Hohot Village to steal our grain and simply let it go unchallenged, can we? The people from Hohot Village are not to be trusted. Among the crowd, some were furious, while others wore expressions of discontent. Given the proximity of the two villages, many had relatives who had married into or from Hohot Village, and they were reluctant to see discord arise between them. Would it be wise to sever ties over a single remark from Sister Zhao? While there were indeed some ruffians in Hohot Village, not everyone was unreasonable. To act rashly would place Day Village in the wrong. What if Sister Zhao had misheard? Chang Wanan suggested, why not establish a patrol team, with each household sending one person to take turns on duty? Should we observe any unusual activity from Hohot Village? We can respond accordingly. The village head found merit in this idea, but before he could nod in agreement, a voice of dissent emerged. It was Zhang Wulai, the laziest man in the village, who stood with his hands behind his back on the ridge, sneering dismissively. There's a mountain of work waiting in the fields. Who has the time to take turns on patrol? You, a mere woman, have concocted a troublesome task for everyone. If such a righteous man as the village head were to agree to this nonsense, I would have to question whether Sister Zhao has enchanted him. His words were an unwarranted smear on both individuals. The village head, a man in his 50s, was incensed, his beard bristling with fury. Wishing to kick Zhang Wulai into the rice paddies, Chang Wanwan retorted coolly, if the village head consents to my proposal, does that mean everyone else in the village would be implicated in my supposed enchantment? Zhang Wulai, brimming with arrogance, declared, aside from the village head, no one else would ever agree. Why not accept this most sensible suggestion? Zhao Laodu stepped forward. My eldest daughter-in-law proposed this plan for the benefit of the entire village. Yet Zhang Wulai, in his cowardice, resorts to malicious speculation. We, the Zhao family, shall remember this. Chang Wanwan was momentarily taken aback, surprised that, in such a moment, the Zhao family would unconditionally support her. Zhao Laotu met her gaze with steadfast assurance before continuing. Decades ago, the entirety of Day Village bore the Zhao surname. For generations, we were one family, united in purpose, and rarely did disputes arise. Yet, in recent years, as more outsiders joined our ranks, conflicts have increased. Therefore, let us regard the establishment of this patrol team as a Zhao family matter, with outsiders having no part in it. Naturally, the patrol formed by the Zhao family will only safeguard our grain. The village head nodded. Later, let the Zhao family convene at the ancestral hall. Village head. This is unacceptable. An elderly woman, appearing to be in her 70s or 80s, stepped forward. Zhang Wulai, refusing to comply, asserted that it was solely his affair, and others had not voiced any objections. Although my family bears the surname Zhu, having resided in the village for 50 to 60 years, we have long since become an integral part of Dahu village. At such a critical moment, how could we waver? My grandson, though young, is quite astute. So let us allow him to join the patrol team. The old woman pushed a boy forward, named Zhu Huzi, who indeed possessed a sharp wit. The Zhu family has endured much. Many years ago, they sought refuge in Dahu village amidst calamity. Not long after, the family patriarch, old Zhu, tragically passed away, leaving behind 3 sons and 2 daughters, all of whom succumbed to illness. Ultimately, only this small grandson remained, raised solely by old Zhu's wife. The Zhu family. Both the elders and the young received a share of the 40 to 50 gene of bamboo shoots that each villager contributed yesterday, alongside the additional harvest Huzi gathered, totaling over 80 gene. Such an abundance of food could sustain 2 people for a month or 2. How could old Zhu agree to let these provisions be seized by the people of Hohot village? Thus, she was the first to express her stance. Aunt Wang, having experienced the anguish of stolen grain, was the second to speak. The proposal put forth by Daxiang is indeed commendable. We shall send Niao Qiao's father. Others chimed in, asserting that their robust men would deter the Hohot villagers from thievery. With a large household, we could arrange for 2 individuals to stand watch. Outsiders voiced their opinions one after another, infuriating Zhang Wulai, whose face turned a deep shade of anger. These individuals, each groveling to the Zhao family, deserved to be marginalized in Dahu village. Unable to counter their sentiments, he stormed off in a huff. The village head called for silence and summoned Taizhu to record the names. Taizhu, reputed to be the most literate in the village, had not studied formally, but had worked alongside the tavern manager in town for a year, absorbing knowledge through exposure. He unfurled a sheet of grass paper, wielding a brush, and began inscribing names. Wang Yoncheng registered. Yao Dashan registered. When Cheng Wanwan saw the characters Taiju pinned, her lips involuntarily twitched. His handwriting was atrocious, resembling a dog-esque scribbles, each stroke appearing disjointed and awkward. Yet, villagers praised. Tieju's writing is truly remarkable, a unique treasure of Daha village. The village head's family was about to produce a scholar. Speaking of scholars, the neighboring Chengjia village was more formidable, as their eldest grandson had successfully become a student. What is a student? Uncertain, but it surely seemed impressive. Many nearby cast glances at Cheng Wanwan. Although she shared the Cheng surname, she had fallen out with her family, and they refrained from asking further questions. Taiju, unable to write many characters, resorted to drawing circles for those he could not inscribe. By the end of the registration, the grass paper was filled with circles of varying sizes. Cheng Wanwan turned her head, grateful she was not a teacher. Otherwise, she could not have resisted stepping forward to correct him. As she prepared to leave, she noticed a child standing not far away. It was Zhang Dagong, the son of Zhang Wulai, who had previously quarreled with Sidong over a rabbit. He stood alone, his emotions concealed in the shadows, betraying no discernible feelings. After a moment, he turned and walked away. Upon returning home, Cheng Wanwan went directly to her room and opened the trading market. The inhabitants of Osmanthus village were unaware of when danger might approach, and she felt compelled to procure some means of self-defense. After careful consideration, she selected a short dagger. This weapon was exquisitely designed, capable of being folded and discreetly concealed within her sleeve, making it an ideal instrument for protection. With a swift motion, she brandished the blade against the edge of the table, astonishingly cleaving off the corner. No wonder it was priced at 500 won. It was indeed a worthy investment. Mother. As Zhao Sanyu entered, ready to articulate something, his gaze fell upon the dagger in her hand, causing his thoughts to evaporate. His eyes glimmered with fascination. Where did this knife come from? It appears remarkably sharp. Unfazed by being observed, Cheng Wanwan calmly confessed. I found it in the alley during my last trip to the town. It truly is very sharp. Unable to contain his admiration for the dagger, Zhao Sanyu's eyes fixated upon it, his hands fidgeting with excitement. Cheng Wanwan sighed. It is yours. Thank you, mother. Zhao Sanyu exclaimed, clutching the short dagger as he exited. In the end, Cheng Wanwan treated herself to a stun ring, capable of delivering a single discharge potent enough to incapacitate an adult, priced at 1 tael of silver. Resolute, she purchased it, fastening it securely around her neck with a cord, ready for self-defense. Chapter 27. Zhao Ergu's beloved. The dinner was exceptionally sumptuous. 2 eggs were beaten and mixed with white flour to create egg pancakes. 7 bird eggs were boiled and shelled, arranged neatly on a plate. Alongside a stir-fried vegetable dish and a fried lotus root ball, each person was presented with a generous bowl of white rice. Despite having eaten heartily for several consecutive days, the 4 young lads could not help but salivate at the sight of the feast. Cheng Wanwan placed a bird egg at the bottom of each person's bowl, leaving the extra one before Wu Huanyang. Wu Huanyang, somewhat taken aback, exclaimed, Mother, 1 is more than enough for me. Please take this one for yourself. Each person receiving an egg seemed fair enough. Cheng Wanwan cast a glance at her abdomen and thought, once these busy days are over, I shall invite Dr. Zheng to examine you. Although she had never been pregnant and was unaware of the necessary precautions during pregnancy, she understood that in modern society, expectant mothers undergo regular checkups, and consulting Dr. Zheng would certainly be wise. Wu Wenyang felt a warmth welling in her eyes. Having been married into the Zhao family for a year, she had endured much hardship. Had it not been for Dashan, who secretly saved food for her, she might have succumbed long ago. Once, Dashan was her shining light. Now, she felt the glow emanating from her mother-in-law as well. With 7 bird eggs in the household, the thought that she could consume 2 was beyond her wildest dreams. She had never expected such kindness from her mother-in-law. Mother, Wu Huanyang wished to express her thoughts, but her throat tightened, stifling her words. Cheng Wanwan gently patted the back of her hand. You are to become a mother soon. No tears allowed, or else the child will cry incessantly once born, driving everyone to distraction. Instantly, Wu Huanyang managed to suppress her tears. As the family prepared to enjoy their meal, a timid voice suddenly broke the tranquility of the courtyard. Ergu, are you there? It was the voice of a girl. Zhao Ergu, unable to focus on his meal, dropped his chopsticks and hurried towards the courtyard. Cheng Wanwan, intrigued, glanced outside to see a slender girl in a patched lilac dress standing by the wall, appearing delicate yet visibly malnourished, a testament to times of scarcity. Her eyes ignited with curiosity. Cheng Wanwan whispered, Sidon, stop eating and take a look. Isn't that girl your future sister-in-law? Zhao Sidon, mouth full, nodded vigorously. Yes. That's Sister Shui Qin. I've seen her once before, so she is to be my future sister-in-law. Zhao Sanyu's eyes widened in astonishment. She is so beautiful. The young lady possessed striking features, with large, captivating eyes that enhanced her beauty, especially in her clean attire, which made her stand out even more. The orange hues of the setting sun illuminated her figure. The reflection of the evening glowed dancing in her pupils as she gazed up at Zhao Ergu. He, however, dared not meet her eyes, his hands awkwardly fidgeting, uncertain of where to place them. Cheng Wanwan could not suppress a laugh. Youth was a delightful phase. Affection was uncontainable, and it was heartwarming to witness. Yet, her amusement faded. Observing Ergu's infatuated demeanor, she realized he was resolutely determined to win her heart. The fact that the girl had sought him out suggested she reciprocated his feelings. This implied that a wedding celebration was on the horizon. However, such joyous events necessitate expenditure. She was not lacking in money, having sold ginseng for over 100 taels of silver, sufficient to last her a considerable time. However, she lacked a legitimate reason to spend it. Finding a way to utilize this money openly was a significant challenge she was about to confront. Cheng Wanwan casually inquired, Dashan, how much silver did you spend on your wedding? Zhao Dashan's face suddenly flushed, and he stammered, I don't know. Wu Huanyang, feeling embarrassed, nearly buried her head in her rice bowl. Zhao Sidong answered on her behalf, Mother, I know. Grandma said that when my sister-in-law came into the family, not a single coin was spent. Upon hearing this, the memories of the original body surfaced vividly before Cheng Wanwan's eyes. When Dashan went to the town to exchange salt, he fell in love at first sight with Wu Huanyang, who was selling eggs there. Their relationship blossomed as they interacted. The Wu family was not the kind to trade their daughter for a dowry. Seeing Zhao's decent circumstances, with a father-in-law who served in the military, they readily agreed to marry their daughter off, even allowing Wu Huanyang to take the modest bride price from Zhao's family as her dowry. Ultimately, this money ended up in the original body's pocket and was sent to the Cheng family. Unexpectedly, shortly after Wu Huanyang married, Dashan's father passed away, and soon after, the original body insisted on separating the family, plunging Wu Huanyang into a nightmarish existence. Despite her suffering in her in-laws' home, she did not return to her parental home to complain, fearing that her parents would come and harm Dashan. Just then, Zhao Ergu walked in through the door. He tugged at his hair, his lips moving before he finally spoke. Mother, I heard that all the families in Dahu village are digging for bamboo shoots, and they are here to borrow grain. Cheng Wanwan asked, how much do they want to borrow? Zhao Ergu held up 2 fingers, then folded one back. 10 jin. 10 jin of bamboo shoots was not an excessive amount. It was evident that Ergu had a soft spot for that girl, and helping out with 10 jin of bamboo shoots was not unreasonable. Cheng Wanwan instructed Zhao Ergu to retrieve the bamboo shoots from the seller himself and then turned to Wu Huanyang. You have been married for a year now and have never returned to your parental home. Tomorrow, take 10 jin of bamboo shoots back to see how your parents are doing. Since you are the eldest daughter-in-law now, providing 10 jin of grain is not out of line. Hearing Cheng Wanwan's words, Wu Huanyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Over the past year, her mother-in-law had secretly taken countless items from the Cheng family, even openly cursing her for using the family's belongings to support the Wu family. In all honesty, since her marriage, she had not taken a single grain of rice back to the Wu family. She was particularly careful to avoid mentioning the Wu family in front of her mother-in-law. Unexpectedly, her mother-in-law brought it up herself and even asked her to take 10 jin of bamboo shoots back, a monumental surprise that left her astonished. However, at the entrance of the courtyard, Sun Shuijing looked utterly disappointed. She had requested 20 jin of grain, yet Zhao Ergu only offered 10, leaving her at a loss for how to explain it to her father. Shuijing, our family truly cannot spare more, Zhao Ergu said hesitantly. These bamboo shoots had been dug up by the 4 brothers together, each collecting about 30 to 40 jin. If he were to lend out 20 jin at once, how was he any different from his mother when she brought things to Cheng's family? I understand, these times are hard for everyone. Sun Shuiqing's eyes shimmered with mist, and she said, Ergu, I shall take my leave now. Zhao Ergu dared not meet her gaze, replying, allow me to escort you. Sun Shuiqing walked ahead while he trailed behind, maintaining a respectful distance. He wished not to tarnish her reputation before their relationship was firmly established. Inside the house, Cheng Wanwan sat in quiet distress. With only 2 rooms available, she pondered where the couple would sleep once the second daughter-in-law entered their home. In this era, Constructing a modest abode of 4 or 5 earthen rooms would likely require 2 taels of silver. Although she possessed some funds, the source was dubious. After ascertaining the young woman's character, she resolved to offer a modest betrothal gift, thus securing an engagement for the 2 children. Once the new year passed and spring arrived, she would welcome the young lady into their family. Cheng Wanwan silently resolved within her heart. Chapter 28. Unworthy of second brother. The moonlight was clear and bright. Cheng Wanwan unexpectedly found herself immersed in a dream. In this reverie, the person she had secretly admired in her past life, tall and graceful, with gentle eyes, knelt before her on one knee, proposing marriage. In her dream, her heart raced uncontrollably, a fluttering sensation overwhelming her, just as she reached out to accept the ring. A mischievous child kicked her, abruptly awakening her from this enchanting slumber. The dream left her feeling a profound sense of loss upon waking. In this era, she had lost the right to experience romance. Having never held a man's hand, she now found herself tasked with arranging marriages for her sons. Cheng Wanwan crawled out of bed, tears welling in her eyes. Outside, dawn had just broken, and Zhao Dashan had already fetched a bucket of water to place in the yard. Mornings had never been marked by water fetching before, as the household had no habit of rinsing their mouths or washing their faces early in the day. Recently, Cheng Wanwan had issued a firm decree. Every morning, they must rinse and wash their faces, or they would not be allowed at the dining table. Wu Wenyang boiled water and sat in the yard washing clothes, hanging them out to dry afterward. Cheng Wanwan unlocked the grain cabinet, taking 3 to 5 jin of grain for their daily consumption, planning to replenish 2 or 3 more. Noticing there was still plenty left, she placed over 2 jin of millet into a pot to cook porridge, then took some lotus root to prepare lotus root sandwiches, typically filled with meat. Regrettably, there was no meat at home, so she pretended to rummage through the chicken coop, retrieving 2 eggs. After frying the eggs, she placed them inside the lotus root sandwiches and finally deep-fried them. Though her culinary skills were lacking and she relied on her words to guide Wu Huinyang in the preparation, the aroma of fried food soon wafted through the air, rousing her 3 sons still asleep in bed. They, enticed by the delightful scent, licked their lips and stumbled out of the house with their eyes closed, instinctively making their way to the stove, drooling all the while. "Wash your faces first," Cheng Wanwan admonished, prying their hands apart. Zhao Ergu splashed a handful of cool well water onto his face, instantly shaking off his drowsiness. Upon lifting his head, he spotted someone standing at the gate. Initially thinking he was still dreaming, rubbing his eyes, he looked again. Zhao Sidon was the first to exclaim, "It's Sister Sun Qin." Cheng Wanwan also noticed the young woman at the entrance, a budding romance evident. They had just seen each other yesterday, and here she was again, early in the morning. As a solitary figure, she truly wished to avoid being a bystander to their love story. "Auntie," Sun Qin said, her voice tinged with shyness as she endeavored to appear casual. "I came to speak a few words with Brother Ergu." Cheng Wanwan waved her hand dismissively. "You two chat. I shall busy myself." Yet, she leaned in, her ears attuned to their conversation. This was not gossip, but rather a concern for her son's emotional life. "Brother Ergu, when I first entered the village, I saw several people wandering near the entrance. They asked me many questions upon spotting me. What were they doing?" Sun Qin's voice was soft and melodious. Zhao Ergu, usually quite astute, seemed momentarily befuddled. Cheng Wanwan, initially engrossed in their exchange, became alert upon hearing Sun Qin's inquiry. With the surname Sun, and knowing all the sons in Daha village were from Hohot village, she wondered if they had sent someone to gather information. Clearing her throat, she called out, "Sidon, invite Sister Qin to come in and join us for breakfast." Sun Shuiqin quickly waved her hands, saying, "No, no, no. How could I stay here to eat?" "Actually, Auntie, the truth is," she stuttered, struggling to find her words. Zhao Ergo promptly interjected, "Shuiqin, just speak your mind. My mother is quite easygoing." Cheng Wanwan couldn't help but smirk. In just a few days, this lad had already forgotten how fierce she had been before. Her gaze swept over Sun Shuiqin. Having worked her way up to become a businesswoman in her previous life, her ability to read emotions was well honed. Yesterday, from a distance, she hadn't scrutinized closely, but now, standing nearer, it was evident that Sun Shuiqin was not as innocent as she appeared. That hazy, watery gaze seemed rehearsed, devoid of genuine emotion. In contrast, it was as if Zhao Ergu was completely smitten. Cheng Wanwan wore a gentle smile and said, "Miss Sun, please do share what you need. As long as Auntie can assist, she will not refuse." Sun Shuiqin's eyes glistened with tears as she pleaded, "Auntie, could you lend us another 20 pounds of grain?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Ergu immediately tensed, instinctively glancing at Cheng Wanwan. He feared that Shu Qin's request might displease his mother even before she had entered. Cheng Wanwan's smile remained warm as she continued. It's not that Auntie is unwilling to lend. It's just that I lent out 10 pounds yesterday, and lending another 20 today would seem unbalanced. My other sons might have their thoughts on that. Zhao Sanyi shook his head vigorously, protesting, Mother, I have no objections. Please lend it. Just as Zhao Saida was about to chime in, Cheng Wanwan shot him a cold glance. These boys certainly knew how to undermine her. She turned to Zhao Ergu and asked, Ergu, you know how much grain we have at home. Do you think we should lend it? Just as Zhao Ergu was about to shake his head, he noticed that Sun Shuiqin looked on the verge of tears, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. And his heart felt as if it were being crushed. He stared at the girl before him, feeling somewhat at a loss. Cheng Wanwan sighed in resignation. If she refused to lend, she would inevitably feel guilty for breaking their bond. She spoke softly, Miss Sun, we cannot provide 20 pounds. But we can manage to lend you 10. Sun Shuiqin's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, Thank you, Auntie. Thank you so much. Cheng Wanwan instructed Zhao Ergu to go inside and fetch the grain. Zhao Ergu's expression was a complicated mix of emotions as he turned to enter the house. Miss, I can see you're a good girl, Cheng Wanwan said earnestly. Our Ergu is rather naive and may not understand your situation. Please do not hold it against him. Sun Shuiqin's lips moved slightly as she replied softly, Of course, I wouldn't hold it against Brother Ergu. Upon hearing this, Cheng Wanwan's expression cooled somewhat. She had merely downplayed her son, not expecting that Sun Shuiqin would echo her sentiments, implying that she too held a grudge against Ergu for not agreeing to lend the grain promptly. After all, she was still young, unable to conceal her thoughts. Having lent out 10 pounds of bamboo shoots only to receive insincere gratitude from Miss Sun, Cheng Wanwan felt it was unfair to Zhao Ergu. Zhao Ergu, however, felt no sense of regret. Holding 10 pounds of jade bamboo shoots, his face flushed as he said, Shuiqin, I shall escort you home. Cheng Wanwan replied in a calm tone, There are patrols at both ends of the village. If anyone sees the two of you together alone, it would surely tarnish Miss Sun's reputation. Wein Yang, please accompany him part of the way. Wu Huinyang set aside her tasks and rose to see him off. Once Zhao Ergu noticed the slender figure disappearing down the road, he finally spoke. Mother, thank you. Cheng Wanwan inquired, Do you truly wish to marry this girl? Zhao Ergu's face turned a deeper shade of crimson as he softly affirmed. Cheng Wanwan sighed. The lad was entirely infatuated, oblivious to the other facets of Sun Shuiqin. It was up to her, as his mother, to look into the situation of the girl's family first. Chapter 29. Breaking bones and connecting tendons. As the dawn gradually brightened, Cheng Wanwan stepped outside and encountered the village patrol team passing by. Comprising 200 members divided into 50 small squads, the patrols rotated in 5 groups daily, ensuring that each individual would only be on duty once every 10 days. Requiring attendance merely 3 times a month for a duration of 2.5 hours each time, it was not as time-consuming as one might have imagined. A roadblock was established at the village entrance, allowing villagers to come and go freely, while outsiders were subjected to a barrage of inquiries before being permitted entry. Upon reaching the large locust tree, Cheng Wanwan was surrounded by a group of women. Sister Zhao, the idea you proposed was truly commendable. Have you heard? That gang from Hohat village stealthily infiltrated last night. Fortunately, it was my husband on duty. With one shout, the 10 patrollers rushed over and apprehended them immediately. Hohat village only sent 7 individuals, daring to come and steal food. How ridiculous. What became of those 7? They were not allowed to succeed. Since no one was caught with the stolen goods, we had no choice but to let them go. Next time, be sure to refrain from shouting so early. Catch thieves with their loot, and only then seize them, sending them directly to the authorities. It seems there may not be a next time. I heard that Hohat village is convening a meeting, restricting their villagers from causing trouble in Day village, claiming it would be a disgrace. Cheng Wanwan smiled and replied, I merely offered a suggestion. It was the collective effort of everyone that safeguarded our village's grain. As she smiled, a glimmer of light seemed to pass through her eyes. The onlookers stared at her, momentarily taken aback. Sister Zhao appeared considerably paler, and her demeanor was markedly different from before. The woman who once knew only to create a scene now exuded an unexpected gentleness, feeling uneasy under the scrutiny of so many eyes. Cheng Wanwan cleared her throat and said, I shall visit the Zhao family. She stepped towards the courtyard of the Zhao residence, prompting the women to resume their murmurs. Isn't Sister Zhao at odds with old Lady Zhao? She hasn't set foot in the Zhao household for a year. Indeed, they are family. Breaking bones still connects tendons. Can one truly sever ties for life? As these thoughts lingered, Cheng Wanwan stood at the entrance of the courtyard and called out, "Mother, are you there?" Hearing the voice, old lady Zhao stepped over the threshold, momentarily stunned. Although her relationship with the main branch had improved recently, she had never visited since the eldest daughter-in-law moved out. This unexpected arrival left the old lady feeling somewhat anxious. Having sent food for several consecutive days, was this an indication that she intended to move back in? Regardless of the excuses this little vixen might concoct or how much she might weep, she must not relent. Old lady Zhao maintained her composure and inquired, "Daughter of Dashan, what brings you here?" Sunshare emerged from the house as well, saying, "Sister-in-law, please come in and sit." Cheng Wanwan entered and took a seat on the low stool opposite them. After a moment of contemplation, she began, "I have come today primarily to inquire about someone." Sunshare cast her eyes downward, rolling them in disdain. It was clear that sister-in-law intended to move back. Why not just say so directly instead of beating around the bush? Old lady Zhao, however, remained unruffled, urging, "Speak your mind." A young lady by the surname of Sun, affectionately known as Shui Qin, was the subject of conversation. Cheng Wanwan inquired, seemingly referring to Hohat village, uncertain if her mother had heard of this young woman. Old lady Zhao, who seldom ventured beyond the confines of Dahu village, had indeed not heard of her. Sun spoke up, "I am acquainted with her. Her father and mine are cousins. When I got married, she was merely 3 or 4 years old, and now she has blossomed into a charming young woman. My sister-in-law asked what I was up to. Isn't it to find a wife for Ergo?" Cheng Wanwan smiled and replied, "I merely wish to inquire about the young lady's character. If she is as admirable as I hope, I might propose a marriage." Old lady Zhao felt a surge of comfort. She had previously worried about Ergo's future. Yet here was a woman already contemplating plans for him. If the eldest daughter-in-law could secure a match for Ergo, it would be quite agreeable for the entire family to return. Unbeknownst to the old lady, she had already joyfully accepted this notion in her heart. Even before it was openly suggested, Sun could hardly suppress her laughter. Her cousin was a notorious scoundrel, indulging in all manner of vices, which had driven Shui Qin's mother to despair. The family relied heavily on Shui Qin's support. If her sister-in-law were to marry Shui Qin, it would mean entangling themselves with a troublesome in-law, which would surely lead to a plethora of challenges ahead. Sun remarked casually, "Shui Qin is a fine young woman. I shan't elaborate on her beauty, but her industrious nature is commendable. She can handle farm work better than many men. If my sister-in-law were to take such a wife, she would surely enjoy great blessings." Cheng Wanwan, observing Sun's demeanor, sensed that she was not being entirely forthright. While precise details might be elusive, the Sun family was undoubtedly not ordinary. She rose to her feet. "I shall ponder when to propose marriage and take my leave." Old lady Zhao was taken aback. "Aren't you staying a while? We haven't even addressed the main topic, and you're leaving?" Was she expecting her, as the elder, to suggest the family move back? Cheng Wanwan nodded. "There are matters at home that require my attention." She stood and made her way toward the courtyard, soon disappearing through the gate. She contemplated personally inquiring in Hohat village, for she could not rely solely on hearsay or her own instincts. What if the young woman was simply reticent in matters of the heart? However, the focus of her thoughts shifted back to the pressing issue of water sources. In the afternoon, Cheng Wanwan donned mugwort and, accompanied by her 4 sons, ascended the mountain, with the patrol team from Daha village present. There were no villagers from Hohat to be seen, and the lotus pond was utterly deserted, allowing Cheng Wanwan ample opportunity to proceed with her plans. The soil, excavated from the dried pond, had cracked and deteriorated under the intense sun within a mere day. Cheng Wanwan approached a patch of slightly damp earth and instructed her 4 sons to lay down the mugwort and ignite it with a fire starter. The smoke from the mugwort was dense and sought an escape downward. When water was present below, the smoke would rise alongside the water vapor. Where the smoke ascended, there would surely be a source of water. Zhao Ergu, filled with curiosity, asked, "Mother, once the mugwort is burning, what do we do next?" Cheng Wanwan gazed in the direction of the smoke. "We follow it." A large bundle of mugwort was set ablaze, producing a considerable amount of smoke that wafted downwards towards the valley. A group of 5 individuals followed the trail of smoke through a dense forest until they reached the edge of the valley. To their astonishment, they discovered an opening formed by the concave junction of 2 mountains, where the vegetation thrived abundantly, accompanied by swarms of buzzing insects. The smoke, upon reaching this point, began to rise unexpectedly. "Mother, there is water here," exclaimed Zhao Sanyu, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief, as he noticed water trickling from the crevices in the rocks. In this arid season, the presence of flowing water on the mountain was nothing short of miraculous. Zhao Dashan collected a few drops and tasted them. So sweet. It must be spring water. Cheng Wanwan beamed with delight, realizing that their method had indeed proven effective. They had truly discovered the source of groundwater. The water seeping from the rocky walls indicated an abundant supply beneath the surface, alleviating half of their drought concerns. Chapter 30. Sun Shui-Qin and the Fish Drip. Drip. The spring water seeped from the stone wall, cascading to the ground before returning to the underground reservoir. For young boys gathered around, their eyes wide with astonishment. Zhao Ergu, his face awash with disbelief, exclaimed, "Mother, how are you so clever? How did you know that Qi could lead us to water?" Cheng Wanwan, of course, would not divulge that her knowledge stemmed from books. Adopting an air of wisdom, she replied, "When I was as little as Sidong, I lived at my grandmother's house. One time, she invited a physician to fumigate the Qi. I remember he mentioned that Qi could dispel dampness, which is indeed related to water. That thought prompted me to come and explore, and to my surprise, I stumbled upon the water source." Zhao Sidang's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Mother, you are truly remarkable." Zhao Dashan was ecstatic, declaring, "We will never worry about a lack of drinking water again. The spring water is so sweet." Zhao Sanyub, thumping his chest, proclaimed, "From now on, the task of fetching water will be mine. I will make 4 trips a day. An ascent takes half an hour. A round trip is an hour. 4 trips would consume most of the day. Do you spend your days idly?" Cheng Wan'an retorted, realizing that discovering the water source was not the pinnacle of ingenuity. The real challenge lay in transporting this water to their doorstep. The 4 boys fell into deep contemplation. Aside from fetching water, they could think of no alternative solutions. As Zhao Sidong pondered, his eyes darted around until he suddenly cried out, "Second brother, look over there. Is that Shui-Qin?" Cheng Wanwan turned her gaze to see Sun Shui-Qin indeed nearby. The girl had arrived in Daya village early in the morning. Why hadn't she returned yet? Moreover, she was accompanied by a boy who seemed to be from Daya village as well, named Zhao Shajian. At this moment, Zhao Shajian's face was flushed, and his demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to Ergu. Zhao Ergu was filled with joy and took a step forward, eager to approach. "What are you doing?" Cheng Wanwan grasped his arm. "Can't you see that Miss Sun is with Zhao Shajian? You would disturb them." Disturbing them was secondary. She was primarily curious about the nature of Sun Shui-Qin's relationship with this boy. Zhao Ergu refrained from advancing, yet Sun Shui-Qin and Zhao Shajian approached them. The 5 of them stood at the lowest point between 2 peaks, where the abundance of water and lush vegetation concealed their figures. "Shajian, you needn't see me off." Sun Shui-Qin's voice was gentle. "If I take the path down, I will reach Hohot village in no time. I can return on my own." Zhao Shajian, with a simple smile, handed her a bag of grain. "If you find yourself short, come find me again." "Thank you, Brother Shajian," Sun Shui-Qin replied shyly, her eyes sparkling like jewels, making her appear exceptionally captivating. Zhao Ergu was utterly entranced. Cheng Wanwan felt defeated by her own son's infatuation. Even a fool could discern that Sun Shui-Qin was nurturing fish in Daya village. The number of fish was unknown, but her own son, foolish Ergu, was undoubtedly one of the fish in her pond, having witnessed the tender moment between Sun Shui-Qin and Zhao Shajian, yet still lost in his daydreams. The trials of motherhood weigh heavily upon her. Sister Shu-Qing borrowed grain from second brother, yet she sought assistance from brother Xiaojian as well. Zhao Si-Dan was utterly perplexed. Sister Shu-Qing's smile was truly captivating, and he had thought such warmth was reserved solely for second brother. Cheng Wanwan silently applauded her younger son. If the second child remained oblivious to the situation, then he was indeed beyond redemption. Only then did Zhao Ergo finally extricate himself from the enchantment of Sun Shu-Qing's smile. His gaze fell upon Zhao Xiaojian's face, then shifted to the items in Sun Shu-Qing's hands, 2 stalks of jade bamboo, which he had personally handed to her that morning, along with a basket of wild vegetables, the origin of which remained a mystery, and a bag of grain weighing about 5 or 6 jin, which Zhao Xiaojin had just delivered to her. Shu-Qing was gentle and kind, capable of befriending anyone. Zhao Ergo racked his brain for justifications. Perhaps Zhao Xiaojin was merely lending a helping hand because her family was struggling. Was that truly the case? Cheng Wanwan ruthlessly shattered his illusions. Would friends hold hands? At that moment, Zhao Xiaojin boldly grasped Sun Shu-Qing's fingers, and though her face flushed with shyness, she did not resist. Zhao Ergo's eyes widened in disbelief. Just last night, Sun Shu-Qing had taken the initiative to entwine her finger with his, and he had thought. Fury surged within him, and he was about to charge forward. "Stop." Cheng Wanwan's voice was icy. "The Zhao family has not proposed. And you two are not betrothed. You have no claim over her. What do you intend to do? Berate Zhao Xiaojin for his flirtations, or chastise Sun Shuqing for her indiscretions? Zhao Ergo's clenched fists fell limply to his sides as he gritted his teeth. Shuqing is not that kind of person. She is not. Cheng Wanwan sighed in exasperation. This boy was still holding on to hope. Yet she too felt reluctant. Lending out 20 gene of jade bamboo was almost akin to giving it away. This was the result of her 4 sons' hard labor. Zhao Sidan reported the situation. Brother Xiao Jin has left. In the forest, only Sun Shuqing remained, laden with her belongings as she swiftly headed towards Osmanthus village. Shuqing. Zhao Ergo suddenly called out from behind her. Upon turning and recognizing Zhao Ergo, Sun Shuqing instinctively searched for Zhao Xiaojin's figure, only to find that he had already vanished down the mountain path. She let out a relieved sigh and smiled warmly. Second brother, what are you doing here? In the past, such a smile would leave Zhao Ergo in a daze. Now, however, you simply asked quietly, where did you get that bag of grain? Sun Shuqing maintained her composed demeanor, still gentle. I have an uncle working in Day Village. He asked me to bring it back. Zhao Ergo's heart sank little by little. He conjured numerous excuses for her in his mind, even believing that if she could persuade him, things might return to how they were. But to his dismay, she was lying. He struggled to suppress his anger, enunciating each word. Did I not just see Zhao Xiaojin give you that grain? The smile on Sun Shuqing's face finally faltered. Is that so? Perhaps you misinterpreted. Zhao Ergu clenched his fists. In broad daylight, how could I possibly be mistaken? Zhao Xiaojin is from my village. Even if he were to reveal only the back of his head, I would recognize him instantly. Tears streamed down Sun Shuqing's face, glistening like dew. Zhao Xiaojin has persistently pursued me. He insisted on delivering food, which I initially did not desire, but my family has truly run out of provisions, and I could not refuse. Upon seeing her cry, Zhao Ergu was at a loss. Just moments ago, he was filled with rage, but now all he wished was to wipe away her tears. Cheng Wanwan sighed for the umpteenth time. This girl possessed a depth of cunning. Foolish Ergu was no match for her. It seemed that she would have to intervene. Clearing her throat, she approached. Miss Sun, if you have any grievances, please confide in me. I shall assist you. Sun Shuqing froze completely. She had not anticipated that, aside from Zhao Ergu, there were indeed others present. Chapter 31. The Heartbreak of Youth in the Depths of the Dense Forest. Cheng Wanwan emerged, accompanied by her 3 sons. She approached Sun Shuqing directly and said, I just overheard you mention that Zhao Xiaojin has been pestering you. That boy, who appears so honest and simple, has surprisingly engaged in such behavior. Since he insists on giving you this grain, allow me to return it to him, right in his face. She reached out for the grain, but Sun Shuqing clung tightly to the bag, her lips trembling as she stammered, Aunt, Miss Sun, our Ergo likes you. And you like him too. Why not settle the marriage sooner rather than later? Cheng Wanwan continued, You are beautiful, and surely there are more than just Zhao Xiaojin vying for your attention. Once you are engaged, anyone who dares to pursue you will be challenging our Zhao family. Just watch how I will tear his face apart. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ergu's face flushed crimson. From the very first moment, he laid eyes on Sun Shuqing. He envisioned their wedding and had even named their future children. His greatest wish was to bring Sun Shuqing into his home. Sun Shuqing lowered her head. Her fingers nervously entwined, and after a long pause, she asked, Where would I live after marrying over? Having visited Dahu village numerous times, and being well aware of the Zhao family's situation, she knew there were only 3 rooms. Unless Zhao Erga's elder brother and sister-in-law moved out, she would have to share a room with her mother-in-law, which was nothing short of a nightmare. Are you concerned about housing? Cheng Wanwan chuckled. I've already thought of a solution. Let her go build a straw shed next to the house. As large as you wish. When your children are born, they will have a place to stay. Sun Shuqing's eyes widened in shock. A straw shed? Her family was so impoverished that they lived in mud brick houses. She did not expect a tiled roof. But surely her new home could not be worse than where she lived before. Zhao Ergu was deeply moved. Mother, you are too kind to me. Shuqing and I will surely be filial to you. He had imagined sharing the main room with his wife or sleeping on the ground. The idea of having their own straw shed had never crossed his mind. Being filial is one thing, but I am still capable of working. Cheng Wanwan replied with a gentle smile. Once Shuqing enters our home, she need not stand on ceremony with me. Your sister-in-law is expecting and cannot work as easily. Henceforth, all household chores such as washing clothes and cooking will fall to Ergo's wife. Sun Shuqing's expression grew increasingly strained, clutching the grain bag tightly. Her eyes filled with tears. Aunt, It's not as you think. I have no feelings for Ergo. I have always regarded him as an older brother and never considered marrying into the Zhao family. Qing Wanwan tugged at the corners of her mouth, surprised to hear such brotherly sentiments in this ancient time. She glanced at the bewildered Zhao Ergu, whose eyes were wide with disbelief. Even at this juncture, he still harbored illusions. She asked, Miss Sun, you truly have never thought of marrying into the Zhao family? Sun Shuiqi nodded swiftly, her eyes glistening with tears. This is just a misunderstanding. I truly regard Brother Ergo as my own brother. Our family Ergo has 4 biological cousins, so we do not lack for another sister. Qing Wanwan's expression gradually turned frosty. If you have no intention of marrying into our Zhao family, then do not come to borrow provisions. It would tarnish Ergo's reputation if others were to see. She continued, moreover, the jade bamboo shoot in your hand was lent to Ergo's future bride, and it has nothing to do with you. Return it. Before Sun Shuiqin could comprehend the situation, the jade shoot was snatched from her grasp by Qing Wanwan. She bit her lip in embarrassment, realizing why the villagers of Dade had spoken of Zhao Ergo's mother as a formidable woman. It was indeed the case that one could reclaim what had been given away. Fortuitously, she had not agreed to marry him. Otherwise, her future would have been bleak. As for the 10 pounds I lent you before, let that be, not because we lack it, but primarily Qing Wanwan's tone grew even colder. I do not wish for you to come to the Zhao family again, nor to seek out Ergo. Return swiftly to Hohat village. Tears brimmed in Sun Shuiqin's eyes. And fearing further humiliation from Qing Wanwan's words, she hurriedly clutched the grain bag and made her way back to Hohat village, her figure quickly vanishing into the dense woods. Qing Wanwan turned her gaze to her sons beside her, expecting these 4 boys to be astonished by her assertiveness. However, they remained remarkably composed. Well, had the original self encountered such a situation, she would have likely pounced on Sun Shuiqin, scratching her face in fury. She had been too gentle just now. Her gaze fell upon Zhao Ergo, who appeared utterly dejected. The pangs of youthful heartbreak had struck him unexpectedly, and he seemed utterly shattered. She nonchalantly shifted the topic. Ergo, you are the most intelligent child in our family. Consider how we might divert the water from the mountain down to us. Zhao Sidong protested. Believing himself equally clever, he was determined to devise a better solution than his elder brother. The 5 of them busied themselves foraging for wild vegetables and mushrooms while pondering how to manage the water flow. Mother, I have an idea. Zhao Sidong exclaimed with excitement. There are many bamboo groves on the mountain. Since bamboo is hollow in the center, if we connect the segments, could we not channel the mountain water to our doorstep? Qing Wanwan could not help but marvel. Sidong, you are truly clever. However, the diameter of the bamboo is too small. The volume of water it can carry will not suffice for our daily needs. Is there a better method to direct the mountain water into the rice fields? This way, even if rain does not fall, we shall not suffer a poor harvest this year. In truth, she already had a preliminary idea forming in her mind. Mother, could we dig a ditch? Zhao Ergo suggested softly. If we excavate a channel from the mountainous gully, the water will flow down automatically, in whatever quantity it may be. Qing Wanwan smiled. Ergo, you and I are on the same wavelength. Now, there remains one question. What is the total distance from the mountain to the base? How much manpower will be required to dig the ditch? And how long will it take? You must give this careful thought. Zhao Ergo rose to his feet and took 4 or 5 steps, approximately a yard. He pondered, estimating that such a distance could certainly be excavated by one person in an hour. To traverse from the foot of the mountain to this point would likely require the efforts of at least 2,000 to 3,000 individuals for a similar duration. Qing Wanwan continued to guide the discussion. The village has about 400 to 500 able-bodied men. If they all joined forces, how long would it take? Zhao Ergo scratched the back of his head, stating, Alas, I cannot calculate that. Qing Wanwan sighed. For this was a simple arithmetic problem that even 7 or 8-year-old children in modern society could solve, yet in this ancient time, few possess such skills. Once life stabilizes, the foremost task will be to teach these youngsters to read and learn arithmetic. Chapter 32. Someone starved to death as the sun began its descent. Qing Wanwan returned home with her 4 sons. Today, she had gathered an abundant harvest, having stumbled upon 3 to 4 pounds of beef liver mushrooms. Her wealth had remained consistently around 120 taels. Coupled with the resolution of the significant issue of water supply, her spirits were considerably high. However, upon descending the mountain, a piece of dreadful news extinguished her smile entirely. Granny Zhao had starved herself to death. Wu Huanyang, her face ashen, remarked that Granny Zhao's family still had some grain left. If nothing else, one could survive on tree bark and grass roots. It was incomprehensible that a living person could truly starve to death in a bid to save food for her eldest grandson. Granny Zhao had not consumed a single grain of rice for 3 consecutive days, and upon her death, her belly was emaciated. Zhao Dashan shook his head. A few days ago, I saw Granny Zhao in the fields. She claimed that Daha village had angered the spirits, and this year would be fraught with calamities. Even if one did not starve to death, they would perish for other reasons. Granny Zhao was old and perhaps had long ceased to wish for life. Qing Wanwan fell into a contemplative silence. Even if one had long given up on life, they might still desire to die with a full stomach. The elderly sacrificing themselves through starvation was not simply for their own sake, but to leave sustenance for their descendants. This was the first time Qing Wanwan truly felt the agonizing pangs of hunger since arriving in this era, casting a shadow over the entire Daha village. Granny Zhao approached before nightfall and called Zhao Dashan outside. When you were young, Granny Zhao held you. You should go and burn a stick of incense for her. Zhao Dashan responded silently. Noticing Qing Wanwan in the yard picking vegetables, Granny Zhao approached and whispered, "Weren't you inquiring about the young lady from Sun's family in Hohot village? I've heard from several matrons in the village that she is about to become betrothed to Zhao Yogui's eldest son, Zhao Shajin. What is the story behind that?" Qing Wanwan replied dryly, "I must have misunderstood. Ergo's marriage still requires further consideration." Granny Zhao nodded. "I shall have the matchmaker inquire further." Just then, Zhao Sidong emerged with a basket of chopped wild vegetables, pouring them onto the ground. From the corner, 2 chickens rushed out, flapping their wings to feast on the wild greens. Granny Zhao exclaimed in surprise, "Didn't you already slaughter the chickens in your household?" Zhao Sidong grinned. "Granny, you may not know, but these are the 2 wild chickens we caught last time on the mountain. They lay eggs 2 a day." Granny Zhao eyed the 2 large hens with skepticism. Having lived for over half a century, it was her first time seeing wild chickens that resembled domesticated ones so closely. If anyone had lost 2 such plump hens, the entire village would have been aware by now. This suggested that they might indeed be wild chickens. "Granny, will the eggs from wild chickens hatch into chicks?" Zhao Sidong blinked. "Currently, we only have 2 chickens. If the hen lays chicks in a few months, there will be many, many chickens in our home, and I can enjoy numerous eggs daily." Granny Zhao chuckled with resignation. "Only with a rooster can there be chicks." Qing Wanwan's hand paused momentarily, realizing that she had overlooked the idea of raising more chickens. The next time she ascended the mountain, she would discreetly purchase a rooster from the market, enabling her to hatch chicks thereafter. A delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen. Qing Wanwan rose and said, "Mother, please enjoy your meal here. There is plenty of food." Old Lady Zhao turned and strode outside, exclaiming, "As if I came here merely for a bite to eat. There are countless matters awaiting me at home." With that, she swiftly vanished through the courtyard gate. Qing Wanwan found herself at a loss for words. Was the old woman apprehensive about her raising any extravagant requests at the dining table? Dinner was exceptionally sumptuous, featuring a mushroom and egg soup, a wild vegetable omelette, and a bowl of hand-pulled noodles for each person, all of whom wore expressions of satisfaction. After the meal, as twilight had not yet fully descended, Qing Wanwan stood and said, "Ergu, accompany me to the village chief's house." Zhao Ergu understood the purpose of her visit and promptly rose to follow her. This was the most leisurely time of the day. Women sat at doorways engaging in idle chatter, men smoked pipes while discussing the world, and children frolicked and laughed throughout the village, the evening breeze seemingly banishing all worries. However, upon reaching the village's edge and catching sight of the coffin at Zhao Erpo's home, all concerns returned. As long as the rain did not fall for a day, such occurrences could very well repeat. Qing Wanwan entered the courtyard of the village chief's home, where several frail children were gathering wild vegetables, while the chief's wife was busy sewing. Upon noticing Qing Wanwan's arrival, she expressed surprise. "What brings you here, Dashan's daughter?" Qing Wanwan replied with a smile. "I came to speak with Uncle Li Zhang. Is he home?" "He is inside," the chief's wife said, brushing her needle against her hair. "Your uncle didn't sleep a wink last night and will head to the field shortly to observe the weather patterns." Observing the weather was a means of forecasting. As she had walked over, not a single cloud had marred the sky, assuring that rain was most certainly not on the horizon for tomorrow. Qing Wanwan stepped over the threshold and found the chief seated at the table, engrossed in a book about weather phenomena. This was the first book she had seen since arriving in this era, stirring a sense of emotion within her. However, this feeling did not linger long. The chief furrowed his brow and called out, "Taizhu, come here. What does this character say?" Zhao Taizhu hastily approached, exuding confidence. "This is the character for tall," pronounced Gao. The chief's frown deepened. "If the clouds become high, it will rain." What does it mean to become high? Cheng Wanwan, unable to comprehend, leaned in for a closer look and felt a flush of embarrassment. The character was actually thick. The thickness of the clouds might indicate impending rain. One character had entirely distorted the meaning of the sentence. The chief chuckled. Deshan's daughter, the few characters I've learned from reading are all thanks to Taizhu. This child is bright and destined for great things. Zhao Erge gazed at him enviously. Taizhu is so clever. Zhao Taizhu, with a proud lift of his chin, declared, I can write too. He picked up a brush and wrote 3 characters on the paper. This is my name. My grandfather gave it to me. His name is clearly Zhao Taizhu, yet he has written it as Zhao Shizhu. Cheng Wanwan stifled the urge to correct him and turned to Li Zheng, saying, Uncle Li Zheng, I have something of great importance to share with you. Li Zheng set down the book he was holding, his expression turning serious. The last time Deshan Yang visited, she spoke of the jade bamboo shoots, but this time it felt significantly more urgent. I have discovered water in the mountains. Cheng Wanwan recounted her findings meticulously. The water in the valley between the 2 mountains had never been tapped, and it must be abundant. If we could divert the mountain water into the rice fields, we would not have to worry about grain shortages this year. Li Zheng suddenly stood up, exclaiming, Deshan Yang, you must not speak of such things lightly. I will believe you. It was only natural for him to be skeptical, as the Zhao family had lived here for generations without ever discovering water in the mountains. Just as Cheng Wanwan was about to continue, someone burst through the door, exclaiming, Li Zheng, this is terrible. The last well in the village has run dry. Chapter 33. Zhao Ergu learns arithmetic in the village of Dahu. There were a total of 3 wells. Half a month ago, 2 of these wells had run dry, leaving only 1 well to sustain the entire village. Now, with the last well also parched, a chorus of wails erupted outside. The fields bore no harvest. The villagers could nibble on tree bark and consume grass roots to survive. But without water, their plight was truly desperate. The village chief listened to the cries outside, letting out a deep sigh. Dshning. All our hopes now rest upon you. I fervently wish that every word you utter is true. Uncle Li Jing, I have never jested about such matters. Cheng Wanwan replied with a serious expression. However, I do have a humble request. Li Jing straightened his posture. If Dshning had no demands, he would have felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that this glimmer of hope was merely an illusion, one that could lead to unbearable disappointment. The very fact that Dshning had a request indicated that the existence of water on the mountain was highly plausible. Last year, I separated from the Zhao family, acquiring 13 acres of land, of which only 5 acres are arable. The remaining 8 acres are of inferior quality, incapable of yielding good crops. As Cheng Wanwan spoke, Li Jing quickly grasped her intention and interjected, Dshning, if the water source you mentioned is indeed real, I shall allocate the most fertile plot in the village to you. However, good farmland is costly. Priced at 2 taels of silver per acre, the most fertile land belonged to the village chief, and Cheng Wanwan could not simply seize what belonged to another. She replied, I desire that barren piece of land at the mountain S-foot. When the water flows down from the mountain, it will naturally pass through this area, and the barren land will surely transform into fertile fields. Many seasoned farmers in the village are aware of this, and I fear they will soon approach Uncle Li Jing to purchase the land. May I request that you reserve this plot for me for about half a year? Once I have the silver, I shall buy it. If I cannot produce the silver within that time, you may sell it to someone else. This request was hardly a burden. During last year's locust plague, most villagers had seen their wealth depleted by soaring grain prices, and this year was no different. No household could afford to spare extra money for land. Li Jing readily acquiesced. I will calculate the price based on the barren land, at 8 coins per acre. How many acres do you wish for? Cheng Wanwan felt a headache coming on. She was not well versed in the unit of measurement known as an acre. She could estimate 3 or 4 acres, but anything beyond that eluded her calculations. With a smile, she said, I will discuss it with my sons and return. After she departed with Zhao Ergu, Li Jing's eldest son, Zhao Anjiang, entered. Father, I just overheard you discussing water. When did the mountain have water? Li Jing recounted Cheng Wanwan's words. Impossible. Zhao Anjiang's face was filled with disbelief. Zhao Deseo has never accomplished anything of merit. How can you trust her words? Zhao Anha, the second son, added, I believe Zhao Deseo is merely trying to deceive us for those few acres of land. What good would it do her to swindle a mere dozen acres of barren land? Li Jing retorted, exasperated. Last time, it was Dshning who informed us about the bamboo shoots, and you all relished them. Why are you so unwilling to believe others? Furthermore, If we ascend the mountain tomorrow, we shall ascertain whether the mountain lady has spoken falsehoods. What purpose would it serve her to deceive me for an entire night? The village elder's companion concurred, remarking, the mountain lady appears quite different. When Erguzi entered, I scarcely recognized him. He seems cleaner. And perhaps he has even gained a bit of weight. On the way back, they were fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of the barren land. This plot, situated at the foot of the mountain, was overrun with withered weeds, and the villagers naturally looked down upon such unyielding terrain. Mother, this land is likely over 30 acres. Zhao Ergu mused, mentally calculating the worth. 1 acre is worth 8 coins, 2 acres would be 16 coins, 3 acres, 2 taels and 4 coins. Cheng Wanwan's ears nearly developed calluses from the incessant counting. She sighed, it would be simpler if you calculated as I instructed. 1 acre is 8 coins. 10 acres amounts to 80 coins, and 30 acres would total 3 times 80. What is that? Zhao Ergu felt overwhelmed and extended his fingers to count, but found them insufficient. He squatted down and began scribbling in the dirt. Lacking literacy, he simply drew 8 horizontal lines, then another 8, and yet another 8. Before counting meticulously, with delight, he exclaimed, Mother, it totals 240 coins. Cheng Wanwan replied, if the amounts increase, we shall run out of land beneath our feet. She was eager to teach this boy rapid calculations, reminding herself that her original self could not recognize a single character. Reluctantly, she prompted, how much silver does 240 coins equal? This question left Zhao Ergu utterly perplexed. After scribbling for what felt like an eternity, he still had not arrived at the answer. Cheng Wanwan, nearly frantic, composed herself and stated, 10 coins equal 1 tael of silver. 240 coins consist of 24 tens, correct? So, how many taels is that? That amounts to 24 taels of silver. Zhao Ergu's eyes sparkled with admiration, Mother. You are truly remarkable. Cheng Wanwan, trying to suppress her disdain for his foolish expression, replied, 24 taels of silver is no trifling sum. Zhao Ergu fell silent, realizing that their family possessed scarcely a few dozen coins, too little to afford even an acre of land. Yet, he dared to dream of over 30 acres. He finally spoke. In truth, our land is sufficient. My elder brother Sen Nyo and I can manage together. I did not purchase this land for farming, Cheng Wanwan interjected. Let us discuss my plans once we have silver to acquire land. Come, let us return home. The mother and son traversed the ridge and reached the main road, where numerous villagers had gathered beneath the large locust tree. The well has run dry. What did the village elder say? What can the elder do? He cannot conjure a well from thin air. Today is past, but how shall we manage without water tomorrow? The nearest village is Qingjia village. A round trip taking an hour, it remains uncertain whether the villagers there would be willing to lend us water. Further afield lies Hohot village, which boasts 5 wells, with only one reported to be dry. Perhaps we should venture there. The villagers exchanged suggestions. Although there were places to fetch water, the distance was daunting, requiring nearly 2 hours for merely 2 buckets, leaving them insufficient for even their daily needs. Cheng Wanwan returned home to find the water bucket completely dry. Fortunately, there remained half a pot of boiled water on the table, ensuring she would not endure a night without hydration. Wu Huanyang, with a hint of anxiety, remarked, I accidentally used up all the water while cooking. I shall go borrow a little from our neighbors for Mother to wash up. During this time, her mother-in-law had developed a particular fondness for cleanliness, insisting on daily baths not only for herself, but for them as well. Wu Huanyang feared her mother-in-law's wrath. Cheng Wanwan merely waved her hand dismissively, saying, it matters not if you skip a day. You are with child. Rest early. As darkness enveloped the sky, the family gradually succumbed to slumber. Before bed, Cheng Wanwan discreetly spent a few coins at the market to procure 2 eggs, slyly placing them in the hen house before finally lying down to sleep. The following morning, as dawn broke, the yard resonated with Zhao Sidai's exuberant voice. De Huang and Er Huang have laid a total of 4 eggs. How remarkable! De Huang was the slightly larger hen, while Er Huang was the somewhat leaner one. The names had been the result of Zhao Sidai's contemplative musings the previous night. Such names were entirely expected by Cheng Wanwan, for the names of the 4 chicks were rather arbitrary. What variety could there be in naming hens? Chapter 34. The water supply of Dahu village has run dry. The dawn had yet to break when someone ventured to Qingjia village to return with 2 buckets of water. The people of Qingjia village are truly insufferable. A mere pound of millet or cornmeal is demanded in exchange for a bucket of water. Such a situation is intolerable. At least Qingjia village is somewhat better than Hohot village, where the word is that 3 pounds of millet are required for just 1 bucket of water. One can endure a day without food, but in this sweltering heat, a day without water could truly be fatal. The village had arrived, and we awaited his words. Approaching with a grave demeanor, he stood upon a rise and cleared his throat, addressing the assembled crowd. Everyone, please quiet down. The villagers gazed at him with hopeful eyes. He was the pillar of Dahu village, and they believed he would devise a plan. A pound of millet, along with a basket of wild vegetables, constitutes a family sustenance for a day. If we send this to Qingxia village, it will ensure their survival, while we, the people of Dahu village, may perish one by one, just like old Lady Zhao. The village head spoke coldly. Those who die first may at least afford a coffin, while those who follow will be wrapped in straw mats for burial. His words instilled a sense of panic among the crowd. They understood that disaster could lead to death, but the passing of old Lady Zhao yesterday made it all too real. Someone had truly perished from hunger. Now, with the water supply depleted, alongside the risk of starvation, many would inevitably succumb to thirst. Dahu village, which had thrived for generations, would soon be littered with corpses. An elder began to weep, lamenting, "The people of Dahu village have never committed wrongs. Why must heaven punish us so? This is a calamity." Silence. The village head raised his voice. Heaven is not so merciless. There will always be a path to survival. Last night, he had contemplated the situation. The trees, wild vegetables, and mushrooms on the mountain could endure, and even some wild chickens and rabbits thrived. This indicated the presence of a water source, affirming the old mountain woman's words. For now, the people of Dahu village could only cling to this hope. One can endure a day without water. It may be uncomfortable, but it will not lead to death. Continue with your daily tasks. The village head spoke slowly. Before sunset, I shall provide a resolution. The existence of water on the mountain had yet to be confirmed, so he refrained from disclosing too much. Without waiting for further inquiries, he walked away, hands clasped behind his back. Having served as village head for 2 or 3 decades, he was held in high esteem, and his words gradually alleviated the villagers' panic. Cheng Wanan met the village head at the foot of the mountain, accompanied by her 4 sons. Following the village head were his 2 sons, Zhao Anjiang and Zhao Ana, along with the most promising grandson in the village, Zhao Taizhu. Zhao Taizhu was slightly older than Zhao Sidong and younger than Zhao Sanyu, the 3 boys often mingling together. Zhao Sanyu scratched the back of his head and said, "Taizhu, could you teach me to write my name?" "That's too easy," Taizhu replied, squatting down to write 3 characters. Although his strokes were straight, they lacked elegance. Zhao Sidong looked on with admiration. "Taizhu, you're amazing. Can you write my name too? What's so difficult about that?" Zhao Taizhu knelt on the ground, inscribing the characters for Zhao Si, but he found himself unable to recall how to write the character for egg. It seemed to involve the character for insect, but whether it was positioned above or below eluded him. Initially, he contemplated simply drawing a circle to represent the egg. Yet upon meeting Zhao Si's adoring gaze, he hesitated, fearing it would tarnish his own image. He lifted his eyes to the sky, observing a few white clouds drifting leisurely, and promptly diverted the conversation. "Grandfather, the clouds are so high. Could it be that rain is on the horizon?" Instantly, everyone tilted their heads skyward. Indeed, scattered white clouds floated above, appearing lofty, but Cheng Wanwan did not perceive this as a harbinger of rain. The village chief, with a grave expression, remarked, "Based on my years of farming experience, it should be a sunny day. Rain is not in the forecast." However, the book stated that higher clouds indicated impending rain. Zhao Taizhu, with utmost seriousness, proclaimed that the books could not be mistaken, implying that grandfather was in error. Yet, grandfather had rarely been wrong. Where, then, lay the discrepancy? Cheng Wanan interjected, "Oh, foolish child, no one is at fault. You simply misinterpreted the characters." The villagers of Dahu village had always been farmers, with only a few fortunate enough to venture into commerce in the town. But no scholar had ever emerged from their midst. The only reason someone from Qingxia village had managed to attain an education was due to an elderly scholar who had established a makeshift schoolhouse, attracting numerous students. And a few promising talents had undoubtedly emerged. Dahu village lacked even a schoolhouse. Even if there were promising students, they would remain undiscovered. To teach children to recognize characters and acquire knowledge, they would have to be sent to the town school, where it was said that monthly tuition fees amounted to a tael of silver. It was no wonder that the Chung family relentlessly exploited their resources. Sustaining a scholar at home was indeed a considerable financial burden. After more than half an hour, the group arrived at the valley between 2 peaks. As they walked past, a refreshing mist was carried by the wind, invigorating their spirits. Zhao Anjiang strode forward, and upon witnessing droplets of water seeping from the stone wall, he was overwhelmed with excitement. There is indeed water. How has it gone unnoticed until now? My heavens, Dahu village is saved. The village chief trembled all over. Because there was never a shortage of water before, no one thought to seek it. If it weren't for the mountains, Dahu village would have lost at least half its population this year. Zhao Anha, wielding a shovel, stepped forward and began to dig without hesitation. After only a small incision, a spring erupted from the ground, and the group savored the refreshing water. Zhao Anjiang felt deeply ashamed. Sister Zhao? I previously believed you were deliberately deceiving my father. I must apologize to you here. We are all family. Such words are unnecessary, Cheng Wanwan replied, unperturbed by the misunderstanding. She returned to the matter at hand. If we can channel this water down the mountain, the rice will be saved. The village chief counted on his fingers, calculating that it should be the period for grain filling, but due to the prolonged drought, most of the village's rice was still in the flowering stage, desperately in need of water and nutrients. The matter of diverting water down the mountain was urgent and could not be delayed. However, the source of water is situated too far from the foot of the mountain. A round trip takes over an hour. Even if one were to treat the laborers like beasts of burden, it is impossible to irrigate the rice fields within 10 days, rendering the situation rather troublesome. The village head took a couple of puffs from his dry tobacco and spoke softly. Dai Shanyang, do you have any ideas? For reasons unknown, he had a persistent belief that Dai Shanyang would possess a clever solution. This intuition's origin eluded him. Cheng Wanwan smiled and turned to Ergo. Why don't you share the idea you came up with yesterday and let the village head offer some guidance? Zhao Ergu immediately perked up. Our Dahu village has over 1,000 acres of rice fields. Relying solely on manual labor is undoubtedly unfeasible. I was pondering whether we could excavate a channel from the mountain down to the fields to divert the water. Before he could finish his thought, Zhao Anha promptly shook his head. Ergo, do you have any idea how many miles it is from the foot of the mountain to here? It's over 10 to 20 miles, even longer than the flood control embankment. Chapter 35. A word for an example. The breeze swept through, bringing with it the refreshing coolness of spring water, yet the group remained restless. Zhao Anha's denial left Zhao Ergu uncertain about whether to continue speaking. Cheng Wanwan, in a calm tone, inquired, aside from digging ditches, can you think of any other better ideas? Silence enveloped the group as they struggled to come up with an answer. Ergu, please proceed, the village head urged, taking a puff from his pipe. What if it could indeed work? Zhao Ergu had spent the night in contemplation, not over matters of lost love, but rather on how to best excavate the canal for water diversion. This endeavor was of paramount importance to the entire village, far surpassing any personal sentiments he harbored. The distance of over 10 miles seemed daunting, requiring a considerable amount of time to traverse. However, by dividing the journey into numerous smaller segments, with each person responsible for a portion, the task became significantly less formidable. He rose, taking 3 or 4 strides, and continued. This distance is approximately 1 zhang. One person can complete it in an hour. However, if the soil is hard and contains stones, it may take 2 hours for one person to excavate a zhang. Zhao Erga spoke with confidence, having measured the distance the previous day, estimating it to be just over 3,000 zhang, with each zhang requiring 2 hours of labor from one individual. The total effort for 3,000 zhang would necessitate 3,000 people working for 2 hours. Utilizing the calculation method Cheng Wanwan had taught him, he computed swiftly. The village head, accustomed to mentally calculating such figures during his routine agricultural duties, promptly provided the answer. The able-bodied labor force in Dahu village, consisting of individuals aged 16 to 45, numbered around 4 to 500. With such a workforce mobilized, the task could be completed in roughly 15 to 16 hours. Given that humans cannot sustain high-intensity labor continuously for an entire day, this could be spread over approximately 2.5 days. The prospect of channeling water from the mountains to the rice fields within that time frame was an absurdity the village head had never dared to imagine. Ergu, you are truly clever, the village head marveled, disbelief etched on his face. I once thought that Taiju was the smartest child in Dahu village. But from today onward, you shall be counted among them. Zhao sighed and pouted. Does that mean I am not clever? The village head erupted in laughter. If you can recognize 10 characters, you would be the 3rd smartest child in Dahu village. Instantly, Zhao sighed and grasped Zhao Taiju's hand. Brother Taiju, please teach me 10 characters. I will treat you to candied chestnuts. Zhao Taiju's mouth watered at the thought. 1 character for 1 chestnut. Zhao sighed and nodded eagerly. With a sense of calculation in mind, the village head felt a wave of ease wash over him. standing atop a high stone. He gazed down the winding mountain path and spoke, "Daughter of the mountain, which route do you believe would be best for the canal?" Typically, in such matters, the village head would consult with the seasoned farmers of the village, but today, he found himself eager to hear Cheng Wanwan's thoughts. The intelligence she instilled in Zhao Ergu indicated that she was certainly not lacking in wisdom herself. Moreover, being from the Cheng family, which had produced a child scholar known to be the youngest in 10 villages, her insights were highly regarded. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Wanwan remarked, "The water source lies at the valley's base. We can excavate a trench directly from there, winding towards the east and then descending. This area does not receive direct sunlight, and the soil is not particularly hard." The village head nodded repeatedly, and together with Cheng Wanwan, they outlined the trench's route, marking various points along the way. Once their task was complete, it was midday, and the group prepared to descend the mountain. Halfway down, Cheng Wanwan recalled Zhao Sidang's words from the previous day, how wonderful it would be to hatch some chicks. The two large hens did not resemble wildfowl, which could easily raise suspicions and lead to unnecessary trouble. However, if they were to find a rooster on the mountain in front of the village head, it would certainly be a fortuitous turn of events. Without hesitation, she immediately purchased a striking rooster from the market, splendidly feathered and vibrant, for the sum of 80 coins. She lagged a few steps behind and released the rooster. Cluck cluck. The rooster took flight, heading straight for Zhao Ergu. Deep in thought about the trench, Zhao Ergu was caught off guard by the sudden flurry. Startled, he swiftly dodged to the side. What a large chicken! Zhao Tieju's eyes sparkled. Before anyone could react, he lunged forward, seizing the rooster by its wings. "Haha, grandfather, father, uncle, I've caught a wild chicken. Tonight, we feast on wild chicken." The boy was nearly beside himself with joy. Zhao Ergu felt a wave of frustration. He had missed the chance to catch the very chicken that had flown toward him. A rooster of such plump stature, weighing at least 4 pounds, would not lay eggs anyway. He could simply twist its head off and either stew it or roast it. The mere thought made Zhao Ergu's mouth water, amplifying his annoyance. Cheng Wanwan thought to herself, "I underestimated Zhao Taiju. His reflexes are remarkably quick. Truly, he is the brightest child in Dahu village." She stepped aside and, spending another 80 coins, acquired yet another rooster. This time, the rooster headed toward Zhao Dashan. Quick as a flash, Zhao Dashan acted, while Zhao Ergu, still fuming, and Zhao Sanyu, sturdy as a mountain, along with Zhao Sidong, fearful of losing the chicken, all pounced simultaneously. Cluck cluck, cluck cluck. The rooster, pinned beneath the throng, emitted desperate cries. Cheng Wanwan hurriedly pulled the children apart. If this rooster were to perish, she would have to buy yet another. Thankfully, the rooster demonstrated remarkable vitality, flapping its wings in a bid for freedom. Zhao Dashan fashioned a rope from grass to bind the rooster and placed it into his backpack. The two roosters bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. The village head, astonished, mused that in this day and age, wild roosters appeared more robust and beautiful than domesticated ones. Perhaps there were still untapped treasures in these mountains worth discovering in the future. Cheng Wanwan inwardly scoffed. "O village head, you are overthinking. These two roosters are merely modern feed-raised chickens. How could they not look splendid?" As the two families descended, their capture of a rooster garnered the attention of the villagers. "There are many treasures to be found on the mountain." The village chief, suppressing his excitement, urged everyone to notify one another, declaring that the entire village should gather for a meeting in a quarter of an hour, for he bore delightful news to share with all. The villagers buzzed with anticipation. The absence of water today must pertain to some promising tidings regarding it. Could it be that the village chief had negotiated favorable terms with Hohot village, allowing us to fetch water from there? The residents of Hohot village are notoriously difficult to deal with. They might demand half of our grain in return. Yet, our village is bereft of any substantial grain reserves. All our hopes lie in the fields, and without rain from the heavens, not a single grain can be harvested. Forget the fields. We do not even have water for drinking at present. Gradually, the villagers convened in the open space beside the old locust tree. Day Village comprises a total of 197 households, including multi-generational families living together as well as those with 4 or 5 members after having divided their homes. People of all ages, young and old, gathered, filling the space with over 1,000 individuals. Chapter 36. Restoring her reputation. The afternoon sun blazed with an unrelenting intensity. A woman cradled her child in the cool shade of a large locust tree, while others gathered in an open space, encircling the village head. He broke through the throng and ascended a large stone, raising his hand to command silence. The oppressive heat and lack of drinking water made everyone eager for his words to conclude quickly so they could fetch water. Earlier that day, Deshan Yang had taken me up the mountain, where we discovered a water source. The village head wasted no time in delivering the news, articulating the hopes of everyone present. The villagers erupted with excitement, yet they contained their enthusiasm, awaiting his continuation. Not long ago, Deshan Yang had discovered jade bamboo shoots on the mountain, and last night, she found water, promptly informing me. The village head spoke earnestly, acknowledging the villagers' grievances against Deshan Yang, yet declared that from this moment forth, she would be regarded as a benefactor to all in the village. In the crowd, Cheng Wanwan was taken aback. She had not anticipated that, before addressing the matter at hand, the village head would publicly restore her name before the villagers. Previously, her reputation had been tarnished, her relations with her in-laws were strained, and she was at odds with her neighbors, who would not hesitate to cast aspersions upon her. Since her arrival, some of these relationships had improved, yet those who seldom interacted with her would still mutter unkind words upon her appearance. As a modern individual, she was largely indifferent to such gossip. It was inconsequential, after all. Deshan Yang could have chosen not to share this information with me. Yet she did so out of genuine care for the residents of Dehe village, whom she regarded as family. The village had surveyed the crowd, asserting that anyone who still believed Deshan Yang was undeserving of gratitude was welcome to withdraw from the village meeting. His stance was assertive, and none dared to voice objections. Instead, they expressed their thanks in unison. Sister Zhao, thank you immensely this time. Deshan Yang, I previously misjudged you. Aunt Zhao, I often speak without restraint. Please don't hold it against me, regardless of whether their gratitude was sincere or feigned. At least the faade of civility had been maintained. Cheng Wanwan smiled and remarked, I truly haven't done anything deserving of such courtesy. There is no need for formality. In truth, her contributions were not entirely selfless. The jade bamboo shoots were far too many for her family of 6 to harvest alone. Rather than allow them to rot in the ground, it was more advantageous to present them to the village head. As for the water source, it was impossible for her to manage alone. Diverting the water from the mountain required the collective effort of the entire village. Upon excavation, the location yielded a copious flow of fresh spring water, sweet and ready to drink. A smile broke across the village head's face as he exclaimed, We now have water. No longer shall we need to trade grain with Chung Family Village or Hohot Village for water. Dehe Village is blessed. The heavens will not forsake us. Indeed, we have water. How splendid. We shall quench our thirst. The villagers danced with exuberance. Yet water for the people was not enough. We must ensure the rice also receives water. The village head's voice suddenly rose, and the previously jubilant crowd fell into silence. Ensure the rice has water? Why is this so difficult to comprehend? Zhao Ergu, come forth and enlighten everyone. The village chief relinquished his position. After descending the mountain, Zhao Ergu deliberately returned home to change into a fresh set of clothes. Although they were still quite patched, at least they appeared somewhat cleaner. He approached the stage, feeling a mix of nerves, as this was his inaugural moment speaking before such a large crowd. The mountain's water supply was abundant, making it feasible for irrigation. If we could channel the water into the rice fields, this year promised a bountiful harvest. As Zhao Ergu began to speak, he gradually found his composure, articulating with clarity. I have calculated that the distance from the mountain to the valley is approximately 3,000 zhang. If the 400 to 500 laborers from the village work together to dig a trench, we could complete it in 2.5 days. Ergu, what nonsense are you spouting? Came the incredulous voices. Digging a trench down from the mountain? That is utterly absurd. If the entire village is occupied with this endeavor, who will tend to the fields? Are we jesting here? The villagers were skeptical. They recalled their past experiences of clearing land, where an entire family would take many days to cultivate just one mu of land. Digging a trench from the mountain would surely be far more arduous. Ergu's assertion of completing it in merely 2.5 days seemed a ruse. The crowd erupted in derisive laughter, a cacophony of mockery. Zhao Ergu, unaccustomed to such hostility, stood there somewhat at a loss. At merely 16 years of age, akin to a high school student in modern times, if he could navigate this turbulent scene adeptly, Cheng Wanwan would surely commend his courage. She stepped forward, joining him on stage, standing resolutely by his side. Her presence gradually hushed the crowd. It was not fear of her that silenced them, but rather astonishment. In their minds, Zhao's sister-in-law was merely a rustic village woman. Yet now she appeared significantly rejuvenated, her cleanliness and attire enhancing her demeanor, and her skin seemed to have brightened. Cheng Wanwan, once a businesswoman accustomed to delivering speeches, captivated the audience's attention without the slightest hint of trepidation. She spoke softly. "Iron Pillar Dad, may I trouble you for a favor?" Zhao Anjiang immediately nodded. "Sister Zhao, please instruct me. Please bring a shovel here, and in front of everyone, dig a trench." Cheng Wanwan's voice remained calm. Everyone can calculate how long it takes for Iron Pillar Dad to dig a trench. Zhao Anjiang, in his 30s, was in the prime of manhood, brimming with strength. With a single shovel, he swiftly created a large pit in the ground. He continued to dig, and within a quarter of an hour, he had excavated a trench a yard long. The crowd was left speechless. Was it truly that simple to dig a trench? Given the mountain's hard soil, interspersed with gravel, it seemed impossible to accomplish in such a short span. Perhaps 2 hours would be more realistic. Cheng Wanwan took a step back. "Ergo, this idea originated with you. Now, please explain it thoroughly to everyone." She descended from the stage, leaving the spotlight to him. Zhao Ergo had calculated this scenario countless times during the night. He spoke fluently, presenting his calculations to the villagers. With Zhao Anjiang's demonstration preceding him, coupled with Zhao Ergu's logical arguments, the majority of the villagers were gradually persuaded. At this moment, the village head stepped forward and announced, "This is a matter of great significance for all of us in Dahu village. Therefore, all able-bodied individuals over the age of 16 must participate in the digging of the irrigation ditches. Please return home to prepare your tools, and we shall set off to the mountains together in half an hour." A few among the crowd remained skeptical. What if there isn't enough water up on the mountain? One questioned, what if the water only flows halfway? My fields are far away. How will the water reach them? I refuse to exert myself. Zhang Wulai scoffed disdainfully. While Zhao Dazhao, a woman of the village, foolishly made comments that some still chose to believe. Why should we heed her words? Among the crowd, a small faction supported this viewpoint. For instance, in Fugue, whose husband harbored an interest in the widow Xiao Cheng, had long felt resentment towards Cheng Wanwan. Then there was Sun, who, among the 3 daughters-in-law of the Zhao family, had always ranked second. Naturally, had she borne a son, she would have claimed the top position. Now, with the elder sister receiving the village head's backing, it meant that she would be relegated to the bottom tier among the 3, which was a source of great distress for her. Enough. The village head glared coldly at Zhang Wulai. You may choose not to contribute, but when the water from the mountain flows down, do not expect your rice to benefit from it. He continued, if anyone else has objections, you may withdraw now. I will not concern myself with outsiders. However, if any of the Zhao family withdraws, I shall officially expel you from the clan. The village head seldom lost his temper, and his stern words silenced the crowd, leaving no room for further dissent. One by one, the villagers obediently returned home to gather their farming tools. Chapter 37. The village united in digging the ditch in the vibrant day village. Approximately 400 able-bodied men set forth, a formidable procession armed with shovels and hoes. Ascending the mountainside, they commenced their labor 3 yards from the water source, having meticulously planned the route beforehand. 50 men were designated to clear the land, felling trees and relocating large stones to ensure the path was immaculate. The remaining 300 were divided into 2 groups, taking turns to excavate the ditch, with each pair responsible for 1 yard, gradually advancing towards the foot of the mountain. They rotated every hour to prevent exhaustion among the workers. Meanwhile, the village women, equipped with buckets, ascended the hill to fetch water, managing to carry 2 buckets at a time, ensuring their supply would last throughout the day. Among the laborers were Zhao Dashan and Zhao Ergu, who found themselves amidst the bustling crowd. As the women passed by Zhao Ergu, they paused to exchange jovial remarks. Ergu, I've watched you grow up. You were such a scruffy child with snot running down your face. How did you become so clever now? You will surely achieve great things in the future. Zhao Ergu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, thought it best to dismiss those childhood memories. Could we not bring up my messy past? He muttered, wishing to preserve some dignity. Ergu, are you 15 or 16 now? Have you found a wife yet? Shouldn't your aunt help you find a match? No. That is not necessary, he replied, a hint of discomfort in his voice. My niece, who is also 15 and quite lovely, I could bring her to meet you tomorrow. Your niece won't do. She is too lazy. My daughter is diligent. You know her, she is called Sui Hua. I can have her come over right away. Zhao Ergu was taken aback by the women's enthusiasm. He had merely spoken in front of the entire village. So why was he suddenly the center of attention? He awkwardly stated, my family is poor. Marrying would mean sleeping on the ground. And I wouldn't want to burden any young lady. I appreciate your concern, but I'm not considering this matter at the moment. Upon hearing his words, the eager ants finally recalled that no matter how clever or promising Ergu might be, His mother was Zhao Chengshi, though she appeared changed from her former self. Her reputation for mistreating daughters-in-law was well known throughout the village. They would not wish to marry their daughters into such a household. As the women resumed their ascent with the water buckets, they soon noticed a few figures lurking in the nearby woods. They seemed to be from Hohat village. What are they doing here? Are they trying to steal our water? Who can run fast? Hurry back and inform the village chief. Down below, the village chief and Cheng Wanwan were conversing beneath the large locust tree in the village center. On the sandy ground, a winding path was sketched, indicating the proposed ditch. With various markers scattered about, Cheng Wanwan, wielding a branch, drew a line at the top. Here, we will create an opening. Once the rice fields have sufficient water, we will fill the ditch with stones to block it, and when needed, we can remove the large stone. The village chief nodded thoughtfully, pondering how many years the ditch would serve its purpose once completed. Cheng Wanwan endeavored to recall her experiences from a past life, and gently spoke. When soil becomes saturated with water, it loses its firmness. Over time, the ditches become filled with this soft earth, rendering them unusable. Perhaps we could place stones within the ditches to prevent the surrounding soil from being washed away and burying the channels. The village chief's eyes sparkled with interest. Madame Duchamp, your idea is splendid. I shall make a trip to the mountains right away. Hold on, Cheng Wanwan interjected hastily. The most pressing issue at present is to divert the water. We can attend to the stones in the ditches during the winter farming lull. Indeed, you are right, the village chief said, resuming his seat, and curiously inquired. How do you possess such knowledge, Madame Duchamp? Cheng Wanwan cleared her throat awkwardly. I spent my childhood at my grandmother's home. My grandfather was an adept farmer. Once, during a torrential downpour, he dug channels to redirect the water, and I learned by imitating his actions. Her biological mother, Madame Cheng, had married into Cheng family village from another town, and she herself had wedded to Dehe village from there. Her grandparents had long since passed away, and amidst all these twists of fate, she felt free to attribute any occurrences to them without fear of contradiction. As they conversed, Zhao Shajian hurriedly approached, panting, Uncle, it's bad news. The folks from Hohat village are coming again. The village chief's brow furrowed, followed by a cold chuckle. This mountain belongs to Dehe village, and naturally, the water flows from our land. Moreover, this mountain is closer to us. We would need to gather 400 to 500 people to commence work. The village chief of Hohat village has committed numerous unpopular acts over the years. The villagers would hardly be willing to toil on the mountain. Despite his words, the village chief resolved to visit the mountain. Upon returning home, Cheng Wanwan found Wu Huanyang had prepared many wild vegetable buckwheat pancakes, with half a boiled egg discreetly nestled within. She took 2 pancakes with her as she ascended the mountain. After traversing 2/3 of the way, she spotted her 2 sons laboriously digging holes, drenched in sweat, and too engrossed to even pause to wipe their brows. Cheng Wanwan chose not to disturb them, sitting quietly for a while until it was time to rotate shifts. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Erguo were relieved for a break. Mother, what brings you here? Zhao Dashan wiped his brow, noting the absence of sunlight, yet feeling the heat nonetheless. Zhao Erguo glanced at the sky. I wonder if we will continue working tonight or return to rest. Before he could finish, several men in their 40s exclaimed loudly, Of course we continue digging. The village chief said 2.5 days. We shall work through the night, and by tomorrow evening we will reach the foot of the mountain. The rice in the fields cannot wait. Let us expedite our efforts and refrain from slacking. The village chief approached with hands clasped behind his back. We cannot work day and night without rest. We mustn't wear the laborers out. However, working through the night may be more comfortable without the sun. Therefore, let us labor through the night, and everyone can rest well tomorrow morning before returning in the afternoon to continue. The crowd's enthusiasm surged, and soon they had moved several dozen feet further down the mountain. Cheng Wanwan, accompanied by her 2 sons, seated themselves upon a large stone nearby. From her basket, she retrieved 2 flatbreads and handed them over, insisting they should first quell their hunger before resuming their labors. Although the wild vegetable and buckwheat pancakes were not particularly flavorful, the inclusion of an egg rendered them a delicacy, and both Zhao Dashan and Zhao Erga savored them with squinting eyes, thoroughly relishing the moment. The laborers nearby watched in envy, their longing palpable. After toiling for the better part of the day, not a single drop of water had been brought to them by their own wives at home. It was said that Zhao Dashan's wife frequently mistreated her sons, yet, in this moment, one could hardly perceive any semblance of maltreatment. It even made them wish to be her sons. Chapter 38. wild stoneflower seeds. As the sun descended beyond the mountains, the sky twinkled with stars, and the cool moonlight bathed the forest. The village had instructed the women to light torches and descend the mountain to illuminate the work of those digging ditches. The torches formed a line, resembling a fire dragon coiling around the eastern hill. Cheng Wanwan held a torch, standing amidst the crowd, as a voice echoed in her mind. Ding. Natural wild Gastrodia, Alada discovered. She glimpsed something in the ditch that resembled Gastrodia, but the poor lighting obscured her view, even if she could see it clearly. This was not the opportune moment to excavate from the ditch. Ding. Natural wild shepherd's purse root discovered. Numerous shepherd's purse plants thrived in the open ditch. Shepherd's purse was inexpensive at a few coins per gene, while the roots were worth a bit more, over 20 coins per gene. Cheng Wanwan remained composed, aware that she possessed 119 taels and 560 coins, a considerable sum. Such illicit wealth did not require excessive accumulation. The pressing matter was how to convert her silver into legitimate avenues. She sought to purchase land and, more urgently, to construct a house before winter's arrival. Ding. Natural wild stoneflower seeds discovered. Cheng Wanwan furrowed her brow, unfamiliar with stoneflower seeds. She glanced at the floating panel displaying a verdant plant with dark purple roots and heart-shaped leaves, adorned with numerous lantern-like fruits. She recognized it as stoneflower seeds, a modern ingredient for making a type of jelly. During her travels, she had visited Xinjiang, where this delicacy was a local specialty. In a particular scenic area, they cultivated these plants and invited tourists to create their own bowls of jelly. She vaguely recalled the process. An idea swiftly materialized in Cheng Wanwan's mind. Just as she pondered how to turn her money into legitimate wealth, this lucrative opportunity presented itself. There are so many lantern plants here. The voice of Zhao Sidon rang out playfully. Let us see who can pick the most lanterns. A group of half-grown children began to frantically gather the lanterns, tossing them carelessly onto the ground to stomp on. Cheng Wanwan felt a pang of heartache. She approached the children, holding her torch, and said, "Whoever can help me gather a gene of lanterns will earn a reward of an egg." Upon hearing this, Zhao Sidon eagerly exclaimed, "Mother, I'll do it. Save the eggs for me." Cheng Wanwan chuckled. "As long as you can gather a gene, you'll get your egg." Aunt Wang curiously asked, "Mountain Lady, what do you need these lanterns for?" "Chickens want to eat them. I vaguely remember my grandmother making a delicious snack from lantern plants when I was very young." Cheng Wanwan fibbed without a hint of embarrassment. After all, there were plenty of lanterns on the mountain. She could take some home to experiment. Perhaps it would yield something worthwhile. Aunt Wang didn't believe a word, but the prospect of exchanging lantern plants for eggs was an opportunity too good to miss. She quickly beckoned the wandering children, Dama, Xiama, and Mudfish, hurry over and help Aunt Zhao gather lanterns. The more, the better. A few nearby women overheard and promptly called their own children over. They all heard that Sister Zhao had recently returned from the mountains with 2 large hens and a rooster. The 2 wild hens were particularly prolific, laying 4 eggs each day, so Sister Zhao need not worry about a lack of eggs. The children, who had initially gone to the mountains to forage for wild vegetables, all rushed to gather stoneflower seeds. "Aunt Zhao, is this enough for a pound?" "Aunt Zhao, my sister and I collected a full basket. How many eggs can we exchange for that?" "I have a basket too. My mother said it weighs 2 pounds. Can I get 2 eggs for it?" Cheng Wanwan looked at the 3 or 4 baskets and 7 or 8 baskets in front of her, along with dozens of pockets filled with stoneflower seeds, estimating at least 20 pounds. The children's enthusiasm was astonishing. It seemed that in the future, such tasks could be outsourced to the village children. She called over Zhao Saniyu, asking him to assist in transporting the stoneflower seeds back, with 1 basket on his back and another slung in front, while carrying 4 baskets in each hand, leaving the rest for Zhao Sidon to carry. The 2 brothers descended the mountain, laden with their bounty. Cheng Wanwan smiled at the group of children before her. "Our hens can lay only 4 eggs a day, so only 4 of you can come for eggs each day. Let the younger ones go first, shall we?" Wang Demai, displaying great understanding, volunteered. "I'll be last." Wang Shamai nodded in agreement. "Me too." Zhu Huzi licked his lips. "Then I'll also wait until the last day." Cheng Wanwan had anticipated needing to persuade them, but was pleasantly surprised by how willingly these considerate children offered to defer. She cheerfully remarked, "When I need lanterns again, I'll come looking for you." 1 egg for a pound of stoneflower seeds was indeed a splendid bargain. If ice powder could truly fetch a price in this era, she would not mind increasing it to 2 eggs for this group of children. As night gradually descended, some children could no longer endure and descended the mountain with their older siblings, while the women remained on the hill, brandishing torches. Cheng Wanwan stayed close to Zhao Dashan and Zhao Ergu, occasionally offering them a sip of water. Though not her own children, she felt a pang of tenderness for them. The village headman, also enduring the late hours, was growing weary, his eyes reddened from fatigue. Standing atop a large rock, he rallied the workers, exclaiming, "Just 3 more meters, and we can call it a day." Everyone put in some extra effort. Everything was proceeding smoothly until an unexpected occurrence transpired. Wang Yongqing struck a hard object with his shovel. Such encounters were not uncommon in the rocky terrain when one hit a solid object. It was merely a matter of shifting aside the stone. However, as he changed positions and continued digging, he encountered the hard object again, indicating it was quite substantial. Despite several attempts to shift it, the stone proved larger than anticipated. The obstruction disrupted the entire process, drawing a crowd of men who gathered to excavate with their shovels, only to uncover a massive stone 5 zhang away. 5 zhang, approximately 16 meters, constituted a stone of such magnitude that it could not be moved by human strength. Chen Wanwan's expression grew solemn. In contemporary excavation, when confronted with a massive boulder, machinery would typically be employed to break through. However, in this epoch devoid of such devices, the reliance on sheer human strength renders the task of moving the stone utterly futile. Diverting the path is not an option either. As to the east lies a sheer rock face, while the west is bordered by an ancient grove. Each tree robust enough that it would require at least 3 individuals to encircle its trunk. The act of felling these trees is far from a trivial endeavor. Exhausted and beleaguered, the workers initially perceive a glimmer of hope, only to realize that their difficulties have only just begun. A sense of discontent begins to permeate the crowd, coalescing into murmurs of reproach. I had forewarned that Zhao's wife, being a mere woman, lacks understanding. Why is it that her word is heeded? How can the words of a mere child like Ergo carry any weight, leading the entire village to toil in this endeavor? With such a colossal stone obstructing our way, not even the mightiest of deities could prevail. Village chief, do offer a suggestion. What suggestion can there be? Return home. Cleanse yourselves and rest. Let the crops in the fields fare as they will. We are not the only village suffering from drought. Perhaps it is best if we all perish together. Chapter 39. The egg becomes a chick exhausted to the core and seething with anger. An overwhelming sense of helplessness enveloped the hearts of the crowd. After laboring for so long with immense hope, everything had suddenly turned to vapor. What's with the despondency? The village head admonished sternly. You are the pillars of your families. If you falter, who will support your households? Who will uphold our village? When faced with challenges, we must devise solutions. We cannot move the boulder, but can we not tackle the trees over there? Tomorrow, let us gather to fell those trees. In 3 to 5 days, I refuse to believe we cannot clear the path. The crowd cast their gazes toward the ancient forest. As the night breeze rustled, the torches flickered against the silhouettes of the towering trees, which loomed ever higher, piercing the inky sky. Silence descended upon everyone, not out of despair, but due to the daunting nature of the task ahead. While they could indeed chop down trees, accomplishing it in 3 to 5 days was utterly impossible. It would require at least half a month. By then, the rice would likely wither beyond hope. What purpose would digging ditches serve then? Standing beside the boulder, Ching Wanan found her mind drifting to an ancient tale, the story of Diyu controlling the floods. How curious that in the midst of a drought, she would think of flood management. She recalled a language class where the teacher passionately recounted Diyu's endeavors, digging ditches to divert water, akin to what they were attempting now. Diyu had seemingly faced troubles too, perhaps involving stones. Chang Wanan paced back and forth, her footfalls echoing against the stone, when her eyes caught the raised torches. Some women carelessly tossed their torches aside to converse with the village head, and one torch just happened to rest beside a stone, which glowed red from the heat. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within her. Uncle Li Zhong, I know what we must do. All eyes turned toward her, some filled with skepticism, others with mockery. Yet all were utterly fatigued and silent. Li Zhong seemed to grasp at a lifeline. Dashan Yang, please, speak. Nichu Dad, Taiju Dad. Gather all the torches and place them upon the boulder to heat it red, Chung Wanwan instructed methodically, and send 4 men to fetch several buckets of water. The men, too weary to move, watched as the women willingly took on the task of fetching water. A group of 5 or 6 women ascended the mountain, and after a short while, they returned with 10 buckets of water. At that moment, the boulder glowed a fiery red, and anyone standing nearby could feel the heat radiating upon them. Cheng Wanwan dipped her hand into the water, delighting in its refreshing coolness, perfect for their purpose. On the count of 3, everyone pour the water onto the stone, then retreat swiftly, as far as you can. With a resounding splash, 10 buckets cascaded onto the searing stone. A cacophony of cracking echoed as the massive stone suddenly splintered, revealing 4 or 5 fissures in its once unyielding surface. Shock painted the faces of all present. The previously exhausted men felt an invigorating surge of strength, turning to gather firewood. Once more, they cried. The process of heating the stone and dousing it with water was repeated 4 times. The large stone, subjected to repeated cycles of thermal expansion and contraction, shattered into numerous smaller fragments, thereby clearing the channel. At this moment, the hour was nearing the end of the ugly time, and dawn would break in just 2 more hours. Everyone, return and rest, the village chief proclaimed with fervor. Gather here again after noon tomorrow. That night, the weary men fell into a deep slumber, only to awaken when the sun rose high in the sky. Cheng Wanwan and Wu Huanyang busied themselves in the courtyard, preparing the stoneflower seeds by peeling back the lanterns and extracting the seeds to place them in a basket. Wu Huanyang, filled with curiosity, asked, "Mother, can this really be used to make snacks?" Cheng Wanwan glanced at the basket and noted that from 2 pounds of lanterns, they could yield half a pound of stoneflower seeds, estimating a total of about 5 pounds. She paused her tasks and instructed, "Soak these peeled seeds in boiled water until cool." Wu Huanyang promptly got up to boil water, and after it cooled, she submerged a small bowl of stoneflower seeds. These seeds required a longer soaking time to facilitate the subsequent preparation. Cheng Wanwan set the seeds aside and began to prepare lunch for the young boys at home, as they would need to return to the mountain to continue digging the channel after their meal. While she was occupied, a startled cry from Zhao Sidon reached her ears. "Stinky Dahong, why are you bullying Huang?" Zhao Sidon rushed over, lifting the large rooster that was perched upon Huang's back, causing the rooster to squawk in indignation. Cheng Wanwan remarked, "Well done. You have just ruined the opportunity for the egg to become a chick." She set aside her work to rescue Dahong, speaking earnestly, "Sidon, don't you want chicks?" Zhao Sidon blinked and nodded. Grandmother said having a rooster is enough, but Dahong always bullies Da Wang and Huang. "Mother, let us kill Dahong and make soup." His drool flowed uncontrollably. The rooster flapped its wings and swiftly flew away. Cheng Wanwan sighed, realizing that she had bought the rooster with the intention of hatching chicks. If it were merely for a meal, why would she spend a hefty 81, or rather 161? She spoke gently. "Dahong isn't bullying the hens. He is trying to befriend them, just like how your second and third brothers often tease you. Yet you're not harmed and actually share a good relationship with them. Isn't that the same principle?" Zhao Sidon tilted his head, conceding, "I suppose that makes sense. So I won't worry about it." Cheng Wanwan nodded. "This matter is for children to ponder. Let us wait for the chicks to hatch." Upon lifting her gaze, she noticed 4 children standing at the gate, small figures of 7 or 8 years old, hesitating to enter. With Zhao Da's notorious reputation, even his own son was mistreated, and these children feared they might be punished for seeking eggs. Cheng Wanwan called out, "Sidon, go check the chicken coop to see how many eggs there are." This was Zhao Sidon's favorite task, and he hurried to the coop, soon exclaiming with delight, "Mother, there are 4 eggs today." Cheng Wanwan handed the 4 eggs to the little ones before her, saying, "Take good care of them. Do not let them fall and break." The 4 children beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, Aunt Zhao." Cheng Wanwan's spirits lifted as she observed the children, the most innocent beings in the world, whose presence was utterly devoid of pressure. Wu Huanyang was diligently kneading dough and rolling out wrappers, preparing to make dumplings. The previous evening, Zhao Sidon had gathered a substantial amount of shepherd's purse, and today the entire family would feast on shepherd's purse dumplings. The only lament was the absence of pork. If only a touch of pork could be added to the shepherd's purse, it would truly be delectable. Cheng Wanwan's desire to earn money grew increasingly fervent. She was determined to produce ice jelly promptly, for it was a means to a brighter future. The earnings would afford her the freedom to purchase anything she desired, unencumbered by the opinions of others. In the afternoon, the village head led a large group up the mountain, alongside the laborers. The women of the village voluntarily ascended to assist, surveying where large stones lay in order to utilize last night's method to blast them apart and remove them. Despite the scarcity of tools, even the children were filled with enthusiasm, gathering firewood, fetching water, and markedly quickening the pace of work. Among the throng of children, Cheng Wanwan spotted Zhang Dagong, the boy who had attempted to snatch Sidon's rabbit, the son of Zhang Wulai. Surprisingly, Zhang Wulai, the only able-bodied man in the village who had chosen to shirk work on the canal, had a son who was willingly helping out. Chapter 40. The rice is saved after a day and a night, and half a day more. The laborers descended from the mountaintop to the foot of the hill. A half-meter-wide ditch meandered from the mountains to the fields, extending intricately to the rice paddies of every household. The village head, accompanied by his fellow villagers, ascended the mountain. The initial point of the ditch was still a hand's breadth away from the water source. The most crucial shovel was entrusted to the village head of Dahua, evoking a solemn and reverent atmosphere. With the gaze of the multitude upon him, the village head raised the shovel and struck down with fervor. The soil here was remarkably soft, requiring little effort to breach the earth, allowing torrents of water to surge forth from underground, racing down the ditch towards the valley below. Children cheered, trailing the swift current as it cascaded down the mountainside. The water flowed faster than any person could run, and soon it reached the foot of the hill. Countless farmers looked on, hopeful. The spring water shimmered under the blazing sun, sparkling like a silver dragon, a symbol of hope surging forth, rolling in waves. What appeared to be merely a half-meter-wide ditch was inexplicably magnified, resembling a tumultuous sea, with giant waves crashing forth. The eyes of the village elders glistened with tears, trembling as they fell. There truly was water. Water had arrived. The rice was saved. No one would starve. The water flowed into the rice paddies adjacent to the ditch, and the parched, cracked earth eagerly opened its mouth, swallowing every drop. The desiccated fields voraciously absorbed the life-giving liquid as the water poured into the paddies, instantly sinking into the fissures, only to be replenished continuously. The shriveled rice ears seemed to be infused with hope, swaying under the scorching sun and the summer breeze. The farmers standing on the embankment wept tears of joy. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Zhang Wulai dug a gap in his own embankment, and the water immediately flowed into his rice field. A few witnesses caught sight of this, yet in such an exhilarating moment, none wished to be the first to confront Zhang Wulai, the notorious rogue. Furthermore, Zhang Dagong from the Zhang family had also contributed, albeit not as robustly as other able-bodied men. Even the children had done their part. Being from the same village, they were reluctant to create discord. Just as everyone was reveling in joy, an unpleasant voice broke the harmony. Damn, there really is water flowing down. The villagers turned to see several individuals from Hohat village who had inexplicably mingled into the crowd. One man even spat into the ditch. This act provoked the ire of the assembled villagers. Old Madame Zhu, aged 6 or 70, who usually walked with a tremor, sprang up and struck the man on the back of the head, exclaiming, "Dare you spit again?" The man, furious, retorted, "You old hag, how dare you hit me? I'll make sure you regret it." Before he could finish, he felt the weight of countless cold gazes piercing through him. As he looked up, he saw a multitude of strong laborers surrounding him, their muscular forms resembling a formidable mountain. Swallowing his unfinished words, the man turned and fled, followed hastily by the others from Hohat village, soon disappearing at the village's edge. The village head, with a solemn expression, descended and stated, "We must remain vigilant against the miscreants of Hohat village. They are certainly capable of resorting to poisoning." Cheng Wanan interjected, "I believe the patrols must continue indefinitely to safeguard the mountain's waters, protect the rice fields, and ensure the grain of every household." Previously, some deemed the establishment of a patrol team as unnecessary meddling, but today, the audacity of the Hohat villagers, who brazenly intruded into Dahu village and spat into the ditches, has incited considerable anger. The notion of re-establishing the patrol team has garnered unanimous support from the villagers. At this moment, nearly every villager was present, with able-bodied laborers readily available, making it effortless to select individuals for daily patrols. Meanwhile, the water in the rice paddies gradually increased, a shallow layer reflecting the golden-green rice ears, the azure sky, and the figures standing along the dike. This water seemed to disperse the gloom that had weighed on the hearts of the thousands in Dahu village for the past 2 months, creating a remarkably pleasant atmosphere. Old Lady Zhu grasped Cheng Wanwan's hand, exclaiming, "Dashan Yang, it is all thanks to you. Without you, this old woman would surely starve this year." The village head's wife wiped her reddened eyes, saying, "Dashan Yang, I previously misjudged you. Now I see you are truly a good person. You openly shared the news about Yusen and the discovery of water. How is it that a person as wonderful as you remains alone?" And Wang chimed in, "Dashan Yang, I have a brother-in-law whose wife passed away. He is 34 and an excellent farmer. If you have time tomorrow, standing among the crowd." Old Lady Zhao wore a complex expression. Her eldest son had only died last year, and now someone was seeking a match for his widow. Though she may not have been exceptional, she belonged to the Zhao family, and if she remarried, it would sever their ties irrevocably. Your mother-in-law is a reasonable person. She would certainly not impede your chances of remarrying. Your 4 sons would also likely remain silent. An enthusiastic woman patted her chest, proclaiming, without Zhao Dajiao, We would not have Yusin and ditches in Dahu village. Leave the matter of finding her a partner to me. Cheng Wanwan replied. I appreciate the gesture, but please refrain from acting as a matchmaker. She forced a smile, adding, I'm quite content on my own. By the way, now that we have water for irrigation, it would be perfect to prepare the land around our house for some vegetable planting. Does anyone have any seeds they could lend us? Aunt Wang responded, I have some cabbage seeds. I will share some with you later. The village head's wife remarked. Do you like celery? If so, come to our home and take some. The conversation successfully shifted, and Cheng Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief. She managed to borrow cabbage, celery, water spinach, winter melon, chives, and bean seeds, all suitable for planting in the summer's sweltering heat. Due to the drought this year, few villagers had planted vegetables. But upon Cheng Wanwan's suggestion, everyone resolved to hurry back and sow seeds, hoping to enjoy fresh produce in the autumn and winter. She smiled and expressed her gratitude to the crowd, yet in her heart, she lamented the absence of chili peppers, tomatoes, cauliflower, onions, and potatoes. The dining table seemed devoid of an abundance of delectable dishes, which was indeed a great pity. While she pondered this, a shadow suddenly loomed over her. She looked up to find Zhao Fugui from the village had somehow approached her, his face wearing an eager grin as he said, Sister Zhao, I have all kinds of seeds at my home. Would you care to come and take a look? You can take whatever you fancy. As he spoke, he leaned in closer. The embankment was crowded with people, and as he squeezed through, he drew no one's attention. Cheng Wanwan, feeling apprehensive, took a step back but misstepped and nearly stumbled into the newly filled rice paddy. Zhao Fugui was close enough to quickly reach out and steady her. Chapter 41. Devoting a lifetime to Mountain Father Mother. Be careful. Zhao dashed forward, stepping into the rice paddy to catch Cheng Wanwan. Zhao Fugui, who was about to assist, found himself grasping at air, only to have his ear pinched by a hand. And Fugui twisted her husband's ear. Her brows furrowed as she glared at Cheng Wanwan, angrily rebuking, You vixen, how dare you flirt with my husband in front of me? It's only been a year since Mountain Father passed, and you can't even keep your composure. How shameless can you be? Unfazed, Cheng Wanwan stood tall, a cold smile gracing her lips. Since you've mentioned Mountain Father, I have a few questions for you. Is Zhao Fugui as handsome as Mountain Father? Is Zhao Fugui as capable? Tell me, what quality does Zhao Fugui possess that could possibly compare to Mountain Father? Is he truly worthy of my attention? Her words left Zhao Fugui's face ashen. In his youth, he was considered quite the handsome man, yet he had always been overshadowed by Zhao Yujin. Now, over a year after Zhao Yujin's death, it was disheartening to have his name compared to that of a deceased man. The villagers, having recently benefited from Cheng Wanwan's kindness, naturally rallied to her defense. Mountain Father was indeed strikingly handsome, and after marrying Mountain Mother, he had captured the hearts of many in the village. Eugene was a sincere young man who often assisted the elderly in the village, and no one could match his integrity. Cheng Wanwan pursed her lips, recalling many quarrels with Zhao Yujin from the memories of her past self. Most of their disputes arose when Zhao Yujin went to help others, leaving her displeased, leading to arguments. Zhao Yujin was a selfless, honest man, while her past self had been selfish. Thankfully, Zhao Yujin had joined the army and rarely returned home. Otherwise, their marriage might have ended long ago. She cast a cool gaze over the onlookers, her voice steady and resonant. Mountain Father treated me with great kindness. Though he has departed, he lives on in my heart in a different way. I cannot forget Mountain Father, so I shall not remarry. I declare today that I will remain devoted to Mountain Father for a lifetime. In her past life, at the age of 33, being single often drew strange looks and whispered judgments about her being an old woman no one wanted. However, now that her son had grown, she felt empowered to embrace her single status, even possessing a noble reason for it. This was perhaps the greatest advantage of her newfound identity as a woman. Old Lady Zhao looked on in disbelief. In this era, while it was unusual for widows to remarry, it was not unheard of. There were women in their 20s or 30s who had lost their husbands and remarried, even giving birth to sons soon afterward, living quite well. She thought, if the eldest daughter-in-law could remain faithful for 3 years, perhaps after that, she could remarry, bringing a little dowry into the Zhao family. Who would have imagined that the eldest daughter-in-law would boldly declare her intention to remain a widow for life? Such words, could they truly come from the eldest daughter-in-law? Mountain Mother, you are still young. Do not be foolish. Once the 4 young lads have wed and established their own households, you shall become an outsider. Only your own kin truly comprehend the nuances of warmth and coldness. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that in the village, none can compare to Zhao Yujin. And it is only natural for Deshan Yang to entertain such thoughts. If there are none in Dahi village, then one must venture to the town. There will surely be suitable matches to be found. Cheng Wanwan's lips curled slightly. The poor reputation of her former self did have its advantages. At least no one would hastily attempt to act as matchmaker. With unwavering resolve, she declared, I appreciate everyone's goodwill, but I truly have never contemplated remarriage. And I shall never do so. Zhao Dashan raised his fist, warning, should anyone dare to act as a matchmaker for my mother again. Be wary of the four brothers paying you a visit. Zhao Ergu positioned himself protectively in front of Cheng Wanwan, asserting, my mother shall never remarry. Remember this well. And do not provoke her. Such words were pleasing to the ear, yet Aunt Fugui scoffed. Who does not know that you and Zhao Eugene quarrel daily? You never showed him compassion while he was alive, and now you feign deep affection in his death. Whether or not you choose to remarry is of no concern to me, but should you attempt to seduce my man, beware, as I shall tear your face apart. Fugui Nyang, how can you possess a human face, yet act so ungraciously? Zhao Laotai emerged from the crowd. Zhao Fugui, from a young age, has delighted in teasing the village's young maidens. Such shamelessness is beneath the Zhao family. Instead of seeking trouble with Deshan Yang, you would do better to keep a watchful eye on your own husband, lest he cause distress to others. The onlookers began to recount the misdeeds of Zhao Fugui. His face turned a shade paler than the water in a ditch as he squeezed through the crowd, and Fugui hurriedly followed suit. Unleashing a torrent of curses, you wretched scoundrel, in front of so many, you go to speak with that widow, humiliating me before the entire village. What do you take me for? I have labored for your family, only to be treated with such disdain. Silence. Zhao Fugui's expression darkened ominously. You have brought me nothing but shame. You vile old woman, do not obstruct my path. With a rough shove, he pushed Aunt Fugui aside and strode away. Furious, she stood on the ridge of the field, cursing for nearly half an hour before finally feeling some relief. Zhao Fugui, leaving the ridge, entered a dilapidated hut, where a woman's arm yanked him inside, and soon the sounds of heavy breathing filled the air. The crowd on the ridge gradually dispersed. After laboring for more than 2 days, the men returned home to rest, while the women fetched water to irrigate their gardens, preparing to plant something in the vegetable patch. Cheng Wanwan approached Zhao Laotai with a smile, saying, Mother, I would like to ask for your assistance. Instantly, Zhao Laotai's guard was raised. Here it comes. The eldest son's wife was finally ready to discuss serious matters. Considering her recent compliance and in light of her deceased husband's memory, if she proposed returning to the old house, perhaps she would begrudgingly agree. Cheng Wanwan remained unaware of the myriad thoughts swirling in the old lady's mind as she deliberated. Mother, I plan to start a small business. Zhao Laotai's eyes widened in surprise. To engage in business requires capital. Surely, the eldest son's wife does not intend to borrow money. Last year, a locust plague ravaged the fields, and this year, a drought has ensued. All the family's funds have been converted into grain, leaving only 500 when in hand to cope with ailments and illnesses. This sum is designated as the crucial money for the family's medical needs and must not be lent out. However, upon meeting the clear and innocent gaze of Cheng Wanwan, old lady Zhao sighed in resignation, conceding to lend 100 won, lest the woman persist in her entreaties endlessly. Mother, my business pertains to food. This is my first attempt, and I am uncertain if it will appeal to the palate. I would like to ask you to sample the flavor. Old lady Zhao was incredulous. You call this a favor? You merely wish for me to taste it? Cheng Wanwan clarified that it was not only for her, but also for Uncle Dashan, Uncle Air, Aunt San, and others to provide feedback as well. Cheng Wanwan smiled, assuring her that the offering would be delivered in about 2 hours. With that, she turned and hurried home, eager to prepare the dishes before darkness fell. Chapter 42. The failure of making ice powder at the third watch of the day, with the sun dipping in the west. Cheng Wanwan and her family busied themselves with various tasks. Zhao Saiden's job was straightforward. He ventured into the mountains to forage for wild vegetables, returning to chop them finely to feed the chickens. Zhao Saniub and Zhao Ergu were entrusted with loosening the soil, watering the hardened vegetable plots before and behind the house, and then turning the earth over in preparation for planting the next day. Under Cheng Wanwan's guidance, Zhao Dashan embarked on the endeavor of preparing ice powder. A small bowl of stoneflower seeds was placed in a cloth bag and vigorously kneaded in a basin of water, tirelessly massaging and pounding until the outer layer was entirely washed away, causing the initially clear water to gradually thicken. Half a pound of stoneflower seeds yielded a large basin of viscous, shapeless ice powder. The mountain spring water was sufficiently cool, so the unformed ice powder was submerged in it to chill and await solidification. During the waiting period, Cheng Wanan sent several of her sons to the mountains to gather hawthorn fruit, which was in season and ripe. The chopped hawthorn flesh, when added to the ice powder, would impart a delightful sweet and sour flavor that would entice anyone to take another bite. Meanwhile, Cheng Wanan and Wu Huanyang were busy boiling syrup in a pot. The sugar, purchased from the market, was red sugar, a coarse variety that was not particularly palatable. She planned to prepare 2 flavors, hawthorn ice powder and sweetened ice powder. Uncertain which would be more popular, Wu Huanyang watched as her mother-in-law poured a large box of red sugar into the pot, feeling an overwhelming sense of concern. In these times, meat was expensive, and sugar even more so. This quantity of sugar would cost at least 50 to 60 coins. Could the unwanted lantern grass from the mountains truly earn back such coins? Though she doubted the lantern grass could produce anything delicious. She possessed a commendable trait. She never questioned her mother-in-law, adhering to her directives without hesitation. As the syrup was finished, Zhao Sidon burst into the house, cradling a handful of hawthorn fruit. Sidon is truly remarkable. Cheng Wanwan praised him generously, declaring that the first bowl of ice powder would be his reward. Zhao Sidon licked his lips, his gaze fixated on the ice powder chilling in the spring water. Cheng Wanwan wiped her hands clean, approached the basin with a pair of chopsticks, and prodded the ice powder, which remained unformed. It had been nearly an hour, logically. It should have begun to solidify by now. Had she perhaps overlooked a crucial step? Seated at the side, she pondered deeply, striving to recall the details of that time in Xinyang when she had prepared ice powder herself. Suddenly, it struck her. She had indeed forgotten a vital step. While she had been washing the stoneflower seeds, an unknown powder had been added to the container by a worker, which was essential for the coagulation process. Zhao Sidon squatted by the basin, his big eyes blinking eagerly. "Mother, can we eat it now?" Zhao Ergu discreetly dipped his finger in and licked it, his eyes lighting up. "It's icy and cool, delicious." "Really?" Unable to contain himself, Zhao Sidon quickly scooped some with a spoon and tasted it, smacking his lips with delight. "Mother, what is this? It's so refreshing to eat in hot weather. I love it. We can surely sell it for money." Cheng Wanwan gazed at the large basin of failed product, a hint of resignation in her voice. "This is edible, but it won't fetch any money. We must try again." Wu Huanyang, feeling a sense of unease, inquired, "Mother, have I faltered in some way?" From the beginning to the end, it was her mother-in-law who dictated the methods. While she meticulously attended to the details, fearful that any misstep might tarnish her mother-in-law's business, Cheng Wanwan shook her head gently. "It has nothing to do with you. It is I who forgot to add a crucial ingredient. You both enjoy a bowl first, then prepare for dinner. I shall take a moment to reflect in solitude." She retreated to the back of the house, where a gentle breeze caressed her, and she concentrated once more on her memories. Yet, in her previous life, she had merely traveled for leisure, paying no heed to the mysterious powder. No matter how she strained her recollections, the details eluded her. Just as despair began to envelop her, she suddenly slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "What a fool I am." She possessed access to a trading mall, akin to an encyclopedia, wherein she could purchase a book on the art of making ice powder. Surely, it would not be difficult to acquire such knowledge. She navigated the mall and, indeed, found a recipe for ice powder, available for a mere 8 coins. As she perused the recipe, she noted that it required lime powder to achieve the desired consistency. This substance must exist in her era, though perhaps it was scarce in Day Village, while she could procure it from the mall. The skill would eventually be passed down to Wu Huanyang, who would then face the challenge of sourcing lime powder. Continuing through the recipe, she found it disappointingly rudimentary, lacking even suggestions for alternatives to lime powder. Cheng Wanwan, exasperated, supported her forehead in contemplation. Suddenly, an idea sparked within her. What if she substituted lime powder with starch? Without hesitation, she set to work. In the mall, Cheng Wanwan purchased some common ingredients found in Day Village, such as corn flour, white flour, and sweet potato flour, and then proceeded to the front yard. The 4 young boys each held a bowl of ice powder, sipping it daintily, their lips smacking comically with each taste. This large bowl was filled with failed attempts. If they filled themselves now, they would have no room for the final product later. Cheng Wanwan chuckled and shook her head. Seizing the opportunity while daylight remained to enlist their help, she divided the needed ice flour seeds into several small bowls, adding corn flour, white flour, and sweet potato flour to each, and then submerged them in well water. During this waiting period, Cheng Wanwan and Wu Huanyang busied themselves preparing dinner. The dishes consisted of wild vegetables and mushrooms, lacking any novelty. What they truly missed was meat, yet there was no legitimate reason to indulge. Rice accompanied by wild vegetables and mushrooms could be considered the finest meal in Day Village. As dinner concluded, Darkness began to envelop the sky. Cheng Wanwan went to inspect her 3 experimental batches. The ice powder with sweet potato starch had set the quickest, achieving a jelly-like consistency. With just a bit more time, it would surely be ready. She rose to gather the ingredients, taking all the bowls from her home. Half were filled with chopped hawthorn fruit, while the other half contained thick black syrup. Finally, she cut the solidified ice powder into small cubes, placing 6 into each bowl and gently arranging them in a bamboo basket. With only 8 bowls at her disposal, the basket could accommodate no more than 8 servings of ice powder. She lifted the basket and stepped outside, where she noticed people still toiling in the rice fields. After nearly 2 months of drought, the rice paddies suddenly received water, and many seasoned farmers were reluctant to leave the embankments, repeatedly wandering through their fields, fearing this might merely be a dream. As Cheng Wanwan approached, several individuals greeted her, a phenomenon that would have been unthinkable in the past. She carried a basket to old Zhao's home, where the entire family was gathered in the yard, seeking respite from the heat. "Ah, you're here, Deshan Yang," exclaimed old lady Zhao, glancing at the basket in her hands. "Have you truly brought something to eat?" Cheng Wanwan nodded, explaining, "A few days ago, I had the children help pick lantern fruit, and I made this dish with it. It's my first attempt, so I am uncertain about the flavor. If you find it delightful, I shall take it to the town tomorrow to see if anyone wishes to purchase it." She carefully unpacked the bowls from her basket, arranging 8 of them on the table, while the Zhao family consisted of 12 members. Just as she was about to suggest that a few children go to her house to eat, since the mixture of flour and cornmeal would not be sold in town, yet tasted the same, her words were interrupted by Sun Shi, who spoke rapidly. "Chunhua, Donghua, why are you still standing there? Hurry and fetch the bowls. If you delay, there won't be any left." Sun Shi tugged at the corner of her mouth, feeling that her sister-in-law was rather stingy. With 12 people present, only 8 bowls had been brought, leaving 4 without. If the old lady denied the girls their share, then the 2 girls from the 3rd house would end up with nothing. Regardless of how one calculated it, the 3rd house would be at a disadvantage. Chapter 43. The failure of the canal digging in Osmanthus village. Cheng Wanwan observed everything with keen insight. She remained silent as Chunhua and Donghua each took 2 bowls, leaving the 4 members of the 3rd household with a bowl of icy dessert. She picked up 2 bowls, offering one to the elderly matriarch and the other to the old man. With 2 bowls remaining, Zhao Er's wife, Wen, spoke up, "Duwang and Erwang, you 2 can share 1 bowl, while Xiaohua and Xiuhua can have the other." Cheng Wanwan smiled, realizing within these few fleeting moments who was amiable and who was more calculating. She then suggested, "Duwang, you are swift. Please fetch a few more bowls from Annie's house. There is an abundance to be had." Zhao Erwang eagerly raised his hand, exclaiming, "I'll go too. I'll go." The 2 boys dashed off in haste. Zhao Laotu stared at the slippery substance in the bowl, a hint of uncertainty clouding his expression. "Dashiang, is this really ice, this icy dessert?" Zhao Lao, I felt a twinge of apprehension. "I've lived 60 years and have never seen such a thing. It truly does not appear edible." Zhao Er, with a boisterous demeanor, remarked, "Sister-in-law would never bring something inedible. A taste will reveal all." He lifted the bowl and gulped down half in one go, his eyes widening in astonishment. "No wonder it's called icy dessert. It's so refreshing." "Sister-in-law, is this truly made from lantern grass? How is it done?" Zhao Xin quickly took a sip, swallowing hastily. "Why does it have a hawthorn flavor? This is quite sour. Something I've never touched before, yet it is surprisingly delightful in this icy dessert." The youngest, Donghua, finished her bowl in one go and wiped her mouth. "Auntie, this is delicious and particularly sweet. I haven't had enough. Is there more?" Zhao Lao shot her a cold glare. "Who taught you to ask for food so openly? This is what your aunt has brought to sell. A bowl must cost at least a penny. If you want more, you must pay." Cheng Wanwan found the old lady endearing, as she inadvertently resolved a significant dilemma for her. With a smile, she said, "I plan to sell this icy dessert for 2 pennies a bowl. Mother, do you think that's reasonable?" Sun took a sharp breath. "Selling it for 2 pennies a bowl? Are you out of your mind? You could buy a meat bun for that price. Now that meat buns have increased to about 4 pennies, 2 pennies will only get you a steamed bun. Why purchase this insubstantial snack?" However, she refrained from offering her well-meaning advice, allowing her sister-in-law to face rejection, earning not even a penny while watching the old lady show favoritism. With a smile, she continued, "I believe 2 pennies is rather inexpensive. This delicacy is unique to Day Village and Ping'an Town. Selling it for 3 pennies is not unreasonable." Cheng Wanwan initially intended to set the price at 3 pennies, but due to the calamities that had befallen many families, She worried that such a price might be too steep, leading to disinterest. 2 pennies a bowl, while not overly cheap, was acceptable enough for people, allowing her to profit. She observed that the icy dessert with brown sugar syrup seemed more popular, yet those who enjoyed a tangy flavor could appreciate the addition of hawthorn. Both variations were viable. Once everyone had finished, she finally spoke. Let us try selling it for 2 pennies first. I need to head to the town early tomorrow, so I will return to my preparations now. As she carried the basket back, Zhao Duang and Zhao Erwang had already indulged in 2 bowls of iced jelly, patting their bellies in sheer contentment. The sweltering heat of summer clung to them relentlessly, and only in this moment did they feel a refreshing coolness wash over them from their feet to the crown of their heads. Chen Wanwan couldn't help but chuckle, remarking that they should bring back the large basin of iced jelly so that everyone in the Zhao family could partake. This particular basin was made from white starch. Having solidified over time and lacking in smoothness, its appearance not particularly appetizing. Rather than waste it, it was best consumed by family. Zhao Duang and Zhao Erwang sprang up like fish leaping from water, eagerly carrying the basin outside, fearful that their aunt might change her mind. Upon their return with the hefty basin of iced jelly, Zhao Laotai was taken aback. You 2 rascals, why don't you just move your aunt's house here? This is her livelihood. Hurry and return it. Zhao Duang quickly replied, and instructed us to bring it back, saying we could eat freely today, but it won't be available later. Before the elderly lady could respond, Donghua rushed over, nearly drooling into the basin. All right, each of you can have 1 more bowl. The old lady relented, adding that the remaining chilled jelly should be saved for tomorrow, lamenting the lack of moderation in their indulgence. As she retreated indoors, Zhao Laotai remarked to Zhao Laotu, the eldest daughter-in-law has become increasingly generous and open-handed. She has truly changed. Zhao Laotu, puffing on his dry tobacco, replied, in the past, she was preoccupied with the promotion of Chung family's eldest nephew, and with the fallout from that, she had to learn some sense. I wonder if this iced jelly can fetch a good price. Zhao Lao shook her head. We are merely honest, simple farmers, unversed in trade. Let her figure it out on her own. Cheng Wanwan was busy calculating. Half a gene of stoneflower seeds could yield a large basin of iced jelly, weighing about 20 genes. When divided into smaller portions, it could fill at least 80 bowls, priced at 2 Wen per bowl. The remaining 4 genes of stoneflower seeds could potentially earn her around 200 Wen, equivalent to approximately 1 tael and 2 chin of silver. After deducting minimal costs, she would still profit at least 1 tael of silver. It is noteworthy that, in this era, a farmer's annual income barely reached 2 taels, and that was under favorable conditions. If she successfully sold all the iced jelly, she would nearly earn what others made in half a year. This represented a substantial sum. However, the key remained whether the iced jelly could be sold. Cheng Wanwan instructed Wu Huanyang and Zhao Dashan to prepare another half gene of stoneflower seeds for the iced jelly, combined with the unfinished product from earlier, yielding approximately 130 bowls. They would take these to test the market's response the following day. That night, Cheng Wanwan worked late into the evening with the children. Meanwhile, in the neighboring Hohot village, torches burned brightly as the villagers remained awake. Earlier that afternoon, several villagers had secretly ventured to Daho village, witnessing a channel flowing down from the mountains into the parched rice fields, igniting their envy. After thorough deliberation, the village head decided to emulate Dahu village and called upon the entire community to dig a channel. This decision received unanimous approval from all villagers in Hohot. However, when determining the candidates for the excavation, a considerable dispute arose. Li Zheng, my family's field is the closest to Dazhong Mountain. Logically, shouldn't we be required to contribute 1 less laborer? Li Zheng, it is well known that the men in my family possess great strength. 1 of them is equivalent to 2 from other families. Let us contribute just 1. Enough. Be silent. Li Zheng exclaimed, his beard bristling with irritation. Dazhong Mountain serves as the pinnacle of Dahu village, situated even farther from our Osmanthus village. They are contributing over 400 laborers. We must at least provide 600 to complete the excavation of the channel within 3 days. Instead of focusing on contributing, you all seem preoccupied with avoiding work. Yet, given the proximity of my family's fields, we truly need not exert excessive effort. My family may be farther away, but we are all from the same village. It is unreasonable to calculate contributions so rigidly. If the distance requires more people, then children shall take the place of adults. After all, we cannot suffer a loss. You are truly asking for a beating. The residents of Osmanthus village were in disarray, and even after a night had passed, no resolution had been reached. Chapter 44. A good omen, the crow of a rooster heralded the awakening of Day Village. As dawn broke, Cheng Wanwan rose from her bed. Simultaneously, the three other children sharing the bed opened their eyes. Zhao Sidong, still groggy, murmured, "Mother, I want to go to the town too." Zhao Sanya chimed in, "Mother, I'm strong. Let me accompany you." Among the four children, aside from the eldest who had ventured into town a few times to trade firewood for salt, the other three were entirely inexperienced, their expressions betraying their naivety. Cheng Wanwan steeled herself, declaring, "Today, I have prepared only 130 bowls of ice powder. 2 of us will suffice, but we may need to purchase some items on the way back, so Dashan and Sanyu will accompany me." Zhao Ergu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Mother, shouldn't I go with my older brother?" He felt it was his turn in the order of precedence and glared at Zhao Sanyu in frustration. Sanyu grinned. "It's because I'm stronger, hee. Cheng Wanwan smiled and nodded. "Sanyu is indeed a bit stronger. I will entrust him with carrying the grains back." In truth, Sanyu was honest and simple-minded, lacking the cunning of the second son. She planned to discreetly take some items from her space, which the eldest and third would likely not notice. Unbeknownst to Sanyu, he was chosen for his simplicity, and he cheerfully got out of bed to wash his face. Zhao Da's ox cart stood empty at the village entrance, devoid of any passengers. It was understandable. During these times, every household struggled for food. And wouldn't it be more prudent to spend a coin on something to eat rather than for a ride? The walk to town took merely an hour, and if they set off before dawn, they could arrive before the sun rose, saving 2 coins on the round trip, enough to buy a large steamed bun. The 3 of them climbed onto the cart, which carried 2 loads of 4 buckets, 1 bucket for ice powder, 2 for water to wash the utensils, and the last for holding the utensils themselves. The family's bowls were chipped and unsuitable for serving customers. So the first order of business upon reaching town was to buy bowls and spoons, starting with 10 sets. If they required more, it would be a good sign, indicating a strong market potential. As Zhao drove the ox cart, he casually inquired, "What is Dashan's mother up to?" Cheng Wanwan replied, "I am trying to prepare some food to see if I can sell it in town." She aspired to earn a living openly, to build a house transparently, and to live comfortably in this era. She never contemplated hiding her business dealings from the villagers, although she would certainly keep her earnings confidential. Zhao did not press further. It was common for villagers to take items to sell in town, with eggs and firewood being the most frequent. Some skilled women would embroider handkerchiefs, while others made mung bean cakes, each family finding its own way to make a living. The ox cart steadily made its way towards Ping'an Town. Not long after setting off, something suddenly fell from a tree by the roadside, landing on Cheng Wanwan's arm. It was a grasshopper, reminiscent of the last time she had ridden the ox cart. Zhao Sanyi grasped the locust firmly, exerting enough force to crush it, leaving the juice from its body smeared across his pant leg. Cheng Wanwan felt a headache coming on. They were about to sell food. Yet this boy exhibited such poor hygiene. If a customer were to witness this, selling even a bowl of cold jelly would be impossible. She hurriedly fetched some clean water with a ladle, exclaiming, "Sanyi, wash your hands." Zhao Sanyi's face flushed with embarrassment. "Mother, I want to do it again." What a nuisance. A locust collided with his face, and he swatted it away, leaving his face grimy. Cheng Wanwan furrowed her brow in frustration. Zhao Sanyi quickly apologized, "Mother, I was wrong." He hastily washed his hands and face, fearful of being scolded. Cheng Wanwan looked up at the sky, where several locusts flew by, neither too many nor too few. Zhao furrowed his brow. This pest visited last year. If it returns this year, Dao Village, no. The entire Ping'an Town will be doomed. Uncle Da, that won't happen. Zhao Dashan vigorously shook his head. Grandfather Li Zheng said that once locusts fly away, they won't return. The few remaining might just be those that failed to leave last year, and they are not difficult to deal with. Zhao remained silent, continuing to drive the cart. Cheng Wanwan also held her tongue, counting the locusts soaring above. She casually estimated nearly 100. Should the locusts truly arrive, the rice, which had finally begun to bear grains, would be entirely feasted upon by these pests. She vaguely recalled from her past life, while watching the news, a trending topic about a locust-sweeping duck army, where hundreds of chickens and ducks entered rice fields, devouring the swarming locusts. Their household possessed only 3 chickens, which would be utterly insufficient. Even if they could immediately start incubating chicks, they would not have enough time. It would be splendid if there were chicks available for sale in town. Throughout the journey, Cheng Wanwan's mind raced with thoughts. And soon the ox cart arrived at Ping'an Town. The sun had just risen above the horizon, marking the bustling morning market, where throngs of people filled the streets. and various stalls lined the roadside, selling buns, for a large meat bun, candied hawthorns, sweet and delicious, eggs for sale, at a bargain. The street echoed with the sounds of vendors, and the stalls were brimming with customers. Daha village was too far from Ping'an town, and despite arriving so early, they couldn't secure a stall. Cheng Wanwan searched for an empty spot at the end of the street, setting down their 4 buckets of goods. She instructed, Sani, guard the belongings here. Dashin, go borrow 2 tables from that restaurant. They charge 2 when each, but if it exceeds that, don't borrow any more. I'll go buy utensils from the grocery store. The 3 of them dispersed, each attending to their tasks. Cheng Wanwan stepped into the only grocery store in town, which boasted a good selection of items, including some exquisitely crafted porcelain bowls that appeared quite charming. She inquired, shopkeeper, how much for each? The shopkeeper glanced at her patched clothing and replied coolly, 35 won. Cheng Wanwan thought to herself, this is rather exorbitant. Buying 10 bowls along with spoons would amount to half a tael of silver, inadvertently inflating the costs. She decided to seek a more affordable option. Do you have anything cheaper? The shopkeeper wore an expression of palpable impatience. Here, the cheapest ones are a mere penny each. Feel free to choose. Cheng Wanwan glanced down, observing that the tableware displayed beneath was nothing but defective goods, either chipped or adorned with unsightly patterns, merely a slight improvement over the broken bowls she possessed at home. She shook her head and turned to exit the shop. The shopkeeper rolled his eyes behind her, muttering to himself about her tattered appearance while still being picky about bowls priced at a penny. Yet, Cheng Wanwan possessed a quiet confidence. She meandered into the alley and opened the shopping app, where a dazzling array of tableware awaited her on the digital interface. It was truly exquisite. She selected a set of medium-sized white porcelain bowls, each featuring delicate pink plum blossoms. At 2 pennies per bowl, the total came to 20 pennies. And with an additional 10 spoons, the grand total amounted to a mere 30 pennies. Cradling the 10 bowls, she approached the stall, where she was greeted by the sight of Zhao Dashin and Zhao Sania setting down 2 tables. Cheng Wanwan was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the typically inarticulate Zhao Dashin would successfully procure tables and chairs. This was indeed a promising omen. Chapter 45. The icy delight finally sells. As the sun gradually ascended, Cheng Wanwan's ice powder stall opened its doors. A table was set up in front for customers to sit and savor their treats, while another table displayed 5 bowls, each containing a small portion of ice powder drizzled with rich, dark brown syrup and topped with 2 pieces of hawthorn fruit. In the early days of her entrepreneurial journey, she had personally traversed the market, attracting clients with ease. Drawing customers was never a challenge for her. With a radiant smile, she began to call out, ice powder. Refreshingly cool ice powder. Free samples available, limited quantity, first come, first served. Zhao Dashin and Zhao Sanio, mimicking her enthusiasm, joined in her calls. Thanks to the efforts of the mother and her 2 sons, a woman in her 30s or 40s finally paused at the stall. She stared hesitantly at the contents of the bowl and inquired, what is this? I've never seen anything like it. It looks rather peculiar. Cheng Wanwan maintained her business smile, replying, hello, madam. This is ice powder, perfect for hot weather. 1 bite and you'll feel utterly refreshed. The woman, skeptical, questioned, but you don't have any ice here. How can it be refreshing? With a beaming smile, Cheng Wanwan offered, you can try it for free. If you don't believe me, just take a bite. It won't cost you anything. Zhao Dashin, ever perceptive, swiftly handed a sample to the woman, complete with a spoon. In the delicate pink-patterned porcelain bowl, the translucent yellow ice powder shimmered, exuding the sweet aroma of syrup, a delightful treat indeed. As the woman brought the spoon to her lips, she experienced an immediate sensation of coolness upon tasting the ice powder. That refreshing chill spread from her tongue to her throat and rolled into her stomach, dissipating the sweat she had accumulated from her morning walk to town in an instant. She licked the syrup from her lips and asked, what did you say this is called? It's called ice powder. Just 2 coins for a generous bowl, Cheng Wanwan replied, deftly producing an empty bowl. If you'd like, I can serve you a bowl, and since you are our first customer, I will add 2 extra pieces for you. Initially hesitant, the woman considered that 2 coins could buy a substantial steamed bun, enough for a full meal. Purchasing this delicacy seemed unwise. Yet the prospect of receiving extra pieces piqued her interest. The invigorating sensation of the ice powder would surely help her on her journey back, and she thought, how wonderful it would be to bring some home for her children. The woman inquired, can I take the bowl with me and bring it back tomorrow morning? Cheng Wanwan sighed, we only have 10 bowls. I fear we won't have enough. In an age of limited production capabilities and lacking disposable tableware, She helplessly watched her first customer slip away. Zhao Dashan, visibly disappointed, remarked, "That lady seemed to enjoy it. Why didn't she buy?" Zhao Sania scratched his head and suggested, "Perhaps she found it too expensive." "Mother, why not lower the price to 1 coin per bowl?" Cheng Wanwan shook her head, clarifying that it wasn't merely a matter of cost. In those times, women prioritized their men and children, often preferring to take home delicious treats for their loved ones. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, elusive yet significant, but she could not grasp it. She spoke, "Dashan, Sanio. You two continue to call out to those interested in free samples. I will sit by and ponder for a moment." Now Dashan and Zhao Sanio, fearing the abundance of iced jelly on their hands, shouted with all their might. Indeed, a few women gathered around. Many were eager to taste. Yet only one woman with a child and a robust middle-aged man were willing to purchase. After an exhausting morning, they managed to sell merely 2 bowls of iced jelly, earning a modest sum of 4 coins, just enough to cover the table rental. As the morning market drew to a close, the crowd gradually dispersed. Zhao Dashan returned the table while Zhao Sanyu squatted on the ground, washing the utensils, occasionally stealing glances at Cheng Wanwan, who stood lost in thought at the street corner. "Don't worry, mother," Zhao Sania clumsily comforted. "I can carry heavy loads and earn 20 coins a day, enough to buy you some meat." Zhao Dashan returned and chimed in. "I just heard the restaurant owner mention that Mr. Wang in town is hiring for the construction of a granary, offering 22 coins a day along with a meal. If Sanyu and I go to work, we could earn 50 coins a day, and you won't have to struggle so much." Cheng Wanwan's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. She finally understood the root of the problem. A misjudgment in the target consumer demographic had rendered their products unsellable. In contemporary times, such desserts appeal primarily to young women. But in antiquity, women held a subordinate status, and young maidens lacked the privilege to purchase treats. Her target audience should be able-bodied men or favored young boys within a household, especially during these challenging years when grain prices soared, making the household's copper coins even more precious. Cheng Wanwan smiled and said, "Dashan, Sanyu, pack up. Let us try our luck at Mr. Wang's doorstep." After spending over an hour at the market, she had overheard many discussions regarding the recent theft of grain from the Wang family, prompting their decision to rebuild the granary. They had commenced construction 3 to 5 days prior and were currently seeking laborers, which meant many able-bodied men would be present. The 3 of them set off with their belongings towards Mr. Wang's residence. The wall at the back of the estate was being demolished and rebuilt, with 30 to 40 sturdy men laboring under the blazing sun. A water barrel stood outside the courtyard, available for the laborers to drink from. Though the water had been heated by the sun and offered little relief, a group of men in their 20s, drenched in sweat, had droplets falling to the ground, evaporating almost instantly in the heat. Cheng Wanwan set up her stall about 20 meters from the courtyard. Lacking a table, she stacked bricks and laid Zhao Sanyu's outer garment atop them, creating a makeshift table. Iced jelly, refreshingly cool iced jelly. Free samples available, limited quantities, first come, first served. As the men toiled, they were unexpectedly drawn to the shout from a woman accompanied by 2 young boys selling something. Upon hearing the words free samples, several young men in their 20s approached with curiosity. Cheng Wanwan smiled and announced, "Perfect for a hot summer day. We have 10 free samples of iced jelly. Come quickly before they're all gone." 10 bowls, each containing a piece of glistening jelly-like ice powder, enticing enough to make one's mouth water. A few men eagerly seized the bowls and drank them down, unable to discern the flavor. Yet the refreshing sensation cascaded from their lips to the very core of their hearts. At the opportune moment, Cheng Wanwan spoke up, 2 coins for a bowl, gentlemen. Would you like some?" The man at the front fished out a few copper coins from his pocket, tossed 2 of them over, and exclaimed, "Hurry, serve me a bowl." "Certainly," Cheng Wanwan replied as she collected the coins. Zhao Dashan had already prepared a bowl, and she received it, smiling brightly as she inquired, "Do you prefer it sweet or sour?" The man requested it sweet, so Cheng Wanwan added a generous spoonful of brown sugar, placed a spoon in the bowl, and handed it over. The man eagerly drank more than half the bowl, exhaling a refreshing sigh and exclaiming, "This truly beats the heat. Consuming it revives the spirit. Dear lady, you must return tomorrow." Having sold the first bowl, it didn't take long for the second, third, and fourth bowls to follow suit. Chapter 46. Our family is about to become wealthy. There were a total of 36 individuals at the construction site, and 30 of them purchased icy dessert. The remaining 6 must have been genuinely impoverished, resolutely refraining from joining in. Cheng Wanwan glanced into the bucket, which still contained at least 70 or 80 bowls of the icy dessert. It was evident that selling them here would be futile, and a change of location was necessary. She pondered where to go next. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu sat excitedly by the side, counting their earnings. Zhao Dashan, with eyes wide in disbelief, exclaimed, "We have a total of 64 won. Goodness, how can we earn so much in a single day?" Zhao Sanyu mirrored his astonishment, saying, "Carrying heavy loads all day only earns us 21, but selling icy dessert yields 64 won. We are on our way to becoming wealthy." Cheng Wanwan sighed inwardly. "Can you two not display such naivety?" she said with a hint of annoyance. The brown sugar added to the icy dessert cost 41. And the ceramic bowls and spoons accounted for 31. We haven't even covered our costs, so what is there to be so joyous about? The expressions on Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu's faces immediately fell. The two began to count on their fingers, attempting to calculate how much more they needed to earn to truly consider it profit, but they found themselves perplexed. Cheng Wanwan tidied up their items. "Let us have something to eat first, then we shall proceed to the next location." Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu hoisted their burdens and followed her onto the street. Although the morning market had dispersed, many food stalls still lined the streets. Cheng Wanwan settled at a noodle stall. Zhao Sanyu immediately tugged at her sleeve. "Mother, I only need a bun." A plain bun cost 2 won, while a bowl of noodles here was 10 won. They would need to sell 5 bowls of icy dessert to recoup that expense. Zhao Dashan shook his head vehemently. "Mother, we can eat when we go back. Guanyang must have prepared many delicious dishes. Whether you eat or not is up to you." Cheng Wanwan thought about her 2 foolish sons with some concern. Without a full stomach, how could they muster the energy to work? They still needed to continue selling icy dessert before returning home. Reluctantly, Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu sat down. The stall owners soon brought 3 bowls of noodles to their table. As the enticing aroma wafted over, Zhao Sanyu's mouth watered instantly, and he quickly wiped up the drool with his sleeve when no one was watching. Cheng Wanwan picked up her chopsticks. "Hurry and eat." Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu dove into their noodles, devouring them with great enthusiasm, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Cheng Wanwan found the scene difficult to watch. She turned to the noodle stall owner and inquired, "Sister, do you know if there is a school in our Ping'an town?" The largest school in Ping'an town is Di Kang Academy, established by an elderly scholar. However, he is quite aged and forgetful, the owner replied, lowering her voice. Many people now send their children to study in the neighboring Haika town, which was founded by a Jinsher. Studying there offers better prospects. Cheng Wanwan vaguely recalled that Cheng Zhao, the most accomplished child from the Chung family, was indeed studying at the academy in Haika town, known as Nanfu Academy. A plan began to form in her mind, and she inquired further, "How long does it take to reach Haika town from here?" "Not far. It takes about half an hour on foot." Cheng Wanwan expressed her gratitude to the proprietor, paying 30 coins for the noodles, before embarking with her 2 sons towards Hiku town. At this midday hour, there were no ox carts at the town's entrance, compelling the trio to traverse on foot. It was not until the sun approached its zenith that they finally beheld the formidable city walls of Hiku town. A mere glance revealed to Cheng Wanwan that Hiku town appeared more economically vibrant than Ping'an town, the streets thronged with people, and not far off, a grand river bordered the town, with scattered boats navigating the sunken waterway. Surely, the docks would be even more bustling. In contrast, after the morning market in Ping'an town, the streets were deserted, while Hiku town remained a hive of activity. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu gazed around in awe. It was their inaugural visit to Hiku town, and everything seemed a marvel to them. As Cheng Wanwan led her sons through the thoroughfare, she instinctively glanced at the grain shop, only to discover that the prices of grain in Hiku town were exorbitant. Corn had skyrocketed to 10 coins, and neither white rice nor flour was displayed for sale, likely due to the knowledge that the common folk could not afford such luxuries. Turning her head, she noticed a woman kneeling at the entrance of the grain shop, tears streaming down her face, accompanied by a frail little girl of about 4 or 5 years. The woman lamented that their household had run out of food. Should this continue, her children would perish from hunger one by one, leaving her with no choice but to sell the girl for 300 copper coins. Pleading for mercy from those around her, the little girl wept pitifully, her large, frightened eyes scanning the bystanders. Cheng Wanwan's heart was heavy with conflicting emotions. Were she in such dire straits, she would prefer to perish from hunger rather than sell the child she had carried for 10 months. 300 coins to acquire a girl seemed a trifling sum, yet she understood that this was not the only child forced into such a tragic fate. As calamity continued to worsen, the number of children sold would inevitably rise, with girls likely to be the majority. Cheng Wanwan averted her gaze, her steps burdened as she pressed onward with her sons. At the end of the street lay the renowned Nanfushu Academy of Hiku Town. This institution was a collaboration between the local government and a scholar, with instructors of at least the rank of licentiate. The most promising children from nearby towns gathered here to pursue their studies. In essence, those who attended this academy either possessed academic talent or hailed from affluent families. The entrance to the academy was adorned with several small stalls, predominantly selling writing supplies, books, and paintings, all imbued with the fragrance of literature. As Chung Wanwan set up her stall, a kindly vendor advised, "The Nanfushu Academy has its own cafeteria. The students seldom venture out to purchase such fare. Perhaps you might consider relocating." "Thank you for the advice," Chung Wanwan replied with a smile. "Since we are here, we might as well give it a try." Zhao Xianyu had already procured a table, and the three of them arranged their samples of cold jelly in a neat line. Just as they completed their setup, the bell from the academy rang out. Upon hearing the chime, the street vendors stood tall, brimming with anticipation for the influx of patrons. Before long, groups of students emerged from the academy. They adorned themselves in a uniform of white and blue academic attire, presenting a striking assembly of handsome youths that was truly pleasing to the eye. Chung Wanwan called out with her two sons, "Iced jelly for sale, refreshingly cool iced jelly. Free tastings available, but supplies are limited, first come, first served." The nearby vendors were momentarily taken aback. This was a scholarly institution, a sacred realm of study and writing. How could this woman so shamelessly raise her voice in such a setting? Those of them selling brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones prided themselves on their elegance. Anyone resorting to such crude hawking would likely be ignored by the students completely. The vendors silently marked Ching Wanwan with a nod of acknowledgement. This was their first encounter with this lady, and likely their last. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, a few students indeed approached, coming to a halt right in front of Chang Wanwan's stall. Chapter 47. Purchasing 20 ducks at the Nanfu Academy. There were approximately 200 students, the eldest being merely in his early 20s, all embodying the essence of youth. These young gentlemen, naturally possessing wealth, utilized it to procure ink, paper, and brushes. A single inkstone was priced around 500 coins, while even the most inferior brush cost no less than 100 coins. Amidst the various stalls, the iced jelly appeared remarkably inexpensive, with complimentary tastings and 2 flavors to choose from. Chung Wanwan, with a radiant smile, proclaimed, "It's a bargain at merely 3 coins a bowl." As Zhao Sanyu, who was serving the iced jelly, momentarily faltered, wasn't he at 2 coins before? How could the price increase simply by changing location? Originally, there were few buyers at 2 coins. Now, he feared they would all remain unsold. Just then, a clattering sound echoed as a pile of copper coins was tossed onto the table. A dashing young man waved his hand grandly and said, "I am grateful for your company and wish to establish a gentlemanly friendship. Alas, my purse is light, and I cannot treat you all to wine. So I can only offer this humble iced jelly instead. Please do not scorn it." "Brother, you flatter us," came the collective reply. "We would not impose upon you." A group of scholars engaged in mutual flattery and modesty. Ching Wanwan, counting the coins, announced loudly that totals 30 copper coins. Sanyo, 10 bowls of iced jelly. Energized, Zhao Sanyo quickly dished out 10 bowls, and the 10 elegant youths stood at the stall, savoring the treat. Whether this dynasty had iced jelly, Cheng Wanwan could not say, but it was surely unique to Hika Town. The refreshing taste rivaled that of the iced beverages from Huzhou, initially feeling damp and sticky from the heat. 1 spoonful of the iced jelly dispelled the summer swelter. 1 bowl of iced jelly quenches the heat. 2 spoonfuls of brown sugar banish worries. This delightful couplet swiftly spread among the scholars. Before long, more students arrived at the scene. Cheng Wanwan handled the transactions while Zhao Sanyi served the jelly, and Zhao Dashin added brown sugar or hawthorn bits, promptly cleaning the utensils. The trio worked harmoniously together for the first time, and within less than half an hour, 70 to 80 bowls of iced jelly were sold. Nearby vendors selling ink and brushes looked on in astonishment. Having operated their stalls for many years, they considered themselves fortunate to sell even a single portion in a day. Yet this lady had sold out in half an hour. Were they too reserved? Or was this iced jelly truly that effective in relieving the heat? Curious, several vendors leaned closer, discovering the barrel was utterly empty. With a beaming smile, Cheng Wanwan addressed the students arriving late. "We are sold out for today. Do come early tomorrow." After packing up their belongings and returning the wooden table, the mother and sons ventured onto the main street, intending to purchase additional items to bring home. Unable to restrain himself, Zhao Dashin inquired, "Mother, why sell it for 3 coins a bowl here?" Zhao Sanyu speculated, Perhaps it is because the scholars seem quite affluent? Chen Wanwan shook her head. If we were to raise the price simply because the scholars appear wealthy, would that not be a deliberate act of deception? How would that differ from the practices of unscrupulous merchants? The reason I raised the price by 1 coin is that this is Hiku Town, where we transport the ice powder solely by foot, thus inadvertently increasing our labor costs. If we were to sell the ice powder in the provincial capital, it would need to be priced at 5 coins per bowl due to the extended time spent in transit. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu nodded in a semblance of understanding. As they entered an alley, Cheng Wan'an poured out all her money, totaling 277 coins, representing her earnings for the day. Dashan, take 20 coins to buy peanuts, which are essential ingredients for making ice powder. Acquire as many as you can. She paused and pushed out an additional 30 coins. We have run out of brown sugar at home, so please purchase some. Cheng Wan'an counted out 30 copper coins for Zhao Sanyu, saying, check at the butcher's shop to see how much you can buy with these 30 coins. The sight of meat made Zhao Sanyu's mouth water. After your purchases, feel free to explore Hika Town, and we shall reconvene here in half an hour. Cheng Wanwan and her 2 sons split up. With nearly 200 coins still in her possession, ample enough for her to procure a variety of items. Exiting the alley, she made her way directly to the fabric shop. With 6 family members, each possessing merely 2 sets of clothing, patched over patched. The garments long in tatters, she could no longer endure wearing her tattered clothes for half a month, especially since there were no undergarments available in those ancient times. She resolved to acquire herself a set of undergarments. Upon entering the fabric shop, she noticed that the coarse cloth lining the entrance was made of hemp, the cheapest fabric available. Despite soaring grain prices, fabric prices remained relatively stable, with 2 coins purchasing a foot. Calculating silently in her mind, she estimated that a full outfit for an adult man would require approximately 6 to 7 feet of fabric, while for a woman, around 5 feet would suffice. She purchased 10 feet each of gray, blue, dark blue, and black coarse cloth, as well as 10 feet each of earth yellow and light pink, totaling 120 coins. After leaving the fabric store, she spent 20 coins in the market to buy 4 cotton women's underpants, 2 for herself and 2 for Wu Huanyang, treating it as if they were purchased from the fabric shop. Having strolled around the town, she finally spotted a vendor selling chicks. Dozens of chicks looked feeble in their cages, seemingly on the brink of death, while another cage housed ducklings, their tender yellow feathers appearing a bit more lively. Madam, would you like to buy chicks? 6 coins each. The seller exclaimed animatedly. These chicks are robust and all capable of laying eggs. If they grow into roosters, I will refund you. If they die, I can return 10 times your money. Before he could finish, one chick toppled over in the cage. Chen Wanwan thought, the weather is too hot. The lives of these chicks are too fragile. Fortunately, there was no scarcity of water in Dahu village, allowing her to buy ducklings to raise. The ducklings were also 6 coins each, and Cheng Wanwan selected 20 lively ones to place in her basket, their quacking inexplicably lifting her spirits. Having just purchased fabric and ducklings, she found her 200 copper coins nearly exhausted. Cheng Wanwan returned early to the alley to procure staple foods. Previously, she had deceitfully claimed that the profits from selling silver hairpins were used to purchase grain for the household, which had long been consumed. Were it not for her occasional replenishment, the entire family would have likely succumbed to starvation. Wu Huanyang had inquired several times about the source of their grain, but she had skillfully evaded the question. Fortunately, she had managed to earn a little money today. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for how to continue deceiving her naive daughter-in-law. She procured 30 pounds of the most common corn, 20 pounds of rice, and 20 pounds of flour, along with an assortment of 10 pounds each of buckwheat and cornmeal. She also acquired some pastries, a few bars of fragrant soap for bathing, a wooden comb, and a pair of rather unassuming cloth shoes. After such extravagant expenditure, only 118 taels remained of her ill-gotten gains. When Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sinyu returned, they were greeted by the sight of grain, bolts of fabric, and even 20 quacking little ducks scattered across the ground. Chapter 48. Cheng Wanwan's money-making scheme. Hika Town lies half an hour from Pingan Town, which in turn is over an hour away from Day Village. Having missed the bullock cart, the trio, mother and her 2 sons, walked for nearly 2 hours before finally catching sight of the familiar mountains. By this time, the sun had already set, and twilight enveloped Day Village, casting a serene and picturesque glow as the orange sunset reflected upon the rice paddies. Why have you returned so late, Deshanyang? Asked Sister Zhao, her curiosity piqued. I heard you went to town to sell food today. How is business? The women gathered beneath a big locust tree approached the mother and her sons, peppering them with questions. Cheng Wanwan gestured for her sons to carry their burdens home first and replied with a smile, "I prepared some food and, thankfully, managed to sell it, earning a few copper coins. I treated the children to a little over half a pound of meat to savor some flavor. Since the grain prices in town have surged, the price of meat has skyrocketed as well. The last time I checked, it was 25 won per pound. Absurdly expensive. 25 won per pound, and you could afford it? It seems you've truly made a considerable profit," remarked one of the women, her interest piqued. "Pray tell us, how much did you earn?" "The meat price has risen to 35 won today," Cheng Wanwan sighed. "I spent 30 won just to buy this little bit, with 6 mouths to feed at home. It barely suffices for a taste. The remaining coins went entirely to buy ducks, with the water nearby. Raising a few ducks to sell their eggs is far more lucrative than laboriously preparing food." A woman skilled in calculations mentally assessed the situation. 31 for pork, and 20 ducks would cost at least 100 won. So, Deshan Yang worked all day and earned over 100 won. The women, their eyes gleaming with envy, pressed further. "What delicacies did you prepare, Deshan Yang?" Cheng Wanwan let out another sigh. "Just the lantern grass that the children helped me gather a few days ago. It seemed inexpensive at first, but I soon realized how troublesome it was to make. The main ingredient is sugar, which everyone knows is quite dear, 4 to 5 dozen won per pound. I needed to buy a large bag of sugar daily to boil down into syrup, and then add peanuts for that delightful crunch." The women present wore complex expressions. A bowl of seemingly bland water transformed into a mouth-watering treat simply by adding red sugar. Regardless of the dish, as long as it contained red sugar, it was bound to be palatable. Yet, the high cost of red sugar made them hesitant to gamble on selling such delicacies in town. What if they couldn't sell it? They had to borrow half a pound of red sugar from the general store today and would need to sell food again tomorrow to settle the debt. Cheng Wanwan then remarked, "I will continue to gather lantern grass from the mountains, priced at 2 won per pound. I kindly ask all of you sisters to lend a hand." Aunt Wong clapped her thigh in excitement. "This is splendid. While the light still lingers, I shall take some barley and head up the mountain to gather more." Another woman chimed in, "I'll send my son to collect some too. If we can gather 7 or 8 pounds, Deshan Yang wouldn't turn it away, would she?" Cheng Wanwan chuckled, "Of course not. This is in high demand. I will take as much as you can bring." The previously leisurely gathering of women dispersed in an instant, eager to reach the mountains before others stripped the lantern grass bare. Cheng Wanwan strolled home at a leisurely pace, while earning her own income. She also provides the local gossiping women with something to occupy themselves, thus preventing envy from falling upon her. As she stepped into the courtyard, she found Wu Huanyang skillfully preparing pork, ready to recreate the braised pork dish she had made before. With nimble fingers, she soon had the meat simmering on the stove. Zhao Dashan was engrossed in scrubbing stoneflower seeds, busy as a bee, while Cheng Wanwan instructed him to tend to tasks in the main room. Regardless of the era, core techniques must remain undisclosed. Henceforth, any operations related to ice powder would take place in the inner room. Zhao Ergu was tending to the family vegetable garden, having worked diligently all day to finish the plots around the house. He divided the land into small sections, each planted with different vegetables, and then watered them with organic fertilizer. Zhao Sanyu was chopping firewood in the open space of the yard, a daily obligation of his. Zhao Sidon was playfully teasing the newly arrived ducklings, feeding them wild vegetable roots. "Mother, I adore these little ducklings." His eyes sparkled with excitement. "They love water. Let us dig a pond for them." Cheng Wanwan marked out a small area in the yard, saying, "The ducklings are still small. Let them make do here for now, and later we'll create a larger pond." Her intention was to purchase the land beneath the mountain specifically to excavate a pond. Raising ducks was secondary. She planned to cultivate lotus roots, the delicacy of the era. While the local varieties in Daha village did not possess the crispness and flavor of their southern counterparts, she had access to improved strains from the market, ensuring that the quality of the lotus roots and seeds would not be subpar, yet not too remarkable either. For being chosen as tribute would be a significant loss. These roots had historically been tributes, while locals in the south could easily enjoy them. In other regions, only the high-ranking officials and royal relatives had the privilege to taste them. Should she cultivate them, selling them to the current elite could yield substantial profits. In her previous life, she had visited West Lake, renowned for its ornamental lotus flowers, where a vast expanse of lotus ponds stretched across approximately 60 to 70,000 acres, offering breathtaking views during the blooming season. If she could possess her own lotus pond, she would be content to reside in the village for a lifetime, savoring the blossoms, sipping tea, and listening to the rain, a true delight in life. Yet now, she could not even afford 30 acres of land. The journey ahead is long and arduous. As the last rays of sunlight faded, the braised pork was finally ready, filling a bowl with nearly a pound of meat, fragrant and enticing, almost irresistible. The pork was devoured instantly, with each person receiving a spoonful of the savory sauce to mix with their white rice, a culinary delight of the highest order. After satisfying their hunger, Chang Wanwan retrieved a package of pastries from her basket. "Sidon, this is for you. Go ahead and enjoy." Zhao Sidon was overjoyed. "Mother, you are too good to me. You are my favorite person." He carefully unwrapped the package, the aroma wafting through the air, but before he could take a bite, he heard the sound of his brothers gulping nearby. Fearing they would swoop in like hungry wolves, he quickly hid the pastries in his sleeve. Cheng Wanwan chuckled softly and continued to pull out more from the basket. Everyone gets a pack, including Huanyang. Each person enjoys their own, no stealing from others. Zhao Dashan scratched the back of his head. "Mother, I am grown now. I do not wish to have snacks." Cheng Wanwan took the delicacies from his hands and placed them into Wu Huanyang's grasp. "If your husband does not wish to eat, then you shall consume them all. There must be no leftovers." Wu Huanyang, who had never tasted such treats bought from the town throughout her life, trembled slightly as she accepted the offering. Choking back her emotions, "Thank you, mother." She was determined to honor her mother-in-law and care for her in her old age. Cheng Wanwan continued to rummage through the basket. None of the family members had ever handled copper coins, lacking any concept of their purchasing power. Thus, she felt little pressure as she sifted through the seemingly endless contents of the basket. These grains were to be locked away securely, lest they be seen by others. Additionally, there were fabrics. Each person could have a new outfit made, with the leftover scraps fashioned into undergarments. She was well aware that, aside from the eldest daughter-in-law, the other 4 young men did not wear underclothes, merely donning a single pair of trousers, which, if torn, would expose their behinds, an utterly embarrassing sight. "You 4 young men may choose your colors." Cheng Wanwan picked up pink and earthy yellow fabrics. She favored the pink, yet given her age, she felt somewhat bashful about appearing overly youthful. "I shall take the earthy yellow." "Huanyang, you may make yourself a garment from the pink. It would look so fresh on you." Wu Huanyang's eyes widened in shock. Pink garments were suited for 5- or 6-year-old girls. How would it look for a woman to wear such? Yet, she dared not contradict her mother-in-law. Just as the family was distributing the fabric, a voice echoed from the entrance of the courtyard. Chapter 49. The Single Dog's Inability to Educate Children. A group of 5 or 6 children gathered at the entrance of the courtyard, each carrying a basket filled with freshly picked lantern fruits. "You little ones are quite swift," Cheng Wanwan remarked with a smile. "But my dear, Aunt won't be able to settle up until tomorrow evening. Is that all right?" Wang Dama, the first to nod, replied, "That's perfectly fine, Auntie. You can pay whenever you wish." Cheng Wanwan chuckled awkwardly. "Here's 2 Jean, so I owe you 4 Wen, along with the 2 eggs promised the other day." When they were digging a ditch, she had committed to giving the children a total of over 20 eggs. As of now, she had only distributed 8. And it would take more than 3 days to make good on her promise. At present, she also owed the children several more Wen. And she felt a pressing need to settle these debts by tomorrow evening, lest her conscience be troubled. One by one, more children arrived, claiming 1 Jean or 2. Before long, the courtyard was piled high with over 20 Jean of stoneflower seeds, and she found herself in debt for more than 41. Originally, the villagers had envied Dashiang for the profits she made from her culinary endeavors, but seeing her struggle to cover even her costs illuminated the harsh realities of business. One must first extend credit, hoping to turn a profit to settle the debts, should the goods fail to sell. One would be left with unsold stock and a mountain of debt. This high-risk endeavor was simply unsustainable for small farmers. The unfavorable thoughts some village women had harbored dissipated in light of this revelation. Cheng Wanwan busied herself at home with her sons. The consumption capacity at Nanfushu Yuan seemed adequate. 70 or 80 bowls would not suffice, so she contemplated bringing around 200 bowls to test the waters. In Hiku Town, there was a distribution hub bustling with laborers, yet she was uncertain if these hardworking men would be willing to spend 3 when on ice powder. Regardless, it was worth a try. Zhao Ergu was tasked with peeling the stoneflower seeds. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyi were responsible for washing them, while Wu Huanyang tended to the boiling of brown sugar, and Zhao Saida watched over the fire. Cheng Wanwan meticulously chopped hawthorn and peeled peanuts, removing their red skins and crushing them into tiny bits. "Auntie, are you home?" A voice called from the entrance, It was Chunhua. Cheng Wanwan wiped her hands and stepped outside. Chunhua and her sister Donghua stood at the door, baskets in hand, with a large backpack resting at their feet, containing at least 5 gene of stoneflower seeds. Chunhua inquired, "Auntie, we happened to pick a little more than we intended. Will you accept them?" Cheng Wanwan readily agreed. Although 1 gene of stoneflower seeds could yield at least 20 to 30 gene of ice powder, once peeled, they wouldn't spoil, so the more, the better. She smiled and said, "That totals 5.5 gene. I owe you 11 Come by tomorrow evening to collect." Chunhua beamed with joy, thrilled to have earned 11 on her own, and anticipated returning home to share the news with her mother, who would surely be delighted. She took Donghua's hand. "Ready to leave?" Donghua sniffled. "Auntie, your home smells so good. What is fourth brother eating?" She stared intently at Zhao Saida, who was seated at the entrance. After Zhao Saida finished his tasks, he sat on the doorstep indulging in a modest snack. The packet contained 6 pieces, and he was reluctant to consume them all at once, savoring each morsel slowly and deliberately. By the time he had consumed 3 pieces, he intended to save the remainder for the following day. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed Donghua staring intently at him. He quickly concealed the snack within his sleeve. "Auntie, I am so hungry." Donghua's saliva dribbled out, her expression unmistakably revealing her desires. Cheng Wanwan, understanding the innocence of a child merely 7 or 8 years old, gently suggested, "Saiden, why not share a piece with your sister Donghua?" Zhao Saiden widened his eyes in protest, "But I only have 3 pieces left. That is not enough for me." Cheng Wanwan felt a twinge of frustration. What should a parent do when a child refuses to share their treats with others? She regretted not having perused the parenting advice on various public accounts. As a single person, she felt ill-equipped to educate a child. Although Donghua's demand for food was inappropriate, Saiden's unwillingness to share was equally concerning. She approached Saiden, lowering her voice. "If you share a piece with Donghua, I will buy you another packet tomorrow." Saiden's eyes brightened with the prospect, and he quickly acquiesced, carefully retrieving a piece and handing it to Zhao Donghua. She gulped it down in one bite, smacking her lips. Her gaze fixated on the remaining snacks hidden in Saiden's sleeve. Saiden looked towards Cheng Wanwan, his eyes clearly asking if offering another piece would result in yet another packet being bought for him. Cheng Wanwan sighed in realization. The educational method of tempting children with snacks to teach sharing was fundamentally flawed. "Springhua, it's getting late. Please take your sister back home," she instructed. Springhua obediently took Donghua's hand, leading her out of the courtyard. Once they reached the path, Donghua pouted. "Auntie is so stingy. She didn't give me a single piece of snack." Springhua frowned. "But Auntie did allow Saiden to share one with you. If you say such things, Auntie will be upset. Even just a tiny piece didn't taste like anything." Donghua licked her lips. "I also saw so many fabrics on Auntie's table. Sister, Auntie must have earned a lot of money. Saiden will have endless snacks from now on." Springhua had also noticed the fabrics, vibrant and new, and lamented that she hadn't had new clothes for several years. The 2 sisters hurried towards the Zhao household. In the courtyard of the Zhao family, the adults were relaxing, engaged in their chores while exchanging casual banter. "I heard that sister-in-law has made quite a bit of money," Sun remarked ambiguously. "She bought over half a pound of meat and several dozen ducklings. Who would spend so lavishly without earning?" Old Lady Zhao paused. "Purchasing ducklings is a good thing. Raising ducks will yield eggs that can be traded for coins. It seems the eldest daughter-in-law is truly committed to improving their lives." Sun's expression soured. The old lady's bias was glaringly evident, and her praise felt unwarranted. She tugged at the corner of her mouth and remarked, "Sister-in-law, it's rather disheartening that after making a profit from her first business venture, she bought meat, yet neglected to bring some treats for the children, and even forgot to send a bit of meat to the parents for a taste." Such words were nothing short of blatant provocation. Elder Zhao coldly lifted her face and said, "Third son's wife, if you find yourself with too much idle time, go chop some bamboo out back. We could use it since one of our baskets has broken." Before she could finish her sentence, Chunhua entered with Donghua through the door. Sun's pent-up anger immediately poured out onto the 2 girls. "You wretched girls, where have you been roaming at this late hour? It's pitch black on the mountain. You could have been snatched away by wolves." "Enough of that," Elder Zhao scolded. "There are patrols on the mountain. How could a living child be taken by wolves?" "Chunhua, Donghua, come here and tell me where you went." Chunhua spoke softly. "Auntie, we went up the mountain to gather lanterns." Donghua quickly chimed in. "We picked over 5 pounds. And Auntie said it would cost a total of 11 copper coins." Instantly, the anger on Sun's face dissipated, and she hurriedly inquired, "What about the copper coins?" Chapter 50. The thoughts of Sun's son's face was filled with disappointment. Her sister-in-law had taken the lanterns that her two daughters had painstakingly gathered without offering a single coin in return. If no profit was made tomorrow, wouldn't that mean their 11 coins were wasted? As this thought crossed her mind, Sun paused suddenly. If she were to engage in such a business, she would certainly refrain from spending money on hiring help to gather the lantern grass. Her sister-in-law must have earned more than she had anticipated. The elder aunt had bought delicious pastries for the fourth brother. Donghua licked her lips and remarked that the elder aunt had also purchased a great deal of fabric, meaning the fourth brother would soon have new clothes to wear. Buying meat, ducks, pastries, and fabrics, surely this would yield a profit of over 100 coins. Just a few months ago, her husband could only earn 20 copper coins a day carrying large bundles in town. An idea began to take shape in Sun's mind. And she spoke softly, since Daxian's wife is unable to move about due to her condition, and the boys are not particularly attentive. I believe my sister-in-law will struggle to manage the cooking alone. I shall offer my assistance tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Old Lady Zhao immediately recognized Sun's intentions and scolded her sharply. Why are you so short-sighted? Instead of coveting the coins in others' hands, you ought to focus on your own responsibilities. It seems you have plenty of free time. Tomorrow, you should clear the weeds in the fields. Sun's face turned pale. The Zhao family's lands had not been divided, and the fields were intermingled. There were over 20 acres of rice paddies to clear. Wasn't this a death sentence for her? As dawn broke, Old Lady Zhao summoned Sun to weed the fields. Stepping outside, Sun spotted Zhao Da's ox cart arriving at the village entrance, shortly followed by Cheng Wanwan leading her 4 children as they boarded the cart. With a resolute heart, Sun made her way towards the village's end. In the courtyard, only Wu Huanyang was present. Today, all 4 children had accompanied Cheng Wanwan to the riverside town to sell shaved ice, while Wu Huanyang sat in the main room, cutting fabric. After trimming a piece, she shifted her body awkwardly, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Last night, in the dead of night, her mother-in-law had suddenly called her outside and handed her 2 small pairs of trousers, instructing her to wear them close to her body to prevent gynecological ailments. Unfamiliar with what those ailments entailed, she understood the necessity of obeying her mother-in-law, thus she complied. Although she found them somewhat more comfortable, she was still unaccustomed to the fit and found herself constantly adjusting her posture. Suddenly, the chickens and ducks in the yard squawked in alarm. Wu Huanyang hastily set aside her work and stepped outside, only to see Sun pushing open the courtyard gate. She welcomed her in and opened the gate, asking, "What brings you here, third aunt?" As Sun entered, her eyes darted around, first counting the number of ducklings, before striding straight into the main room, where she immediately noticed a piece of dark blue cloth laid upon the table. With a forced smile, she inquired, "Is Daxian's wife sewing?" Wu Huanyang replied generously, "The clothes Daxian wears were all left by my father-in-law during his lifetime. She hasn't had new ones in years. My mother-in-law is considerate and has asked me to make Daxian a new garment. This is the lantern that Chunhua and Donghua brought yesterday. I assenti it." Upon noticing a lantern tucked away in the corner of the hall, Sun approached it casually and extracted one. It struck her as peculiar, despite its unremarkable appearance. How could it possibly yield such delightful and visually appealing ice powder? "Dear daughter-in-law of the mountains, do enlighten Aunt San," she implored. Wu Huanyang's guard instantly shot up, yet her expression remained impassive, feigning a delicate demeanor. "Aunt San, I am not privy to this matter. My mother-in-law has instructed me not to interfere." Sun pressed on. "Should this lantern be boiled in a pot or dried and ground into powder? Surely you must know." Wu Huanyang continued to shake her head, unwilling to utter a single word. Resorting to her trump card, Sun declared, "If you can divulge the recipe for the ice powder, I shall share half of what I earn, and once that money is in your hands, it shall be your private fortune, with no ties to your mother-in-law." Yet, Wu Huanyang remained silent. "Why are you so foolish?" Sun exclaimed, her patience waning. "With your tight-lipped nature, you shall never achieve anything. And that is why your mother-in-law has you under her thumb. The entire village knows of your daily suffering at her hands. Despite your condition, you still toil away like a servant, washing clothes and cooking. Your mother-in-law is now making money, and soon she will be as revered as the Queen Mother of the West. Prepare to be ground down to nothing." Wu Huanyang cast her gaze downward and glanced around, then picked up a broom and began sweeping at Sun's feet. "Aunt San, please step aside. I need to clean," she insisted, pushing Sun out of the way. With a resolute slam, she shut the courtyard door behind her. Sun was left fuming with rage. "What are you doing here, wealthy daughter-in-law? Aunt Wang from next door returned from the fields, informing her, 2 strapping lads from Hohot village have come by. They seem to be from your family. The patrol team, seeing their robust stature, did not dare to let them in. You should go check. The patrol team of Day Village had gradually established protocols. Individuals from outside villages could be permitted entry after proper inquiry, but groups of 2 or more needed to wait outside for notification. Upon reaching the village entrance, Sun was greeted by her 2 sturdy nephews. Aunt, Grandma has sent us to borrow grain. The crops in Hohot village have all perished. She said our family must rely on you this year. Sun felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Nearly 20 mouths in the Sun household depended on her. Who could she rely on? Annoyed, she retorted, the crops in Day village have not perished, but they are still growing in the fields. How can I lend you grain? Let us discuss this once the rice is harvested. Perhaps I could spare 10 pounds then, which would be a gesture of familial loyalty. The sun began to rise higher in the sky. Cheng Wanwan and her 4 sons finally arrived at Haikat town. Once again, she reminded Zhao, Uncle Da, at noon, we shall meet at the city gate. Do not leave without us. Without an ox cart, she would have to walk home. A daunting task indeed. Given the daily back and forth, she would rather forego business altogether. Zhao readily agreed, knowing that this round trip would net him a modest profit of 10 coins. The previous night, Cheng Wanwan and Wu Huanyang had utilized 2 pounds of stoneflower seeds to produce 3 barrels of ice powder, yielding over 300 bowls in total. The Southern Academy alone could not accommodate such a vast undertaking. Therefore, she decided to first take her sons to the dock for a trial. The dock at Rivermouth Town, though not extensive, bustled with activity. As a vessel docked, numerous strong men ascended to unload cargo. Some shouldered their burdens and departed, while others, having completed their tasks, returned to the dock to await further work, creating a constant ebb and flow of people. Cheng Wanwan casually gathered a few discarded planks to construct a makeshift low table, then began to call out to the crowd. With no buildings or trees along the riverside, the sun beat down relentlessly, prompting the laborers to shed their shirts as they toiled. Suddenly, the enticing call of someone selling ice powder, with free samples to taste, drew a crowd immediately. Chapter 51. Zhao Ergu's miscalculation. 10 bowls of ice powder were elegantly arranged on the table, their pink porcelain contrasting with the pale yellow of the icy treat, glistening under the sunlight. A man, unable to withstand the heat, eagerly seized a bowl and gulped it down, only to be astounded. What on earth is this? It tastes like ice, but sweeter than ice. He wiped his mouth and exclaimed, bring me another bowl. Cheng Wanwan replied with a radiant smile, this is ice powder, 3 win a bowl. Upon hearing the price, the man hesitated for a moment. However, he recalled that in some inns, even a bowl of plain water costs a 1. This delicacy must contain brown sugar and is refreshingly cool, making 3 when seemed quite reasonable. He fished 3 damp copper coins from his pouch and tossed them onto the table, saying, hurry up and serve me a bowl, it's sweltering out here. Cheng Wanwan accepted the coins without any disdain and called out, Sanyo, serve a bowl of ice powder. Zhao Sanyu swiftly cleaned a bowl and filled it with the chilly treat before handing it to the man, without even using a spoon. The man drank directly from the bowl and joyfully remarked, this is far more refreshing than eating ice. If it were cheaper, I'd truly consider having another bowl. His evident satisfaction caught the attention of others, and soon a crowd gathered around the stall. After collecting the money, Cheng Wanwan instructed Zhao Sanyu to continue serving ice powder, then turned to her eldest and second sons, saying, let us follow the same procedure as before. Did you both remember? Zhao Dashan nodded. Mother, I understand. Zhao Ergu, eagerly lifting a bucket of ice powder, exclaimed, Mother, we're off now. The 2 brothers hurried towards the western dock, anxious not to miss business opportunities. Zhao Sidon obediently assisted by adding brown sugar or hawthorn to the ice powder, albeit somewhat flustered. Zhao Sanyu continually served the ice powder, feeling as though his hands were not his own, until a boat finally anchored on the river. After a prolonged drought, the riverbed had sunk, resulting in fewer vessels arriving at Haikat town. As soon as the boat docked, all the men dashed towards it. In just half an hour, they had sold over 100 bowls, garnering more than 301. After tidying up, Cheng Wanwan declared, let us go find Dashan and Ergu. She began to dismantle the makeshift table, planning to transport it to the entrance of Nanfu Academy for further use. Zhao Sanyu, puzzled, asked, there were still many people wanting to buy ice powder. Why leave so early? They should be coming after unloading their goods. Cheng Wanwan replied while gathering her things. This is what we call hunger marketing. When something is consistently available, it loses its allure. However, when there is a possibility of it running out, next time we arrive, these people will rush over with great urgency, allowing us to conclude our business swiftly. Zhao Sanyu, somewhat enlightened, quietly began to clean the utensils. Zhao sighed and blinked and asked, "Mother, someone just bought 7 bowls in one go. How did you know it would cost 21 when so quickly?" He was counting on his fingers. And when his fingers proved inadequate, he silently sought assistance from his toes. Meanwhile, his mother had quietly pocketed the 21 cash coins. Cheng Wanwan noticed this lad's keen observance. Even amidst the flurry of activity, he managed to pay attention to such details. She smiled and said, "This is arithmetic. My mother's grandmother engaged in small business and learned how to calculate swiftly. My mother has picked up a bit of it too. Would you like to learn?" Zhao Zidan nodded vigorously. "I want to learn." Cheng Wanwan turned to the industrious Zhao Sanyo. "You should learn alongside him." Zhao Sanyo replied. He had no desire to learn arithmetic. The mere thought of it made his head spin. The three of them arrived at the West Pier, which was slightly smaller than the East Pier, yet still bustling with people. A boat had just departed, and a group of men surrounded a small stall, where Zhao Deshan and Zhao Ergo were busily attending to customers. Zhao Sanyo quickly exclaimed, "I'll go help my elder brothers." Cheng Wanwan stopped him. "Let us first observe how they conduct their business." Zhao Ergo was responsible for attending to customers and collecting payments, while Zhao Deshan served the ice powder and tidied up the utensils. Their teamwork was commendable. Suddenly, a burly man approached with a group of comrades. "I'll take 9 bowls of ice powder." Zhao Ergo momentarily froze. Previously, the most one could order was 3 bowls, amounting to 9 coins, which he had memorized well. But now, with 9 bowls, how was he to calculate? The customer awaited payment. Zhao Deshan was ready to serve the ice powder, and multiple pairs of eyes were fixated on him. In a fluster, he blurted, "That'll be 23 coins in total, brother, for 9 bowls of ice powder." "All right." Zhao Deshan had already begun to work. A man behind burst into laughter. "Young man, how did you arrive at that figure? 9 bowls of ice powder cost 27 coins. You've shortchanged 4 coins. The man who ordered the 9 bowls grunted. He said it's 23. "So I'll pay 23 coins. Here you go." He tossed down 23 copper coins with a clatter. Zhao Ergo's face fell in dismay. He had miscalculated and lost 4 coins. How could he be so foolish? He stared blankly at the coins on the table, momentarily torn about whether to reclaim those 4 coins. If he didn't, it wouldn't matter. At worst, he wouldn't sell them. As he wrestled with his thoughts, a melodious voice rang in his ears. Cheng Wanwan approached with a warm smile. "My son has had any formal education and struggles with arithmetic. I apologize for the oversight. It's his mistake, and he should take responsibility. You shouldn't have to pay more." Turning to Zhao Deshan, she urged, "Why are you still standing there? Quickly serve those 9 bowls of ice powder." Zhao Deshan sprang into action, while Zhao Ergo, filled with shame, rushed to assist. This kind lady was quite magnanimous. With such grace, how could they fail in business? The surrounding praises soon attracted a throng of customers eager to buy ice powder, and the barrel was sold out in no time. Zhao Ergo anxiously confessed, "Mother, I miscalculated by 4 coins. You should punish me by not letting me eat. You are my beloved son. How could I allow you to go hungry?" Cheng Wanwan's smile radiated warmth. As for the matter of accounting, entrusted to Dashan or Sanyu, they would likely miscalculate by 41. You have performed admirably, so do not berate yourself. Instead, contemplate what to eat later: meat buns, noodles, or perhaps wontons. Zhao Ergo, consumed by guilt, could hardly focus on food and pressed on, "Mother, do you truly not blame me?" Cheng Wanwan reassured him. "If you had studied arithmetic and still made such errors, punishment would be warranted. However, as you have never encountered it before, mistakes are perfectly understandable. Rest assured, Mother will guide you. Do not dwell on this matter. Let us tidy up and head to the Nanfushi Academy. Once we have sold our goods, we shall feast. Today we have earned quite a bit, so you may choose whatever you desire." The atmosphere finally brightened. Zhao Dashan carried the last bucket of ice powder. Zhao Ergo bore a wooden board. Zhao Sanyu balanced a water bucket and utensils, while Zhao Saida held a package of pastries, an incentive promised by Cheng Wanwan the previous day. The 5 of them quickly arrived at the Nanfushi Academy, just as the morning lessons concluded and students emerged to enjoy their reprieve. Chapter 52. Flourishing business. A bowl of ice powder alleviates the summer heat. 2 spoonfuls of brown sugar can banish sorrow. This couplet has gained considerable popularity at the Nanfu Academy. In just a day and a night, ice powder has become a well-known delicacy among the students. Once Cheng Wanwan set up her stall, Groups of students began to gather in twos and threes. With only 20 sets of utensils and 5 individuals working diligently, the entire barrel of ice powder was sold out in less than 15 minutes. An empty barrel now contained all the copper coins they had earned that day, leaving the 4 Zhao brothers in awe of the sheer quantity before them. Clearing her throat, Cheng Wanwan declared, "Let us tidy up our things and find a secluded spot to count our earnings." The 4 boys nodded vigorously, quickly washing the utensils and placing them in the water bucket, while the wooden board was tidied and left by the roadside. The 5 of them swiftly made their way towards the nearest alley. Just as Zhao Sidon turned around, he halted in his tracks. He glanced back and noticed a figure emerging from the Nanfu Academy. Could it be his cousin? Their mother often reprimanded them, claiming they were not as capable as their cousin Cheng Zhao. Whenever there were delectable treats at home, they would be sent to the Cheng family, specifically for Cheng Zhao. Cheng Zhao's education was costly, and the compensation for their father's demise had been sent to the Cheng family as well. With such a windfall of copper coins today, should their mother encounter Cheng Zhao, she would undoubtedly rush to place all the coins into his hands. They had toiled hard to earn this money. They would not let it benefit Cheng Zhao. Zhao Sidon cast a glance at Cheng Wanwan, noting that their mother had not seen her cousin, and hurriedly departed from the academy's entrance. Cheng Zhao, just emerging from the academy, furrowed his brow at the sight of the 5 figures receding into the distance. Was that his aunt and 4 younger cousins? What could they be doing in Haika town? As Cheng Zhao pondered, several classmates approached, smirking as they inquired, "What is Brother Cheng up to?" Holding a few copies of his notes, Cheng Zhao replied with humility, "I am on my way to Dihatang. Might any of you accompany me?" "We have no interest in copying texts at Dihatang," one student scoffed. "I heard that copying a book costs but 100 won. How long will it take you to finish one?" Cheng Zhao responded calmly, "If my studies are demanding, it may take half a month to complete one." Laughter erupted among them. "So, it takes half a month to earn a mere 100 won. 100 won wouldn't even purchase an inkstone. It could only buy the cheapest brush. Brother Cheng, your family is so impoverished, you might as well return to farming." Despite their blatant mockery, Cheng Zhao's expression remained unchanged as he turned away from the academy entrance, clutching his 3 copies of notes and heading to Dihatang. In a deserted alley, Cheng Wanwan and the 4 boys sat on the ground. The 4 young ones, unversed in arithmetic, stumbled when counting past 10, scratching their heads in confusion. Cheng Wanwan had no choice but to count herself, ultimately tallying up to 723 copper coins. The 3 barrels of ice powder required nearly 3 pounds of ice powder seeds, approximately 12 pounds of lanterns, and the wages given totaled 24 won. The expenditure on brown sugar and peanuts amounted to 81. After deducting these expenses, how much did we earn today? She gazed at the 4 boys with a smile, presenting an enticing proposition. Whoever first articulates the correct answer shall be rewarded with a meat bun this noon. After a seemingly interminable few minutes, at last, someone raised their hand. Zhao Sidan, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Mother, I know, it is 629. Cheng Wanwan shook her head. "Not quite. Think it over once more." Zhao Sidan furrowed his brow, counting on his fingers. Zhao Ergo's eyes lit up. "I've figured it out. It's 619. "Well done, Ergo. You shall receive a large meat bun this noon." Cheng Wanwan beamed. "All 4 of you need to work on your arithmetic, starting tonight. Dedicate an incense stick's worth of time each day to practice your calculations." Zhao Ergo and Zhao Sidan appeared slightly exhilarated, while Zhao Deshan and Zhao Sanyo wore a rather dejected expression. This trivial matter vividly showcased the distinct personalities of the 4 boys. Cheng Wanwan placed all the coins into her pouch and stood, saying, "Come, mother will take you to eat." The 5 of them settled at a wonton shop, where the proprietress served 5 bowls of wontons with a smile, saying, "Sister-in-law, buying 5 bowls at once makes you our esteemed customer. Here are some pickled vegetables for you to try." A small dish of pickled vegetables was presented, tasting quite delightful. Cheng Wanwan seized the opportunity to impart wisdom. "This proprietress is astute in business. By offering pickled vegetables this time, we will surely return when we crave wontons. The same principle applies to our ice jelly. We must give our customers a sense of gain. Just like today, when Ergo miscalculated a few coins, it may seem trivial, but insisting that the customer make up the difference could lead them to feel they have lost out. To foster enduring business relationships, we cannot fixate on such minor amounts. A balance of gains and losses is the essence of long-term commerce." Zhao Ergo nodded thoughtfully. After finishing the wontons, the 4 boys were only half full, and Cheng Wanwan purchased several meat buns, 1 for each boy, with an extra for Zhao Ergo. At home, Apart from the staple foods, there were no other dishes. While wild vegetables and mushrooms were plentiful on the mountain, meat was in short supply. Cheng Wanwan led the group straight to the butcher's shop. It was afternoon, and there was little fresh meat left, only a strip of pork belly, some pig entrails, and pig bones with blood remaining. Cheng Wanwan bought all of it, 2 pounds of pork for 60 coins, the bones at a reasonable price of 10 coins per pound, and the pig's blood was given freely by the butcher. As Cheng Wanwan shopped, Zhao Ergo silently calculated the expenses, 60 coins for the wontons, 35 for the meat buns, 60 for the pork. He muttered to himself, slowly adding these amounts, only to be struck with astonishment. It seemed he had amassed a significant sum of coins, yet for such a meager amount of goods, he had expended nearly half. Just how much had mother earned yesterday to afford dozens of pounds of rice and flour, so much fabric, 20 ducks, and 5 bags of snacks? Upon turning, Cheng Wanwan caught wind of Zhao Ergo calculating the costs. Her heart sank. Among the 4 boys, the most astute was indeed the second. If he were to grasp the finances clearly, she would no longer be able to navigate through murky waters. She spoke, everything in the town has become more expensive. No matter how much one earns, it is never enough to spend. We still have rice and millet at home, so we shall refrain from purchasing for now. Dajan. Here are 20 coins. Go buy something for Huinyang to enjoy. Zhao Dajan promptly set off, the money being just sufficient to procure a bowl of wontons and an additional bun, with red sugar and peanuts still available at home. Cheng Wanwan decided against further shopping and returned home with her 4 sons. The journey back to Dahua village from Hika town was a leisurely one in the ox cart, and as the sun began to dip in the west, they finally arrived at the village entrance. At this hour, the villagers were busy in the fields, so the mother and her sons were not met with curious stares and headed directly home. The yard was impeccably tidy, and 20 little ducks quacked happily, displaying remarkable vigor. Chapter 53. Wu Huanyang's fall. The fragrant smoke curled upwards as the kitchen began to simmer a nourishing soup made from large bones and bamboo shoots. The pork blood was stir-fried with wild vegetables, generously seasoned with oil, creating a delightful dish. The pork belly was diced into neat squares and stewed to perfection, transforming into a sweet and savory braised delicacy. White rice was steaming in the pot, the aroma of the rice mingling with the scent of the meat wafted throughout the courtyard. Zhao Sidon was chopping wild vegetables to feed the ducklings, unable to resist the tempting fragrance that made his mouth water. Cheng Wanwan shot him a warning glance, reminding him that they must wait for their elder brothers to return before they could dine. Zhao Dashan had gone to the fields to weed and fertilize. Regardless of how much he earned during the day, his first task upon returning was always tending to the land, for to a farmer, the soil is paramount. Zhao Ergu had gone to the mountains to fetch water. The village head had arranged for a reservoir to be dug at a lower elevation on the hillside, making the water source conveniently close for the villagers, with a round trip taking about 15 minutes. After returning with 4 buckets of water, Zhao Ergu went up the mountain to help Zhao Sanyu chop firewood, which he stacked in the courtyard to be split after their meal. Cheng Wanwan approached the courtyard entrance, intending to call Zhao Dashan for dinner. Just as she stepped outside, Aunt Wang from next door quietly informed her, "Daughter-in-law Dashan, after you left." Dashan's wife went to weed the fields alone and slipped on the ridge. Luckily, my son Dama noticed and helped her up, otherwise, it could have ended badly. Cheng Wanwan paused, her mind racing. Since returning from the town, Huanyang had appeared as usual, bustling about as she directed the cooking. "Thank you, Aunt Nichio," Cheng Wanwan said before turning to enter the house. She found Wu Huanyang resting on a stool. Upon seeing her enter, Huanyang immediately stood to check on the meat in the pot. Her eyes narrowed, sensing that her eldest daughter-in-law was putting on a brave front. She approached and gently urged Wu Huanyang to sit down. "How are you feeling?" Huanyang quickly shook her head. "Mother, I'm fine. It's nothing. Sidon, go fetch Dr. Zhang," Cheng Wanwan instructed, then firmly laid Huanyang down on the bed. "From now on, if something happens, you must not force yourself to endure alone." Huanyang's voice trembled as she replied, "Mother, I feel so useless. I have no ability to help earn for the family, and now I've fallen and worried you." "Who says you are of no help?" Cheng Wanwan interjected. "You prepare the iced jelly every evening, do you not? Aren't you the one who cooks every meal? You tidy up the courtyard and do the laundry. Each task is yours. When we go to town to sell the iced jelly, you gather all those wild vegetables. If you were to collapse, who would take care of these chores? The household would be in utter disarray. Huanyang, henceforth, do not belittle yourself." Wu Huanyang's eyes brimmed with tears. She had truly been frightened today. She intended to weed the fields to lighten Dashin's load when he returned, but the ridge was slippery, and she lost her footing, falling to the ground. Fortunately, Dama had passed by. Otherwise, she could have been lying in the wet field for who knows how long. Upon her return, she discovered that she had begun to bleed, and fear gripped her as she lay in bed for 2 hours, gradually regaining her composure. Once feeling somewhat better, she hastened to the mountains to gather wild vegetables to feed the chickens and ducks, and then began to cut fabric to make clothes. She was so engrossed in her tasks that she momentarily forgot about her troubling condition. It was only when her mother-in-law inquired that she became aware of a persistent dull ache in her lower abdomen. Panic set in as she contemplated the possibility of losing her child. Before long, Dr. Zheng arrived. He was the village's barefoot doctor, but due to a poor harvest, every household was struggling, and ailments were often weathered without medical attention. Dr. Zheng had not made a house call in quite some time. Upon hearing of Wu Huanyang's predicament, a number of idle women from the village accompanied him to see what was amiss. The presence of Dr. Zheng attracted 7 or 8 onlookers, all waiting in the courtyard to discern the situation. In their humble community, there were no strict norms regarding gender segregation. Dr. Zheng's fingers found their way to Wu Huanyang's pulse, and after a lengthy examination, he remarked that her pulse was somewhat unstable but not severely concerning. He prescribed some calming medicine for her condition, cautioning that it was not inexpensive. Should Dashan wish to proceed, she would need to send Si Dan with him to procure the medicine. Cheng Wanwan nodded in agreement, affirming that they would indeed require it, and instructed Dr. Zheng to state his price. He replied in a calm tone, "The consultation fee is 3 won, and a package of the calming medicine costs 5 won. Given Dashan's condition, she will need to take it for at least 3 days, 3 times a day, totaling 9 packages, which amounts to 48 won. Wu Huanyang's face turned pale as she protested, "Mother, I feel much better now. I don't need the calming medicine." "Your opinion does not hold weight here," Cheng Wanwan insisted, pressing her back down before turning to fetch some coins from the adjacent room. The copper coins she had earned that day were locked away in a cabinet, and she counted out 48 won, emerging to hand it to Dr. Zheng. The women standing at the door witnessed the clinking of numerous coins being deposited into Dr. Zheng's pouch, who claimed that Dashan mistreated her daughter-in-law. Whoever dares to utter such words again shall be met with disdain. It seems Dashan has struck it rich. Can you smell that delightful aroma emanating from the kitchen? In these times, indulging in meat speaks volumes about their earnings, one woman remarked. I just caught a glimpse. They are simmering large bones with bamboo shoots. The bones aren't overly expensive. One can buy a sizable piece for 10 won. The old pot in the kitchen bubbled with bone soup, while other meats and rice remained covered, leaving the others hesitant to lift the lids. All assuming the enticing scent wafting through the yard came from the pork bones. 10 won is not beyond our means. We have plenty of bamboo shoots at home. We could easily make a pot of soup ourselves. Oh, I just remembered, my daughter delivered 2 pounds of lantern grass yesterday. Dashan still owes us 4 won. With Dashan's gracious invitation to the doctor, I wonder if she has the means to settle with us? Another chimed in. And let us not forget, she hasn't yet paid for the eggs from a few days ago. Cheng Wanwan escorted Dr. Zheng out, while Zhao Sidan followed to fetch the calming medicine. With Wu Huanyang's health seemingly intact, a weight lifted from her heart, and a smile graced her face. Dear sisters and aunts, please wait a moment. I shall settle all accounts with you now. Upon her utterance, numerous villagers flocked to the scene. The lanterns were brought forth by children, while the adults of the households came to settle accounts. Cheng Wanwan instructed Zhao Ergu to move a table into the courtyard, where one bowl was filled with 40 to 50 copper coins, and another contained 7 or 8 eggs. With a smile, she encouraged, one at a time. No need to rush. Mother Mudfish, for 1 for you, and 2 eggs, take them well. Mother Taiju, 2 won, 1 egg. Cheng Wanwan possessed an exceptional memory, recalling every detail with precision, and soon, all debts were settled. The women of the village, apprehensive that Cheng Wanwan might default on her payments, had come personally to collect. Witnessing her meticulous accounting, they could not help but express their concern. Sister Zhao, will you still accept the lanterns? Cheng Wanwan, still smiling, replied, Of course. I shall accept them, at the usual price of 2 won per pound. The women were quite pleased with this rate, as lanterns were plentiful on the mountains, and any gathered would yield profit. These earnings were essentially windfall. In contrast, Sister Zhao, after toiling all day for a meager sum of copper coins, found herself with nothing left after a visit to the doctor and settling her accounts. A discordant voice emerged from the crowd. Sister, Is 2 per pound not a tad too scant? Chapter 54. Not a younger brother, but a nephew's son emerged from the crowd, initially hoping that the other aunts and sisters-in-law in the village would voice their objections. To her surprise, they remained silent, leaving her to assume the role of the villain. She had calculated that since her sister-in-law returned home in the past few days, she had purchased quite a few items, estimating that she could earn at least 200 won a day, an amount that the average household in the village could scarcely accumulate in a month. Earning 200 won in a day, while paying them only 2 won per jean, seemed rather miserly to her. With a sense of justification, Sun asserted, "Donghua is still quite young." Upon hearing that Aunt needed lantern grass, she immediately ventured up the mountain and spent the entire day foraging, only to earn 4 won. Shouldn't my sister-in-law consider raising the price a bit? Upon hearing this, the other women in the courtyard exchanged glances, though they had not contemplated increasing the price. The thought of doing so was appealing. After all, who would despise extra money? Cheng Wanwan smiled, rising to her feet. Indeed, Donghua is a bit too young. And the wheat tigers are rather small as well. It hardly seems worth the trouble for just a few won. This oversight is entirely on me. From now on, I shall entrust the gathering of lanterns to our heir Go, Sen Nyo, and De Wong, and there will be no need for anyone else to trouble themselves. The moment these words were uttered, every woman's eyes widened in disbelief. At 2 won per jean of lanterns, a half-grown child could gather 2 jeans in half a day on the mountain. They had even planned to assist in collecting some to exchange for money. Such a favorable opportunity could not simply be dismissed. Sister Zhao, I believe 2 won is a fair price. Let our children continue helping with the lanterns, one woman suggested. Daishan, Ergo and San Nyo need to go to the town daily to sell goods. How can they find time to venture up the mountain? We certainly cannot send the children out in the dead of night. The wealthy daughter-in-law expressed dissatisfaction with the 2 won, but we do not share such sentiments. Exactly. They echoed. The wealthy daughter-in-law referred to Sun, whose husband ranked 3rd in the Zhao family, named Zhao Yukai, lacking sons of her own. Villagers either called her Zhao Sen's wife or Yukai's wife. Sun's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. When have I ever complained about 2 when being too little? Chung Wanwan, with a sly smile, replied, Donghua is far too young. If anything were to happen to her on the mountain, I would bear the responsibility. Henceforth, I shall not accept the lanterns Donghua brings. Sun, seething with indignation, had no choice but to ask, what about the lanterns brought by Chunhua? Chung Wanwan nodded nonchalantly. After exchanging a few more words, the women dispersed. Old Lady Zhao sat at the door, weaving dry grass into a bundle, which would ignite easily for kindling. Sitting there, she engaged in casual conversation with passers-by, thereby discreetly learning of all the latest news and gossip from the village. Upon Sun's return, she was met with scathing rebukes from old Lady Zhao. You, Sun, how could you treat your own sister-in-law this way? Not only did you fail to help her negotiate a lower price, but you even thought of raising it. What a shallow-minded little wretch you are. How did the 3rd son ever marry such a woman? Sun felt utterly aggrieved. So what if she was her sister-in-law? The money earned would not be shared with her in the slightest. Bowing her head in silence only fueled old Lady Zhao's ire, leading to a tirade that allowed the elder to vent her frustrations. As Zhao sighed and entered with a bowl in hand, he announced, Grandma, this is sent by my mother. He placed a bowl of bone and bamboo shoot soup on the bench in the yard and promptly dashed away, for he had to return to indulge in braised pork. Zhao Laotai's expression darkened once more. Having just earned a few copper coins, they were already squandering them. Even the cheapest pig bones required a few coins to procure, and she had limited funds to withstand such reckless spending. No, she needed to go over and remind them not to indulge solely in purchasing food. There were 3 young men at home waiting to marry, and those coins needed to be saved gradually. Zhao Laot warmed the pig bone and bamboo shoot soup in a pot, intending to have it ready for her husband upon his return, before hastily stepping outside. Sun glanced over, confirming that the old lady had indeed left, and then, taking advantage of the absence of others, stealthily extracted a small piece of meaty pig bone from the pot, slipping it into Donghua's mouth with the admonition, quickly hide and eat this, don't let anyone see. Donghua swallowed the meat in one bite, unwilling to discard the bone, and found a secluded spot to slowly savor the marrow and fat within it. Zhao Sidon was also gnawing at a pig bone, one hand holding the bone while the other deftly wielded chopsticks to seize pieces of braised pork, his mouth dripping with grease. Just as he prepared to grab another piece of meat, Chang Wan'an restrained his chopsticks, saying, leave the remaining for your sister-in-law, Wu Huanyang. Having likely consumed some pregnancy tonic, found her appetite diminished by the bitter medicine, managing only a single piece of braised pork at the table before losing interest. Cheng Wanwan interjected, "Your health is too fragile. You nearly lost the child. You must eat more. Even if you don't wanna, you must force yourself." Wu Huinyang felt overly sentimental. With such a sumptuous meal of white rice, pig bone soup, and braised pork, she could hardly believe she had no appetite. Zhao Dashan, having warmed the wontons he brought back, presented them, saying, "Huinyang, have something light to fill your stomach." Wu Huinyang hurriedly declined. "Wontons are too precious. Give them to mother." "I won't eat." Zhao sighed and blinked innocently. "We've already eaten in town. Sister-in-law, you should eat too. Only a full belly will help the little brother grow chubby." Zhao Ergu slapped the back of his head. "Fool, it's not a brother, it's a nephew." "Mother, look, second brother is bullying me." Zhao sighed and complained. Covering his head, Qing Wanwan shook her head. "No amount of food will silence you. Hurry up and eat." Just as the family was in lively commotion, Zhao Lauda walked in. Her keen eyes quickly scanned the table, and as she stepped closer, she confirmed the sight of white rice and pork. Each person had a generous bowl of rice, a large bowl of pig bone soup, and another bowl glistening with fatty pork and one of pig blood. But she was not merely observing the food. She was calculating the expenses. The price of white rice in town had likely soared to 30 won per jean, and what lay before her was at least 3 jeans, amounting to 91. With pig bones at 10 won and pork ranging from 50 to 61, adding up to several hundred when spent. Zhao Lauda nearly fainted from the shock. "You extravagant woman, are you the wife of some official? Consuming 3 or 4 pounds of rice in one sitting. Even the Wang family in town would never squander money so recklessly." Old lady Zhao erupted in furious tirade, with 3 sons at home still awaiting brides. How can one who has earned a little money become so oblivious to reality? Today indulging in white rice, and tomorrow they will be left to feast on the cold winds of the northwest? Is that it? Qing Wanwan, who could have anticipated that during mealtime the old lady would barge in? They only indulge in rice on rare occasions. In modern times, consuming plain white rice is quite commonplace. However, in this era, there is a saying that rings true: those adorned in fine silks are not the silk farmers. In other words, those who cultivate white rice often cannot afford to consume it. Such is the harsh reality. Were it not for her marketplace, she truly could not afford white rice priced at 30 copper coins per pound. The few young men at home may be unaware of the purchasing power of copper coins, but this matriarch, who holds the purse strings of the Zhao family, certainly knows well enough. She could calculate how many grains of millet a single coin could procure. Cheng Wanwan hastily explained. "This rice was purchased a long time ago and has been saved for special occasions. Mother, have you tasted it? Come, let us sit together and share a meal. There is still some rice left in the pot." Chapter 55. Arithmetic Literacy Class. Madame Zhao was incensed upon seeing the white rice and pork, rendering her unable to eat. She remarked irritably, "I understand that you've earned some money, but it's not meant to be squandered so frivolously. The harvest this year is poor, and there will be many expenses ahead. Ergo is of an age where he should be marrying soon. Yet we don't even have a proper place for him to live. We must save to build him a mud brick house. I heard from matchmaker Wang that the bride price has recently risen to half a tael of silver." Ergo interjected, "Grandma, it's still early for my marriage." Madame Zhao did not consider it early at all. Some boys in the village had already fathered children by the age of 16. Her gaze fell upon Wu Huinyang's somewhat pallid face, and she said sternly, "You are with child, so it is best for you to stay at home and not wander around. A visit to the doctor has cost us 40 or 50 won. Money does not come easily." Wu Huinyang bowed her head in guilt, replying, "I will listen to you, Grandma." Cheng Wanwan contemplated how she could no longer allow Wu Huinyang to undertake so much work. With only a month remaining before the ice powder season ended, she needed to expand the market during this time. She required her sons to assist in town, and more importantly, she wished to broaden their horizons and unearth their business acumen or other talents. It could not always be her leading the charge. After selling ice powder in the morning, they could return by afternoon, and any farm chores could wait until their return. Tasks such as gathering firewood and fetching water could be done in the evening. Wu Huinyang could manage lunch herself. The only arrangement needed was for the flock of chickens and ducks at home. If Sidan were present, she could delegate the feeding of the poultry to him. However, she intended to send Sidan to school, and she would inquire about the situation tomorrow. Depending on his willingness, if he was not inclined, he could remain home to tend to the chickens and ducks. Why must you go to the fields when you can simply ask Xiaohua for help? Madame Zhao incessantly grumbled. Chen Wanwan chuckled. Mother, may I trouble you with a request? Madame Zhao eyed her suspiciously. What do you wish to do? She had already suggested asking Xiaohua for help. What more could the eldest daughter-in-law want? Surely she did not intend to invite Deshan's wife over for lunch. A meal could be significant or trivial. But considering that Deshan's wife was with child, allowing her a meal seemed acceptable. Let it be known, however, that lunch at the old house will not consist of lavish white rice and fatty pork. It will only be corn cakes and steamed buns. Take it or leave it. Chen Wanwan thought to herself, where is this conversation heading? When did I suggest sending Huanyang to eat at the old house? She sighed and clarified. I meant to ask if you could arrange for someone at the old house to come to our home to manage the feeding of the chickens and ducks, perhaps even gather some wild vegetables. They would only need to handle lunch, as dinner can be managed once Sidan returns. Whoever takes on this task will receive 2-1. We are family. After all, why speak of money? Madame Zhao spoke with evident irritation. And as soon as her words left her lips, another thought crossed her mind. The money left in the hands of the eldest daughter-in-law had promptly transformed into rice and pork. She was a spendthrift with fingers that let wealth slip away. It was imperative for her to assist her 3 grandsons in saving money for their future brides. With that in mind, the old lady continued. Then let it be 2 coins. I shall return and inquire who is willing to undertake this task. Wu Huanyang parted her lips, intending to voice an opinion, but was silenced by a sharp glare from Chen Wanwan. Being pregnant, it was wise to accept the arrangements without protest. In ancient times, a woman's life was as fragile as paper, and should any misfortune arise, regret would be futile. Previously, circumstances had not permitted. But now that they had earned a little money, it was time to nurture the child properly. Chen Wanwan gazed at the messy dishes on the table and spoke softly. From today onwards, aside from your elder sister-in-law, everyone will take turns washing the dishes. Mother, truly it is unnecessary, Wu Huanyang replied anxiously. Washing dishes is not burdensome. Just leave it to me. She hastily began to gather the plates and chopsticks. Stop, Chen Wanwan said, pressing her hand down. Let us start with Dajan. And take turns from there. Additionally, each person must wash their own clothes. You cannot delegate everything to your elder sister-in-law. Is that understood? In this household, Chen Wanwan's words were akin to imperial decrees, and the 4 boys had no objections. Zhao Dashan helped Wu Huanyang to sit down and swiftly began to clear the dishes. Once the house was tidied, the 4 boys gathered around the table in the main room, and Wu Huanyang was also requested to take a seat. Chen Wanwan cleared her throat and announced, Today, we will begin by teaching you addition and subtraction within 10. Zhao Sanyu wore a woeful expression and said, Mother, I am not clever. May I not learn? I am strong and can do physical labor instead. Can I leave the intellectual tasks to my second brother? Absolutely not. Chen Wanwan replied firmly. Even if you struggle, you must endeavor to learn. Whatever you can grasp, you shall. She turned her gaze to Zhao Sidan, asking, How many characters have you learned from Taizhu? Zhao Sidan beamed with pride. I exchanged 10 chestnuts for 10 characters. I have learned them all. I can write our entire family's names. Chen Wanwan nodded approvingly. Once you finish arithmetic, you will learn a character from Sidan. Let us start with the character Zhao. Zhao Sania nearly burst into tears, wishing to escape, but he dared not. As the sky darkened, the household found itself without candles. Zhao Dashan brought a torch for illumination, casting flickering light upon the faces of the 6 family members amidst the gloom. What is 1 plus 1? What is 8 minus 6? What? 8 minus 6 leaves 3? Sanio, how on earth are you calculating this? If you cannot compute, just use your fingers. Cheng Wanan, who had initially been enthusiastic, gradually became exasperated as her voice filled with irritation. Her head aching, she concluded the arithmetic lesson and instructed Zhao Sidan to teach character recognition. Sidan dipped his finger in water and wrote a character on the table, earnestly stating, This character is pronounced Zhao. It represents our family name. Cheng Wanan cast a glance at the writing, nearly losing her composure. How had Sidan learned? Why had he only mastered half of the character, writing instead of? It was a grave disservice to education. She covered her face in despair. Enough, Sidan, it is too late today. Learning characters strains the eyes. Let us instead prepare some ice powder together. Zhao Sania's face was alight with excitement. All right, mother, I shall go heat the water. As long as he was not studying, he was willing to do anything. Zhao Dashan, who was not particularly fond of learning either, merely endeavored to cooperate. He rose and stated, Then I will begin to peel the ice powder seeds. Zhao Ergu was still immersed in arithmetic. Mother, for numbers within 10, I can use my fingers. But how can I calculate those beyond 10 more swiftly? He always took an interminable time to compute in his mind, and more often than not, half of his answers were incorrect. Chen Wanwan was quite pleased. Mother will teach you later, a little each day, and you shall gradually master it. Zhao Sidon tugged at his hair, exclaiming, "Oh dear, why does this character for Zhao appear different from what Brother Taizhu taught? I must inquire with Brother Taizhu tomorrow." Chen Wanwan felt a renewed sense of satisfaction. Recognizing one's mistakes could indeed be a form of progress. She rose and declared, "All right, it is getting late. Hasten to peel the ice powder seeds, for we must prepare 3 buckets of ice powder tonight." Just as Wu Huingyang was about to busy herself, Chen Wanwan pressed her back down. "You return to your room and rest. Do not emerge without my command." Wu Huingyang's heart was filled with a myriad of emotions as she returned to her room with reddened eyes, yet she dared not sleep. She listened intently to the sounds outside, unable to find slumber. Instead, she sat up, utilizing the faint light from the fire outside to take out fabric and begin cutting. Embarking on the task of making clothes. In rural households, it was customary to sew garments by night, relying solely on their sense of touch, without candles. While one family of 6 busied themselves, the Zhao family next door remained awake as well. Chapter 56. I saw cousin Chung. The sky was devoid of clouds, and the moonlight illuminated the land with a resplendent glow. Old Lady Zhao sat in the courtyard, weaving dry grass. She paused momentarily to remark, "Your aunt has raised 3 chickens and 20 ducks. A mere half basket of wild vegetables and weeds can suffice for their feeding at noon. Is there anyone available to assist with this task?" Chunhua, the eldest granddaughter of the Zhao family, typically undertook such chores, and she was about to volunteer when her mother, pulled her back. Sun scoffed inwardly at the audacity of her sister-in-law, who, despite amassing considerable wealth, expected them to help forage for food for the chickens and ducks. It was a fanciful notion indeed. How could her sister-in-law, having already distributed her bounty among her family, still expect assistance from the old house? Was it merely because she had borne 4 sons? The thought filled Sun with profound sorrow. Not only was she unable to bear a son, but she also struggled to conceive. "Grandmother, I shall go help Aunt," Xiaohua volunteered. "Is it merely a matter of feeding the chickens and ducks? What else is required?" Old Lady Zhao pondered briefly and replied, "Help tidy the courtyard, cleaning up the chicken and duck droppings. Your aunt has offered 2 for those who assist, and I shall take 1. The other you may keep for yourself." Xiaohua could hardly believe her ears. A half basket of wild vegetables and weeds could earn her a win, while foraging for lantern fruits required a trek up the mountain. Wild vegetables and weeds were abundant along the ridges. This one felt as though it were being bestowed upon her. Sun, astonished, widened her eyes. Although the old lady had withheld a win, there remained another. Over time, it could accumulate to purchase a beautiful piece of cloth. With a bold demeanor, she interjected, "Xiaohua is merely 11 years old and lacks strength. Let this task be assigned to our Chunhua." "But it is just a half basket of wild vegetables," retorted Xiaohua's mother. "Xiaohua can manage to carry it, and even if she struggles, making a couple of trips is no great burden." One smiled amiably, "Xiaohua, you shall earn your pay for this work, but you must perform it diligently. If your aunt is dissatisfied, she may very well assign it to your sister Chunhua instead." Xiaohua immediately declared, "Mother, I assure you I will not be lazy." Thus, the arrangement was settled. Sun felt a lump of frustration lodged in her throat and pinched Chunhua sharply. "If you had spoken up sooner, perhaps this would not have happened." Tears brimmed in Chunhua's eyes. She had intended to volunteer, but her mother had forbade her from speaking. Could she be held accountable for that? The nights in Day Village were somewhat stifling, and as the chirping of insects and birds filled the air, the gentle morning breeze awakened the entire village. Chung Wanwan rose early, her body weary from days of labor, but these were mere trifles. The 5 of them, mother and children, set off with their ice powder. Climbing onto the ox cart, heading straight for Hiku town. The morning market was bustling with activity. The family split into 2 groups to set up stalls. Word of their ice powder had spread, and sales were exceptionally brisk. Within half an hour, both buckets were sold out. They then redirected their path toward the Southern Academy. With ample time remaining, they found a step to sit upon. Chung Wanwan turned to the 4 children and asked, "Do you wish to enter the South Mansion Academy?" Zhao Dashan scratched the back of his head and replied, "Surely the academy does not allow outsiders to sell things, right?" Chang Wanwan took a deep breath and rephrased her question. "What I mean is, do you wish to study at the South Mansion Academy?" Zhao Sanyu shook his head vigorously. No. I'm not bright enough. I can't learn anything, so I don't want to study." Zhao Ergu interjected, "I asked the gentleman nearby, and he said the monthly tuition at the South Mansion Academy is 2 taels of silver. On top of that, we would need to buy writing materials, and the cheapest set would cost at least another tael. Our family cannot afford that. Cheng Wanwan smiled gently. As long as you wish to learn, there will always be a way. The question is, do you truly want to? A glimmer of desire appeared in Zhao Saida's eyes. Mother, I want to study. But it is too expensive. If I pursue my studies, will we not be able to afford meat at home? Cheng Wanwan reassured him. Then I will work hard to earn money. She patted his head. I will send you to school first. Once you have learned, you can come back and teach your brothers, all right? Being the youngest, Saida was the most suitable for learning. And she had long wished to send her children to school but lacked the opportunity until now. With a bit of money in hand, she thought that in a few days, once she gathered enough for the tuition, she could finally send Saida off. The gentleman nearby kindly reminded her. The South Mansion Academy only accepts young scholars. Your sons probably cannot even recognize characters yet and would have to attend a primary school. Cheng Wanwan covered her face. Indeed, the South Mansion Academy did not accept students who had not yet begun their education, but there were no private schools in the village, and the nearest school was in Chengjiakan. She would rather not send her children there, so the only option left was a private school in Ping'an Town, where she would have to inquire about the situation later. As noon approached, the bell of the South Mansion Academy rang, and Cheng Wanwan had to temporarily set aside her thoughts on this matter. She walked to her stall to commence her business, and students came in groups of 3 or 5. The cold jelly was selling quickly, and soon, more than half of it was gone. The students stood in front of her stall eating the jelly while occasionally discussing their classroom experiences. Cheng Wanwan listened intently, as this era was unfamiliar to her, and she needed to absorb more information. If it did not rain, the farmland within 1,000 miles of Yiko Town would likely suffer complete crop failure. She wondered what measures the government would take. This month's examination topics might revolve around these issues, so they could ponder them in advance. She heard that a village in the neighboring Ping'an Town had discovered a water source, digging a channel from the mountains to save thousands of acres of rice fields. Such remarkable news. Cheng Wanwan had not anticipated that this matter would reach even Yiko Town. Even these students, who were usually oblivious to outside events, were aware of it, indicating that the drought was indeed severe and widespread. Otherwise, such unrelated topics would not be brought up in class. Mother, I see Cousin Cheng. Zhao Sanyu exclaimed, his eyes wide. Isn't that him in the middle? Zhao Saida attempted to stop him, but it was too late, as Cheng Wanwan had already looked over. Cheng Zhao, clad in the academy's standard white and blue attire and holding 2 books, was just emerging from the academy's gate. Initially, he had no intention of coming, but he sensed someone gazing at him. Turning his head, he locked eyes with Cheng Wanwan. A smile instantly brightened Cheng Zhao's face. He realized he had not been mistaken that day. It was indeed his second aunt. Yet, what brought her to the academy's entrance to sell ice powder? To his surprise, the much-praised ice powder that everyone in the academy had been raving about was being sold by her. Cheng Zhao held a deep affection for his second aunt. As most of his tuition fees were covered by her generosity, she treated him with more kindness than even his several cousins. It seemed she had come specifically to sell food outside his school, likely to contribute to his financial needs. With purpose, he made his way towards her. Chapter 57. You are unworthy of being a scholar. Cheng Zhao approached the ice jelly stall. Zhao Sidong, filled with vigilance, discreetly positioned himself in front of the wooden bucket that held the copper coins, determined to defend the Zhao family's coins to the death. However, if his mother insisted on giving, he felt he had no recourse. The little fellow's spirits plummeted instantly. Cheng Wanwan maintained a businesslike smile. 2 bowls of ice jelly for 6 won. Take your time, no rush. Once she had attended to the customer before her, her gaze fell upon Cheng Zhao. He was the eldest nephew from her maternal side, and during her previous life, he was the one she cherished most, for he was scholarly. Over 2 years ago, he had passed the county examination to become a Tongxing. Although the title of Tongxing did not command the same respect as that of a Xiuzai, attaining it was no small feat. One had to pass the county exam, and then the provincial examination to qualify for the examination for Xiuzai. Oh, Cheng brother. You even have spare money to indulge in ice jelly, a fellow student jeered nearby. You copy a book for half a month and only earn 100 won. Can you truly afford a bowl of ice jelly at 3 won? Cheng Wanwan was somewhat taken aback. Cheng Zhao was the center of attention in Qingjia village. Yet here in the academy, he faced derision. She expected him to feel embarrassed, but to her surprise, he merely replied quietly, This is my dear second aunt. I do not need to pay for ice jelly. Zhao Dashan silently washed the bowls, preparing to serve the ice jelly. Zhao Ergo wore a sullen expression. He found this cousin insufferable, demanding everything with such audacity. Zhao Sanyu clenched his fists, feeling an urge to punch him. Zhao Sidong bowed his head in silence. What was one bowl of ice jelly? He feared his mother might give away all the copper coins earned today to the Chung family. Cheng Wanwan's lips twitched. She had thought her previous second aunt would be generous, offering him all manner of good things. Her family was in dire need of money. Struggling to afford the children's education, why should they pay for Cheng Zhao's schooling? The old debts were convoluted, and from now on, she would not allow the Chung family to take advantage of her. Cheng Wanwan hesitated to speak. Zhao, your second aunt's small business is not easy. How can you expect her to give you ice jelly for free without offering support? Cheng Zhao appeared bewildered. In the past, whenever he desired something, his second aunt would present it to him with both hands. He had not contemplated eating ice jelly, yet since it was made by his second aunt, he thought it should be acceptable. To his astonishment, she had refused. She had previously given him 20 taels of silver without hesitation. Yet now she was reluctant to spare 3-1. Moreover, in the past, each time she saw him, her face would radiate warmth and affection. Today, however, her smile bore an air of distance. Nearby, the academy's students began to scold him. Cheng brother, you are a scholar. A gentleman would not engage in such behavior unbecoming of propriety. A gentleman seeks knowledge, not sustenance. Your actions are unworthy of the title. Cheng Zhao's face flushed with embarrassment. Being mocked for his poverty by his peers did not trouble him. After all, the Cheng family had always been impoverished. To be accused of unworthiness as a scholar, unworthy of being a gentleman, is a far greater indignity than a slap across the face. He retrieved a few coins from his pocket and placed them on the table, saying, Auntie, is this sufficient? Cheng Wanwan smiled and replied, Of course it is, Dashin. Hurry and serve your cousin a bowl of ice jelly. Cheng Zhao, now 18, is 2 months older than Zhao Dashin. Despite being of the same age, they inhabit entirely different worlds. Cheng Zhao is a scholar, poised to take the imperial examination next year, with a strong likelihood of becoming a successful candidate. Even if his journey were to culminate at this stage, it would be enough to escape the confines of Chengjiao village and venture into a broader world. In contrast, Zhao Dashin is already married and on the brink of fatherhood, destined to spend his life in Dai village, toiling away in the fields. In the presence of Cheng Zhao, Zhao Dashin felt an inexplicable sense of inferiority, carefully handing the bowl of ice jelly to Cheng Zhao. Cheng Zhao, hesitating with the bowl in hand, wished to say something, but Cheng Wanwan ignored him, attending to the next customer instead. When the remaining ice jelly had been sold out, Cheng Zhao had yet to depart. He stood at the stall's edge and spoke, Andy, my father indeed overstepped. He should not have laid hands on you. I apologize on his behalf. However, since you share the Cheng surname, we are family, and it is unnecessary to remain estranged. Upon hearing this, Cheng Wanwan was both amused and infuriated. She slammed the bowl onto the table and retorted, What do you mean by estrangement? Does not being estranged imply that you may consume my ice jelly freely, and all the earnings will go towards your education? Cheng Zhao stammered, Auntie, that is not my intention. Then what is your intention? Cheng Wanwan's ire flared. Do you wish for me to continue regarding the Cheng family as kin, while you drain me of my resources? Cheng Zhao, have you forgotten how I have cared for you all these years? Yet, just 10 days ago, your father struck me, and look, I bear a scar on my forehead. Had it been any worse, I could have lost my life. Despite my injuries, my most understanding nephew has not even visited me. Cheng Zhao had never witnessed such a sight of his aunt, left momentarily speechless before he managed to explain. I have been studying at the academy and only learned of this matter a few days ago. Enough. You need not explain. Cheng Wanwan lowered her head to tidy up her belongings. I have severed ties with the Cheng family. Henceforth, if you see me, treat me as a stranger. And there is no need to call me Auntie. A scholar of your caliber is beyond the reach of our Zhao family. Cheng Zhao attempted to speak. Auntie, do not call me Auntie. Zhao Sidong glared. From now on, we no longer have a scholarly cousin. Zhao Sanyu positioned himself in front of the stall, asserting, My mother has declared that you are no longer her nephew. Leave at once, and do not disrupt our business. Zhao Ergu coldly interjected, If you continue, you may soon become a laughingstock at the Southern Academy. Cheng Zhao turned to see several classmates curiously observing the scene, gradually encircling him. He took a step back, saying, It matters not if Annie disowns me. I still acknowledge you as family. I will enter the academy first, and come to apologize another day. He turned and strode towards the academy, surrounded by a throng of onlookers who whispered and pointed at him. His expression remained serene, as though nothing had transpired. Cheng Wanwan exhibited little emotion on her face. She was preparing to take the children for a bite to eat when a man in his 30s stood before her. Is it true that the famous ice powder of Haiku Town, which everyone has been raving about, is crafted by this lady? Cheng Wanwan regarded the man before her, noting that he was not clad in coarse cloth but wore fine attire, adorned with a jade pendant and a fragrant sachet, suggesting he was a merchant. She smiled gently and replied, "Today, the ice powder has sold out. Do come early tomorrow." "I am not here to purchase ice powder," he said with a cheerful grin. Might the esteemed lady be willing to part with the recipe for this delightful treat? Chapter 58. A buyer approaches. Cheng Wanwan had anticipated that someone would come seeking her recipe, but she did not expect it to happen so soon. Having only recently begun selling her ice powder, her earnings were modest, and selling the recipe would jeopardize her own financial prospects. Moreover, she had other plans in mind. With a polite smile, she said, "This recipe has been passed down through generations, and my ancestors instructed that it must be preserved and not sold." The shopkeeper lowered his voice and replied, "I can offer this amount." He extended 5 fingers. Cheng Wanwan pondered, realizing this likely represented 5 taels of silver. Given her current business trajectory, she earned over half a tael per day, which would accumulate to 5 taels in 10 days. With the sweltering heat, she could continue for over a month, possibly earning enough from selling ice powder to reach 20 taels. Without hesitation, she declined. "I'm afraid I truly cannot sell the recipe." The shopkeeper's expression darkened slightly. "Madam, should you change your mind in a few days, the offer may not be as generous." Cheng Wanwan smiled. "If that day indeed comes, you may feel free to lower the price." Seeing that she was resolute, the shopkeeper turned and left. Zhao Erga furrowed his brow. "Mother, I have a feeling that this shopkeeper will cause some trouble." Zhao Sania clenched his fist. "If he dares to create a disturbance, I'll knock him out with one punch." Cheng Wanwan narrowed her eyes. They had come from the neighboring Ping'an town to conduct a small business and lacked the means to contend with a local tavern owner. If this shopkeeper were to hire some individuals to create trouble, perhaps by falsely accusing her ice powder of being unclean and potentially poisonous, even if she could clarify the matter, it might not stop the rumors. Expanding her ice powder business would then become quite challenging. Currently, her sales amounted to 3 barrels of ice powder a day, yielding around 300 bowls after accounting for losses. It required 2 gene of stoneflower seeds and 4 gene of lanterns to produce 1 gene of stoneflower seeds, indicating that the lanterns consumed were under 10 gene. The children in the village delivered over 20 gene of lanterns daily. It was imperative to expand the market and increase sales. Otherwise, once summer passed, her business would falter. Cheng Wanwan's gaze fell upon the grand characters of Nanfu Academy, elegantly inscribed, exuding a sense of solemnity and gravity. She stepped towards the entrance of the academy, her 4 sons hurriedly following with their burdens. The academy prohibited outsiders, and an elderly man in his 50s stood guard at the entrance. Cheng Wanwan scooped the remaining unshaped ice powder from her wooden bucket and formed it into a bowl, offering it with a smile. "Sir, would you care to try?" The gatekeeper eyed her warily. "What do you intend to do?" "Sir, I merely wish for your assistance in connecting me with the person in charge of the academy's dining hall. I would like to speak with them." Cheng Wanwan lowered her voice. "If you could help summon the dining hall manager, I would gladly offer you 2 when as a token of appreciation." The gatekeeper accepted the bowl of ice powder and drank nearly half in one go, closing his eyes in comfort. It was no wonder the academy students praised it. This ice powder indeed alleviated the heat, bringing a refreshing sense of relief with every sip, justifying its price of 3 won per bowl. After finishing the ice powder, the gatekeeper finally stood up to call for someone. It was midday, and the scholars of the academy were dining, marking the busiest hour in the cafeteria. Cheng Wanwan and her 4 sons had waited for nearly the duration of a tea session before a man, nearing 30, was escorted out by the doorman. The head of the cafeteria, surnamed Chen, was named Chen He, a round, plump man with an oily visage, unmistakably one who labored in the kitchen. Upon seeing Cheng Wanwan, his expression darkened. "I had wondered why the cafeteria was so devoid of patrons these past few days. It seems you are the culprit behind it." In her previous life as a businesswoman, Cheng Wanwan had encountered countless frosty receptions. Harsh words were nothing in comparison to being denied the opportunity to meet. With a beaming smile, she lifted a bowl of crushed ice powder and said, "Manager Chen, do not be deceived by the size of this bowl, though it appears ample. It does not satiate hunger. The scholars who purchase this from me still head to the cafeteria for their meals. On such hot days, cooped up indoors reading and writing. How can the students endure? This treat is meant to quench their summer thirst. Manager Chen, do have a taste, Consider this bowl as a treat from your sister-in-law." With her sunny demeanor, Cheng Wanwan softened Chen He's countenance, and he felt compelled to try the ice powder. Curious about the flavor that drew the students to her stall, as he took a small sip, he was momentarily taken aback. Initially filled with ire, believing Cheng Wanwan was encroaching upon his business, all his anger dissipated with that single taste. He could hardly blame this sister-in-law. The fault lay with him for not being capable of crafting such delightful delicacies. This burly man, having just consumed a hearty bowl of corn and a mixed grain pancake, found himself able to devour an entire bowl of crushed ice powder. Cheng Wanwan maintained her cheerful expression. "Manager Chun, do you think this delicacy would sell if offered in the cafeteria?" A spark ignited in Chen He's mind. He began to grasp the purpose of her invitation. Yet he hesitated, unsure. Tentatively, he asked, "Sister-in-law, what do you mean? I supply the goods, and you sell them. How does that sound?" Cheng Wanwan continued. "I have sold at the entrance of Nanfu Academy for 2 to 3 days and calculated the figures. There are approximately 300 scholars, along with teachers and some staff, totaling nearly 400 individuals. Not everyone can afford the 3 won for ice powder, even if we consider half. That means at least 200 bowls could be sold daily, resulting in an income of 600 won. As a businessman, Chen He was adept at calculations. Having worked at Nanfu Academy for 7 or 8 years, he had observed that while it seemed profitable, the monthly earnings were not substantial. After paying wages and offering bribes to the headmaster, he was left with merely 3 taels of silver at month's end. Thus, his daily earnings amounted to a mere 100 won. In stark contrast, this sister-in-law, despite her shabby attire, could earn hundreds of won in a single day at the academy's entrance. Having realized this, the once haughty Chen He inexplicably lowered his posture and asked with a markedly amiable tone, "What would the price be if I were to procure goods from you, sister-in-law?" Cheng Wanwan sighed, remarking that the preparation of this ice powder was indeed no easy task. The ingredients required were abundant, and for every bowl sold, she only earned a paltry half-won. The endeavor was exhausting. Otherwise, she would not have contemplated a partnership with Master Chen. "Here's the deal. Master Chen will procure the goods from me at a cost of 2 won per bowl. And he will also be responsible for the auxiliary ingredients such as brown sugar, hawthorn, and peanuts. How does that sound?" In Chen He's mind, calculations began to take shape. With a purchase price of 2 won and a selling price of 3, selling 200 bowls a day would yield him an income of 200 won. By managing the quantities of peanuts and brown sugar judiciously, he estimated that a single pound of brown sugar could produce syrup sufficient for 500 bowls of ice powder. Moreover, peanuts were not an essential ingredient. After deducting necessary costs, his daily earnings from ice powder alone would amount to at least 161. After a flurry of mental arithmetic, Chun He swallowed hard, suppressing his excitement and striving to maintain a calm demeanor. "When shall we commence the supply?" Cheng Wanwan smiled. "Tomorrow morning, my son will deliver the goods. Payment upon delivery. How does that sound?" Chen He nodded with enthusiasm. A business partnership had been successfully established. Chapter 59. This is called win-win cooperation. With the successful completion of the business deal, Cheng Wanwan felt elated. However, upon turning around, she noticed the forlorn expressions of her 4 sons, who appeared quite discontent. Zhao Dashan hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Mother, we could sell it ourselves. A bit of hard work is no trouble. I can manage a stall by myself." Zhao Ergu added, "It's akin to giving away money to that manager Chen for free." Cheng Wanwan chuckled, realizing that her foolish sons would rather endure hardship than part with their money for nothing. Yet, at times, collaboration in business can expand the market and ease one's own burdens. She inquired, "Our household can collect at least 20 pounds of lantern seeds each day. Can anyone tell me how many pounds of seeds we have after peeling them?" The 4 sons uniformly bowed their heads, counting on their fingers. Zhao Ergu, in a slightly better position, quickly calculated the result. "Mother, it's approximately 6 pounds. Now, I have another question," Cheng Wanwan continued. "For these 3 barrels of ice powder, how many pounds of ice powder seeds were used in total?" "I know," Zhao Dashan quickly interjected, "just a bit over 2 pounds. If we were to convert all 6 pounds of ice powder seeds into ice powder, that would amount to 9 barrels. Could we possibly sell them all as just the 5 of us?" Cheng Wanwan looked at her 4 children, explaining that sometimes one must leverage the strength of others. This is not merely giving away money. It is called win-win cooperation. They can earn money, and so can we. Do you understand? Zhao Saida blinked. "I think I understand." Zhao Erga counted on his fingers repeatedly, and after some time, he finally spoke. "If all 9 barrels of ice powder are sold at 2 coins per bowl, we would earn over a tael, but but I can't calculate the exact amount. Cheng Wanwan smiled and replied, if we sell the ice powder this way, we won't need the entire family to set up stalls in town anymore. She led her sons toward the street. Over the past couple of days in Hiku town, she had familiarized herself with the surroundings. There were 7 or 8 restaurants and taverns of varying sizes, with the largest being the Zui Xianlu. As she approached the entrance of Zui Xianlu, she spotted the manager who had previously sought to purchase her recipe. The manager's face was grim as he strode away, and had she not been concerned about his potential retaliation, she would not have considered pursuing a collaborative path, embodying the demeanor of a businesswoman. Cheng Wanwan flashed a smile at the manager. The manager, surnamed Yang, scoffed, realizing that within less than an hour, this lady had regretted her decision. He was resolute that he would not part with 5 taels of silver, at most offering 3. As manager Yang contemplated ways to lower the price, he noticed Cheng Wanwan pause, then turned toward the second largest tavern across from Zui Xianlu, the Jixiang Tavern. He suddenly sprang to his feet. Surely, this lady was not intending to sell her recipe to the manager of Jixiang Tavern. Jixiang Tavern had always been overshadowed by Zui Xianlu. If they acquired the ice powder recipe, they could rival Zui Xianlu for the top position. Manager Yang rushed out to call for help, but it was too late. Cheng Wanwan had already entered Jixiang Tavern with her 4 sons. At this hour, past the lunch dining period, the restaurant was nearly deserted. The proprietor and a waiter stood idly by, engaging in casual conversation. They noticed a woman in patched clothing approaching, accompanied by her 4 similarly clad sons. And a flicker of disdain crossed the waiter's face. The proprietor, Zhou, casually suggested that the waiter inquire whether the woman desired some tea. It was not uncommon for beggars to come seeking tea and leftover food at the entrance of the grand establishment, a sight he had long grown accustomed to. The waiter approached to ask, while Cheng Wanwan glanced at the menu, noting that the price of noodles was comparable to that at the street stalls, each bowl costing 10 copper coins. Just 2 months prior, a bowl of noodles had only been 6 coins. Due to the poor harvest, grain prices had surged, and everything related to food had escalated in cost, while wages remained stagnant. For instance, dock workers could earn between 30 to 50 coins a day 2 months ago. But with the severe drought limiting available work, local men were now laboring as porters, resulting in wages plummeting to merely 20 coins a day, sufficient for just 2 bowls of noodles. Naturally, these laborers were reluctant to indulge in more extravagant fare. Cheng Wanwan ordered 5 bowls of plain noodle soup, surprising the waiter, who did not expect someone in such tattered clothing to spend 50 coins on a meal. The waiter relayed the order to the kitchen, just as another group of patrons entered the hall, adorned in luxurious silks. The proprietor himself attended to them, leading them to a private room on the 2nd floor. After their departure, he stood at the kitchen entrance, calling out orders: 8 treasure duck, assorted chicken, 5 delicacies, braised lion's head, and a pot of wine. With each dish name announced, Cheng Wanwan swallowed hard. She estimated that this table's selection would cost no less than 3 taels of silver. She realized how impoverished she was, too timid to order such expensive dishes, and resolved once more to work diligently, aspiring for a day when her culinary desires could be fulfilled without hesitation. The 4 boys around her were also swallowing in anticipation, devouring their plain noodles with fervor. The noodles were indeed delicious, and the broth was delightful, yet they remained unsatisfied, daring to dream of indulging in lion's head. But what exactly was lion's head? Did it involve preparing a dish from a lion's head? The 4 boys strained their imaginations, unable to envision what such a dish might entail. The mother and her sons soon finished their lunch, and Cheng Wanwan counted out 50 copper coins before approaching the counter to settle the bill. The proprietor was busy calculating, but upon seeing her, he paused, counted the coins, and smiled, saying, "Safe travels, no need for a send-off." Cheng Wanwan did not leave. Instead, she beamed and inquired, "Zhou, have you ever heard of ice powder?" The proprietor's fingers halted. He had indeed heard of ice powder, which had begun to gain popularity in Hiku town a few days prior. Some customers had even requested a bowl upon entering, but he had been too preoccupied to investigate what exactly ice powder was. Cheng Wanwan retrieved a bowl of crushed ice powder from a wooden tub. Though its appearance was unrefined and lacking form, the flavor remained unchanged. She pushed the bowl towards him, stating, "You may try it, Zhou. If you find it satisfactory, we can discuss a partnership to sell ice powder. If not, I shall have to seek out Manager Yang at the Duishan Lu across the street." Upon hearing this, the proprietor's eyes widened in surprise. The Duishan Lu stands before him like an insurmountable mountain, and his lifelong ambition is to surpass it, ultimately becoming the premier tavern in Hiku town. However, the Jixiang Tavern is their ancestral property, while the Zui Xianlu is a chain that originated from Huzhou. He often feels that achieving his goal is an impossible dream. If reaching it proves unattainable, how can he allow himself to be overshadowed so significantly by the Zui Xianlu? As Zhou, the tavern keeper, sipped his cold dessert, his resolve only strengthened, and he proposed, "The recipe for the cold dessert is worth 8 taels of silver. What do you say?" Cheng Wanwan replied. Why do these tavern keepers always seem preoccupied with purchasing recipes? Noticing her hesitation, Zhou raised his offer. How about 10 taels of silver? If that won't do, then 12. That is the utmost I can offer. Zhou suggested. Perhaps we should consider an alternate approach. Chapter 60. Zhao Ergu attempts negotiation. Zhou Zhonggui stood rooted in place, utterly astonished. After listening to Cheng Wanwan's reasoning, he found it remarkably compelling. The ice powder, priced at 2 wen per bowl, could be sold at the tavern for 5 wen, implying that he need not invest heavily in acquiring the recipe nor hire a dedicated chef for its preparation. By merely preparing ingredients such as brown sugar and hawthorn, he could directly sell ice powder at his establishment. With approximately 30 tables and around 100 patrons daily at Jixiang Tavern, if he could sell 100 bowls of ice powder each day, his net profit would exceed 200 won, translating to several taels of silver monthly, a venture that promised assured returns. Setting aside the potential earnings for a moment, the crux of the matter lay in offering something fresh and novel in the marketplace, ensuring that Jixiang Tavern could retain its clientele. Aware that Zhou Zhonggui was intrigued, Cheng Wanwan continued, "However, I must clarify one point. This ice powder is not exclusive to your Jixiang Tavern. As long as others are willing to cooperate with me, I will supply it at 2 wen per bowl." Zhou Zhonggui, growing anxious, replied, "Sister Zhao, please state your conditions." We have a large supply of ice powder. Jixiang Tavern alone cannot consume it all. Cheng Wanwan, speaking candidly, mentioned that she had already formed a partnership with manager Chun of the Nanfushi Academy. Based on her current collection of stoneflower seeds, their establishment could produce at least 900 bowls of ice powder daily. Given the limited market in Hiku Town, she intended to explore opportunities in Ping'an Town and the neighboring Feng Wang Town. Zhou Zhonggui sighed, realizing that with such a modest daily patronage, Jixiang Tavern lacked the stature to warrant exclusive supply. He refrained from pursuing the matter further and established a supply schedule with Cheng Wanwan. Exiting Jixiang Tavern, Cheng Wanwan immediately spotted manager Yang of the Zui Xianlu standing at its entrance. Earlier that morning, he had approached her with an air of arrogance, but now he paced restlessly, resembling an ant on a hot skillet. Cheng Wanwan paused and turned to her 4 sons beside her. "Did you all remember how I negotiated with manager Zhou?" Zhao Dashan appeared bewildered, having retained none of the details. Only aware that they needed to deliver goods the following day, Zhao Ergu spoke up. "Mother, may I attempt to negotiate with the manager of Zui Xianlu?" Cheng Wanwan silently commended Ergu in her heart, recognizing him as the most astute of the Zhao family. Without her prompting, he grasped her intentions. She smiled warmly, saying, "If you succeed in this business deal, I shall grant you 2 wen to spend as you wish." Though 2 wen was not a substantial amount, Zhao Ergu had never possessed such funds. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the ice powder bucket and walked towards Zui Xianlu. Cheng Wanwan remained outside with her other 3 children, observing the street bustling with around 50 shops of various sizes. If they could establish their own shop here, their family would no longer endure the daily toil of traveling from the village to the town and back in haste. She noticed some signs swaying in the wind and called Zhao Sidan over. "Sidan, look at that character. Is it not Zhao?" The sign read, "Zhao Ji General Store," with the character Zhao elegantly inscribed. Zhao Sidan immediately exclaimed with excitement, Yes, that's exactly how Brother Taiju wrote it. I made a mistake yesterday. By the way, Mother, how did you know?" Last time, when Taiju registered the names of those digging the ditch, he wrote Deshan's name just like that. Cheng Wanwan interjected, "Sidan, do you see any characters among these signs that you recognize?" Zhao Sidan now had a task at hand. He glanced left and right, hopping with enthusiasm. "This character is as in Deshan. Over there is the character for mountain. Third brother, look over there. There's a character for cow, that's your name. It seems to be a place selling cows." Cheng Wanwan looked at the eldest and third brothers. "I have memorized the characters Si Dan just mentioned. Did you remember them?" Zhao Deshan, Zhao Sen Miao. Si Dan repeated them once. But how could they possibly remember? At most, they might recall the character from their own names. Cheng Wanwan felt that the eldest and third truly lacked a talent for learning. The second brother had a penchant for arithmetic and seemed to enjoy business, which could be a promising avenue for him in the future. The fourth brother showed an interest in recognizing characters and could easily enroll in a private school. After all, it was essential for the Zhao family to produce a scholar. It would not be surprising if she learned to read one day. As Qing Wanwan pondered, Zhao Ergo emerged from the Zui Xian Lu with a beaming expression. Zhao Si Dan dashed over. Second brother, did you succeed in the negotiations? Qing Wanwan felt the outcome was already evident. The Jixiang restaurant would not refuse the delicacies from Zui Xian Lu. Regardless of the negotiations, this business deal would surely materialize. Zhao Ergo nodded. The deal is done. Manager Yang from Zui Xian Lu hopes we can supply 200 bowls a day. He also has another restaurant in the neighboring Fenghuang town. And we will deliver here. He will arrange for someone to take it to Zui Xian Lu in Fenghuang town. Chang Wanwan produced 2 coins from her sleeve and handed them over. Mother keeps her word. This is a reward for you. Zhao Ergo solemnly placed the 2 coins into his waist pouch. Our family can produce 900 bowls a day. We just finalized 500. I will handle the negotiations for the remaining 400. Chang Wanwan's face lit up with satisfaction. She gently stated, the market in Hekou town is about this size. Next, we should head to Ping'an town to take a look and also inquire about the private school situation. I want to settle this matter today. Zhao Da's ox cart awaited in the shade at the city gate, with Zhao Da reclining on the cart. A straw hat shielding his face, snoring loudly. Uncle Da, Zhao Si Dan playfully shouted. Zhao Da jolted upright from the cart, angrily cursing, Si Dan, you little rascal. Try scaring me again. Zhao Si Dan, grinning, brought out a bowl of crushed ice powder from the wooden bucket. Uncle Da, hurry and eat this. Once you're done, we'll head to Ping'an town. In recent days, Zhao Da had been enjoying the ice powder. Though it wasn't particularly appealing, there was plenty of it, and he could easily consume 2 bowls, feeling thoroughly refreshed afterward. The 5 of them boarded the ox cart, and Cheng Wanwan engaged Zhao Da in conversation. Uncle Da, I would like to discuss something with you. Zhao Da urged the ox cart along. What is it? Starting tomorrow, I will have Ergo and San Yo come to town to deliver goods. Cheng Wanwan smiled and said, I must set out at the hour of the rabbit each day, first heading to Hekou town, and likely making a trip to Ping'an town as well. I shall return by noon. Just think of the copper coins this journey entails. Zhao Da interjected, for 2 people, a round trip would cost merely 4 1. Cheng Wan uncovered her face, bemused by Zhao Da's lack of business acumen. Their family of 5, along with 4 wooden barrels and various other items, filled the ox cart to capacity, and he had never suggested an increase in fare. Initially, the fare to Ping'an town was 1 and even after the destination changed to Hekou town, it remained the same. Such a business model could hardly sustain itself. After a brief pause, Cheng Wanwan clarified, Uncle Da? Perhaps you misinterpreted my intent. What I mean is, during the time between the hour of the rabbit and noon, this ox cart can only accommodate my family. Should others wish to travel to the town, they must take another cart from the village. Zhao Da was an honest man, a fellow clansman of the Zhao family. Trustworthy in her eyes, but she held reservations about others. She did not wish for too many to be privy to her family's affairs. Zhao Da was no fool. He understood her implication. His cart did not see customers every day. He would journey to the town alone if need be, and 5 passengers were no burden either. At most, he could carry 10 passengers, yielding a peak income of 21 for a round trip, transporting Ergo and 3 cattle to Hekou town, then proceeding to Ping'an town with 2 passengers and a cart full of ice powder. He could make his return by noon and still have time to tend to a few hours of farm work. Zhao Da replied, let it be 10 when then. Thus, their arrangement was established. They meandered along the road to Ping'an town, and by now, it was already the hour of the goat, with the sun blazing and few pedestrians in sight. Chapter 61. The county magistrate's special consideration. Cheng Wanwan, accompanied by her 4 sons, divided their efforts into 2 separate paths. Zhao Ergu and Zhao Sanyu ventured to the taverns of Ping'an town to discuss a partnership, while she took Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sidong to the Dikang Academy. Upon inquiring at the entrance of the academy, she discovered that it only accepted young scholars. Although the headmaster was merely an elderly scholar, the tuition was relatively affordable compared to the Nanfushi Academy, amounting to 1 tael of silver per month, with the option to settle debts with grain. The academy comprised only 2 classes, accommodating around 50 to 60 students. With no other private schools in Ping'an town to consider, Cheng Wanwan sought alternatives. The smallest option appeared to be the Wang family S-Clan school, which had limited enrollment and required prospective students to be well-versed in foundational texts such as the 3-character classic and 100 family surnames. A man selling writing supplies glanced at the 2 boys behind Cheng Wanwan and remarked that it would be improbable for a child of their age to be admitted without any literacy. While it was quite normal for a 3 to 5-year-old not to recognize characters, a 10-year-old lacking such knowledge was deemed to possess no aptitude for learning, making it unlikely for any school to accept them, even for a fee. Sighing, Chang Wanwan reflected that Sidong was not devoid of scholarly potential, he had simply been hindered. It seemed that he must first master the basics of literacy at home before attending a private school in the town. Alternatively, she could send him to the Enlightenment School in Xingjia village, but she had no desire to deal with that family of vampires again, effectively closing that door. Mother, I will ask Brother Taiju to teach me, Zhao Sidong declared with optimism. Brother Taiju says that learning to read and write is not difficult at all. I will learn quickly. Cheng Wanwan's lips twitched at the thought. With Zhao Tieju's mediocre educational background, she feared that Sidong might end up straying further from the path of learning. This matter required careful consideration. While she faced challenges, Zhao Ergu and Zhao Sanyu had smooth sailing, successfully negotiating with 2 taverns. However, Ping'an Town was not as prosperous as Hika Town. The 2 largest taverns combined had only reserved 100 bowls, selling a total of 600 bowls. In Hiku Town, the price was 2 won per bowl for 500 bowls, earning a total of 1,000 won, equivalent to 1 tael of silver. In contrast, Ping'an Town charged 1 won per bowl for 100 bowls, bringing in a mere 100 won, barely covering costs. Thus, they would net 1 tael per day. With several family members contributing, it was essential to ensure they were compensated fairly. She needed to calculate the appropriate wages. Offering too little would make her seem stingy, while paying too much could lead to her sons saving money and subsequently spending it in town, which could raise suspicions about the origins of their household grain. As Cheng Wanwan continued to tally the figures in her mind, the ox cart came to a gentle halt at the entrance of Da village. Zhao De needed to ascend the mountain to fetch firewood, so the 5 of them disembarked early, carrying wooden barrels toward home. At the village entrance, a family was repairing their roof. Cheng Wanwan was acutely aware that her own roof had a hole, had it not been for the recent drought. They might have experienced firsthand the discomfort of rain leaking inside during a heavy downpour. She remarked, once we have the means, the first thing we shall do is repair the house. Zhao Dashan promptly nodded, declaring, from tomorrow onward, I shall gather a bit of earth each day. Once I have enough, I can commence the construction of a house. Zhao Erga chimed in, I will assist my elder brother in forming the earth bricks. He later reflected that the reason Shuiqin was reluctant to enter a relationship with him was due to their lack of adequate housing. San Yo was soon to marry as well, and if the woman he admired declined to come because of their living conditions, how heartbroken he would be. He could not allow his 2 younger brothers to fall into the same predicament as himself. Cheng Wanwan understood what earth bricks were. They were molded squares into which a mixture of clay and water was poured, simultaneously incorporating chopped straw or wheat stalks. Once the mixture solidified, the bricks would be removed and dried in the sun, ready for construction. Most houses in Dahu village were built this way, with the Li Jing's residence being somewhat better, as it had stone bricks laid on the floor, yet the foundation was still made of earth bricks. The cost of constructing earth brick houses was minimal. As long as there were many family members, they could gather enough bricks before winter to erect a dwelling. Cheng Wanwan was not particularly keen on living in an earth brick house, yet under these circumstances, building a house with blue tiles was impractical and might provoke envy among others in the village. Even the Li Zheng did not reside in a blue-tiled house. How could a widow with 4 sons afford such an expense? As the 5 of them had not walked far, the sudden sound of hooves echoed behind them. Cheng Wanwan turned around to witness a horse-drawn carriage racing towards them. The driver called out, and the carriage halted by the roadside. As the curtain was lifted, Zhao Li Zheng from Dahu village, full of vigor, leaped from the carriage, while the driver bowed and turned the carriage back. This was Cheng Wanwan's first encounter with an ancient carriage, and many villagers were witnessing one for the first time as well. Those working in the nearby fields abandoned their tasks to gather around, bombarding the Li Zheng with questions. He stroked his beard, his expression serious as he proclaimed, that carriage belongs to the magistrate of Ping'an Town, and the driver is a servant of the magistrate, who specifically sent me back. Ah, the Li Zheng is impressive indeed. The magistrate has sent someone personally to escort you. The villagers marveled at the Li Zheng's capabilities, recognizing that he had gained the magistrate's favor. The Li Zheng, flattered by their compliments, smiled and said, my standing with the magistrate is due to the unity and effort of our Dahu village. Recently, news of our irrigation project from the mountains apparently reached the magistrate's ears. Today, he called me in to inquire about it. In the past, it was a challenge even to catch a glimpse of the magistrate, and now I have the honor of sharing tea with him. The others in the village were envious, eagerly pressing him for details. How old is the magistrate? Is he plump or slender? Is he easy to converse with? This was the Li Zhang's first audience with the magistrate, and his desire to boast was palpable, leading him to answer each question in turn. Once the flattery subsided, Cheng Wanwan finally spoke. Uncle Li Zhang, why would the magistrate specifically inquire about the irrigation project? Is there some arrangement in the works? The boastful heart of the village chief immediately waned. He had not anticipated that the wise woman of the mountains could discern the true intent behind the magistrate's summons. He nodded and replied, in Ping'an town, there are 36 villages, each suffering from drought. The magistrate wishes to promote the excavation of ditches and inquired whether this would be feasible. The villagers surrounding them chuckled. Just because there is water on the great eastern mountain does not imply that other mountains share the same fortune. Even the nearest village, Osmanthus village, has no solution, and the more distant ones fare even worse. The magistrate is merely grasping at straws in desperation. The village chief remains silent, his gaze fixed on Cheng Wanwan, an instinct telling him that the mountain woman would have a unique perspective. Cheng Wanwan turned to her 4 sons, instructing, take these items back and tidy them up. I shall return shortly. The village chief and Cheng Wanwan walked to the large locust tree at the center of the village. The other villagers dared not follow. Since the incident regarding the water ditches, they no longer viewed Zhao Deseo with their former disdain. Who were they to underestimate someone whom even the village chief held in high regard? Chapter 62. Cheng Wanwan's idea as the sun sank low in the sky. The air was oppressively hot. Beneath the sprawling locust tree, there was shade, yet no breeze stirred. After walking for a while, one would soon be drenched in sweat. Cheng Wanwan turned to the village head, who had just begun to speak. In this severe drought, aside from Day Village, other settlements will face complete crop failure. In that case, Day Village will become the target of everyone's ire. The village head inquired, what do you mean by target of ire? Cheng Wanwan replied, is this not the time for humble inquiries? The target of ire refers to the object of collective attack and envy. She continued, the magistrate has advocated for the excavation of ditches, which is a commendable initiative, with only half a month left until harvest. The sooner we can channel water into the fields, the sooner our crops may be revived, allowing us to reap some meager harvest. However, not every village can locate a water source, and finding one is no simple task. I merely wish to ask Daxiangniang how you discovered the water in the mountains. The village head, eager for knowledge, recalled that the magistrate hoped Day Village could send some individuals to assist. Firstly, to help locate water sources. Secondly, to aid in planning the ditch routes. And thirdly, the excavation itself would require manpower. Cheng Wanwan shifted the topic. In recent days, there has been no unusual activity in the village, yet the patrol team seems to have relaxed somewhat. The village head, puzzled by her sudden mention of this matter, nonetheless agreed. Once there is water in the fields, the rice will flourish, but so will the weeds and pests. We must not only clear the weeds and eliminate the insects, but also fertilize the crops. The more fertilizer we apply, the more robust the rice will grow. With so much work in the fields, the patrols have indeed slipped from everyone's priority. Cheng Wanwan spoke gravely, because the benefits of patrolling are not immediately visible. Once the sense of danger dissipates, the villagers naturally become reluctant to contribute. Uncle Village Head, we must always remain vigilant. I believe we cannot afford to neglect the patrols even for a day. We should establish a dedicated patrol team and offer compensation. The village head sighed. Where would the village find the surplus funds to maintain a patrol team? The village's income primarily comes from selling the barren fields. Decades ago, refugees cultivated the wasteland, providing some income, but in recent years, Day Village has seen no newcomers. Every household possesses land, and who would buy barren fields for cultivation? The earnings from decades ago have long been spent on public wells and supporting the destitute. Cheng Wanwan smiled. This ditch excavation presents an opportunity. If Day Village can assist the magistrate in a time of urgent need, shouldn't the magistrate provide some funding? The amount we can apply for depends entirely on your abilities. Uncle Village Head, this sum could serve as initial funding for maintaining the patrol team. The village head was nearly speechless in astonishment. How had Daxiangniang come up with such a clever idea to legitimately procure funds from the magistrate? He had planned to visit the magistrate the next day, accompanied by Erguzi and his 2 ineffectual sons, to assist the magistrate in locating water sources in the neighboring villages, genuinely intending to help without charge. Yet now, He realized that proactively offering assistance could be seen as overzealous flattery. If the magistrate needed his help later, that would be a timely contribution. Moreover, as the wise Mrs. Dasha aptly remarked, the increasing prosperity of Dahu village is likely to incite envy. Thus, vigilance regarding the patrol team must remain steadfast. Following the allocation of funds by the county magistrate, the patrol team was officially established, ensuring that no family in Dahu village would have to worry about their grain being pilfered again. In her entrepreneurial days, Cheng Wanwan had nurtured a technical team. Whenever they proposed a project and drafted a compelling plan, she would endorse it for financial support, funding 10 projects. With the hope that at least one would yield successful development, promised substantial profits for the company. This was a matter of preemptive investment. Now, with a successful case in hand, the county magistrate's investment was assured to yield returns. A mere suggestion from the village head would likely not be dismissed by him. After conversing with the village head, Cheng Wanwan made her way home. Upon reaching her doorstep, she was delighted to see vibrant green sprouts emerging in the yard, indicating the flourishing of the vegetables. Once the crops around the house matured, their meals would no longer consist solely of wild greens. Nearby, 2 hens were foraging with 20 ducklings, while a rooster crowed proudly from atop a pile of firewood. Zhao Dashan had gone to the fields, and from the entrance, she could see her eldest son diligently working in the fields. Zhao Ergu was watering the vegetable patch in the sweltering heat. Constant moisture was essential for the vegetables to sprout and thrive. Zhao Senyu had gone to the mountains to collect firewood, while Zhao Saida had ventured into the fields to gather wild vegetables to feed the chickens and ducks. As the sun dipped in the west, wisps of smoke rose gracefully into the sky, and the golden rice ears swayed in the breeze, presenting a scene as picturesque as an oil painting. At that moment, Cheng Wanwan felt an immense sense of joy. In her previous life, she had toiled alone to establish a company, which was one way of living. In this life, striving alongside her family to gradually improve their circumstances was equally fulfilling. Entering the house, she found Wu Huinyang at the table, diligently chopping vegetables. Upon noticing her mother-in-law's entrance, Wu Huinyang instinctively began to rise. Cheng Wanwan gently pressed her back down, saying, "You should focus on tailoring clothes. I will handle dinner tonight." Wu Huinyang quickly replied, "Mother, I feel much better today. Standing for a while is certainly manageable." Cheng Wanwan insisted, "Enough with your stubbornness. If anything goes awry, we cannot afford a doctor. Once you recover, there will be plenty of opportunities to cook." With that, Cheng Wanwan headed to the kitchen next door. At noon, Wu Huinyang dined alone, content with whatever simple fare was available, as preparing dinner for 6 was no small task. Ever since she could remember, her meals had been in orphanage cafeterias, followed by school canteens, and later, takeout during her workdays, leaving her culinary skills at the level of fried rice. However, she often watched cooking short videos in her leisure time, learning the order of ingredients and essential tips, thus acquiring a wealth of theoretical knowledge. Having spent half a month in this ancient setting, she was well versed in igniting the earthen stove. After using straw to kindle the fire, she would add firewood, allowing the flames to gradually grow. First, steam the corn in a battered pot, and then in another pot, heat some oil before adding the chopped bamboo shoots, stirring them swiftly. The instant the ingredients hit the oil, it spatters onto Cheng Wanwan's hand. But she scarcely registers the pain on her skin as she hurriedly stirs the vegetables, fearful of burning them. After a short while, a dinner is finally prepared, a dish of stir-fried bamboo shoots, a wild vegetable omelet, and 6 bowls of corn rice. The bamboo shoots are slightly overcooked, and the omelet is laden with too much salt, prompting Cheng Wanwan to gulp down a large bowl of water after just one bite. However, the 4 young men and her daughter-in-law exhibit no signs of discontent, consuming the less than appetizing dishes with relish. Once they finish, Wu Huinyang cautiously suggests, "Mother, perhaps I should take over the cooking from now on. I can sit on a higher stool in front of the stove and have Si Dan assist me in monitoring the fire. It should work out fine." It is not that the food is inedible. In these times, anything palatable is rarely criticized. The real issue lies with the wild vegetable omelet, which Cheng Wanwan has seasoned with at least 2 spoonfuls of salt, a precious resource that should not be squandered. Cheng Wanwan shakes her head, replying, "Wait until you finish your prenatal medication in a couple of days. Then I shall entrust the cooking to you. It would be unwise to have someone still on medication preparing meals. She cannot impose such burdens on her daughter-in-law." Yet, her eldest daughter-in-law feels guilty for not contributing, which is counterproductive to her nurturing. After the family is dined, it is Zhao Ergu's turn to wash the dishes. while the others hastened to prepare the ingredients for making ice jelly while there is still daylight. 600 bowls of ice jelly require nearly 6 buckets, necessitating around 3 pounds of stoneflower seeds, a considerable undertaking. Chapter 63. The unromantic and odious man. During the daylight hours, a number of children would come bearing lanterns, with Wu Huanyang tasked at home to receive and settle accounts. Throughout the day, she collected 18 pounds of lanterns. Aside from tailoring garments, she spent her time meticulously peeling stoneflower seeds, a task devoid of technical complexity yet demanding patience and time. Sitting idle, her back and waist ached, and by the day's end, she had managed to peel just over 2 pounds. Cheng Wanwan prepared a large pot of hot water, which was left outside to cool in the breeze, before using it to soak the stoneflower seeds. As the seeds soaked, she continued boiling more water. For the making of ice powder required copious amounts of warm water. A single pound of stoneflower seeds could yield over 100 bowls of ice powder. Zhao Sania was in the courtyard chopping firewood. Most of the freshly cut wood had already been used for boiling water, compelling him to venture back up the mountain for more. Zhao Ergu followed suit, carrying a bucket to haul water, for a significant quantity was required. Once the stoneflower seeds were properly soaked, Zhao Dashan sat before a large wooden basin, vigorously rubbing the seeds to wash away the acidic, gelatinous layer that clung to their surfaces, allowing it to dissolve into the water. Upon finishing her boiling, Cheng Wanwan's next task was to filter the mixture. The ice powder would contain fragments of the stoneflower seeds, which would detract from both its appearance and taste and thus needed to be removed. With all the wooden barrels and basins in use, she called for Zhao Sidong, who was outside cleaning duck droppings. Go to your grandmother's and borrow 4 wooden barrels and 2 basins, and take 2 coins to settle your sister Xiaohua's wages. Today, it was Xiaohua who tended to the chickens and ducks at home, and this payment needed to be settled on the same day. Zhao Sidong, clutching the 2 coins, hurried toward the old Zhao family house. The sun had not yet completely set, casting a gentle light and a hint of evening coolness outside. The members of the Zhao family were gathered in the courtyard, engaging in various activities, chopping wood, washing, mending, repairing farming tools, and foraging for wild vegetables, creating a lively atmosphere. Sidong, what brings you here? Zhao Laodai, the matriarch, was the first to notice him. Why are you in such a hurry? Come have a drink of water. Zhao Sidong produced 2 coins from his sleeve. My mother sent me to settle Xiaohua's wages. Taking 1 coin, Zhao Laodai handed it over to Xiaohua. Receiving the coin, Xiaohua promptly passed it to her mother, Wen Shi, who tucked it into her waist pouch and cheerfully remarked, Xiaohua, this coin will be saved as your dowry. Tomorrow, be sure to gather some extra wild vegetables to feed the chickens and ducks for your aunt. Xiaohua nodded. Mother, I understand. Witnessing this exchange, Sun Shi felt a pang of envy. Though it was but a single coin, it represented money that rightfully belonged to their branch of the family. She bitterly remarked, Sister-in-law is truly generous. It seems she has earned quite a bit, unlike us, who toil in the fields yet barely earn a coin. Upon hearing her daughter-in-law's remarks, Zhao Lao felt a surge of anger. She had admonished her 3rd daughter-in-law time and again, yet she showed no signs of improvement. The elderly matriarch, weary of Sun Shi's complaints, turned to Zhao Sidong. Is there anything else you need? Zhao Sidong nodded. Mother said to borrow 4 wooden barrels and 2 basins. Had this been in the past, Zhao Laotai would have resolutely refused to lend out such household items, fearing they might be misused by the eldest daughter-in-law. During this period, the eldest brother's wife frequently brought food to the old house, her approach to life having become remarkably more open-minded than before, and borrowing items had become a trivial matter. Old Lady Zhao spoke up. De Wang, or Wang, helped Sidon carry the wooden tub and basin over. Sun's brow twitched, and she immediately interjected. Mother, wait a moment. The children's father still needs to fetch water tonight. If we lend out the tub, how will he draw water? Before old Lady Zhao could respond, Zhao Yukai retorted. Didn't we just bring back 4 tubs of water? The jar is full. Do you not have enough? Sun felt a surge of anger. Although Zhao Sidon had not explicitly stated her intentions, she could easily surmise that her sister-in-law intended to borrow the tub for making ice powder, turning their possessions into a source of profit without offering any rent in return. Just as she began to voice her concerns, her husband silenced her. Sun pinched Zhao Youcai's arm angrily and stormed into the house. You foolish woman, what are you always thinking about? Zhao Yukai grumbled, instead of wasting time. Hurry up and weave me a pair of straw sandals. I've got no shoes to wear every day. Sun sat inside, seething with frustration. Her husband was utterly inconsiderate, humiliating her in front of others. Was it merely because she hadn't born a son? If she had a son to back her up, who would dare to look down upon her? Not even the old woman or her husband. Outside, Zhao Yukai continued chopping firewood. Old man Zhao took a puff of his pipe and said, "Lao San, go up the mountain and chop down a fir tree. Fir trees are relatively slender, allowing one person to fell and drag them back. A single tree could yield 3 or 4 tubs." In his youth, old man Zhao had learned carpentry, but his lack of attention to detail and rough craftsmanship had led to his dismissal after just half a year. Nevertheless, he had acquired some rudimentary skills, and crafting wooden tubs and basins posed little challenge for him. Zhao Yukai did not inquire about the purpose of the tree, simply taking his axe and heading out. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he encountered another widow from the village, Zhang. In her 20s, she was still under 30, her clothes bearing fewer patches than before. Carrying a bamboo basket, she approached Zhao Yukai and greeted him. "Zhao San, where are you off to?" Zhao Yukai casually replied, axe in hand, going up the mountain to chop a tree. Noticing his muscular arms, Zhang took a few steps closer. "Zhao San, I piled some firewood on the mountain today. As you know, I'm just a woman and lack the strength to drag it down. Would you be so kind as to lend a hand?" As she spoke, she leaned slightly toward Zhao Yukai, her arm brushing against him. Zhao Yukai stepped back. "It's almost dark. I don't have the time to help you haul firewood. Let us talk about it tomorrow." He quickly ascended the mountain with his axe. Zhang, frustrated, stomped her feet in anger. What an oblivious man. She had been so overt in her intentions. Yet he simply walked away. No amount of stomping would change the fact that Zhao Yotsai's figure had vanished into the woods. Resigned, she continued on her way, soon stopping at Cheng Wanwan's doorstep. She stood at the entrance of the courtyard, approaching stealthily, tiptoeing to peer inside the house. The kitchen was busy with some unknown cooking, while the door to the main room remained closed. Only the sound of voices could be heard, leaving her unaware of the specific activities within. Beneath the eaves of the main gate lay a heap of lanterns, yet to be gathered. Zhang, glancing around, could discern nothing of significance. At that moment, Zhao Sidon pushed the door open and stepped out, regarding her with a look of suspicion. "Aunt Zhang, what are you doing?" A broad smile instantly spread across Zhang's face. "I gathered a few lanterns from the mountain, weighing about 2 pounds. Would your mother be interested?" Cheng Wanwan emerged from the house, took the bamboo basket to weigh it, confirming it was indeed 2 pounds. She returned indoors, retrieved Forwin, and handed it to Zhang. Having received the money, Zhang showed no intention of departing. Chapter 64. Truly becoming a family. Cheng Wanwan stood at the entrance of the courtyard, gazing at Zhang, who, like her predecessor, was a widow from the village. However, while the former had garnered a notorious reputation, this widow was quite the opposite. Her gentle demeanor and amiable nature earned her the villagers' admiration. "Sister Zhao, you are well aware of my family's situation," Zhang sighed. "With 3 daughters and a son, all of them dependent on me for sustenance, I am left to manage alone without a man. Though I am a few years younger than you, I seem to bear the weight of greater years. Life is truly arduous." Zhang continued, "Sister Zhao, might it be possible for you to allow me to assist you in your food business? I would be content with a modest remuneration of 3 or 5 won a day." Cheng Wanwan's expression remained indifferent. 3 or 5 won a day. I could gather lanterns and earn 4 won for just 2 pounds. What would be the purpose of toiling here for such a paltry sum? Zhang's countenance stiffened. "I merely wish to secure a livelihood." Cheng Wanwan coldly declined. She had scarcely interacted with this widow, and thus, she could not entertain the idea of involving an unfamiliar person in her affairs. Turning her back, she retreated into the house, shutting the courtyard door and then the door to the main room, effectively severing all lines of sight. Zhang, incensed, clenched her teeth. To offer to work for 3 or 5 won and still be denied by Sister Zhao felt excessively presumptuous. Was it merely a small venture for a meager profit? Did she truly believe herself on the brink of wealth? As she turned to leave, a hand emerged from the shadows, pulling her behind a large tree. It was Zhao Fuqiao. She wriggled free, muttering angrily, "What are you doing? It is not yet dark. Someone will see us. Why pretend? Was it not you who first pursued me?" Zhao Fuqiao grasped her collar, squeezing tightly. "Shall we go up the mountain or find a secluded spot?" Zhang extended her hand. "Pay me first, or I will not comply." Zhao Fuqiao, grumbling, retrieved a single one from his waistband and dragged Zhang into the wilderness. Soon, heavy breaths echoed through the evening air as darkness descended. Meanwhile, Cheng Wanwan and the children remained occupied, having prepared 3 buckets of ice powder a few days prior. They were now faced with double the workload, fearing they would not finish before the stroke of midnight. The room flickered with torchlight as she meticulously filtered the ice powder. Zhao Ergu joined her effort, believing their combined efforts would hasten the process. Zhao Sanyu assisted Zhao Dashan in washing the ice powder, while Zhao Seiden and Wu Huanyang worked together to extract the stoneflower seeds from the lanterns. In the midst of their labor, a startled cry from Zhao Sanyu pierced the air. "Elder brother, what has happened to your hand?" Cheng Wanwan set aside her work and approached, illuminated by the flickering light. She gasped in alarm. Zhao Dashan's palm had turned white, the skin having been abraded from excessive scrubbing, revealing the raw flesh beneath, though fortunately, there was no blood. For the past 2 hours, his hands had been submerged in the water of the stoneflower seeds, and he had suffered in silence. Cheng Wanwan pressed her lips together in concern. The vision of selling hundreds of bowls of ice powder in a day, yielding a profit of 1 or 2 taels, was indeed a tempting prospect. Yet the reality is that the more they sell, the more wearisome it becomes for the family. Today is merely the first day, and Dajan's hands are nearly on the verge of giving out. Zhao Dajan chuckled innocently. "Mother, I am perfectly fine. It doesn't hurt at all." Zhao Sanyu interjected, "Elder brother, you should tend to other tasks. I can handle this. My skin is tough and can endure." Cheng Wanwan glanced at the wooden basin beside her, where half a pound of stoneflower seeds awaited washing, while each of the brothers had their own basin with half a pound being scrubbed. If these tasks were not completed, they would be unable to deliver on time tomorrow, for she had never been a merchant who compromised her integrity. "Dajan, you shall filter the ice powder," Cheng Wanwan instructed as she exchanged positions with Zhao Dajan. "There must be no trace of black in the ice powder. Please be meticulous." Reluctant, Zhao Dajan could not defy his mother's command. Cheng Wanwan plunged her hands into the basin of stoneflower seeds, initially feeling a refreshing coolness, but soon, a slight ache began to spread in her palms. She opened the marketplace app and searched for rubber gloves, which could be acquired for merely 5 coins. Wearing gloves while washing such items would surely spare her hands from injury. She lifted the wooden basin and remarked with a calm demeanor, "It is too warm here. I shall wash in the inner room." Zhao Dajan hurriedly grabbed a torch to follow her. "Mother, allow me to assist. I am accustomed to this task." Just as he set down the torch, Cheng Wanwan shooed him away. After purchasing a pair of rubber gloves, she donned them and resumed scrubbing, discovering that the pain had indeed dissipated. With swift motions, she continued washing. Upon completing that basin, she ventured back to carry the last remaining half pound into the inner room, her hands mechanically beginning to knead. This was no easy task. Even with the protection of gloves, her fingers ached, and the repetitive motion strained her wrists. Sitting still only added to her discomfort. And after washing all the stoneflower seeds, Cheng Wanwan found herself unable to stand upright. As she exited with the wooden basin, 5 pairs of dark, glistening eyes turned towards her. Zhao Dajan was overwhelmed with guilt. "Mother, I am utterly useless." Zhao Erga suggested, "In the future, this work should not fall to just one person. We 3 should take turns, each handling a pound, so that no one gets hurt." Zhao Sanya nodded in agreement. "Let us take on this task. We cannot allow Mother to endure such hardship alone." Cheng Wanwan felt a warmth in her heart. Initially, she had regarded her 4 sons merely as responsibilities and obligations, yet unexpectedly, they had truly become a family. She would feel compassion for her wounded children, and in turn, the children would honor her as their mother. However, the task of washing stoneflower seeds, while manageable at a pound a day, would surely take a toll over 3 or 4 consecutive days, rendering her hands pale and peeling. The gloves, made of rubber, were a product unknown in this era, leaving her unable to present them openly. Washing 3 pounds of stoneflower seeds daily, divided into at least 6 sessions, all assigned to her alone, would undoubtedly lead her to become the first time traveler to perish from exhaustion. As the market continued to expand, the daily amount of stoneflower seeds washed could escalate to 5 or even 10 pounds, significantly increasing the workload. Thus, it was imperative to delegate this task. However, contemplating whom to enlist for this duty was a matter deserving of careful consideration. As the clock approached midnight, the family of 6 finally completed the preparation of the ice powder required for the following day, and one by one, they collapsed into slumber upon touching their beds. The crowing of the rooster, a vibrant red, echoed across the thatched rooftops, rousing the slumbering village of day. Cheng Wanwan lay in her bed, utterly disinclined to rise. Her arms ached, each movement sending a jolt of pain through her weary body. She cast a glance out the window, where a shroud of gray enveloped the sky, indicating that dawn had yet to break. Perhaps a few more moments of rest would suffice. She closed her eyes once more, surrendering to sleep, until the sound of voices drifted from outside, prompting her to rise and venture out. To her surprise, it was Xiaohua who had arrived. Her back laden with a large basket brimming with wild vegetables and weeds, while she clutched another basket filled with bitter lettuce, which she promptly emptied onto the courtyard floor. Settling onto a dry twig as a makeshift seat, she bent down to chop the wild greens. After preparing half of the batch, she tossed it aside for the chickens and ducks before resuming her task. Cheng Wanwan approached her, saying, "Xiaohua, that's enough. You'll overfeed the chickens and ducks." Xiaohua looked up and replied, "This half is chopped to save for the chickens and ducks to eat later this afternoon. I shall finish shortly." Cheng Wanwan sighed softly. Xiaohua was indeed a diligent child. They had only intended to prepare one meal for the fowl. Yet this industrious girl had arisen so early to gather enough wild vegetables for 2 meals. The modest sum spent was well worth it. It would be unwise to offer her more money, so perhaps it would be best to allow Xiaohua to have breakfast with them. Chapter 65. Ducks in the rice fields. In the early morning, before the sun had risen, a refreshing coolness enveloped the air. Zhao Xiaohua sat in the courtyard, chopping wild vegetables for the chickens and ducks. Zhao Dashan had ventured into the fields at dawn to weed and fertilize. Zhao Ergu and Zhao Sanyu organized the ice powder they had prepared the previous night, ready to deliver it after breakfast, with Zhao Sidon assisting them. Wu Huanyang, unable to stand for long, sat in the courtyard, continuing to cut fabric. She was crafting 2 garments simultaneously. The navy blue one was for Zhao Dashan, while the beige one was intended for Cheng Wanwan, and both garments were nearing completion. In the kitchen, Cheng Wanwan was preparing breakfast, mixing cornmeal with water, adding a chicken egg, and incorporating finely chopped wild vegetables into the mixture. After thoroughly blending the ingredients, she spread the batter onto the pan to cook. With a large family, each person would have 2 pancakes, and with Xiaohua as share, a total of 14 were made. This time, she mastered the heat perfectly, and the pancakes emerged from the pan still steaming and golden. With Zhao Dashan delayed, 2 pancakes remained warm in the pan. Cheng Wanwan called everyone to breakfast. Zhao Xiaohua wiped her hands and stood up, saying, "Aunt, I've finished chopping the wild vegetables. I'll head back now." Cheng Wanwan quickly called her back. "Why the rush? Have breakfast first, and then we can settle today's wages." Zhao Xiaohua waved her hand, explaining that breakfast at her old house would be an hour late and dinner an hour early, resulting in only 2 meals a day. She was not accustomed to eating so early, even though her stomach had been growling for quite some time. With her basket in hand, she was about to leave when Cheng Wanwan hurried after her, first slipping her 2 coins, then handing her 2 wild vegetable cornmeal pancakes. "Aunt, I truly cannot accept this," Xiaohua insisted, flustered. "I only need the money. Let the pancakes be for Brother Dashan and the others." Cheng Wanwan was insistent, and in the end, Xiaohua reluctantly accepted 1 pancake, holding it in her hand. The children inside had already begun eating the delicious wild vegetable pancakes made with the egg-infused cornmeal, relishing their meal and feeling quite satisfied. After finishing their breakfast, Zhao Ergu and Zhao Sanyu set off to deliver their goods. Cheng Wanwan could not help but repeatedly remind them, "Be careful on the road, avoid conflicts, and make sure to count the coins in front of the seller." Any discrepancies must be addressed as she watched the cart sway away from Dahu village. Cheng Wanwan's heart remained unsettled. It is no wonder that there is a saying, "A mother worries when her child travels 1,000 miles." These 2 boys were merely delivering goods to the town. Yet she found it hard to ease her mind. "Mother, come and try on the clothes," Wu Huanyang exclaimed, snipping the thread and shaking out the fabric as she gestured toward Cheng Wanwan. Cheng Wanwan could not help but praise her daughter-in-law's skillfulness. In just 2 or 3 days, a piece of cloth had transformed into a garment. Due to the nature of the coarse fabric, devoid of intricate patterns or embroidery, the attire is rather simplistic, featuring a waist tie that, when secured on both sides, completes the look quite satisfactorily. However, a slight discomfort arises from the neckline, which has been tailored a tad too snugly, causing an awkward tightness. If she had chosen to forego undergarments, this garment would have been a perfect fit. Alas, she could not endure the absence of a bra and discreetly purchased one from the marketplace, washing it with the furtive air of a thief. Cheng Wanwan gestured toward the neckline, inquiring if it could be made a bit looser. Wu Huanyang's complexion flushed slightly as she replied, "Certainly, my dear. I shall make the adjustments at once." Cheng Wanwan removed the garment and donned a patched and tattered outfit once more, ready to commence a day of labor. In a peasant household, regardless of the exhaustion from the previous day, each new day heralds a fresh beginning, with numerous tasks awaiting attention both inside and outside the home. Zhao Sanyu returned early in the morning with a bucket of water. She utilized a ladle to water the plants around the house, and once the vegetables sprouted, she would begin to fertilize them. In ancient times, chemical fertilizers were non-existent. Instead, they relied on organic manure. Cheng Wanwan found this particular task to be beyond her capabilities. But fortunately, with many sons at her disposal, she could easily delegate the work, realizing once again the advantages of having multiple children. While watering the plants, Cheng Wanwan noticed some furry objects in the vegetable patch. Upon closer inspection, she was dismayed to discover 2 deceased ducks among the 20 she had purchased. Judging by the state of the bodies, they had likely perished the previous night, unnoticed by anyone. The fact that no one had detected it was a stroke of luck, prompting her to quickly dig a hole to dispose of the remains and promptly buy 2 ducklings from the marketplace to replace them. The newly arrived ducklings, unfamiliar with their surroundings, wandered about in a daze. The large hen, De Huang, approached from either side and pecked at the ducklings' heads, prompting them to waddle along enthusiastically. Cheng Wanwan observed the small puddle in her yard, where the ducklings often frolicked. Being young, their immune systems were weak, and if one fell ill, the contaminated water could spread the sickness to the others. She noted that 4 of the ducks appeared to be showing signs of illness, and left unattended for another day or 2, they might succumb as well. She accessed the marketplace, purchasing a specialized medicinal powder to combat bacterial infections, which she mixed with some crushed wild greens. "Si-Dan," Cheng Wanwan called out. Zhao Si-Dan, squatting in the main room, was diligently shelling stoneflower seeds, a task that would occupy him for the entire day, requiring at least 3 pounds to be prepared. Upon hearing his mother's call, he sprang up and hurried outside. "Mother, I'm here. Take these ducks for a stroll in the rice fields," Cheng Wanwan instructed. "But you must bring them back immediately once they begin to eat the rice." In her previous life, she had heard of raising ducks in rice paddies, where the water was conducive to their survival and the weeds and microorganisms served as nourishment. The ducks' droppings would provide vital nutrients for the rice. Most importantly, the paddies harbored a small population of locusts, which the ducks adored. If the locusts were plentiful, the ducks would refrain from consuming the rice. However, should the locusts be depleted, it was imperative to return the ducks to prevent any damage to the crops. Zhao Si-Dan, delighted with his new task, eagerly set off to herd the ducks. Cheng Wanwan possessed a total of 13 acres of land, with 5 acres of rice paddies shimmering in the distance, their surface glistening like scattered jewels. 20 ducks, seemingly a multitude in the courtyard, quacked incessantly, yet upon entering the rice fields, they vanished in an instant. These 20 ducks hardly consumed a significant number of locusts nor produced ample droppings. She would need to procure at least 100 more ducks. As she turned, she noticed the 2 large dogs, resembling elderly guardians of an empty nest, squatting silently in the chicken coop. It became clear to her that she must also acquire some chicks. Just as Cheng Wanwan was about to enter the house to attend to her tasks, she spotted a horse-drawn carriage leisurely approaching along the main road of Day Village. It was the same carriage she had seen the previous day. The vehicle came to a halt at the village entrance, and the young driver dismounted, engaging in hushed conversation with nearby farmers. Abandoning their tools, the farmers hurriedly raced towards the Zheng family's home. The carriage curtain was lifted, revealing a middle-aged man clad in satin, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s. With a notably protruding belly, he wore a black gauze hat atop his head, and while no villager, except for the village head, had ever seen the county magistrate, his attire immediately signaled his esteemed presence. Following him was a man in his 40s or 50s, the magistrate's advisor, referred to as the shuri. All those toiling in the fields paused their labor, gathering at a distance to observe, whispering amongst themselves, yet hesitant to approach. Chapter 66. The ascent is easy, but the descent is difficult. As the sun ascended high in the sky, its rays bore down with an intensity that rendered the morning rather sweltering, beads of perspiration cascading down one's back. The village head, adorned in his finest attire, rushed forth, his clothing immaculate and devoid of any patches. His footwear, a pair of neatly crafted navy blue cloth shoes, was a stark contrast to the common straw sandals of the village, and within them, he wore socks, a rarity indeed. Upon sighting the county magistrate, the headman prostrated himself on the ground, adopting a posture of utmost reverence. The villagers, who watched from a distance, instinctively recoiled, bending low to conceal themselves among the rice paddies, fearful of being noticed and compelled to pay their respects. The county magistrate spoke in a calm tone. "Rise, and first lead me to observe the ditches excavated in your village." The headman, drenched in sweat, stood up, his initial intention to meet the magistrate early in the town thwarted by the suggestion of the mountain matriarch to postpone until the afternoon. Who could have anticipated the magistrate and the scribe would visit in person? The headman nearly fainted from shock. With trepidation, he led the way, head bowed. The main path ascended directly up the mountain, known as Mount East, part of the Great River Village. The ascent was not overly steep, and from the midway point, one could gaze upward to see the ditches extending into the valley or downward to behold the crystal-clear spring water gushing into the rice fields. However, the water had been diverted, sealing the inlet, causing the ditch water to flow serenely. "Take me to the source of the water," commanded the magistrate. The headman, obliged to comply, continued to lead the way. The path upwards was not particularly rugged, yet it required effort. The magistrate, being somewhat portly, became winded rather quickly, prompting the attendant to step forward and offer support. The accompanying scribe, equally fatigued, suggested, "Perhaps we should find a few strong men to carry you up, my lord?" This proposition caused the headman great distress. While there were indeed men in the village, there was no sedan chair available for such transport. The thought of using a door plank for the magistrate to sit upon seemed rather absurd, though the villagers would not mind carrying it. The magistrate waved his hand dismissively, inquiring, "How much longer until we reach the water source?" The headman hastily replied, "It will take about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea." For him, this was indeed accurate, but considering the magistrate's bulk and leisurely pace, which was slower than that of a 3-year-old child, it would likely take at least 2, if not 3 cups of tea. The party of 4, with the headman and the carriage attendant moving with relative ease, contrasted sharply with the magistrate and scribe, who were utterly exhausted. At long last, they arrived at the secluded water source, where the subterranean water emerged. Initially, a large opening had been created to facilitate the flow into the rice fields. However, once the fields had sufficient water, the headman ordered that 2/3 of the opening be sealed, allowing just a trickle to flow, thus making water usage for washing and other needs more convenient for the villagers. The scribe, his face alight with wonder, exclaimed, "Such a hidden water source. How was it discovered?" Recently, the county office had even sent individuals skilled in geomancy to investigate. Yet they found nothing. Yet, this unassuming Great River Village has managed to resolve its own water issues. The village elder observed the surroundings. Noting the heavy humidity and the flourishing vegetation, the leaves of the trees were lush and expansive, and the soil beneath their feet was damp. Based on these environmental features, he surmised that a water source could likely be discovered. The county magistrate shook his head, stating, "Look just 20 meters away. The vegetation there is equally robust. Yet no water source can be found. This method can only help delineate a general area but cannot pinpoint the exact location. We lack the luxury of time to proceed with slow trials." Both the elder and the magistrate turned their attention to the village headman. The headman replied, "Do not expect him to know. Even the mountain spirit has not revealed anything to him." After a brief pause, he cautiously suggested, "This matter was inadvertently discovered by a young villager. Perhaps the magistrate would accompany me to his home for inquiries? The mountain spirit possesses all knowledge. It may be best for her to converse with the magistrate." He dared not meet the magistrate's gaze, for the mere sight of him made his legs tremble and his heart race. Thus, the headman led the magistrate and the elder down the mountain. As the saying goes, ascending the mountain is easy, but descending is fraught with difficulty, especially considering that the journey up had already proven challenging for the magistrate and his companions. It took them a full hour to finally reach the foot of the mountain. Wearing new cloth shoes, the headman felt a pang of sympathy for his weary feet. In the courtyard, Chung Wanwan was busy binding dry grass, preparing to kindle a fire for their midday meal. She had noticed the commotion caused by the magistrate's arrival from a distance, but refrained from approaching, burdened as she was with household duties. Upon seeing the group arrive at her doorstep, she hastily stood to open the door. The headman cleared his throat and announced, "Mountain Spirit, this is the county magistrate, and this is Master Yuan." Chung Wanwan lowered her head in respect, saying, "The humble woman greets the county magistrate and Master Yuan. Please, come inside." Queen Yang quickly fetched 3 bowls of water. Wu Huanyang, who was inside shelling seeds, promptly rose to fulfill her mother-in-law's request. Upon stepping outside and catching sight of the magistrate's official hat, she was so startled that her legs turned to jelly, causing water from the bowl to slosh out. The elder noticed the chipped and worn bowl, uncertain of its cleanliness. Just as he was about to decline, he saw the magistrate accept the shabby bowl and drink a generous portion of water in one go. Reluctantly, he followed suit and finished the water himself, finding it surprisingly sweet, perhaps due to thirst or some other reason. After drinking, the headman, regaining his composure, stated, "Mountain Spirit, The magistrate has come to inquire how the water source on the mountain was discovered. Cheng Wanan replied, "It was my second son who stumbled upon it. But this matter cannot be explained in just a few words. However, he is currently busy delivering goods to the town and will not return until later in the afternoon. I fear the magistrate may have to wait." "How audacious!" Master Yuan exclaimed, his brows furrowing. "The county magistrate has made a request. It matters not if one's father is passed. One must comply with the magistrate's summons." The village head was taken aback, instinctively placing himself in front of Cheng Wanan, humbly stating, "Esteemed county magistrate, as Mr. Yuan may not be aware, we are experiencing a severe drought with no rainfall for an extended period. In the villagers' despair, we have finally discovered a water source. With only half a month until the rice harvest, we cannot afford to delay the work in the fields. Even the youngest children in the village assist with agricultural tasks. There is truly no intention to neglect the esteemed county magistrate." The county magistrate turned to Mr. Yuan, saying, "These are honest and upright farmers. It would be wise for you to temper your temperament." Mr. Yuan nodded vigorously. Indeed, you speak true, esteemed county magistrate." Cheng Wanwan was somewhat surprised. This county magistrate appeared to possess a commendable temperament, unlike the avaricious officials she had encountered before. She exchanged a glance with the village head, signaling that it was now appropriate to voice the words from yesterday. The village head immediately became flustered, his mouth opening and closing repeatedly. Yet he could not utter a single word. Asking the county magistrate for money was a venture he had never undertaken. He simply did not possess the courage to broach the subject. Chapter 67. Negotiating with the county magistrate. The village head bowed his head, fixated on the stones at his feet. Cheng Wanan understood well. To the officials of ancient times, the common folk were akin to ants, too intimidated to utter a word. Observing the women and farmers of Dahu village, who typically reveled in the bustle, it was evident that upon the arrival of the county magistrate, they either crouched low in the rice fields or remained behind tightly shut doors. To them, the magistrate loomed like a man-eating tiger. Cheng Wanwan spoke on behalf of the village head. "My second son is a wild lad, often scaling the mountains, and he is quite familiar with Dadong Mountain. Finding a water source is no challenge for him. However, he has never ventured to the mountains surrounding other villages, so locating a water source there would require considerable effort. A day could easily pass in search, and if nothing is found, he would need to return the next day. With so many acres of land to tend, what are we to do?" With Cheng Wanan initiating the conversation, the village head found his courage and chimed in, "This is no issue. Dashiangni can enlist the help of villagers to manage the fields." Cheng Wanwan sighed, "But hiring someone for a day's work requires payment. We are impoverished, unable to produce even a single copper coin." The county magistrate stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "If your son can indeed discover another water source, it would be a significant contribution, and I shall commend him accordingly." Cheng Wanan silently scoffed, knowing that commendations often amounted to mere verbal praise, a triviality that bore little weight. She paused, then added, "From discovering a water source to digging ditches to channel water into the fields. This is hardly a task for one person alone. Dahu village would need to send at least 4 or 5 individuals to assist. It is the busy farming season. Every household has a mountain of agricultural work awaiting attention. Who among them can devote themselves wholeheartedly to aiding another village in the search for water? Should another village find water, while our own rice fields grow overrun with weeds and pests due to neglect, our harvest would surely pale in comparison." Yuan Shiya's anger flared again. "How dare you show such disregard for the magistrate's orders?" Cheng Wanwan stood unfazed. "I am merely speaking the truth. With the autumn harvest approaching, who would willingly abandon their duties to toil for others? Esteemed magistrate, I too was once part of a large family. When we were not separated, we would take advantage of idle moments. When significant benefits were at stake, no one needed to urge us. I could work tirelessly through the night to fulfill any command. Do you not find merit in my words, esteemed magistrate?" The village head was drenched in sweat, astonished at Dashiangni's audacity to speak so boldly before the magistrate. Had he not seen how enraged Yuan Shiya was? Should the magistrate take offense, they would all face dire consequences. This was the first time the county magistrate had witnessed an ordinary citizen articulate such a lengthy and profound response, starkly different from the usual flattery he was accustomed to. He found her words remarkably sensible. While he could issue a command that the villagers would be obliged to follow, it was evident they would not do so willingly. The outcome of a task done earnestly contrasted sharply with one done half-heartedly. In this season of severe drought, while all surrounding towns and villages suffered, only Ping'an town had discovered a water source. This presented an opportune moment for him to showcase his administrative accomplishments. Achievements must be showcased before the esteemed governor. For in a few years' time, during the evaluations, this position may ascend to greater heights. The secretary instantly comprehended the county magistrate's intent and spoke. For every individual assisting in the search for water sources and digging ditches in Dahu village, a reward of 100 copper coins per day shall be granted. The village head's eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness, 100 coins a day, such a remarkable opportunity. One that is rare to find elsewhere. The magistrate is indeed generous. With this money in hand, he could allocate 50 coins per person as public funds for the village, to later pay the patrol team, who would earn merely 2 coins for 2 hours of patrolling. Many would eagerly volunteer. Your Excellency, that is not the intention of this humble woman, Cheng Wanwan said with a look of trepidation. How can one accept payment for serving the magistrate? If no water sources are found, this money would weigh heavily in our hands. The magistrate's lips twitched. He understood her thoughts. She found the 100 coins insufficient. However, it was the first time he encountered such a person and found it intriguing. Moreover, it was natural for a woman who raised a capable son to seek greater benefits. As long as it could enhance his achievements, rewarding a few more coins was no significant matter. The magistrate inquired, "What do you propose should be done?" Cheng Wanwan smiled subtly, suggesting, "If a water source is discovered, Your Excellency shall grant a commendation. If we fail to alleviate your concerns, we shall have no right to claim the silver." How does this plan sound? A smile graced Cheng Wanwan's lips as she calculated. With 35 villages to traverse within 3 days, sleep would elude her for the entire duration. The usually irritable Secretary Yuan cast a few more glances at Cheng Wanwan, astonished that a mere peasant woman could present such an insightful proposal. It appeared he had underestimated the agricultural folk. He exchanged a meaningful glance with the magistrate. The magistrate nodded and proclaimed, "A reward of 2 taels of silver shall be granted for every water source discovered." The village head's eyes widened in shock. Two taels of silver? Their family could barely save 2 taels in a year from farming, including his salary as village head. If they could uncover 10 water sources among the 35 villages, that would amount to 20 taels of silver. My goodness, how did the mountain woman manage to sway the magistrate? Cheng Wanwan smirked. She was in an ancient time where groundwater had yet to be tapped, and where 2 peaks faced one another in a valley, the likelihood of water was high. As long as there were continuous mountains, finding water would not be arduous. The magistrate praised, "Sister-in-law, you are unlike the common farmer. It is no wonder you raised a son capable of discovering water sources." Cheng Wanwan remained modest, stating, "This is all due to my husband's wise teachings. In the years without war, he would return annually to impart many profound principles to our children. Though he has departed, those teachings remain etched in their hearts." The magistrate sighed, realizing she was a widow whose husband perished in battle. No wonder she was eager for the reward. Everyone endures their own hardships. As a public servant, he should indeed show some understanding. Was 2 taels of silver for a water source too meager? Just then, a bullock cart came to a halt at the entrance. Zhao Ergu and Zhao Saniu carefully unloaded wooden barrels, their hands trembling as they made their way inside, their gaze fixed ahead, oblivious even to the magistrate standing at the door. As she stepped inside, she stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. Cheng Wanwan explained, "The 2 sons of the common woman have returned from the town." She asked them to change their clothes before meeting with the county magistrate. Her expression bore a hint of gravity. The 2 boys had returned from their delivery looking pale. Could something have gone awry? Had she known, she would have accompanied them on their first delivery. Pushing aside her worries, she followed them into the house, only to find the boys had locked themselves in a back room. She knocked gently, lowering her voice. "What happened?" Zhao Ergu pulled Cheng Wanwan inside, his eyes wide with astonishment as he revealed a cloth bundle from his bosom. "Mother, it's silver." Cheng Wanwan leaned in to look, and within the bundle lay a piece of shimmering silver. Chapter 68. 100 coins a day. Zhao Ergu and Zhao Saniu were drenched in sweat. Their journey to Haikou Town and Pingan Town was remarkably smooth, and they had managed to acquire a total of 1,100 copper coins. With a heavy pouch filled to the brim, they strolled through the streets, feeling as though every passerby had their eyes fixed upon their bulging waistbands. The palpable danger of theft or robbery loomed over them. After a brief discussion, they decided to exchange 1,000 copper coins for a silver ingot at the local bank. The shimmering white silver was a sight to behold, one they had never encountered before. Although their father had once possessed 20 taels of silver, it had never been in their hands long enough to warm it before being sent to the Chung family. In truth, they had never carried such a substantial amount of money. One tael of silver was tucked safely in Zhao Ergu's embrace, while the remaining 100 coins resided in Zhao Sanyu's pouch. They sat atop the ox cart, hardly moving, their tension manifesting as beads of sweat. Cheng Wanwan observed them with a mixture of amusement and sympathy, finding their navet both humorous and heart-wrenching. She resolved to encourage the four boys to explore the world more, believing that broader experiences would prevent them from becoming the subjects of such folly. Outside, the village head, drenched in perspiration, conversed with the county magistrate. Look how exhausted these two children are. They can barely walk. This family is truly impoverished. Sir, take a glance at their roof, which has a gaping hole that remains unrepaired. 6 individuals are crammed into this dilapidated earthen dwelling. It is a pitiful sight. The magistrate sighed as he surveyed the surroundings. It was not merely this household that struggled. The neighboring ones were similarly afflicted, their roofs thatched with straw. In the event of a torrential downpour, such roofs would offer no protection. The villages under his jurisdiction had descended into such dire poverty. Let us reward 3 taels for the discovery of a water source, he declared. What? The village head's eyes widened in disbelief. 3 taels of silver. Is my hearing impaired? Yuan Shurye opened his mouth but remained silent. If a water source could indeed be found, it would ensure a bountiful harvest, allowing the county to collect more taxes. The grain harvested from a single village would far exceed 3 taels in value, and since this money did not come from the magistrate's own pocket, it was of little concern to him. Before long, Cheng Wanwan emerged from the house with her 2 sons. Zhao Ergu and Zhao Sanya promptly knelt before the magistrate, exclaiming, "We did not see your honor earlier. We beseech your forgiveness." The magistrate waved his hand dismissively, turning to the village head. "Did you not say 4 or 5 people? Summon them all. They may not return for 3 or 4 days." The village head hurried off to gather the necessary individuals. Accompanying him were Zhao Ergu, his own son Zhao Anjiang, and 2 other strong men who had been particularly diligent in digging ditches. As they departed to gather the others, a group of village women surrounded the village head, inquiring, "What is happening? Why has the magistrate gone to the mountains? What news do you bring?" The village head succinctly explained, "The magistrate seeks assistance in a matter. 100 coins a day for Wang Yongqing, Zhao Yugue, and Zhao Anjiang. Come quickly with me." Wang Yongqing was the father of Cheng Wanwan's neighbor, and Zhao Yugue was the father of Zhao Shajian, who had recently become involved with Sun Shuiqing. Envy flickered in the eyes of the villagers as they listened. "In the service of the magistrate, why not summon my husband? He possesses considerable strength and should accompany us." The village head retorted with irritation, "When we were digging the ditches, none of you were the first to respond. While working, you lamented and complained. I cannot take you along. Remain in the village and patrol diligently. Should anyone excel in their duties, I shall think of them first for future opportunities." A few women in the village scoffed, feeling that patrolling without compensation was already a burden, further hindering their own agricultural tasks, and had no desire for their husbands to participate. However, several women heeded the village head's words and instructed their husbands to be attentive during patrols, ensuring they did not perform their duties half-heartedly. The magistrate's carriage, neither large nor small, could accommodate 6 individuals inside, with 3 more seated outside. As it sped towards the easternly family ditch, en route to Lee family ditch, they passed through Osmanthus village. Due to the cramped conditions inside, the carriage curtains were drawn back, allowing the village head to glimpse a throng of people on the hillside across from Dazhongshan and Day village. Zhao Anjiang exclaimed in astonishment. "Wasn't there difficulty organizing the ditch digging in Osmanthus village?" Yuan Shurye sneered. "With a ready water source on the mountain, this rabble lacks cohesion. Thus, the constables must oversee their labor. It is a task Osmanthus village could manage independently, yet they burden the laborers, allowing the magistrate to levy additional taxes under this pretext. For instance, while the standard tax is 1/10 of an acre, Osmanthus village might have to pay 2/10. And those villages requiring assistance in sourcing water could face a tax of 3/10. Should some villages lack sufficient manpower, the magistrate would dispatch laborers from other villages, with the county covering the labor costs, leading to a minimum tax of 5/10 for those villages. Before the carriage had completely passed, a cacophony of curses erupted from Osmanthus village. They had encountered a large boulder while digging, obstructing their path, and a collective rebellion was brewing among the workers. The village head, well acquainted with such matters, promptly ordered the carriage to halt, leaping down and bringing Zhao Ergu with him. Fortunately, the village head of Osmanthus village was reasonable, and with the magistrate's carriage parked nearby, he dared not act out. Zhao, gesturing animatedly, presented his arguments, while the village head of Osmanthus made no rebuttal. hastily sending people to gather firewood and fetch water. Upon returning to the carriage, the village head received an approving glance from the magistrate. He cleared his throat and declared, "This idea was conceived by Ergu's mother. Without her, our ditch in Daya village would not have come to fruition." The magistrate nodded, recognizing the woman as one of considerable insight. Zhao Ergu remained silent, wishing to share that the method for discovering the water source had also originated from his mother. But she forbade him from revealing it to others. His mother truly cared for him, attributing all the credit to him. He vowed to honor her, ensuring she became the envy of all women in the village. The carriage sped away from Daya village, and the village quickly erupted into excitement. A throng gathered at Cheng Wanwan's yard, most astonished, unable to meet the magistrate's gaze. Who could have imagined that the mountain woman could converse with the magistrate so composedly? Indeed, Deshan Yang is quite audacious, showing no fear of the county magistrate. It is uncertain what she discussed with the esteemed magistrate. Cheng Wanwan remarked with a smile, as the fatherly official. The magistrate cannot bear to witness the devastation of so much rice left to wither in the fields. He wishes for Ergo to assist in locating water sources and digging ditches. The villagers expressed their disdain, proclaiming that finding a water source is no simple task, and that Ergo lacks such capabilities. Helping other villages is, in truth, aiding ourselves. Cheng Wanwan continued, "If only our village reaps a bountiful harvest while others suffer complete loss, what do you think the consequences will be?" The gathered crowd fell silent. "What consequences, you ask?" "The consequence of having our grain stolen." Aunt Wang clenched her teeth and said, "Our village has a patrol team. They will not allow such misdeeds to succeed. While the establishment of the patrol team is intended to safeguard our grain, there is no foolproof method to prevent theft indefinitely. We cannot withstand the desperation of those who are on the brink of starvation." Cheng Wanwan spoke softly. "Even if no one were to steal our grain, the town may still levy taxes on our harvest, redistributing it among all villages, which would leave us with nothing but wild vegetables and thin soup." The villagers understood. Today, Hohot village suddenly began digging ditches to divert water from the great east mountain of their village. Most harbored significant objections, yet with the constables present, they dared not cause a disturbance. At this moment, upon Cheng Wanwan's words, they realized they were on the verge of making a grave mistake. Hohot village must secure a water source. It would be best if other villages discovered water as well. Ditches must be dug. Otherwise, when Daya village reaps its harvest, we cannot fathom how many will covet and resent us. Chapter 69. My ducks refused to eat rice at noon. The sun hung high in the sky, scorching the earth with its relentless heat. At this hour, those who had been toiling in the fields returned to rest. Cheng Wanwan busied herself in the kitchen preparing lunch. Ensuring her daughter-in-law was also engaged, she commanded the stove while Wu Huinyang sat on a stool, managing the fire. The oppressive heat made the midday meal of corn porridge, accompanied by a touch of wild vegetables and a fried egg pancake, quite a challenge. The two hens at home were diligent, laying eggs every other day. And with Cheng Wanwan occasionally slipping in a few more, the count had nearly reached 10. Just then, Sanya returned from chopping wood, drenched in perspiration, and swiftly quenched his thirst with a bowl of chilled jelly. Cheng Wanwan set the dishes on the table, saying, "I will go call Deshan and see Dan for lunch." These past few days had seen Deshan preoccupied with business, neglecting the field work. In the sweltering midday sun, while others rested, Zhao Deshan remained laboring in the fields. Wearing a woven straw hat and barefooted, he stood knee-deep in the muddy rice paddies, bent over pulling weeds. With the recent rains, the weeds had flourished, and if left unattended for just one day, they would seize the nutrients from the soil. "Deshan, put on your shoes and come home for lunch," Cheng Wanwan called, tossing the straw sandals onto the ridge. Zhao Deshan chuckled sheepishly. "I'll finish weeding this plot, and then head back." Cheng Wanwan shook her head. "Come back when the sun isn't so fierce. Hurry and wash your hands. I'll go fetch Si Dan." She continued along the ridge, their 5 acres of rice paddies not too much nor too little. After a few steps, she spotted Si Dan squatting on the ridge, foraging for wild vegetables. His basket was brimming with bitter lettuce, and at his feet lay weeds he had pulled from the rice field. Cheng Wanwan sighed softly, her heart aching for these children who were far too sensible. She called out, "Si Dan, lunch is ready. Let us drive the ducks back. You go that way, and I'll stay here." 20 little ducks frolicked in the shallow waters of the rice paddies, occasionally snapping up a grasshopper. Just as they were enjoying their play, the command to return sent them into a flurry of chaos. It was Si Dan's first attempt at herding ducks, and Cheng Wanwan had little experience herself. Mother and son found themselves in a fluster. Suddenly, Aunt Wang from the neighboring field poked her head out, exclaiming, "Oh dear, why have your ducks wandered into my field? Sidan, hurry and bring them back. Don't let them ruin my rice." Sidan rushed over to explain, "Aunt, my ducks don't eat rice, they eat bugs." As if to prove his point, one little duck flapped its wings and landed at Aunt Wang's feet, snatching a grasshopper from her pant leg. In ancient times, grasshoppers were also referred to as locusts, and upon sighting one, Aunt Wang's face paled. "How did locusts end up in my rice field? Where did they come from?" Cheng Wanwan's voice turned somber. "I noticed locusts in the village several days ago, but there were not many, so I bought some ducklings to guard the rice paddies." The little duck quickly swallowed the grasshopper, swiftly moving on to seize another. Aunt Wang recalled the events of last year, when the sky was darkened by a swarm of locusts that descended like ominous clouds. In less than half a day, thousands of acres of rice were devoured entirely. The locust plague was truly terrifying. Even the sight of a few scattered ones drained the color from her face. She had been weeding and had not noticed the locusts had invaded her fields, but now that she was aware, she could no longer turn a blind eye. Catching locusts was no easy feat, yet she had witnessed the remarkable prowess of the little ducklings. Immediately, she exclaimed, "Mountain Mother, where did you purchase those ducklings? And how much were they? I wish to acquire some to keep in the fields. In Pingan Town, there are no ducks for sale, but you can find them in Hika Town. I shall make a trip there tomorrow and bring some back if I can find them." Aunt Wang expressed her heartfelt gratitude and helped to herd the ducklings back home. The three of them worked together, and soon the 20 ducklings no longer dared to flutter about but obediently followed into the courtyard. On the ground lay remnants of wild vegetables that Zhao Sanya had just gathered, yet the 20 ducklings, having feasted in the rice paddies, paid no heed to the scattered greens. Zhao sighed and chuckled, "As long as the ducks feast on insects, they will be well fed. We won't need Sister Shaohua to assist in foraging for wild vegetables anymore." Cheng Wanwan nodded in agreement. The ducks had indeed resolved their daily sustenance. However, Shaohua was a diligent girl whose presence remained invaluable, especially since she was tasked with gathering dry grass daily and binding it into bundles suitable for the stove. Though this chore was simple, it consumed considerable time and might be better suited for Shaohua. The family gathered around for lunch, and with Zhao Ergu absent, Cheng Wanwan felt an unfamiliar void. She wondered if the county magistrate had taken Ergu and the others out for a meal and if Ergu had heeded her advice. She could only hope for everything to go smoothly. After lunch, Cheng Wanwan donned a new outfit. It was the most common and inexpensive type of homespun fabric, slightly abrasive against her skin, yet surprisingly comfortable. Regardless, it was new, free of patches, and devoid of the accumulated grime that came with wear. It invigorated her spirit. She glanced at the 7 or 8 wooden tubs and basins set in the courtyard, deciding not to return them just yet. Instead, she took some ice powder left from the morning and headed towards Zhao's old house. In the sweltering midday heat, the farmers were mostly napping, but the oppressive weather made sleep elusive. Old Zhao sat at the door, chopping wood, transforming a large fir tree into segments over half a meter long. Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yukai were weaving straw mats, their collaboration yielding rapid progress, while the sisters-in-law, Wen and Sun, busied themselves with various tasks. As Cheng Wanwan entered, everyone in the courtyard turned to look at her. Sun's eyes flickered with surprise. Her sister-in-law had donned new attire, the earthy yellow hue enhancing her complexion and making her appear several years younger. A pang of envy stirred within her, and she remarked, "Sister-in-law seems to have struck it rich. Wearing new clothes unseasonably is quite enviable." When glanced over, feeling a twinge of envy as well. During the New Year festivities, she could only acquire new garments. Yet last year's locust plague had rendered the family's celebrations quite dismal, leaving them without new clothes. Cheng Wanwan smiled, for she had money in her possession. Would she truly resign herself to wear tattered attire daily? The purpose of earning money is to elevate one's quality of life, not to dwell in fear and deprivation. Her third aunt jested, claiming that should she amass considerable wealth, she would indulge in exquisite silks and satins. Who among the affluent would still don homespun garments? Cheng Wanwan replied with a calm demeanor, noting that homespun cloth costs merely 2 coins per foot. If her third aunt desired new clothing, it was certainly within her means. Sun, somewhat vexed, reflected on the fact that she had secretly saved over 100 copper coins over the years. Yet the thought of parting with 10 coins to procure fabric for a dress felt akin to slicing a piece of flesh from her own body. How could she bear it? Old Lady Zhao, with a hint of irritation, instructed third daughter-in-law, "There's a basin of clothes in the back. You should wash them. Sun dismissed her with a wave and proceeded to the back room. Chapter 70, Clarity and Brotherhood. Qing Wanwan retrieved the icy delicacy from the basket. During her last visit, her household possessed only 8 bowls. Now, there were 20 new bowls adorning her home, eliminating the need for her to sell on the streets. Each bowl, crafted from white porcelain, was embellished with delicate pink petals, beautifully complementing the pale yellow iced dessert within. The members of the Zhao family relished their servings, each bowl cradled in their hands, their satisfaction palpable. Old Lady Zhao spoke sternly. Chenhua, take the remaining bowl to your mother. Xianghua, wash these bowls thoroughly and return them to the basket for your aunt. After issuing her commands, she turned to Qing Wanwan, saying, as for the items meant for sale, do not bring them here again. 12 bowls of iced dessert amount to 24 1. It would be a waste for us to consume them. The old matron felt a twinge of regret, recognizing the value of the delicacy at 2 per bowl, which she believed she had no right to indulge in. Qing Wanwan smiled and replied, Mother, if I do not bring some food over, I would feel too embarrassed to ask the second and third brothers for assistance. Zhao Yin immediately stood up, saying, Sister-in-law, whatever you need, just say the word, and I shall attend to it at once. Zhao Yukai added, we are family. There is no need for formality. With a sigh, Qing Wanwan explained, preparing this ice dessert is quite tedious, primarily due to the risk of injury. Dasha has hurt his hand, and I cannot allow him to continue with the work. I must seek help from the second and third brothers. You will understand once you accompany me. Zhao Yun and Zhao Yukai set aside their tasks, ready to follow her. In the back room, Sun Shi, who was washing clothes, overheard Qing Wanwan's words and felt an intense urge to rush into the courtyard to prevent her husband from going. Why should her man undertake such laborious tasks? While she empathized with her sister-in-law's concern for her son, she also harbored the same feelings for her husband. Ultimately, however, she refrained from provoking the old matriarch further and stifled her frustration. Qing Wanwan continued, Xianghua, you need not forage for wild vegetables for the chickens and ducks tomorrow. However, your aunt has another task for you. Come after breakfast. Upon hearing that her foraging duty was rescinded, Xianghua felt a rush of relief, and upon learning of another task, her face brightened with a smile. I will heed my aunt's wishes. Having relayed her instructions, Qing Wanwan prepared to return to her task of making the ice dessert. Before she could turn away, old man Zhao called out to her, eldest daughter-in-law, come and see if this wooden barrel is of a suitable height. Qing Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. Upon entering, she had observed the old man handling a tree but had not understood his intentions, nor did she inquire further. To her surprise, he was crafting a wooden barrel and sought her opinion, intending it for her use. Just the previous night, she had contemplated purchasing a wooden barrel and basin. In that instant, her emotions were a tangle of complexity. After her arrival, she had endeavored to foster positive relations with the Zhao elders, believing it would bode well for her future endeavors in acquiring land and building a home. She had never anticipated any form of recompense. Qing Wanwan's smile deepened with sincerity. Father, please make it the same height as the barrels at home, and I will compensate you for your labor. Old Zhao tapped his pipe. Once this wooden barrel is completed, take it to the town. Pay a carpenter to coat it with oil, and it will last for a decade or more. It should be passed down to the brothers Dashan and Ergu. This is a treasured possession of the Zhao family. What need have I for your labor fees? Such reasoning left Qing Wanwan at a loss for words. She graciously accepted old Zhao's kindness, expressed her gratitude, and departed from the Zhao family's old house. In the back, Sun was nearly tearing the clothes apart in frustration. It was one thing for the old lady to show favoritism, but the old man was equally biased. The wooden barrel and basin borrowed the night before had yet to be returned, and now they were preparing to make a new one as a gift. Sun was furious. She stormed into the yard, suppressing her anger, and said, Mother, the water in the jar is nearly gone, and we have no wooden bucket left at home. How are we to fetch water? This implied she intended to reclaim the water bucket. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Sanyu entered through the yard gate, balancing 2 loads of water on his shoulders. Grandma, we still need the water bucket at our place. I'll come to fetch water for you these days. Zhao's grandmother felt a surge of warmth. My boy, you're sweating profusely. Erwang, go fetch a bowl of water. As she spoke, she glanced at Sunday. Sun's face flushed with indignation. She had assumed her sister-in-law was merely borrowing the water bucket, not that she had taken over the water-fetching duty at the old house. Although the distance to fetch water wasn't far, the old house was bustling with 12 people, and the water consumption was significant. It took Zhao Sanyu 4 trips to fill the water jar. He took the bucket back and hurriedly assisted in washing the lantern seats. 3 pounds of lantern seeds were divided into 6 wooden basins, each holding half a pound. After washing and filtering, they could solidify into a bucket of ice jelly. Zhao Yun and Zhao Yukai stared blankly at the mound before them. They had always believed the lanterns were merely boiled or steamed before adding some unknown ingredient to make the ice jelly. To their astonishment, they learned they were to extract the brown seeds from the lanterns, and their task was to wash the lantern seeds. Cheng Wanwan observed them and said, San, this task can be tough on the hands and may cause peeling, so think carefully before proceeding. Zhao Yun shrugged it off. Working in the fields has caused worse, it's nothing. Zhao Yukai hesitated before asking, how is the payment calculated for this work? Zhao Yun was taken aback. Had they not come to help? Why was the topic of payment arising? He nudged Zhao Yukai with his elbow. Cheng Wanwan watched this interaction with amusement. As the saying goes, clear accounts among brothers. Even if Dashin were still alive, I wouldn't let you work for free. This task is more demanding than picking lanterns. It's not just about the risk of hurting your hands, but you must also control your strength. If you crush all the seeds, filtering will become quite troublesome. For every half a pound, you shall receive 5 1. At most, wash a pound. It takes about an hour to wash half a pound, and if your hands stay in the water for over an hour, they will suffer in the long run. She hoped for a long-term collaboration, thus limiting each person to under a pound. Zhao Yun and Zhao Yukai exchanged incredulous looks. 5 1 for half a pound meant 10 1 for a full pound. Cheng Wanwan continued, however, I must establish one condition. Whatever you observe or engage in here, you must not disclose to anyone upon your return. As you are aware, in the culinary business, it is particularly detrimental for recipes to be leaked and subsequently imitated. Such occurrences could jeopardize our enterprise. Zhao Yun immediately affirmed, even if the old lady inquires, I shall not utter a single word. Zhao Yukai nodded vigorously. Even if my wife were to tug at my ear and interrogate me, I would keep it buried in my heart. Once the terms were settled, the two men commenced the delicate task of washing the ice powder. Being novices in this endeavor, they approached the task with great caution, which inevitably prolonged the process. After 2 hours, they had finally completed the washing of the 2 basins of ice powder. Cheng Wanwan scrutinized the finished product and deemed it satisfactory. She promptly compensated them, paying each a modest sum of 10 1. With 10 copper coins nestled in their palms, Zhao Yun and Zhao Yukai walked with a buoyant gait, feeling as though they were floating. Upon returning home, they remained in a state of disbelief, almost as if they were in a dream, particularly for Zhao Yun. The notion of earning money through assistance had never crossed his mind. Thus, this 10 1 felt akin to a windfall. Chapter 71. Sun is the only oddity. Madame Zhao sat beneath the shade of a tree in the courtyard. Upon noticing her 2 foolish sons entering, she scolded them with irritation. Have you both been drinking, or are you simply still half asleep? Zhao Yun produced 10 copper coins from his pocket, declaring, Mother, this is the wages from elder sister-in-law. Zhao Yukai swallowed hard and added, the task was quite simple. Elder sister-in-law was rather generous to give 10 coins. Sun immediately leaned in, her voice cold. Simple? Look at these hands. The thick calluses are turning white. If I continue for a few more days, my hands will be rendered useless. 10 coins wouldn't even suffice for medicine. Very well, Madame Zhao nodded. You, the 3rd son, shall not go to your elder sister-in-law's tomorrow. I will find someone reliable to take your place. Sun forced a dry smile, saying, Mother, I merely voiced a few complaints. I do not genuinely resent elder sister-in-law for giving so little. Agricultural work can injure one's hands, and chopping wood sometimes leads to cuts. Such labor is hardly worth 10 coins. Typically, Madame Zhao would confiscate half of the earnings, leaving them with the remainder as their personal savings. Madame Zhao took 5 coins from each of her sons and instructed in a calm tone, while assisting your elder sister-in-law, do not neglect the farm work. Take a brief rest and return to the fields. The heat is less oppressive now, making it somewhat more pleasant to work. Sun pulled her husband back to their room, inquiring meticulously, what did elder sister-in-law ask you to do? Your hands are in such a state. What were you washing? Zhao Yukai rubbed his ears. Elder sister-in-law instructed me not to speak of it. Sun felt a pang of resentment. It seemed elder sister-in-law was fearful that she might learn the method. If he would not divulge, she could still deduce the matter. Lantern vines, brought back by Chunhua, lay piled under the eaves. Later, she could pluck the lanterns one by one and take them to elder sister-in-law in exchange for money. Sun picked up a lantern and toyed with it in her hands. Previously, she had secretly boiled 2 lanterns. Once cooked, their essence was unrecognizable. The outer layer of the lantern was thin and would easily break when washed in water. Once peeled, It revealed brown and black seeds inside. She held the seeds to her nose, finding them entirely unrelated to the taste of ice powder. Yet, the lantern consisted of only these two parts, either the outer skin or the inner seeds. Sun stood pondering under the eaves. Meanwhile, one was conversing with Zhao Yun. She carefully tucked away her 5 coins in a hidden hole beneath the bed, advising, "Elder sister-in-law permits you to do this work because we share the Zhao surname and her family. You must perform diligently. Do not be lazy." Cheng Wanwan and several of her sons were still busy. Although Zhao Yun and Zhao Yukai had shared the burden of 2 pounds of stoneflower seeds, 1 pound remained to be processed. She and Zhao Sanyu each washed half a pound. The ice powder, formed from the rinsed seeds, needed meticulous filtration before being placed into wooden barrels, a task requiring patience and care that Zhao Sanyu could not manage. Cheng Wanwan was left to undertake it alone. Gradually working through the process, she feared that as the business expanded, her workload would only increase, a bittersweet struggle. By the time the sun began to set, 6 barrels of ice powder were finally completed. She then stirred in a small amount of sweet potato starch, marking the successful completion of her labor. Before darkness fell, the main tasks were completed, allowing the entire family to enjoy a night free of toil. Cheng Wanwan, feeling the strain in her weary back, rose to prepare dinner. As she reached the doorway, she spotted a figure hunched over in the yard, peering about. Frowning, she called out, "Aunt San, what are you up to?" Sun was startled, immediately straightening her posture and clearing her throat. "I came to deliver lanterns." "Higi, has T, the eldest sister, eaten yet?" Cheng Wanwan approached and opened the gate to the yard. She glanced at the basket in Sun's hands, which contained not lanterns, but rather peeled stoneflower seeds. A flicker of concern crossed her brow. Had the third brother been so unreliable as to leak their affairs upon returning home? Sun lifted another basket from the ground, filled with the outer husks of the stoneflower seeds, brimming to the top. "Dear sister, this is all a waste from the winter flowers," Sun sighed. "With nothing to do, I peeled all the lanterns under the eaves. These seeds are scattered everywhere, and I wasn't sure if you wanted the outer husks or the seeds inside, so I brought them all separately." Cheng Wanwan discerned the underlying meaning. It seemed Zhao Yukai was not as foolish as he appeared. Otherwise, Sun would not have gone out of her way to probe. Nevertheless, Sun did possess a measure of cleverness. Her curiosity about the ice powder recipe led her to this endeavor. The notion of using stoneflower seeds as an ingredient for ice powder was not a closely guarded secret in modern times, yet not everyone could successfully craft it. Sun's ability to be the first to discover this hinted that others might also piece it together. Since it was no longer a secret, there was no need for concealment. Publicly acknowledging it could even provide her with an additional means of income, easing the burdens on her family. Cheng Wanwan smiled. "Truly, Aunt San, you have worked hard. We were going to peel them ourselves anyway." She weighed the stoneflower seeds along with the outer husks, totaling 2 jin, and produced 4 copper coins to hand over. Sun, taking the coins, showed no intention of leaving, even with the knowledge that the seeds were the key ingredient. She remained uncertain about how to transform them into ice powder. With a sheepish grin, she proposed, "Sister, I see you're busy all day. Peeling lanterns must take considerable effort. Why not let me help you with the seeds? You can set my wages." Cheng Wanwan's lips curved into a wry smile. "Peeling 10 jin of lanterns for just 1 coin?" Sun eagerly nodded. Yes. But soon after agreeing, she regretted it. Having just peeled 2 jin took her nearly half an hour. 10 jin would require most of the day, yielding only a single coin, an arrangement that seemed tantamount to working for free. However, she reasoned that if she could spend a day or 2 at her sister-in-law's home, she would surely glean the secrets of making ice powder and could then sell it herself. Cheng Wanwan understood Sun's intentions all too well. Among the Zhao family, with its many members, there was this singular eccentricity which she could tolerate. Although Sun was rather calculating, her bond with Zhao Yukai appeared strong, suggesting they would remain together for life. This meant that as long as Sun stayed in Day Village, she would be inextricably linked to her sister-in-law. Rather than endure Sun's daily intrusions, it would be wiser to assign her some tasks to keep her occupied. Cheng Wanwan spoke. "Our yard is rather narrow, so my third aunt may need to prepare the lanterns over at the old house and bring them over." Sun's expression instantly turned sour. For a mere penny, she was expected to labor without the opportunity to learn the craft. Such a losing proposition was not one she would entertain. Cheng Wanwan continued. "I plan to ask my second aunt to help me collect the lanterns. Once they are gathered, we'll store them at the old house, and I'll trouble my third aunt to help peel them. However, offering just 1 penny for 10 jin truly is too little. How about 2 jin for a penny instead?" The sudden shift from 10 Gene for a penny to 2 Gene for the same price left Sun momentarily speechless. Initially, she had intended to inquire about the recipe for ice powder, yet now she realized that peeling lanterns could be quite profitable. The task was not arduous. One could do it sitting or reclining, and she could even enlist Donghua as assistance. It was estimated that her sister-in-law could collect 20 to 30 Gene a day, translating to 10 to 15 pennies once completed. Sun eagerly agreed to the arrangement. Ching Wanwan's lips curled into a knowing smile. This was a predicament of Sun's own making. She closed the yard gate and, alongside Sun, proceeded to the old residence to discuss the lantern collection with one. Chapter 72. The Unrelenting Sun Family. As soon as Cheng Wanwan opened her mouth, one immediately accepted the offer without even inquiring about the wage. In the morning, she would toil in the fields, pulling weeds and fertilizing, while the afternoons were mostly spent attending to trifles at home, including the seemingly simple task of gathering lanterns. Cheng Wanwan cheerfully proposed, "How about I pay you 2 Wen for a day's work?" Upon hearing this, Sun's eyes gleamed with a hint of smugness. Her sister-in-law toiled diligently without bargaining, and now the elder sister was imposing her terms, offering a mere 2 Wen for assisting in lantern collection. TSK. She could earn at least 10 copper coins from peeling lanterns in a single day. Old Lady Zhao abruptly pulled Cheng Wanwan aside, exclaiming, "Do you consider yourself a wealthy benefactor? Splurging on wages here and there, no amount will suffice for your generosity." Cheng Wanwan replied, "Mother, how could I allow myself to incur losses? Rest assured, I will not suffer." The harvesting fee for 10 Gene of lanterns amounted to 21, peeling yielded 5 Wen, and washing cost 25 Wen, totaling 50 Wen. While this seems considerable, from 10 Gene of lanterns, one could produce 5 buckets of ice powder, approximately 4 to 500 bowls, yielding her a profit of 8 to 900 Wen. Thus, this labor cost was but a trifling matter. Such an expensive labor would be inconceivable in modern society. She realized that rather than exhausting herself in secretive toil, it was far wiser to enlist help. Together, they could earn, leaving no time for anyone to scheme against another. At this moment, several villagers passed by, and Cheng Wanwan casually called out to them, "In the future, please bring your lanterns here. The price remains the same." The villagers returned home to relay the message, and soon enough, someone delivered the lanterns gathered by their children during the day. One retrieved the scales from home, pocketing the 40 Wen that Cheng Wanwan had just given her, and began her first lantern collection. The process was straightforward, money exchanged for goods, and it was completed in an instant. The collected lanterns were delivered to Sun, who sat on a low stool, commencing the peeling of lantern seeds. Initially, she felt quite pleased with herself. However, as time passed, her smile faded. She remained seated, peeling lanterns, unable to accomplish any other tasks. In contrast, her sister-in-law could finish one person's lanterns and then seamlessly continue weaving straw sandals and mending clothes, managing both without delay. Meanwhile, Sun's hands were tirelessly engaged in peeling seeds. Old Lady Zhao reminded them from the side, "You earn your pay through work, but household chores must also be attended to. Third daughter-in-law, it is your turn to fetch water." Reluctantly, Sun had to set aside her lantern peeling to go boil water. She instructed Chunhua and Donghua to assist with the peeling, but Donghua, being young, could not sit still and soon ran off to play. Chunhua, the eldest among the maids, was frequently tasked by the old lady with various chores, making it difficult for her to remain focused on the work at hand. That evening, when effortlessly collected 25 Gene of lanterns and, after settling the accounts, retired for the night. In contrast, Sun sat by the bedside, grappling with the 2 maids in peeling, laboring until the midnight hour, yet barely managing to peel half of the lanterns. The following day, Sun arose with dark circles under her eyes, and her 2 daughters appeared equally listless. Though they had not rested well, they could not afford to sleep in, as the morning sun was not yet too harsh. She resolved to head out to the fields to pull weeds. However, with the lanterns still unpeeled, she could only instruct her daughters to prepare some snacks. When CHWN rose and began tidying up the courtyard, she spotted Sun hurriedly making her way toward the fields, her demeanor reflecting a sense of urgency. CHWN chuckled softly, realizing that it would take at least 5 or 6 hours to peel over 20 pounds of lantern grass, even with the help of Nu and Dingo. Half the day would pass in no time, and with Sun preoccupied, it was unlikely she would cause any trouble in the near future. However, CHWN underestimated Sun audacity. After finishing weeding her 2 acres of land, Sun Sh lingered at Chingwn's doorstep. Noticing Zhao Da's ox cart parked outside, she began to inquire with varying degrees of subtlety. Your third aunt is idle, Chingwn remarked nonchalantly, urging her. Have you finished peeling the lanterns from yesterday? I need them here, and if your third aunt cannot manage, I will ask an Ichun for assistance. My business cannot afford delays. Sun Sh instantly replied, It will be done shortly. I will have Nu bring it over. She hurried back home. Recognizing that although the task was tedious and time-consuming, it was also quite profitable, and she was unwilling to let it slip to Wang Auntie. Upon returning, she found Sh leisurely mending clothes for the children, which stirred a sense of bitterness within her. Her sister-in-law could earn a couple of coins merely by collecting lanterns, an amount that seemed effortlessly acquired, whereas for her, earning the same was a formidable challenge. The comparison only deepened her frustration. Yet, she dared not voice her grievances. Should her elder sister-in-law truly deny her work, she would earn not a single coin. With a sigh, Sun Sh began preparing breakfast, knowing she must complete the morning meal for her entire family before attending to her own tasks. Chingwn's family had already eaten early. The previous night, Zhao Ergu had not returned, and a mother's heart like hers remained unsettled. Unbeknownst to her, she had come to regard these young boys as her own sons, worrying about their hunger, their warmth, and their safety from bullying outside. With Zhao Ergu absent, Chingwn and Zhao Sni set off to the town to deliver goods. 6 barrels of ice powder were loaded onto the ox cart, with mother and son sitting on either side. The cart first headed to Pingan Town, delivering half a barrel to each of the 2 taverns, before proceeding to HKU Town, starting with the taverns opposite each other, and then moving on to the academy. By the time they finished their deliveries, it was still before noon. Chingwn asked Zhao to wait at the city gate while she took Zhao Sni for a stroll. She intended to purchase some chickens and ducks, as Wang Ani had requested her to bring back some ducks. Sure enough, there were vendors selling poultry on the street, including the same man from before. Upon seeing Chingwn, he eagerly called out, I have chickens and ducks for sale at a bargain. 8 coins each. Choose as you like. The males are free. 2 cages housed 40 to 50 chickens and ducks each, chirping and quacking incessantly. This batch appeared much livelier than the last, though the price had increased by 2 coins. Chingwn began to haggle, stating, I will take all the ducks and 20 of the chickens. Please offer me a fair price. The man sighed deeply, lamenting, these chicks and ducklings have been nurtured for a few extra days. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so robust. I must account for the grain they have consumed over the past few days. 8 coins for one is indeed quite reasonable. However, since you, dear sister-in-law, are a loyal customer, I wish to foster ongoing patronage. How about 7 coins each? What do you say? Furthermore, if you happen to acquire roosters or drakes, I shall not require a refund. 6 coins each. Chang Wanwan shook her head, declaring, if it is too expensive, I cannot afford it. We barely have enough food for ourselves at home, let alone raising chickens and ducks. Never mind, I shall not purchase them. She feigned a departure. The man, feeling helpless, called her back, saying, it is evident that you genuinely desire them. Very well, let us settle on 6 coins each for all of them. And you may take the chicks as well. The few remaining will not be sought after by others, will they? Thus, after much negotiation, the price was agreed upon. 50 ducks and 39 chicks were procured, with Cheng Wanwan parting with an additional 2 coins to acquire 2 cages as well. Once the transaction for the poultry was concluded, Cheng Wanwan set forth towards the vendor of ink, paper, and brushes. Chapter 73. Purchasing Qing Zhao's manuscript in ancient times. The annual expense of raising a scholar amounted to no less than 20 taels of silver. The cost of educational materials was exorbitant. A single inkstone could fetch 3 to 4 taels of silver, while even the most inexpensive brush approached 101. Cheng Wanwan, accompanied by Zhao Sanyu, wandered through Dihatang, her tongue clucking in disbelief. Previously, she had regarded her modest savings of 120 taels as a fortune, yet upon witnessing the prices of these scholarly supplies, she realized that her savings were but a pittance. Once Erden commenced his studies, this amount would scarcely last a few years. Zhao Sanyu gasped in astonishment at the exorbitance of the items on display. A plain, unassuming object commanded a price of 4 taels of silver. For his family, 4 taels could procure sustenance for several years. Overwhelmed, he felt a strong urge to escape this realm of unattainable luxury. Cheng Wanwan urged him to remain composed. turning her attention away from the ink and paper to the books displayed on the shelves. Since she intended for Erden to attend school, it was imperative to acquire an introductory book to facilitate his learning. The shelves were lined with hand-copied texts. Even these manuscripts were not inexpensive, and their prices varied significantly. For instance, the three-character classic could be found for as little as 51 or as much as 201. As she compared two volumes, she noted that the cheaper version featured rigid characters, lacking the grace expected of brushwork, while the more expensive edition boasted exquisite calligraphy, clearly the result of diligent practice. Vibrant and powerful, with strokes that seemed to transcend the paper. Such artistry surely served to inspire a love of learning. Without hesitation, Cheng Wanwan opted to purchase the more refined version. The proprietor of Dihatang, unable to restrain his admiration, remarked, "This lady possesses exceptional taste." This edition of the three-character classic was transcribed by the finest student at the Nanfuch Academy. In addition to the text, it includes the student's insights, making it perfect for a child at the beginning of their educational journey. As Cheng Wanwan flipped to the final pages, she discovered 3 sheets filled with detailed annotations and personal reflections, culminating in a signature, Cheng Zhao. To her astonishment, her first book purchase was a manuscript copied by Cheng Zhao himself. What curious fate had brought her to this moment? The proprietor stroked his beard thoughtfully. Cheng Zhao is an exemplary student, hailing from a humble background, never complaining, and earning his keep through transcription. The headmaster of the academy has mentioned that he is likely to excel in the upcoming county examination. Cheng Wanwan said nothing further. She paid for the book and exited Dihatang. Zhao Sanyu occasionally glanced at the book nestled at the bottom of her basket, his expression contorted in worry. It was all over. From this day forth, they were to begin their studies. He struggled with arithmetic and memorizing characters. Would his mother come to disdain him? Though he had no desire to learn, he understood that his mother favored children who loved reading. Their elder cousin was well-read, which earned him her affection. If they both failed to excel, would she once again allocate the family's funds to support their cousin's education? Resolutely, Zhao Sanyu resolved in his heart that he must force himself to learn, even if it was against his will. If Erden could remember, then so could he. If one day proved insufficient, he would dedicate additional days, 3, for days to learn a single character. He refused to believe it could not be etched in his mind. After purchasing the books, Cheng Wanwan took a stroll around the county office, only to find the grand entrance firmly shut, indicating that the county magistrate had not returned the previous night. Upon her arrival back at Day Village, it was still before noon, and Wu Huanyang had already prepared lunch. Over the past couple of days, the steady consumption of prenatal herbs had significantly improved Wu Huanyang's health, allowing her to cook without difficulty. The table was adorned with a simple yet delightful bowl of cornmeal dumpling soup, accompanied by a dish of sauteed wild greens and a plate of boiled eggs. After cooking, 1 egg was sliced into 6 pieces, providing each person with a small portion. Although the meal appeared modest, it was a rare feast in Day Village. While others were still sipping on wild vegetable soup and watery rice porridge, their family was well fed and content. As noon approached, Mrs. Sun delivered the 20-odd lanterns she had peeled the previous day. Cheng Wanwan settled the accounts with her on the spot. Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yukai arrived to wash the stoneflower seeds during the hottest part of the day, and the household became busy once again. Mrs. Sun had initially hoped to sneak in and learn a bit, but was called back by Wenshur to continue peeling the stoneflower seeds, leaving her no choice but to return. With their newfound experience, Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yukai quickly completed their tasks, casting glances at the sun still hanging high in the sky, knowing that working in the fields would be sweltering. Thus, they synchronously requested to increase their workload. Cheng Wanwan observed their hands. Although they had become pale from soaking, they bore no signs of peeling. She entrusted the stoneflower seeds meant for herself and Zhao Sanyu to the two, and soon, 3 pounds of seeds were thoroughly washed. Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yukai each earned 15 won. Seated beside a large wooden basin, Cheng Wanwan filtered the ice powder and looked up at Zhao Sidong, who had just returned with the ducks. Go to the village head's house and call for your brother Taiju, she instructed. Zhao Sidong obediently replied. Brother Taiju is likely not at home. He has gone up the mountain to forage for wild vegetables. At that moment, Aunt Wang's bright voice resonated in the yard. Dashinyang, are you there? Cheng Wanwan set aside her tasks and stepped outside, pointing to a group of ducks in the courtyard. Today, I bought 50 ducks at 6 won each. Mudfish Nyang can choose how many she wants. The lively ducks were full of energy, and Aunt Wang casually grabbed 20 to take back to her own yard, planning to let them forage in the fields for locusts later. Cheng Wanwan surveyed her yard. half of which was a vegetable garden flourishing with growth. In front of the garden was a small pond initially prepared for the first 20 ducks. But with the growing flock, it had become redundant. The other half of the yard served as a pen for the chickens and ducks, housing 2 large hens, 1 rooster, 50 ducklings, and 39 chicks, their cacophony of sounds echoing in the air. Previously, with fewer fowl, maintaining cleanliness was manageable. Now, with such an increase in poultry, the mixed rearing of chickens and ducks during the hot summer posed a risk for avian influenza, necessitating a heightened focus on hygiene. Cheng Wanwan instructed Zhao Sanyu to chop wood and sent Zhao Sidong to gather dry grass, planning to construct a chicken coop and a duck pen upon Zhao Dashan's return. Chickens and ducks should be raised separately, confined to designated areas, and occasionally allowed to roam, which benefits their growth and enhances the sanitary conditions of the household. The market offers various antiseptic solutions for poultry. However, she has no intention of utilizing those commercial products. Aunt Wang, who also raises ducks, will inevitably seek her advice, a matter she finds difficult to address. After some contemplation, she recalled hearing in the news that Wadash could also serve as a disinfectant for poultry, providing a safeguard against avian influenza. She turned and entered the house, purchasing a relevant book from the market and meticulously studying it in private. The methods were straightforward, and she grasped them with a single reading. Cheng Wanwan instructed Wu Huanyang to mix all the Wadash with water and boil it, allowing the liquid to cool before filtering out the residue. The resulting solution, when evenly applied to the areas frequented by the chickens and ducks, would effectively prevent the onset and spread of diseases. Chapter 74. The innate goodness of humanity as the day's hustle and bustle gradually drew to a close. Cheng Wanwan felt a profound sense of fulfillment. She had accomplished numerous tasks, each imbued with significance. Wu Huanyang had already begun preparing dinner, while Zhao Sidong was in the yard counting ducks, a task suggested by Cheng Wanwan to help him practice his counting skills. Just as he finished counting, Zhao Sidong pointed towards the mountains and exclaimed, "Mother, I see Brother Taiju coming down. Should I call him over?" Zhao Taiju was the eldest grandson of the village chief. Age 12. Previously, he had been sent to the town to serve as an apprentice under the shopkeeper, but for reasons unknown, he had ceased his studies. He was widely regarded as the most knowledgeable child in Day Village. Having gathered a basket full of wild vegetables, ferns, purslane, dandelions, it was evident that he was no idle child. Upon entering the yard and spotting Cheng Wanwan, he felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. In the past, when he had come to invite Sanyo and see Dan to play, he had been sternly reprimanded by Zhao Debajia. Thus, he was not particularly eager to visit. Cheng Wanwan endeavored to present a gentle smile. "Taiju, come here. Your aunt has a question for you." Zhao Taiju approached slowly, intending to mention that his family was waiting for his return. However, as he looked up, he witnessed Wu Huanyang retrieving an egg from the chicken coop and, right before his eyes, cracking it into a bowl, clearly intending to fry an egg. Unable to resist, he licked his lips. The last wild chicken his family had found turned out to be a rooster, which could not lay eggs. His grandmother was reluctant to kill it for a meal, so he had not had an egg in quite some time. Cheng Wanwan, beaming with curiosity, inquired, "Taiju, being a literate child, have you ever read the 3-character classic?" Zhao Taiju immediately nodded. "I know the 3-character classic. The shopkeeper's son recited it daily at the store, and I learned a bit from him." Cheng Wanwan nodded in satisfaction. As long as someone possessed knowledge, she could swiftly learn from them and subsequently teach her 4 sons. She retrieved the 3-character classic from inside the house. "Then, read it to me. In the beginning, human nature is inherently good, and human natures are similar." At first, Zhao Taiju read quite fluently, having memorized parts of it, but as he progressed, he encountered unfamiliar characters and stumbled, reading one word at a time. The 3-character classic consists of over 300 short phrases, encompassing more than 1,000 characters. To master it signifies the commencement of one's education. Cheng Wanwan observed that Zhao Taiju could read approximately 30 phrases. He managed to reach Xiang Jioling, where he stumbled upon characters he did not recognize. After that, he could continue with 1 and 10, 10 and 100, albeit with slight difficulty. For an average child aged 3 to 5, it would take a month to learn these characters. They would focus on them for the time being. Cheng Wanwan encouraged him. "Taiju, you are truly remarkable. No one in Day Village can recite the 3-character classic like you." Zhao Taiju raised his chin confidently. "Actually, it's quite simple." He then proposed. "How about this? You teach me 1 line each day, and I'll give you an egg in return." Zhao Sanyu, filled with excitement, realized that it was his mother who wanted to learn, not them. This was splendid news, truly splendid. Zhao Taiju swallowed hard and added, adults must not deceive children. Sheng Wanwan smiled and said, what would I deceive you for? Today, I'll give you an egg, provided you teach me the first 2 lines. She retrieved an egg from the room and handed it to Zhao Taiju. Fearing her change of heart, he quickly concealed the egg within his clothing and promptly declared, the first line is Ren Shi Chu. Although he was unfamiliar with the character Chu, he recognized its pronunciation. During the previous registration, a villager's name had contained that character, and he had drawn a circle around it. This time, he silently noted the character, writing it several times in his palm. Determined to avoid drawing circles in the next name registration, after teaching that line, he hastily departed, thinking it was a remarkable bargain to earn an egg for merely uttering a sentence. Sheng Wanan thought to herself, in my understanding, Ren Shi Chu. Xing Bin Shan constitutes a single phrase. This fellow has played her for half an egg. Tomorrow, he must teach her another line. Zhao sighed and chased after him, exclaiming, Taiju, don't run off. I haven't learned yet. Sheng Wanwan sighed, I've remembered it. Come, I will teach you all. Sanyo, you join us as well. Zhao Sanyu, lamenting, thought, I never imagined I couldn't escape the fate of learning. This is truly unfortunate. Zhao sighed and hurriedly interjected, Mother, Taiju spoke too quickly. I didn't catch it. Sheng Wanwan clarified, the first line is Ren Ji Chu. You all should memorize this phrase, then refer to this book to gradually familiarize yourselves with these 3 characters. Outside the courtyard, Zhao Taiju stood in astonishment. The memory of the ant was remarkably sharp. He had only read it a couple of times, and yet she had retained it. Initially, he had listened daily, repeating it at least hundreds of times before he could stutter out the first several lines. Inside, the sound of reading resonated clearly, and Zhao Taiju felt an urge to join in. Although he had learned it, he had never read aloud with such vigor. He longed to experience that sensation. Carrying wild vegetables home, he carefully retrieved the egg from his pocket. The village head's wife eyed him suspiciously. Where did you get that egg? Did you steal it from someone else's hen-house? Grandma, I would never steal. Zhao Taiju replied cheerfully. It was given to me by Saiden's mother. She said that for each line of the 3-character classic I teach her, she'd give me an egg. I know over 30 lines. So that means I could earn more than 30 eggs. The village head's wife paused. Since when did Dashin's South mother place such importance on education that she would offer eggs for teaching? Tieju's mother casually remarked. There's a private school over in Qinjia village. Didn't Cheng's nephew just get accepted? Dashin's mother probably wants to compete with folks from her family. But what necessity is there for that? The village head's wife shook her head. That lad from Cheng has already become a child scholar, while Saiden just started learning at 10. How can she possibly catch up? Dashin's mother has always supported her family, and now, out of spite, she competes with them, wasting eggs unnecessarily. Zhao Taiju retorted, can giving me eggs be called wasteful? It isn't. The village head's wife chuckled. However, you only teach 1 line for 1 egg. That won't do. You must teach a couple more lines, or else Dashin's mother will realize she's at a disadvantage and will no longer allow you to teach. Furthermore, my dear, you should devise a means to have someone teach you a few more phrases. This endeavor could prove more enduring. Zhao Tieju's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Once grandfather returns, I shall ask him to take me to the town, where I can seek out Brother Fong Ping to teach me how to recite. It matters not that I am illiterate. As long as I can memorize, I can read aloud from the book and earn some eggs. How astute he is. It is indeed regrettable that our village has yet to produce a scholar. Nor has anyone taken the initiative to establish a private school. Obtaining an education in Dahu village is exceedingly difficult. The village head's spouse sighed in despair. Everyone understands the significance of education, yet few can afford to send their children to school. If a school were to be built in our village, it would surely alleviate some of the costs for the children's education. However, such a notion is overly ambitious in these times when even basic sustenance is scarce. Who dares to dream of education? Dashiangmi, in a fit of anger with her maternal family, will soon let this temper pass, and the matter of education shall no longer be broached. Chapter 75. Ice powder became a standard as night descended. The 4 children in the room took turns reciting. In the beginning of man, mastery of this phrase was not enough. They also needed to recognize the characters and ideally learn to write them. Among them, Zhao Saiden exhibited the most enthusiasm. Zhao Dashin and Zhao Sanyu wore expressions of exasperation, while Wu Huanyang strived to keep pace, demonstrating a keen attention to detail that allowed her to learn characters at a reasonable speed. The evening concluded amidst the sound of their earnest reading. In the middle of the night, Sheng Wanan was abruptly awakened by the raucous commotion of chickens and ducks in the courtyard. She hurried outside to find Aunt Wang next door vociferously scolding. Damn weasel. It has killed 2 of my ducks. Mudfish, don't chase it at night. Can your 2 legs outrun its 4? Cheng Wanwan rushed to inspect her own chicken coop, discovering that 2 ducks had their necks savagely bitten, bloodied, and lifeless. And she counted 1 missing chick, presumably taken by the weasel. With reddened eyes, Zhao Sidon buried the 2 deceased ducks, having been the one to feed them most of the time since their purchase, forming a deep bond with the creatures. Zhao Sania clenched his teeth and declared, "From now on, I shall sleep in the courtyard. I will capture that weasel and roast it for dinner." Et Wang's voice echoed from next door. "The weasel is swift. It would be a miracle if you caught it. It seems we need to get a dog. Otherwise, the weasel will steal all our chickens and ducks." Cheng Wanwan inquired, "Does Mudfish's mother know of anyone with puppies?" It was indeed wise to have a dog, as it could alert the household to any disturbances in the night, serving as a deterrent to thieves. Furthermore, dogs are omnivorous and relatively easy to care for. I shall ask at my mother's house tomorrow morning. Although the task had been entrusted to Aunt Wang, the following day, while delivering goods to the town, Cheng Wanwan took a stroll around but found no vendors selling puppies. Over the past 3 days of deliveries, she had accrued over 3 taels of silver in cash, and once the ice powder season passed, she anticipated that the earnings would suffice to purchase the barren land at the foot of the mountain. By the end of the year, she planned to buy the land, dig a pond during the off-season, and by spring, be ready to store water for planting bamboo shoots. After wandering through the town and purchasing some essential spices, she visited a tailor shop to buy various needles and threads in an array of colors. Just as she prepared to return home, a middle-aged man in a horse-drawn cart appeared, hastily approaching her. "I am Sue, the manager of the Uli restaurant in Phoenix Town. Might this esteemed lady be able to spare some ice powder?" Cheng Wanwan responded with a commercially polite smile. "How much does manager Sue require in a day?" Though not the largest establishment in Phoenix Town, Uli restaurant boasted a respectable clientele, likely selling around 100 bowls daily. Sue did not present himself with airs of superiority. His son attended the Nanfu Academy, and just days prior, he had mentioned ice powder to Sue, who had dismissed it, thinking it merely a common snack with a summer twist. Little did he know that within a mere 2 days, ice powder had become a staple in many restaurants. The Zui Xian Lu in Phoenix Town had begun offering ice powder, drawing away Uli restaurant's loyal patrons, who flocked there for a taste. After inquiring around, Sue learned that the ice powder originated from this very lady, prompting his eager visit. Had Cheng Wanwan not found anyone to assist in washing the ice powder, she would have hesitated to accept this business opportunity. However, with Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yukai tirelessly handling the ice powder seeds, and Sun tirelessly peeling the stoneflower seeds, the business could indeed expand. She responded with a smile. "Very well, at the Uli restaurant in Phoenix Town, 100 bowls a day, at 2 won a bowl. I will bring my son to deliver the goods tomorrow morning." Manager Sue promptly retrieved 20 copper coins from his sleeve and handed them to her. "This is the deposit. It is settled then." Cheng Wanwan regarded Manager Sue with renewed appreciation. His willingness to pay a deposit reflected a spirit of contract and indicated his trust in her. A person with such integrity is well suited for deep collaboration. After bidding farewell to Manager Sue, Cheng Wanwan returned to Daya Village with Zhao Saniu. As soon as they arrived home, a small black puppy rushed towards her, playfully tugging at her pant leg. Zhao Sidon ran over. "Mother, this puppy was given to us by Aunt Wang. I named it Little Black. What do you think?" Zhao Saniu shook his head. "Little Black sounds too feeble. Let us call it Big Black instead." Zhao Sidon frowned. "Well, if that's what third brother prefers, then it shall be Big Black." Cheng Wanwan mused. "All the animals in the household are named after their colors. Big Yellow, Second Yellow, Big Red, Big Black." She bent down to pick up the puppy, which appeared to be about a month old but was quite thin, its body little more than bones. Given the poor harvest this year, it was no surprise that people struggled to feed themselves, let alone sustain an animal. However, since the puppy had come to their home, it would become part of the family. Whatever they ate, Big Black would partake as well. Cheng Wanwan instructed Zhao Sidon to fetch 2 eggs from the house. She then carried the eggs to Aunt Wang's home next door, where Aunt Wang was preparing lunch. A pot of water was boiling, into which she tossed the black flour, mixing in the wild vegetables. The pot was brimming with water and vegetables, making the paste nearly unrecognizable, and there was no salt added. The head of the household, Wang Yongqing, had left with the county magistrate, leaving only 1 adult and 4 children at home. There were barley, wheat, loach, and the youngest, Littleya, a small, yellowish puppy scurried about on the ground, equally emaciated, clearly malnourished. "Dashan's wife, what brings you here?" Aunt Wang paused her work and stepped outside. Cheng Wanwan handed over the 2 eggs. I am unsure how many copper coins a puppy requires. Will 2 eggs suffice? The puppy is not worth much. Aunt Wang quickly declined. It's so thin that it looks unlikely to survive much longer. When I returned to my family, the village elder was preparing to toss the puppy to the wolves. Those 2 dogs were practically given away. How could I accept your eggs? I'm preparing a meal, so you should head back now. Go on, go. Aunt Wang gently ushered Cheng Wanwan out of the yard. Cheng Wanwan looked down at the 2 eggs in her hand, which she had been unable to deliver, and sighed in resignation. As the saying goes, when one is impoverished, aspirations are diminished. Despite her poverty, Aunt Wang never sought a morsel from others, displaying a commendable integrity that Cheng Wanwan deeply respected. And with that, she departed. Aunt Wang gazed at the 4 children and remarked, "This little pup has not tasted a drop of milk since its birth. The dog owner predicts it won't survive long. If I were to take her eggs and the pup were to perish, she would surely demand compensation from me. She is nothing but a quarrelsome shrew, and I cannot afford to cross her." To her surprise, Dasha's mother showed no fear of her mother-in-law, nor did she seem intimidated by the county magistrate. The 4 children nodded in agreement. Wu Huanyang had already prepared lunch. While cooking rice, she ladled out a small bowl of rice water to feed the puppy. The little creature, having likely gone without sustenance for far too long, eagerly consumed the entire bowl and continued to beg for more. Wu Huanyang gently said, "You are still too small. You can only have this much for now. I will give you more at dinner." The puppy whimpered in disappointment and resigned itself to resting under the shade of a tree in the yard. Cheng Wanwan sensed that the puppy was indeed in poor spirits. Fearing that, as Aunt Wang had predicted, it might not survive for long. Seizing a moment when the others were distracted, she discreetly administered some canine antibiotics and secretly purchased a bit of dog milk powder, mixing the medicine into the powder. After being fed the medicated milk, the puppy soon regained its vitality. Just moments ago, it had clung to Wu Huanyang, but now it recognized Cheng Wanwan as its new caregiver, refusing to let go of her leg. Chapter 76. Ascending the mountain and discovering a dog at noon, the sun blazed fiercely overhead, marking a pleasant interlude in the day. Having just satisfied their hunger, the family lounged comfortably, engaging in casual conversation. Zhao Dashan, however, was not one to remain idle for long. He resolved to begin constructing a duck shelter and a chicken coop. Zhao Sanita returned with a sufficient supply of firewood, while Zhao Saida collected an abundance of hay. In addition to the housing for the chickens and ducks, there was now the need to build a doghouse. Zhao Sanyu and Zhao Saida joined in the efforts, and the 3 brothers busied themselves with enthusiasm. As the afternoon wore on, Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yukai arrived to prepare ice powder, with Wu Huanyang supervising nearby, while Cheng Wanwan contemplated a stroll up the mountain. Previously unfamiliar with the world outside, she had once regarded 100 taels of silver as a vast fortune. However, after a few trips to the riverside town, she had come to realize the stark disparities in wealth that characterized this era. The impoverished spent merely 2 taels of silver in a year, while the affluent often spent more than that on a single garment. She and her 4 sons could not remain in this place forever. She aspired for her children to venture beyond. Silver, she mused, was a source of confidence. With a basket slung over her back, Cheng Wanwan embarked up the mountain. After taking just a few steps, Little Black trailed behind her. Though lacking in flesh, his fluffy coat made him appear like a small, cuddly bundle, playfully nipping at her pant leg for affection. Big Black let out a soft whine, which summoned the little dog from Aunt Wang's house next door. In just a short time, a noticeable difference emerged between the 2 dogs. The little one from her household appeared lively, while Aunt Wang's dog was clearly unwell. The puppy was too young and had suddenly been thrust into a new environment, making its illness entirely understandable. Cheng Wanwan glanced around to ensure no one was watching and quickly procured a pill from the market, administering it to the neighboring puppy. She considered the medicine as payment for the dog. The pill was bitter, and the pup resisted, attempting to spit it out. Cheng Wanwan promptly held the little dog's mouth shut. Once she confirmed that Wang Kai had swallowed the pill, she exhaled in relief. The dog would likely survive its ailment for the time being. She continued her ascent up the mountain. A clear spring flowed down a winding ditch, and as she walked along the channel, she encountered numerous women. With water now available for the fields, the villagers no longer needed to be as frugal with their grain, anticipating a bountiful harvest in 2 weeks. Although the yield would not match previous years, any harvest would belong to them. The fields were producing rice, which could be bartered in town for corn and dark flour. Rumor had it that grain prices were soaring, although their harvest was modest. The exchange for corn should be comparable to previous years. Everyone awaited the harvest with eager anticipation, hope illuminating their faces. Cheng Wanwan's spirits were equally buoyant. With the little puppy trailing behind her, they had only traversed a few hundred meters before it could walk no further, clinging to her pant leg for comfort. Cheng Wanwan had no choice but to scoop up the small creature and cradle it in her arms. Upon reaching the end of the ditch, she stood atop a higher stone and observed the villagers from Hohot village digging a trench halfway up the mountain. At this pace, the ditch should be completed by afternoon. She wondered how things were faring on the other side with their go. As she ventured deeper into the remote mountains, a notification echoed in her mind. Ding! Discovered wild natural poria. This is a commonly used medicinal herb. Poria, devoid of roots or shoots, is exceedingly rare in the wild. However, the marketplace offers a hint, which is not a challenge for her. Cheng Wanwan glanced at the ethereal panel, where an image depicted a barren patch of land. Following the prompt, she made her way to the base of a towering pine tree, its verdant foliage providing a perpetual canopy against the sun. The soil here was relatively loose, and as she gently excavated, she discovered the earth was of a dark brown hue, with decaying leaves and roots embedded within. Continuing her efforts, she eventually unearthed a solid object. Ultimately, she extracted 3 sizable poria, each weighing over 10 pounds. Ding! Natural wild poria, 37 pounds, valued at 1,480 coins. Would you like to sell? Yes. Cheng Wanwan couldn't help but marvel. Her family toiled tirelessly to prepare and sell ice powder, earning merely a couple of silver coins in a day. In less than half an hour of digging, she had already made a profit of 1.5 silver coins. With the marketplace, earning money was swift. She had tested it before. The acquisition notification would only sound within a meter's distance. Standing up, she ventured deeper into the mountains. Dahe was already hungry, whimpering as he nibbled on his tail. Cheng Wanwan paused, purchasing milk powder from the marketplace to feed the little creature. Dahe eagerly consumed an entire bottle of milk. Now invigorated, he no longer required her to carry him, scampering about on his short legs with exuberance. Ding! Natural wild Tian Nanxing discovered. Cheng Wanwan was unfamiliar with Tian Nanxing, but since the marketplace acknowledged its value, it must be something special. She looked up to find a vast expanse of wild grass, all of which turned out to be Tian Nanxing, its benefits unknown to her. It seemed prudent to acquire a compendium of traditional Chinese medicine. After all, in ancient times, falling ill could be a matter of life and death, and possessing some medical knowledge might prove invaluable. After collecting 2 pounds of Tian Nanxing to sell to the marketplace, she turned around only to find that Dahe was nowhere in sight. Dahe, what woof? Following the sound, Cheng Wanwan approached and discovered Dahe standing at the edge of a deep pit, barking fiercely into it. She bent down to look inside and was taken aback to find a small puppy trapped within. Its hind leg was ensnared by a cruel trap, bleeding profusely and whimpering in distress. The puppy appeared even smaller than Dahe, likely no more than 6 or 7 days old. However, how could a newborn pup be found in such a remote area? Perhaps it had been abandoned by someone unable to care for it. Their household could certainly use a dog for protection. 1 dog was not too few, and 2 would not be too many. Cheng Wanwan set down her basket and leaped into the pit, extracting both the trap and the puppy. The little creature lay motionless, its hind leg soaked in blood. She cautiously removed the trap and tossed it back into the pit. Traps like that were costly, and several hunters in the village relied on them for their livelihoods. She purchased disinfectant and bandages from the marketplace, carefully wrapping the injured leg, then tore a piece of fabric from her old clothing to secure it further. Grateful for her choice of attire, as parting with it did not cause her distress. The puppy whimpered, its eyes glistening with tears. Cheng Wanwan retrieved the milk bottle once more. As soon as she did, Dahe rushed over joyfully, eager for a drink, having just quenched her thirst. Cheng Wanwan carefully placed the little black puppy into her backpack, declaring that henceforth she would have a companion and should not be so domineering. She gently cradled the puppy on her lap, tenderly feeding it. This puppy, also cloaked in black, led her to anticipate the name that Si Dan would bestow upon it, prompting her to take the liberty of naming it in advance, Little Black. Thus, with Big Black and Little Black, the guardians of her family's fowl would be secured. Big Black barked excitedly, woof woof, while Little Black whimpered softly, woo woo. After tending to the puppy's wounds, the hour had grown late, and she still needed to filter the ice powder upon her return. With a swift gathering of her belongings, Cheng Wanwan made her way home. Just as her silhouette disappeared along the mountain path, a pack of wild wolves emerged from the dense thicket, led by a formidable she-wolf. Scenting the air, she discovered the trap, licking the blood that stained the grass. Crouching low, she let out a mournful howl. Chapter 77. Son's Regret. When Cheng Wanwan returned home, the hour was still early. The doghouse had already been constructed, comprised of a few simple wooden boards topped with thatch and cushioned with straw beneath. The injured little black dog was nestled inside to recover, while the larger black dog dashed about the courtyard, causing the chickens and ducklings to huddle in the corners. Trembling with fright, Zhao Sidong yelled in exasperation, "If you chase the chickens and ducklings again, you won't be having dinner tonight." The larger black dog immediately yielded, obediently retreating to its doghouse, sharing one side with the little black dog, thus managing a semblance of peaceful coexistence. At this moment, Xiaowa arrived, assisting in binding straw. A new task assigned to her by Cheng Wanwan. After completing the binding, she was to neatly stack the firewood prepared at home, earning 2 coins for her day's labor. Xiaowa was not one for conversation, diligently keeping her head down as she worked. Zhao Sidong herded the ducks to the fields for feeding, but there were simply too many ducks, leaving him somewhat flustered. Ultimately, it was Cheng Wanwan who could no longer bear to watch and helped him guide the ducks to the ground. As Zhao Sidong released the ducks, he also foraged for wild vegetables, conveniently resolving the chickens' feeding needs. Inside the house, Cheng Wanwan was busy filtering the ice powder, aiming to produce 7 barrels that day. Just then, Xiaowa burst in, exclaiming, "Aunt, a horse-drawn carriage has stopped at the door." Cheng Wanwan quickly wiped her hands and stepped outside, indeed spotting the carriage. Although it was not as splendid as the magistrate's vehicle, it was still a rarity in Day Village. In no time, all the nearby workers had gathered around. A man jumped down from the carriage, and Cheng Wanwan recognized him as Manager Zheng from the Rujia restaurant in Ping'an Town. Manager Zheng approached Cheng Wanwan, saying, "Sister Zhao, your home was quite easy to locate. I finally found it." Cheng Wanwan smiled and responded, "The ice powder was delivered this morning. May I ask what brings Manager Zheng here at this hour?" About half an hour ago, the magistrate, accompanied by dozens of constables and a few men, unexpectedly visited our Rujia restaurant, and the first thing they ordered was ice powder. Manager Zheng sighed. The ice powder was sent early in the morning, and by noon it was nearly sold out. There was none left for the magistrate. However, since he specifically requested it, I had no choice but to come personally. I wonder if Sister Zhao has any remaining? Cheng Wanwan raised her eyes. Has the magistrate returned to Ping'an Town? Manager Zheng chuckled, from what I overheard. It seems they have discovered a water source, which likely means salvation for the rice in the fields. This is splendid news, truly momentous. Well then, Manager Zheng, please wait a moment while I fetch the ice powder, Cheng Wanwan said. She entered the house and retrieved sweet potato starch, stirring it into 1 barrel of filtered ice powder. She then filled a larger wooden barrel with water and placed the ice powder barrel inside, using the water to expedite its solidification. She advised Manager Zhang, the journey to Ping'an Town will take approximately half an hour. If it has not solidified by then, you may need to let it sit a little longer. Manager Zheng expressed his gratitude and promptly reached for his money. Cheng Wanwan glanced at the crowd gathered outside the courtyard, smiling as she said, "It would not be too late to settle the account tomorrow morning." A barrel of ice powder amounts to 100 bowls, costing merely 100 coins, a modest sum indeed. However, as the coins clinked into the till amidst the throngs of eager patrons, it was all too easy to evoke envy among onlookers. Understanding the implications, Master Zheng clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and swiftly departed with the ice powder barrel. No sooner had he left than a wave of people surged into the doorway. "Goodness, was that Master Zheng from the Rujia restaurant we just saw?" one woman exclaimed. "I thought Deshan Yang was engaging in a small-scale business, but it appears she is dealing with someone of Zhang's stature. How impressive. No wonder she can afford to raise so many chickens and ducks, and even 2 dogs. Clearly, her household is well provided for." The women's voices dripped with envy, tinged with a hint of disdain. What wealth! For a meager, loss-incurring venture, no one is left to tend to the fields. Old Lady Zhao suddenly pushed her way in, scolding, "Oldest daughter-in-law, you might as well give up this business. Just look at your rice field. The weeds are nearly as tall as a person. In 2 weeks, while others reap their harvest, you'll be left with nothing but a pile of grass to feed your chickens." The crowd turned to glance at the rice field. They could not see the towering weeds, but they did notice the numerous little ducks fluttering about. Driving those ducks into the rice field is a waste of grain. "I thought Deshan Yang was reliable, but now she is engaging in such foolishness," one woman remarked, her frustration palpable. Standing on the periphery, Sun was seething with anger. How can the old lady speak such nonsense? If the eldest daughter-in-law wasn't making money, how could she afford to pay her husband such a high wage? Fearing that the village folks might grow envious of her sister-in-law, the old lady concocted an elaborate tale to assert that her sister-in-law was indeed profitable. Son, clutching a basket of stoneflower seeds, pushed her way into the crowd. Sister-in-law, I've already shelled the 24 gene of lanterns we harvested yesterday. Calculate how much that amounts to. Cheng Wanwan weighed them and handed her 12 coins. Sun deliberately counted the coins one by one. The villagers were left astounded. For just this basket of seeds, the wage is 12 coins? Can this little bit even yield a barrel of ice powder? They mistakenly believed that Deshan Yang was raking in a fortune. When calculated, the price of 2 or 3 coins per bowl of ice powder hardly seemed profitable. In their eyes, Deshan Yang was simply too lazy. If she had harvested the lanterns and shelled the seeds herself, she could have saved on costs and enjoyed pure profit. Deshan Yang is indeed a bit lazy, but this gives us an opportunity to earn some extra, one woman suggested. So Deshan Yang is collecting seeds from the lanterns? My 2 daughters have nothing to do all day. I might as well have them shell the seeds and bring them over. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Sun was taken aback. This was not how she envisioned the villagers reacting. Weren't they supposed to be inquiring about how much her sister-in-law was truly earning? She immediately sought to protect her interests. This work is mine. No one is allowed to encroach upon it. Your statement is rather unwelcome, wealthy daughter-in-law. Everyone has hands. How can it be solely your task? Even with your 2 hands, you cannot manage it all, can you? Deshan Yang's business is thriving. Even Master Zheng personally comes to collect goods. If your pace is too slow, what will happen if you run out of stock? Indeed, Deshan Yang. I can also shell seeds and bring them over. Would that be acceptable? The indignation nearly overwhelmed Sunday. She schemed against her sister-in-law, and it was inconceivable that she would allow these individuals to usurp her labor. She wished to voice her thoughts, but the elderly matriarch shot her a frosty glare, stating, "Your sister-in-law's business is no easy endeavor. We cannot allow your selfishness to hinder her progress. Your solitary efforts are insufficient. Only with the assistance of others can this enterprise thrive." Cheng Wanwan couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. Just moments ago, the old lady had chastised her for engaging in a losing venture, yet now she expressed concern about the sustainability of the business. Her mother-in-law was becoming increasingly endearing. Without even glancing at Sun, she addressed the crowd. Lanterns are 2 coins per pound, and shelled lantern seeds are 10 coins per pound. Regardless of the item, all must be taken to the old house for settlement. The villagers swiftly calculated that approximately 4 pounds of lanterns yield 1 pound of seeds, implying a fair wage of 2 coins for 4 pounds and 1 coin for 2 pounds. This arrangement was quite reasonable. After all, shelling seeds was not a monumental task. One could typically gather 1 pound or 2 of lanterns in a day, and it wouldn't take more than an hour to shell them all. Who would turn down such an opportunity? The mountain woman was indeed straightforward. I shall return and urge the children to promptly shell the seeds. Sun's eyes widened in shock. Although the earnings were hard-won, they were undeniably in her grasp. Yet now, even this arduous task was being stripped away. The old lady shot her a fierce glare and rebuked, "Serves you right." The onlookers at the doorway had no time to mock Sun. They were eager to send their children up the mountain to gather more lanterns, shell seeds, and exchange them for money. Amid the crowd, a pair of envious eyes fixated on Cheng Wanwan, those of the village widow, Zhang. Chapter 78. Zhao Fuguei and Widow Zhang by the roadside, beneath a towering tree. Widow Zhang held a basket filled with freshly foraged wild vegetables. As she gazed at Cheng Wanwan, who was surrounded by admirers in the distance, a fierce jealousy welled up within her. Previously, she had been the most lauded widow in the village, with Zhao Chengshi merely serving as her backdrop. Yet, at some point, Zhao Chengshi had undergone a sudden transformation, embarking on a culinary venture, while others in the village had dabbled in small trades in town. None had managed to attract the attention of the esteemed manager Zhang of Rujia Restaurant. The fact that Zhao Chengshi had succeeded in captivating him surely indicated that she still possessed a hint of youthful allure. If the roles were reversed, Widow Zhang believed she could easily draw manager Zhang's interest. Alas, such an opportunity had eluded her. As she lifted her head, she spotted Zhao Fuguei lurking in the shadows, his gaze fixated on Cheng Wanwan. Anger simmered within her. She was younger and more knowledgeable about men than Zhao Chengshi. How could Zhao Fuguei, this despicable man, indulge in the pleasures of one while coveting another? Clutching her basket, she approached him, her heart aflame with indignation. Yet her expression remained deceptively gentle. "I've gathered some wild vegetables. Shall I bring some to your home? Is your sister-in-law at home?" Zhao Fuguei continued to stare at Cheng Wanwan, a fire igniting in his lower abdomen. He had harbored feelings for her for over half a year. searching for opportunities to get closer, yet to no avail. Recently, Cheng Wanwan had become increasingly captivating, her ever-present entourage rendering him unable to approach her. The last encounter had ended with Cheng Wanwan publicly rebuking him, and the resentment had festered into a blazing rage. With his gaze still on Zhang, he replied curtly, "My wife took the children up the mountain." The implication was unmistakable. Zhang obediently followed him, maintaining a considerable distance between them to avoid suspicion. Zhao Fugui returned home first. And after a brief interval, Zhang stealthily slipped in through the back door. This was not their first clandestine rendezvous. As soon as she entered, Zhao Fugui eagerly pressed her onto the bed. Grasping her clothing, he said, "Today, you're the one taking the initiative, and I'm short on funds." Zhang pushed him away slightly. "You know I'm a widow without a man by my side. Today, consider it a favor to you, you old lecher." Zhao Fugui unbuckled his belt without hesitation. Moments later, a calculating glint shone in Zhang's eyes. "Why do I get the feeling you've taken a liking to Da Shenyang?" Zhao Fugui immediately denied it. "Don't talk nonsense. She is practically an old woman. I have no shortage of women. Brother Fugui, if you truly fancy Da Shenyang, I can assist you. Remember how we first came together? You lured me to the grove, and after we consummated our affair, Da Shenyang would naturally become yours." Zhao Fugui narrowed his eyes. "What is the point of forcing her? I want her to willingly submit." Zhang gritted her teeth in frustration. Why had that scoundrel not made her willingly succumb to him back then? Did she deserve to be coerced? Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the courtyard. "Why is the gate open?" Startled, Zhang bolted upright from the bed. Hastily donning her clothing, she quickly pushed open the door and fled through the back entrance. As Aunt Fugui entered through the main door, she caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure darting past her. Before she could comprehend the situation, she pushed open the door to the inner room, only to find her husband hurriedly dressing, while the neatly arranged bed she had tidied up that morning lay in disarray, accompanied by an unbearable odor. "Zhao Fugui!" Aunt Fugui screamed, her voice akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Ignoring the urge to confront her husband, she turned and dashed out through the back door. Zhang, hiding in the nearby grass, swiftly tied her belt. Just as she was about to rise, a pair of black trousers fell from her, revealing themselves to be Zhao Fugui's underwear. Startled, she hastily discarded the garment by the roadside. After a moment's thought, she bent down to retrieve the pants, a cold smile curling her lips. Aunt Fugui searched the vicinity but found no suspicious individuals. When the villagers inquired about her search, she stammered and could not articulate her thoughts. How could she explain that her husband was unfaithful? Upon returning home, she expelled the children from the house, locked the yard gate, and erupted into chaos. The neighbors could hear the commotion but were oblivious to its cause. Some contemplated intervening, yet the closed gate deterred them, leading them to feign ignorance. After all, which couple did not quarrel nowadays? Disputes were a common occurrence in households. The clamor eventually subsided, and after Aunt Fugui finished her tirade, she collapsed in tears beside the bed. Zhao Fugui, feeling exasperated, retorted angrily, "You make a fuss over trivial matters daily. With your demeanor, who could endure it? I sought solace elsewhere because of you. Just look at yourself, aging, unattractive, and dark-skinned. Who would desire you? If you dare to complain again, I shall send you back to your family." With that, he slammed the door and stormed out. Aunt Fugui wept almost to the point of fainting. She had long suspected her husband's discontent, but had not anticipated his bringing another woman home. Despite her relentless questioning, Zhao Fugui had refused to reveal the identity of the scoundrel. She was resolute in discovering who it was, intent on wreaking havoc upon that shameless woman's face. Wiping her tears, she pushed open the yard gate and stepped outside. Though she had a suspect in mind, she dared not act rashly. Clutching a half-pound lantern, she made her way toward the houses at the village's end, where Cheng Wanwan resided. Aunt Fugui did not enter. Instead, she scanned the surroundings and spotted Aunt Wang at the entrance, feeding ducks. She casually inquired, "Nizhou's mother, is Dushan's mother at home now?" Without lifting her head, Aunt Wang replied, "She just left, not sure where she went." Aunt Fugui's anger surged. It was indeed Xiao Cheng. Suppressing her fury, she noticed that Cheng Wanwan's yard gate was ajar, and she stepped inside. There, she immediately spotted a pair of black underwear lying in the corner against the fence. This was the very garment she had painstakingly stitched for her husband. The presence of his underwear here was telling. Aunt Fugui's temper flared, and she rushed over to seize the pants, startling the chickens and ducks into a frenzy. "Aunt Fugui, what are you doing?" Cheng Wanwan exclaimed as she entered. She had just stepped out to retrieve wooden buckets from the old residence, 3 sturdy barrels destined for the market the following day to gather tung oil. Upon returning to her yard, she found Aunt Fuguei in a state of agitation. Aunt Fuguei picked up the pair of undergarments and, with a fierce glare at Cheng Wanwan, exclaimed, "What is this? Do not feign ignorance. These are men's undergarments. As a widow, where would you acquire such a thing? Truly shameless. Pretending to be a virtuous woman while claiming to remain loyal to Old Mountain for a lifetime. How utterly disgraceful, openly enticing men into my home in broad daylight. I shall mar your face, and we shall see how you continue to seduce men." With an imposing demeanor, Aunt Fuguei advanced menacingly. Zhao Sanya was in the house, washing ice powder seeds, preparing to increase the production by 100 bowls for the next day. He was diligently scrubbing the last half kilogram when he overheard the slander directed at his mother. Abandoning the ice powder, he charged out like a young bull, standing protectively in front of Cheng Wanwan. With a forceful shove, Aunt Fuguei stepped into a pile of chicken droppings, stumbling and falling to the ground. Chapter 79. Persuading divorce is equivalent to plotting for wealth and murder outside the courtyard. A crowd gathers. The village is no stranger to trivial disputes and petty quarrels. And the more scandalous affairs, such as infidelity, draw even greater attention, regardless of whether they are busy or idle. Both men and women abandon their tasks to congregate outside the yard. And Fuguei, what is going on? Someone inquires. You claim that Daxiang's wife is having an affair. Surely you must provide evidence? She doesn't seem like the type to betray her husband. Could you be mistaken? Aunt Fuguei, slumped on the ground, clutches a pair of men's undergarments. How could I be mistaken? This is my husband's underwear, found in her courtyard. Who else could it belong to? What sin have I committed? From the very first day of our marriage, I have become a workhorse for the Zhao family. I bore him sons and daughters, handling countless chores at home while also toiling in the fields. I, a woman, have shouldered the burdens of a man without a single complaint. How could he betray me with Zhao Chengshi, especially in our own bed? May a bolt of lightning strike them both down. As Aunt Fuguei's lamentation escalates into tears, the onlooker's sympathy shifts towards her, casting a myriad of accusatory glances at Cheng Wanwan. Cheng Wanwan speaks with an air of calm. To presume guilt based solely on a pair of undergarments is absurd. This item was found near the outer wall of my courtyard. It is evident it was carelessly discarded. I too wish to uncover the true culprit who seeks to frame me. Who else could it be but you? And Fuguei retorts vehemently. You are a widow. Without a husband, who else would covet another woman's man? Cheng Wanwan responds with a sardonic smile. The village is not bereft of widows. Immediately, Aunt Wang chimes in. Zhang, the widow from over there, is present as well. According to Aunt Fuguei's logic, she could also be a suspect. Zhang stands among the crowd, feigning fragility. Do not implicate me, mudfish mother. I have been foraging for wild vegetables on the mountain all afternoon. Cheng Wanwan regards her with an even broader smile. Yet Aunt Fuguei never claimed the affair occurred in the afternoon. How would Zhang know it was then? Zhang's face pales. Feeling the weight of the many gazes upon her, she becomes flustered. Regardless, it is not me. I am not acquainted with Fuguei's husband. Aunt Wang chuckles, not acquainted. Yet you call him Fuguei-gu? You are not even Zhao Fuguei's sister. A mere pair of undergarments cannot serve as conclusive evidence, the village elder's wife interjects. Pushing through the throng. On a windy day, it is not unusual for someone's laundry to be blown about. It is absurd to create a spectacle over such a trivial matter. The elder's wife approaches Aunt Fuguei and helps her to her feet. However, Aunt Fuguei is far from satisfied. The veil of modesty has been torn asunder, and she is determined to unearth the identity of the scorned woman. Her gaze flits between Cheng Wanwan and Zhang. Cheng Wanwan lifts her eyes to the distance, where Zhao Fuguei stands, and coldly commands, Sanyo, bring your Uncle Fuguei inside. Zhao Sanyo rushes to tug at Zhao Fuguei, though he is but a child and lacks the strength of his uncle. The assistance of other men in the village ensures that Zhao Fuguei cannot escape. He is swiftly pulled into the courtyard. He felt utterly humiliated. Pointing an accusatory finger at Aunt Fuguei, shouting, You, a meddlesome woman, have nothing better to do all day. Why are you causing a ruckus? Come home with me. He reached out to grab Aunt Fuguei. Cheng Wanwan, with keen eyes, noticed a scratch on his neck. She turned to Zhang Shi, her expression impassive, and said, Aunt Fuguei, extend your hand for me to see. Aunt Fuguei, however, was not inclined to heed Cheng Wanwan's words and attempted to continue her tirade. Yet, as her hand was extended, it revealed itself to be rough and calloused, a testament to years of labor, with her nails worn down to nubs. In stark contrast, Zhang Shi, a widow, sported long, well-kept nails. It was evident that she possessed her own means to persuade the village men to toil for her willingly. The scratch on Zhao Fugui's neck was unmistakably inflicted by a woman's nails. Cheng Wanwan spoke calmly. Aunt Fugui has no nails, nor do I. The only one present with nails is her. She directed her gaze at Zhang Shi. All eyes turned toward Zhang Shi, who hastily concealed her hands within her sleeves. If she were innocent, she would have vehemently protested. Yet, she appeared guilty, unable to utter a single word in defense. Zhao Fugui, too, covered the back of his neck. Equally anxious. Outside the courtyard, Zhang Dagong had somehow squeezed in and remarked, I once saw Uncle Fugui and Widow Zhang sneaking into the woods. At 12 years old, Zhang Dagong was still a child, and no one would doubt the words of a child. Moreover, such scandalous events were not something a 12-year-old could fabricate. Aunt Fugui let out a piercing scream and lunged at Zhang Shi, who, having rarely engaged in heavy labor, lacked the strength to resist and was swiftly knocked to the ground. Aunt Fugui mounted her, delivering slaps with both hands that left Zhang Shi dazed and bewildered. Suddenly, a silver hairpin fell from Zhang Shi's pouch. Aunt Fugui's eyes reddened. This was a gift from Zhao Fugui during their marriage. Lost 6 months prior and sought after for so long, only to find it now in the possession of another. And Fugui, suddenly drained of strength, realized that even if she were to kill the widow, it would change nothing. Her husband had already turned his affections elsewhere and would never again be as devoted as he was when they first wed. Though Zhao Fugui was clearly infatuated with Dushan Yang, he was entangled in an affair with Widow Zhang, and it was uncertain if he had enticed other widows in the village as well. Aunt Fugui collapsed onto the ground, tears silently streaming down her face. This pitiful sight evoked even more sympathy than her earlier frenzy. Widow Zhang, fearful of further humiliation, quickly rose and fled. Zhao Fugui was beside himself with rage. Wishing to strike his wife, yet with so many witnesses around, he dared not lay a hand on her, and with his head bowed, he hurried away. Aunt Fugui sat in the courtyard, weeping silently, as women gathered around to offer comfort. Men are like that. They can't control their baser instincts. Surely, Widow Zhang won't dare to pursue your husband again. Don't make too much of a fuss. Men shouldn't be kept on too tight a leash. Life must go on, sometimes. One must overlook things. Hearing the words of consolation from those nearby, Cheng Wanwan displayed a hint of disapproval on her face, but she chose to remain silent. In contemporary society, a man's infidelity is often forgiven. One can only imagine how much more lenient such transgressions were regarded a millennium ago. To counsel someone to divorce would be tantamount to plotting their financial ruin or even their demise. Thus, she resolved against engaging in such unscrupulous acts. She entered the house and emerged with a basin of water, gently suggesting, Aunt Fugui, perhaps you should wash your face before departing. After the commotion, she was drenched in sweat, having rolled upon the ground, her body smeared with mud and chicken droppings, utterly exhausted. Gazing at the basin before her, she looked up and softly said, Sister Dashan, I apologize. It was my thoughtlessness that caused you such great trouble. Silently, she washed her face, hastily arranged her hair, and, parting the crowd, made her way home. Living in the same village, they were all well acquainted. Zhao Fugui was not the laziest among them. Yet he certainly belonged to that group of idlers. Generally, he could muddle through life as he pleased. But how could he invite a widow into his home to engage in such scandalous behavior? This incident served as a cautionary tale for many women in the village, urging them to keep their husbands at a distance from Widow Zhang. Chapter 80. Similarities in Nature, Dissimilarities in Habits. As evening descended, Zhao Fugui's household was far from tranquil. His eldest son, now 16, had reached the age for marriage, yet a scandal had erupted. Aunt Fugui returned home enveloped in silence, neglecting even to prepare dinner, and sat vacantly by the bedside. Zhao Fugui, seething with anger, raised his fist, ready to strike. Father, what are you doing? Zhao Dadu intervened, placing himself protectively in front of Aunt Fugui. You wretched woman, you've brought disgrace upon me. I swear I shall punish you. Dadu, step aside. Aunt Fugui coldly rose, casting aside what she held. I can no longer endure this life. Datu, Xiaotu, will you remain in this house, or will you come with me? Zhao Datu and Zhao Xiaotu resolutely stood by their mother's side. Ah, so you wish to rebel, do you? Very well, I shall divorce this vile woman. Zhao Fugui kicked over a table in the room and stormed outside. In the yard, he was quickly intercepted by his parents. You've angered your wife back to her mother's home. Just wait and see who will wash your clothes and stoke the fire for you. Apologize quickly, so we can carry on with our lives. Why should I apologize? I have lost all face, and it is her fault. Zhao Fugui shoved his parents aside and fled. Yet, the village was abuzz with gossip about the incident, forcing him to retreat to the back mountains, where Zhang Shi was also seeking solitude. The two encountered each other unexpectedly in the wilderness. In a fit of rage, Zhao Fugui slapped her across the face. "You wretched woman. It was you who threw my undergarments at Dashi's home, wasn't he it? Without those, I would deny it to my last breath. And see who dares to sully my name." Zhang Shi covered her face, furiously retorting, "You have tarnished my reputation. I will not let this go. You must take responsibility. From this day forth, I shall cling to you. Clearly, you cannot continue with your wife after this incident. She will pester you daily. Divorce her and marry me. Am I not worth more than your wretched wife?" Zhao Fugui looked at her with disdain. Although his wife had her shortcomings, she had borne him several children and managed the household. Zhang Shi, with her long nails, was clearly not accustomed to labor. He would be mad to marry a lazy woman. If he were to take a wife, it ought to be one of wealth, like Dashi's mother. Villagers spoke of her flourishing business, with even the esteemed manager Zhang from the local Ruji impersonally procuring goods, indicating considerable profit. Zhao Da, who accompanied her to deliver goods daily, surely knew the earnings. With a shift in thought, Zhao Fugui decided to seek out Zhao Da. Behind him, Zhang Shi stomped her feet in frustration, wishing to pursue him, but being a woman, she felt too bashful to venture into a crowded area. Zhao Da was busy repairing a cart, inspecting the wheels daily to prevent mishaps on the road ahead. Upon hearing Zhao Fugui inquire about Dashi Niang, Zhao Da waved his hand dismissively, stating, "My daily duty is merely to transport people and goods. I have no knowledge of the profits made." "I say, Fugui, as a grown man, why concern yourself with a woman's finances, instead of wasting time on such matters? You should tend to the weeds in your fields and not leave everything to your wife." At that moment, someone at the door called out to him, "Zhao Fugui, it's your turn to patrol tonight. Don't try to find an excuse to shirk your duty." Though the village patrol had become somewhat lax, they still maintained a schedule, albeit with many neglecting their responsibilities. Zhao Fugui had little inclination to patrol, just as he was about to retort. A clever thought crossed his mind, prompting him to turn around and proceed to hand over his duties. The sky had fully darkened. Cheng Wan unclosed the courtyard gate. The ice powder needed for the following day had been prepared, and she had counted the chickens and ducks in the coop twice. After the two puppies finished their rice soup, they obediently fell asleep in their nest. Zhao Ergo had yet to return. She instructed Zhao Dashin to light a torch inside the house, and the family gathered for their evening study session. In the afternoon, Zhao Taizhu had visited, and Cheng Wanwan had encouraged him to teach a bit more before handing over some eggs. The lesson Zhao Taizhu imparted today was, human nature is inherently good. Human natures are similar, but habits diverge. Considering that the children were not particularly adept at learning characters, Cheng Wanwan decided to teach them just one sentence. Human nature is inherently good. She recited it once, and the children echoed her. Then, they connected what they had learned yesterday and today. At the beginning of humanity, human nature is inherently good. Zhao sighed and tilted his head and asked, "Mother, what does this sentence mean?" Cheng Wanwan smiled and replied, "When I visited the town, I specifically asked the owner of the stationery shop, and he explained that this sentence means that when a person is born, their nature is essentially kind." Zhao sighed and continued to inquire, "Then why are some people bad?" Cheng Wanwan explained, "That is what the next part conveys. Human natures are similar, but habits diverge, which suggests that while everyone is born with similar character traits, differing life experiences and environments lead to greater discrepancies in character. Hence, we have both good and bad people." Zhao sighed and nodded thoughtfully. Wu Huanyang looked on with envy. She had listened intently during Tiezhu's afternoon lesson. While she struggled to remember even a single phrase, her mother grasped it instantly and could even teach it back to them. Her mother was truly remarkable, far exceeding her expectations. Zhao sighed and learned the fastest, and once he mastered it, Cheng Wanwan was relieved as he could then teach Zhao Dashin and Zhao Sanyu. These two were the slowest learners. As soon as one character was learned, the other was forgotten almost immediately. Zhao Saiden's desire to show off kept him patient, or else he would have lost interest in teaching them long ago. After the introductory lesson concluded, they moved on to arithmetic. Zhao Dashin and Zhao Sanyu felt increasingly despondent, as mathematics proved to be far more challenging than reading and writing. Cheng Wanwan shared in their despair, pondering how these boys' minds worked as they struggled even with basic addition and subtraction within 10. Suddenly, she found herself missing Ergu. He had learned arithmetic swiftly, making her teaching much easier. As night fell, Zhao Dashin continued to mutter, 9 minus 4 equals 5. What is 9 plus 4? Ah. Dear wife, lend me your fingers for a moment. Wu Huanyang quietly closed her eyes, extending both hands, allowing Zhao Dashin to fumble as he pleased. The darkness deepened. Cheng Wanwan had already sunk into slumber, with the faint sounds of her 2 children snoring beside her. The patrol team passed by the entrance. At this hour, only 2 were on duty, Zhao Fuguei and an outsider. Zhao Fuguei squinted into the shadowy courtyard and grumbled, "I'm going to relieve myself." "Don't wait for me." The other man, aware of Zhao Fuguei's laziness and his entanglements with the village widows, preferred to avoid conversation and continued his patrol alone. Zhao Fuguei crouched low, concealed within the grass, and waited until the other had vanished from sight before emerging. Instead of using the main entrance, he deftly scaled the fence. Slipping into the yard, knowing that chickens, ducks, and dogs resided within, he moved with utmost caution, gradually making his way toward the house. Chapter 81. He fears his mother will be imprisoned. Wu Huanyang, heavy with child, found herself rising more frequently during the night. The outside world was shrouded in darkness, and she could not discern the time. Stepping lightly from her bed, she was careful not to awaken Zhao Dashan. He labored in the fields all day and, upon returning home, still needed to study arithmetic. His body and mind were pushed to their limits, and she wished for him to rest well. As she exited the inner room and gently closed the door behind her, she made her way outside. Upon unfastening the latch of the main room, a shadow suddenly lunged in, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. An agonizing cramp pierced her abdomen, and a warm rush surged beneath her. The pain rendered her speechless, but she managed to utter, "Mother, there's a thief." Her voice barely rose above a whisper. Inside, Cheng Wanwan heard a thud, as if something had fallen to the floor. She sat up, and a dark figure charged into the inner room, heading straight for her bed. "Mother, be careful." Zhao Sanya sprang up, retrieving a knife from beneath his pillow, a sharp short blade gifted to him by his mother, which he had hesitated to use. He leaped from the bed and rushed toward the shadow. The shadow belonged to Zhao Fuqi, who had come prepared and was well aware of Zhao Sanya's strength. He had made arrangements. With a long piece of wood in hand, he struck fiercely at Zhao Sanyu's back, sending him crashing to the ground. The knife slipping from his grasp. As Zhao Fuqi's eyes adjusted to the darkness, he sneered and picked up the fallen knife. His wife had no desire to continue their life together, and he had no intention of marrying the widow Zhang. A household required a woman to manage it, and Dasha's mother was quite suitable. Though she was somewhat older, she was still presentable and, most importantly, adept in business. Ruining her reputation would force her to submit to him, and all the profits from her dealings would become his. After all, he had already become the village's laughingstock for his affair with widow Zhang. Acquiring another was of little consequence. Zhao Fuqi kicked Zhao Sanyu, who let out a cry as he rose from the ground, only to find the knife pressed against his chin by Zhao Fuqi. Zhao Sidon, fully awake, adjusted to the darkness and quickly discerned the situation, positioning himself protectively in front of Cheng Wanwan. In another room, Zhao Dashan also awakened, ready to rush in without hesitation. "You lot had better leave quietly, otherwise, I will deal with each of you." Zhao Fuqi's knife glinted coldly in the moonlight filtering through the window. Cheng Wanwan let out a cold laugh. With Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu together, and herself, they were not without the means to confront Zhao Fuqi. Yet, the presence of his knife posed a grave danger, and she wished to avoid any unnecessary harm to her sons. With a steely voice, she commanded, "Dashan, Sanyu, Sidon, you all go outside first." Tears welled in Zhao Sidon's eyes. "Mother, I want to protect you. I won't allow anyone to bully you." Zhao Sanyu glared fiercely at Zhao Fuqi, resolute that, even in death, he would not permit anyone to harm a single finger of his mother. Zhao Fuguei let out a cold laugh. "Who said I would bully your mother? I merely wish to let her savor the long-lost pleasures." "Silence!" Cheng Wanwan interrupted him sharply. Such vulgar remarks were a desecration of the innocent hearts of children. She lifted Zhao Sidong and tossed him off the bed, saying, "Be good. Listen to your mother, and wait outside." Zhao Dashan, being a married man, immediately discerned Zhao Fuguei's intentions and felt an overwhelming urge to fetch a kitchen knife and eliminate him. Yet, upon meeting Cheng Wanwan's resolute gaze, he seemed to grasp something profound. Their mother could never conjoin with Zhao Fuguei. Her request for them to step outside was laden with deeper meaning. He spoke in a low voice, "Sanyu, Sidong, come here." Zhao Sanyu glanced at Cheng Wanwan and then at his elder brother, clenching his fists as he stepped outside. Zhao Sidong, tears streaming down his face, reluctantly followed in the footsteps of his elder siblings. Upon reaching the main room, they noticed Wu Huanyang collapsed at the entrance. Clutching her abdomen, her face contorted in agony, Zhao Dashan was horrified, hastily lifting his wife and placing her on the bed. "Sanyu, Quickly, fetch some hot water. Zhao Sanyu, equally terrified, hurried to boil water. Zhao Sidong rummaged through the cupboard, retrieving an egg to boil in the pot. Just as the water began to heat, a scream echoed from the main house. Zhao Sanyu burst through the door to find Zhao Fugui sprawled on the ground, unconscious, teetering between life and death. Cheng Wanwan calmly descended from the bed, instructing Sanyu, bind him with rope. The need for binding implied he was not dead. Zhao Sanyu felt a wave of relief wash over him, aware that taking a life bore grave consequences, and he feared for his mother's safety. He quickly found some rope and secured Zhao Fugui tightly. Cheng Wanwan bent down to retrieve a ring from the floor. An electric shock ring capable of incapacitating an adult man with a single discharge. Tonight, Zhao Fugui was alone, allowing her a chance to escape. However, should more arrive, she would be utterly vulnerable. The ring proved ineffective for close-range attacks, risking her own safety in the process. Mother, it's bad. My sister-in-law is bleeding profusely. Zhao Sidong rushed in, his face pale. Meanwhile, the kitchen was bustling with boiling water, and the flickering fire illuminated the crimson stains spreading across Wu Huinyang's garments. Cheng Wanwan's heart sank. Sidong, quickly, go find Dr. Jing. Hurry. It was dark outside, and she feared for Sidang's safety, urgently calling for Sanyu to accompany him. She settled by the bedside and spoke as calmly as she could. Dashan, please bring a bowl of hot water. Zhao Dashan seemed to find his anchor and immediately went to fetch the water. Cheng Wanwan leaned down, asking, Huinyang, where do you feel discomfort? Wu Huinyang shook her head in pain. Mother, I'm fine. Truly, I'm fine. We must save the child. A strong sense of foreboding gripped Cheng Wanwan's heart as she held her daughter-in-law's hand tightly. At last, Dr. Jing arrived in haste. He took her pulse, and his expression changed abruptly. The pulse was unstable, indicating that the child would likely not survive. First, we must ensure the mother's health. The child can be addressed later. Wu Huinyang's tears streamed down her face. No, save the child. I want the child. You are on the brink of death. How can you possibly save the child? Cheng Wanwan retorted sharply. You must focus on your health. There will be many opportunities for children in the future. She softened her tone, addressing the physician urgently. Dr. Zhang, please hurry and prescribe the medicine. Dr. Zhang understood the urgency of the situation and promptly wrote a prescription, instructing Zhao Sidong to fetch the medicine. Once the medicine was acquired, Zhao Sidong began to brew it over a fierce flame, finally managing to prepare a bowl of concoction. Zhao Dashan cautiously administered it to Wu Huinyang. Weak and fatigued, she seemed to drift into unconsciousness after consuming the medicine. At that moment, just past midnight. It was the quietest time in Day Village, and the room was eerily silent, with pale faces all around. Cheng Wanwan turned her gaze towards Zhao Fugui, who was bound in the inner room, and stated emphatically, Sanyu, drag Zhao Fugui with me. Zhao Sanyu was uncertain of her intentions but refrained from questioning her, obediently pulling Zhao Fugui along behind Cheng Wanwan. The cool night breeze brushed against the mother and child, yet neither felt the chill. The fire within them burned fiercely. Seeking an outlet, Cheng Wanwan stood beneath the grand locust tree in the center of the village. Chapter 82. The divine manifestation of Old Mountain Father. The great locust tree has stood for over a century, its branches lush and expansive, providing ample shade from the scorching sun. Beneath its canopy, villagers gather throughout the day to seek respite from the heat. This locale serves as the heart of Day Village, bustling with life and a favored stop for passers-by. Even the village head often convenes meetings here. At nightfall, the area falls silent, save for the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze. Cheng Wanwan spoke softly, Sanyu, bind Zhao Fugui to the great tree. Zhao Sanyu complied without hesitation. Despite being tossed about, Zhao Fugui remained oblivious to his surroundings. Sanyu, unsure of what his mother had done to Zhao Fugui, reasoned that as long as he was still breathing, it was not a grave matter. In a moment of mischief, he even nudged Zhao Fugui's groin with his knee. And upon receiving no response, he pressed several more times. Zhao Fugui found himself tethered beneath the great locust tree. Cheng Wanwan continued, Sanyu, return home and fetch a shovel, dig a trench around the tree. Scratching the back of his head, Sanyu obediently went to retrieve the hoe and began his laborious task, unaware of his mother's intentions. Not particularly astute, he knew that questioning would yield no understanding. He simply followed her instructions. Standing beneath the tree, Cheng Wanwan envisioned a digital interface. She searched for solar panels, purchased wiring, and various electric shock devices, spending a total of 20 taels of silver on these essentials. However, she deemed it a worthy investment. For the sake of vengeance and future safety, she felt compelled to take these actions. She was grateful for her 33 years of singlehood and nearly a decade of living alone. She had repaired broken light bulbs herself and possessed a basic understanding of electrical work. All right, Sanyo, you may head back now. Her tone conveyed authority, prompting Zhao Sanyo to depart. As he walked away, an array of wires materialized on the ground. Cheng Wanwan buried the wires in the trench, having stripped them of their insulation and connected them to the distant solar panels. A single solar panel might not suffice to incapacitate an adult, so she added 3 more. Positioning them atop a nearby haystack, which was reserved for winter fuel, no one would dare climb to investigate. All the wires were concealed beneath the soil, encircling the great locust tree in several loops before she doused the area with a bucket of water. When the sun rose, this section would be impenetrable. Upon returning home, Cheng Wanwan checked on Wu Huanyang, relieved to find that the bleeding had ceased and her complexion had improved somewhat. However, she feared that if the child could not be saved, Wu Huanyang might succumb to guilt, leading to a gradual descent into depression. In her previous workplace, a female colleague had experienced a miscarriage due to hanging laundry. Afterward, she spiraled into depression, inexplicably contemplating suicide and losing all hope for life. Depression is a malady that remains incomprehensible to outsiders, yet those ensnared within it endure profound suffering. Cheng Wanwan lay in bed, unable to find rest. The 2 little ones beside her tossed and turned, burdened with their own thoughts. Finally, she spoke quietly. Tomorrow, we shall slaughter the large hen to make soup, to nourish your sister-in-law. Zhao Sidan felt a deep reluctance, yet he obediently acquiesced. Then let us slaughter the second yellow hen. It is rather indolent and does not lay eggs. Cheng Wanwan, unable to sleep, reopened the shopping app once more. She navigated to a pharmacy, where a plethora of various medications for maintaining pregnancy were displayed. Having never been pregnant herself, she was utterly uninformed in this regard. Even uncertain about which medication would alleviate Wu Huanyang's condition, she resolved to first procure relevant literature, but as it was late and there was no light for reading, she decided to postpone her endeavor until the morrow. As dawn broke, Zhao Dashan rose, his face drawn and haggard, unmistakably having had a sleepless night. Cheng Wanwan spoke softly. You and Sanyo go deliver the goods. I shall remain at home to care for Huanyang. With me here, there is no need for concern. Zhao Dashan nodded. Should I bring anything back? If there are fish for sale, to buy 1, regardless of the price. Fish soup is far more nourishing for a pregnant woman than chicken soup. However, the drought had left the rivers parched, making it exceedingly difficult to find a single fish in the entire Ping'an town. Zhao Dashan committed this to memory and set off with Zhao Sanyo to deliver the goods. Zhao Da's ox cart approached from the village, his expression one of astonishment. I just arrived, and I see Zhao Fugui tied beneath the big locust tree. What is going on here? What has happened? Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyo remained silent. They too were unaware of what their mother intended, quietly hoisting the wooden barrel onto the cart. The ox cart swayed as it moved away, and the sky over Dehe village gradually brightened. The townsfolk, having slept through the night, began their daily toil. On an otherwise unremarkable morning, the sight of Zhao Fugui bound to the great locust tree drew countless onlookers, igniting a fervor throughout the village. What is this all about? Zhao Fugui was caught sneaking around with a widow. Could it be that his own wife tied him to the tree? Some were astonished at the audacity of Fugui's wife, suggesting that a man who cannot control his baser instincts ought to be taught a lesson. With such a display from Fugui's wife, do you think Zhao Fugui will let her off easily? It seems their days together are numbered. After being tied up all night, Zhao Fugui awoke to the sound of voices. Attempting to move, he found himself utterly immobilized and erupted into a torrent of curses. Zhao Qing, you vile woman. What have you done to me? You wretched creature, just wait and see how I will make you pay. He struggled desperately, yet to no avail. The most pressing concern was the excruciating pain in his lower body. The nearby villagers, sensing the tantalizing aroma of gossip, began to inquire. What does this have to do with Deshan's mother? Zhao Fugui, you have yet to clarify your affair with widow Zhang, and now you're entangled with someone else. Emerging from the crowd, Cheng Wanwan, clad in a simple, earthy-toned garment, her gaze piercing and resolute, declared emphatically, it was I who instructed my son to bind Zhao Fugui to the tree. All eyes turned to her in unison. She continued, last night, Zhao Fugui stealthily entered my courtyard to steal, toppling my daughter-in-law, who is with child. My eldest daughter-in-law still lies unconscious in bed, as a widow with no male protector. We were utterly defenseless against him. Thankfully, the spirit of Deshan's father has been watching over us. It is through his protection that I was able to bind Zhao Fugui to this tree. Old Mountain Father proclaimed that when his daughter-in-law recovers, Zhao Fugui would be able to depart from beneath this grand locust tree. As Cheng Wanwan's words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. The notion of the deceased manifesting their presence is indeed peculiar. While dream visitations are somewhat commonplace, the idea of a spirit safeguarding their family is unprecedented. Cease your nonsensical ramblings. Zhao Fugui's mother interjected. If my son has truly committed any wrongdoing, you should report him to the authorities and see if the magistrate will apprehend him. Cheng Wanwan let out a cold laugh. In this era, causing harm to others is hardly a grave offense. Brawls and disputes occur daily in the village, and no one reports them unless a life is lost. Wu Huanyang, being with child, had already suffered a fall, allowing Zhao Fugui to easily absolve himself of any blame. Rather than relying on an inadequate legal system, it would be wiser for her to take matters into her own hands. She intended to set an example. Zhao Fugui was the chicken, while the other ne'er-do-wells in the village were merely monkeys. With conviction, she declared, with Old Mountain Father's spirit watching over us, Zhao Fugui shall not take a single step away from this locust tree. Zhao Fugui's mother, however, remained skeptical of such superstitions and marched forward. Beneath the ground lay electric wires, and the damp earth served as a conductor. Nearby, solar panels absorbed sunlight. As Zhao Fugui's mother stepped onto the soil, a tingling sensation surged from her feet, causing her to collapse. Cheng Wanwan had calibrated the electric current just enough to inflict pain without rendering the individual unconscious. After all, the village was home to many children and the elderly, and an accidental injury could prove disastrous. Zhao Fugui's mother felt her legs weaken, biting down on her molars. Old man, what are you standing there for? Hurry and untie Fugui. Zhao Fugui's father dared not approach boldly. Yet, despite his cautiousness, he met the same fate as his wife, both collapsing to the ground, their eyes finally reflecting the terror that had taken hold of them. Chapter 83. Marriage for Peace. Zhao Eugene has truly manifested. This young man was the most outstanding in our village. It is astonishing that even in death, he continues to protect his wife and child. Good souls do not live long. I watched Eugene grow up. He married and had a son. And just as life seemed to be flourishing, he was suddenly taken from us. In the crowd, Grandma Zhao's eyes were red-rimmed. She had borne 3 sons and 2 daughters, with her eldest son being her greatest pride. He brought her honor, yet he died young. Countless nights, she awoke crying, feeling that with death, everything is lost. But now, her eldest daughter-in-law tells her that her son has manifested in spirit. This means that although he has passed, he watches over their family from above, suppressing her sorrow. Grandma Zhao pushed her way into the throng, seizing a handful of wild greens meant for feeding the chickens, and hurled them at Zhao Fugui. You shameless scoundrel. Is it not enough that you have a wife at home? You dare to entangle yourself with a widow from the village. Zhang's husband is a coward, but my son has fought valiantly in battle. If you continue to bully those who are vulnerable, my son will return as a vengeful spirit to punish you. Please, dear sister-in-law, do not scold him any further. My Fugui has already learned his lesson. Zhao Fugui's mother grasped Grandma Zhao's hand. Addressing the onlookers, we are many, with strong vitality. How can we fear a mere ghost? Let us work together to bring my Fugui back, shall we? There were still some kind-hearted villagers, along with Zhao Fugui's close relatives. Several robust men in their 30s and 40s stepped forward, but as soon as their feet crossed a threshold, an electric shock surged from the ground, causing them to collapse. Though they did not lose consciousness, the sudden, intense sensation left everyone shaken. Dai Shan's wife declared that it was indeed Dai Shan's spirit at work, and that was beyond doubt. The village leader's wife approached, stating, "We must wait until Dai Shan's wife is free of her burdens. Only then will his spirit relent. Let me make this clear. Do not think that just because the village leader is absent, you can act recklessly. Anyone caught stealing or causing trouble will face consequences. A few days in confinement will surely teach them to behave." She cast a pointed glance at Zhang Wulai. Meanwhile, Zhao Fugui was on the verge of madness. Bound to a tree, every part of him ached, and he felt swelling in his lower regions. He screamed for help, but no one dared to approach. Even his parents refrained from attempting rescue again, for the experience was far from pleasant. Spitting on the ground beneath the large locust tree, Grandma Zhao turned to Cheng Wanwan and said, "What has happened with Dai Shan's wife? Take me to see." Zhao's 2 sisters-in-law, Wen and Sun, hurried to follow. Wen was genuinely concerned that a serious incident had occurred, while Sun was simply drawn by the spectacle. Having not visited for several days, upon entering, Grandma Zhao beheld the newly constructed chicken coop and duck pen at the side of the courtyard, along with a doghouse. Chickens and ducks flitted about chaotically, while the puppies scampered in all directions, creating a scene that, though disordered, also bore a semblance of organization. Madame Zhao restrained herself from speaking as she entered the room, only to be greeted by the sight of Wu Huanyang, her face ashen and unconscious. Her heart sank to the depths of despair. No wonder the eldest son had shown signs. Given the current situation, it seemed the child of Dashan could not be saved. This was the eldest grandson of the main family, and if he were to perish, Dashan's father in the heavens would surely be filled with rage. How could things have come to this? Wen's voice was barely above a whisper. It seemed that Dr. Zheng was incapable of providing adequate care, and they would need to summon a physician from the town. Madame Zhao nodded. Do not fear the expense. Money can be earned again, but a life lost is irretrievable. I have some funds here. Take them to the town and find a skilled doctor to check his pulse. She retrieved a cloth pouch from her waistband, containing 100 copper coins. She had always suspected that her eldest son's wife would seek financial assistance from her, keeping the remaining 400 coins hidden in a burrow, and carrying this 100 for emergencies. Finally, the money had found its purpose, and without hesitation, she pressed it into Qing Wanwan's hands. One was without funds. And immediately she spoke up. I have managed to save a few coins these days. Let me contribute them for Dashan's wife's treatment. Son, remaining silent, lowered her head. With her mother-in-law providing funds and her sister-in-law also contributing, she felt as though speaking would only set her apart as an outsider. She tugged at the corner of her mouth, producing 2 coins from her sleeve. This is all I have, elder sister. Please do not disdain it. Cheng Wanwan could discern son's reluctance, yet she had at least offered 2 coins, which were not easily earned. Though son might be peculiar, she retained a sense of pride. Those who possess dignity always find a way to heal. She declined the coins, sighing. Dr. Zheng mentioned that even the town's physician may not have a solution. We can only nurture her gradually. If fortune smiles upon us, the child may be saved. If not, it is a common occurrence. As long as the mother is unharmed, all else can be managed. Madame Zhao retrieved the coins. Indeed, Dashan's wife is still young. She is not yet 17. Once her health is restored, she can conceive again. Cheng Wanwan nodded and escorted Madame Zhao and her 2 sisters-in-law out. No sooner had the trio departed than a figure appeared at the courtyard entrance, Aunt Fugaway. Her complexion was a pallid gray, clearly indicative of a sleepless night, and her demeanor was utterly dispirited. Cheng Wanwan, unsure of her purpose, did not invite her in but simply observed in silence. Aunt Fugaway produced a cloth pouch from her sleeve, containing several copper coins. Zhao Fugaway has harmed Dashan's wife. Logically, the medical expenses should be borne by our family, but this is all we can offer. Cheng Wanwan did not refuse this time, accepting the coins and counting. There are a total of 67 coins here. However, Huanyang's treatment has cost 130 coins, leaving you with a debt of 63 coins. Aunt Fugaway nodded silently and turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Cheng Wanwan felt a twinge of complexity in her emotions. Once a vibrant and outspoken woman, Aunt Fugaway had become a shadow of her former self, diminished by the troubles brought upon her by her own husband. Indeed, remaining single seems preferable. One need not serve a man or endure his temper, and avoiding marriage assures peace of mind. Aunt Fugaway departed from Cheng Wanwan's home and made her way through the village, passing by the grand old locust tree. Zhao Fugaway remained bound to the tree, and upon seeing his wife approach, he bellowed with rage, "Come here and untie me, quickly." Aunt Fugaway paused, casting a dispassionate glance in his direction. "Your vile deeds bear no relation to me," she replied. "You insolent woman, have you lost your mind?" Zhao Fugaway struggled fiercely, declaring that even if Zhao Eugene were still alive, he would harbor no fear, let alone now that he was deceased. The rope binding him was merely a hemp cord. Yet the tree was so robust that Zhao Sanya had added additional ties with straw rope. As Zhao Fugaway continued to writhe, the straw rope gradually loosened. Once his hands were freed, he set about untying the cords around his feet, shouting at his wife, "If you possess any courage, stand still and witness how I deal with you." He hastily freed himself and charged towards Aunt Fugaway. As he stepped onto the surrounding soil, a tingling surge of electricity coursed through him from the ground up, reminiscent of the sensation he had experienced the previous night. His body convulsed momentarily before he collapsed to his knees. However, the jolt was not potent enough to render him unconscious. Aunt Fugaway chuckled. "Weren't you fearless before Zhao Eugene? Why then do you kneel?" Zhao Fugaway had no intention of kneeling. He was simply unable to control his limbs. He glanced around. the bright daylight revealing no filth or obstruction, yet he could not escape the confines beneath the great locust tree. Could it be that there truly were spirits? A cold sweat broke out over Zhao Fugui's body. Chapter 84. The fish in the rice fields. The sun gradually ascends, casting its warmth upon a day that promises to be sweltering. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanya have ventured into town to deliver goods, while Zhao Ergo has yet to return. Zhao Sidon has gone to the rice fields to tend to the ducks, and Xiahua sits in the courtyard, entangling hay. Wu Huanyang lies in bed, still in a deep slumber. Cheng Wanwan is seated at the back of the house, cradling a book in her hands. Lacking medical training, she hesitates to administer medication to Wu Huanyang, opting instead to acquire a book to bolster her foundational knowledge. The text advises that if a pregnant woman experiences bleeding after a fall, she should use medication to preserve the pregnancy. However, it cautions against indiscriminate use and emphasizes the importance of confirming the fetus's well-being at a hospital, which includes monitoring the fetal heartbeat. Cheng Wanwan procures a fetal heart monitor from the marketplace, comprehending the operation through the manual, and then tiptoes into Wu Huanyang's room, gently closing the door behind her. If the child has perished in utero, considerations for inducing labor must be made. Conversely, if the child still lives, there is hope of finding the most suitable medication to safeguard the pregnancy. Cheng Wanwan lifts Wu Huanyang's garments and places the probe on her abdomen. In an instant, the room resonates with a robust heartbeat. Cautiously, she begins to count the heartbeats within a minute, consulting the manual. Thankfully, the heartbeat falls within the normal range, indicating that the child is unharmed. It is likely that the mother is simply too weak, resulting in her prolonged unconsciousness. Cheng Wanwan stows away the fetal heart monitor and returns to her reading, intent on discovering the most appropriate medication for Wu Huanyang's current condition. Suddenly, Dahe scurries over, crouching at her feet and biting her pant leg, his dark eyes filled with guilt. Cheng Wanwan bends down to stroke his head gently, reassuringly saying, "This is not your fault. You are still just a baby, not even a month old." She cannot blame the little pup. Dahe has only been around for 10 days and has injured his hind leg, making his steps unsteady. However, puppies grow rapidly, and in just a few days, they will transform. In half a month, these two dogs should be capable of guarding the home. Dahe lies quietly beside her, ceasing his whimpering. Cheng Wanwan diligently immerses herself in her reading, akin to a parched sponge absorbing a continuous stream of water. At last, she identifies the appropriate medication. This newly developed drug is designed to address 28 symptoms of pregnancy instability, though it comes at a steep price, 5 taels of silver per pill. The instructions indicate a 3-day treatment course, necessitating at least 3 pills, totaling 15 taels of silver. Cheng Wanwan winces at the cost, knowing she must hold Zhao Fugui accountable and ensure he endures a few more days of hardship. She enters the room, crushes the pills, and dissolves them in hot water, carefully administering the concoction to Wu Huanyang. Wu Huanyang retains a semblance of awareness, understanding that the medicine could save her child, and she obediently swallows the entire bowl of medicine. No sooner has she finished than Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sani to return. "Mother, there were no fish available in town," Zhao Dashan reports, his face etched with disappointment. "However, I did manage to purchase a squab, which is more expensive than chicken or duck." 61. The squab's high price had left him in a quandary for quite some time before he decided to make the purchase. The money used to purchase the squab was earned by his mother, and he was determined to repay her in due course. Cheng Wanwan nodded in approval. Although the pigeon was small, it was highly nutritious, rich in various vitamins, making it particularly suitable for pregnant women. She instructed, "Dashan, first you must slaughter the pigeon, pluck its feathers, and clean it thoroughly. I will prepare the pigeon soup." Zhao Dashan immediately set to work. Zhao Saniyu scratched his head and remarked, "Mother, today we are going to town. I heard that the county magistrate has discovered several water sources, and my second brother and the others should be returning soon." Cheng Wanwan sighed in relief. She had been quite anxious these past few days without news of Ergu, and while she was relieved to hear something, she also worried that the child had not eaten or slept well while away. How could she, a single noblewoman, suddenly be so concerned like a mother hen? Shaking her head, Cheng Wanwan went to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients for the soup, secretly purchasing a bit of angelica from the marketplace, knowing it was highly nourishing. As the pigeon soup simmered in the pot, she mixed some white flour with buckwheat flour, added an egg, and chopped some wild greens to make patties, which she placed along the edge of the pot to cook slowly. "Mother, Huang has laid another egg." Zhao Sida presented an egg like a treasure, his eyes wide with excitement. He blinked and asked, "Mother, which is more nourishing, chicken soup, or pigeon soup? Cheng Wanwan replied, for your sister-in-law. Fish soup is the most beneficial. Both crucian carp and perch soup are renowned for their ability to support and stabilize pregnancy. Zhao Saida immediately exclaimed. Then I will go catch fish from the spring on the mountain. If I do, will you spare her, Huang? Oh, Saida, Cheng Wanwan chuckled, shaking her head. The child was so innocent, wanting to protect her Huang while also wishing for his sister-in-law's well-being. However, as the saying goes, pure waters do not harbor fish. There were unlikely to be fish in the mountain spring. She suggested, we have water in our rice paddy. You can look for fish there. Zhao Saida's eyes lit up instantly, and he dashed toward the rice paddy. Wait, Saida. First, stack the dry grass and firewood neatly in the kitchen. Reluctantly, he complied. Cheng Wanwan casually stepped out of the courtyard, then quickly moved to her rice paddy, where she secretly placed 2 large crucian carp. While it seemed illogical to introduce large fish into the rice paddy, placing small ones might be justifiable. However, with ducks present in the field, small fish would likely end up as a meal for the ducks. After completing this task, she returned to the courtyard and said softly, Saida, hurry and find the fish. After you catch them, bring the ducks back home. Zhao Saida nodded and rushed toward the rice paddy, noticing the ducks were well fed, pecking lazily at the rice ears. He quickly herded the ducks back home before turning to search for fish. The 5 acres of rice field were not overly large nor too small, and he walked barefoot through the paddies. The clear water revealed small insects and grasshoppers, and he began to catch grasshoppers while searching for fish. After catching 20 or 30 grasshoppers, he finally spotted the glimmer of fish. Zhao Saiden, his face a canvas of disbelief, marveled at the sight before him. Fish, magnificent fish. Since the onset of the drought, the river had rapidly diminished, and it had been an eternity since he last beheld such creatures. With no regard for anything else, he lunged forward, plunging into the water of the rice paddy, pinning the fish beneath him. Let us see how you escape now. As he emerged triumphantly with the fish, he was astonished to discover that there were, in fact, 2 fish beneath him. A broad grin spread across his face. On his way home, he encountered old lady Zhao, who held a bowl of deer blood in her hands. In a hushed tone, she remarked, last night, our village's hunter, Zhao, captured a deer. He typically keeps such matters to himself, but I heard that something unfortunate befell the mountain bride. So he kindly sent a bowl of deer blood to our home. I hurried to bring it to you. Heat it in a pot and give it to Huanyang to help restore her strength. Before she could finish her sentence, she turned around, only to find Zhao Saiden standing at the gate, grinning broadly while holding 2 fish. Chapter 85. Envying the father of Fordan. Madame Zhao was utterly astonished. Fordan, where did you procure that fish? At the entrance of Dahu village lay a river, and while the villagers might seldom encounter chickens or ducks, they were certainly no strangers to fish. However, there existed a village regulation prohibiting fishing in the river during regular days. They were to wait until the fish had matured, when, during the new year, the entire community would descend upon the river with nets to catch fish, which would then be distributed among all families. Each household typically received hundreds of pounds, enough to savor fish soup in winter and to prepare preserved fish for the spring. Ensuring a taste of the river's bounty lingered on. Occasionally, if a family had a postpartum woman, no one would mind if they caught a few fish. Yet, the crux of the matter was that there was currently no water in the river. Where could such large fish possibly come from? Zhao Sidan was drenched. Yet this did not impede his delight as he squinted with satisfaction. Grandma, I caught 2 live fish in the rice paddy. Mother, hurry and make soup for my sister-in-law. Cheng Wanwan suggested he keep the fish alive, as she had already prepared pigeon soup for breakfast, intending to save 1 fish for the afternoon and another for the following day. Feigning sorrow, she sighed. The water in the rice paddy has only been diverted for less than 10 days. How could such large fish possibly grow so quickly? Madame Zhao nodded vigorously. It was indeed true. A small fish would require at least 3 to 4 months to reach such a size. Yet, Fordan's demeanor did not suggest deceit, leaving the elderly lady in a state of confusion. Surely, it must be a divine intervention from Old Mountain Father. Cheng Wanwan continued her lament. Our family lives in hardship, yet Old Mountain Father still watches over us orphans and widows. He must have exerted considerable effort to place these fish in our rice paddy. The gifts from Old Mountain Father were surely valuable. She hoped that the child within Huanyang would be born safely. Madame Zhao's eyes immediately glistened with tears. She wiped the corners of her eyes, saying, Jean has always been an honest child, sending every penny of his military salary back home. Even now that he has passed, he still thinks of us. My son, however, is solely concerned with others, never considering his own well-being. Cheng Wan'an pondered silently. It seemed that any future peculiar events could be attributed to Zhao Eugene. She spoke up. Mother, please take this bowl of deer blood back to share with father. We have enough fish soup for Huinyang here. The main concern was that deer blood was warming and excessively stimulating, which could be detrimental to a pregnant woman. Madame Zhao placed the deer blood on the table, her expression stern. Your father and I are already halfway in the grave. What use do we have for this? Save it for Huinyang to drink tomorrow, and be sure to add plenty of salt. It won't spoil. With that, she turned and departed. Cheng Wan'an helplessly dealt with the deer blood, drying and solidifying it under the sun, slicing it into thin pieces for storage. Once Huinyang's child was born, they could use the deer blood slices to replenish qi and blood. Amidst her busyness, the morning slipped away. The family gathered around the dining table, each enjoying a wild vegetable pancake alongside a small bowl of pigeon meat. There was no soup, as it was reserved for Wu Huinyang, who had yet to awaken. Being fed mouthful by Zhao Dashan. Zhao Xiden watched this scene, his heart aflame with anger. If it weren't for that scoundrel Zhao Fugui, his sister-in-law would not have ended up like this. He had finished his meal, washed the bowl, and then spoke. Mother, I shall go catch some grasshoppers to feed the chickens. He took his basket and stepped outside, but instead of heading to the rice fields, he made his way to the large locust tree in the center of the village. The sun was blazing overhead, and Zhao Fugui sat beneath the tree, looking haggard and listless. Passers-by pointed at him, but he showed little reaction. Zhao Xiden called upon Zhao Duwang and Zhao Erwang. Duwang, Erwang, help me gather some stones to throw at him. When my mother prepares something delicious, I will secretly share it with you. Zhao Duwang frowned and replied, what if we accidentally kill him? Brother, you're too foolish, Zhao Erwang giggled. As long as we don't hit his head, he won't die. The three boys scoured the area for stones, collecting small ones the size of a baby's fist. They filled half a basket and dumped the stones in front of the locust tree. Zhao Xiden was the first to throw a stone, but it missed and landed at Zhao Fugui's feet. Startled, Zhao Fugui leaped up like a frightened rabbit, shouting at the three children. What do you little bastards think you're doing? Don't think just because I'm stuck here I can't do anything to you, ah. Before he could finish his sentence, he let out a piercing scream. Zhao Erwang burst into laughter. I hit him in the neck. My aim was spot on. Zhao Duwang shot him a disdainful glance. Just wait and see where I hit him. His stone landed precisely on Zhao Fugui's groin, causing him to clutch the sensitive area and howl in pain. You little bastards, just you wait for how I'll deal with you. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Fugui bent down to pick up the stones that had been thrown at him. Zhao Xiden puffed out his chest and declared, come on, throw at me. If you hit me, my father will take revenge. His spirit watches over me, and anyone who bullies me will not escape his wrath. Though the day was bright and sunny, Zhao Fugui was drenched in cold sweat from fear. His body trembled, and the stones he had picked up fell from his hands as he glanced nervously around, feeling the weight of unseen eyes upon him. Zhao Xiden scoffed, Duwang, Erwang. We aren't afraid of him. Zhao Erwang blinked and said, Xiden, I truly envy you for having such a great father. Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yukai were on their way to Cheng Wanwan's house to help out when they overheard this remark. Zhao Yuan's temper flared. Xiden has no father. Yours is still alive. Why would you envy someone else? You've truly been raised in vain. Zhao Yukai glanced at Zhao Fugui, who had always been a troublemaker but now appeared like a frightened bird, his face filled with fear and anxiety. He waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Don't bother him anymore. You all go about your business. Although Zhao Yukai found it hard to believe, he couldn't help but accept the notion that perhaps his elder brother was indeed more formidable than others. Even in death, a lingering spirit could protect their vulnerable family. Zhao Xiden complied obediently, taking his basket to the fields in search of grasshoppers. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yukai went to Cheng Wanwan's house to wash the ice powder seeds, finding the task increasingly easy as they grew more accustomed to it. Cheng Wanwan was tending to the fire in the kitchen, where a pot of water simmered, topped with 3 wooden buckets. These buckets, crafted by the old man Zhao, were fashioned from planks bound together with iron wire. They had been soaked overnight in a vat of water, causing the wood to swell and the gaps between the planks to tighten. A final coat of tung oil ensured that they would leak no more. The high-temperature steam applied to the buckets served to dry them out and thwart any wood-boring insects, thereby extending their lifespan. Meanwhile, Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanyu remained in the courtyard, molding clay bricks. The recent intrusion by Zhao Fugui had made them acutely aware of their lack of a proper wall. Only a low fence stood in place. Had there been a solid barrier, Zhao Fugui's entrance would have surely made a commotion, one they could not have overlooked. Chapter 86. Zhao Fugui faces trouble. Crafting clay bricks is no simple endeavor. However, it remains the most economical method for constructing a house, a task that nearly every household undertakes. The molds for the bricks were borrowed from the village head, while the soil was excavated 3 days prior by Zhao Dashan from the edge of the village. It had been resting in the courtyard, dampened with water, as this particular soil possessed poor adhesive qualities, necessitating the incorporation of straw, approximately a finger's length, which was mixed in thoroughly. Zhao Sanyu was responsible for shoveling the soil into the molds, while Zhao Dashan ensured that the soil was compacted and leveled. Cheng Wanwan sat nearby, observing for a while, and could not help but shake her head. Although this clay brick could indeed form a structure, its stability was undoubtedly questionable. In the event of heavy snowfall or fierce storms, the house might not withstand the elements, requiring frequent repairs. She contemplated purchasing blue bricks. Yet the village head's family only utilized them for the threshold and load-bearing columns, with the majority still relying on clay bricks. Should she construct a house adorned with blue tiles, it would surely incite envy and jealousy among the villagers. Nonetheless, she could enhance the adhesive properties of the clay bricks. She procured a bottle of adhesive from the marketplace, a construction-grade binder typically used in modern rural building practices, which had been long obsolete in contemporary times, yet remained a rare and valuable commodity in this era. Seizing a moment when Zhao Sanyu was distracted, she poured in half the bottle, and the soil visibly transformed into a sticky consistency, clinging stubbornly to the shovel. Though crafting the bricks may have been somewhat laborious, the resulting house would be safer and more durable. Before long, not many bricks had been formed, and Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yukai had completed their tasks. Cheng Wanwan paid them their daily wages, each receiving 15 won, as they prepared to return home to attend to their chores. Just then, Zhao Sidon returned with a basket, his face beaming with joy. "Mother, I've caught a multitude of locusts. The chicks will feast well today." Zhao Yun glanced at the catch and was taken aback. Why are there so many locusts? He toiled in the fields daily, witnessing only sporadic locusts, squashing any he encountered. Yet now, half the basket was brimming with locusts, buzzing incessantly, reminiscent of last year's locust plague that had ravaged the crops. It was quite normal to find locusts in the fields. Zhao Yukai was less concerned, figuring that as long as they weren't swarming in droves, it was no cause for alarm. The two brothers chatted as they wandered off, while Zhao Sidon, carefree, set about feeding the locusts to the chickens. Chickens that foraged for wild vegetables were entirely different from those that dined on locusts. Since the onset of their hearty diet, the chickens and ducks had transformed daily. Previously, they sported fluffy yellow feathers, but in recent days, they began to lose their color, and their sizes had notably increased. As the sun gradually dipped in the west, Zhao Dashan and Zhao Sanya ceased their brickmaking and headed to the fields to hoe weeds and apply fertilizer. Cheng Wanwan, meanwhile, commenced preparations for dinner. Fortunately, as she was cooking, Wu Huanyang awakened. "Don't rush to get up. Just lie still." Cheng Wanwan gently pressed on her shoulder. "Your baby is fine. It's primarily your own health that has been compromised. You nearly lost the baby. Relax and take good care of yourself." Wu Huanyang's eyes shimmered with tears. "Mother, thank you. We are family. There is no need for such formalities," Cheng Wanwan replied warmly. Cheng Wanwan smiled and said, "I will prepare fish soup for you." A fish was simmered to a milky white, and the soup along with the flesh from the fish's belly was reserved for Wu Huanyang, who felt profoundly touched and quietly consumed it all. The remaining portions of the fish were distributed among the 3 children. Cheng Wanwan did not dislike fish. Rather, she refrained from competing with the children for food. If she truly desired it, she could discreetly purchase a fish from the market and prepare it for herself. After dinner, it was once again time for study. Since the children had not yet fully absorbed the knowledge points, Zhao Taiju was not summoned to teach new content. At the beginning of humanity, one's nature is inherently good. Although natures are similar, habits diverge. The sound of reading echoed, repeating time and again. The following morning, Cheng Wanwan was awakened by Aunt Wang's voice. Since her arrival in this era, her waking hours had become quite early, yet still not as early as the local inhabitants. By the time she rose, Aunt Wang had already been busy outside for a while. As she remained asleep, Aunt Wang's voice rang out from the courtyard. "Dashan's daughter, wake up quickly. Something has happened." It was Zhao Fuqian who had encountered misfortune. Zhao Fuqian lay beneath the large locust tree, his face ashen. Though people called to him, he offered little response, appearing near death. However, he would occasionally convulse suddenly, babbling in panic, "I was wrong, Zhao Eugene. I was wrong. Eugene, spare me." I will bow down to you. Do not come closer. Please do not kill me. Zhao Fuqian's mother sat outside the circle of the locust tree, ceaselessly wiping her tears, crying as if her heart were being torn apart. Many villagers gathered to witness the scene. Zhao Yujin's spirit seemed to have manifested, and it appeared that Zhao Fuqian was facing death. He had dared to bully a motherless child and should have anticipated such consequences. Who could have imagined that Zhao Yujin would truly manifest? It was indeed somewhat terrifying, leaving an eerie chill in the air. My son, Zhao Fuqian's mother wailed. When you were young, you enjoyed stealing and mischief. At that time, I thought you were just a child, ignorant of your actions, and I did not discipline you. How could I have foreseen such a calamity? It is my fault. I, as your mother, did not raise you well. As dawn broke, the area beneath the large locust tree was filled with people. Cheng Wanwan pushed her way into the crowd, casting a glance at Zhao Fuqian's face, which was not only pale but also unnaturally flushed, possibly from fear-induced fever. She spoke slowly. I have spoken with Dashan's father, and he has agreed to let someone in attend to Zhao Fuqian. Zhao Fuqian's mother immediately insisted, let me in, even if my son is to die. He must die in my arms. Cheng Wanwan shook her head. You are too old. It is not safe. Should you accidentally be electrocuted? Zhao Yujin may be condemned for life. Just then, Zhang Shi quietly appeared in the crowd. She had also heard about Zhao Fuqian's predicament and came to take a look. Deep down, she hoped nothing had happened to him, for he was the most generous among her many suitors. If Zhao Fuqian were to die, no one in the village would wish to associate with her any longer. Upon Zhang Shi's arrival, she was quickly noticed by the villagers and pushed to the forefront. With a sigh, let widow Zhang enter to tend to him. Does she not have a fondness for Zhao Fugui? Even with a wife, she still desires his company. Widow Zhang, you are, in a sense, one of Zhao Fugui's women. Given his current state, how can you not take a look? The pallor of fear washed over widow Zhang's face. This place is haunted by the specter of Zhao Yujin. Should she enter, it would surely frighten her to death. She vehemently shook her head. I have nothing to do with him. Why should I care for him? I must return to work. Please step aside. With her head bowed, she hurriedly fled. I shall take over. And Fugui emerged from the crowd, her complexion notably poor, ashen, and tinged with a bluish hue. Yet, without hesitation, she approached the large locust tree. Cheng Wanwan felt a tinge of disappointment. She had hoped Aunt Fugui would have completely let go of Zhao Fugui, but it seemed she remained steadfast in her devotion to such a man. Nevertheless, it is said that in ancient times, women regarded their husbands as paramount. She ought not to judge through the lens of her modern ideals. Cheng Wanwan casually took a few steps to cut off the power supply, waiting until Aunt Fugui had entered before reconnecting the electricity. Chapter 87. Zhao Ergu returns. Zhao Fugui felt an intense heat coursing through his body. Though he had fallen unconscious, he remained aware of his surroundings. With great effort, he managed to open his eyelids a fraction, catching sight of his wife. Her voice, akin to a broken gong, pleaded, If Zhao Yujin spares me this time, I will live a good life with you from now on. And Fugui tugged at the corners of her lips, glancing outside the circle, and said, Zhao Fugui has a fever. Mother, please go to Dr. Zheng and procure some fever-reducing medicine, then bring it back once it's brewed. Zhao Fugui's mother hurriedly set off to fulfill her task. The crowd gathered beneath the giant locust tree began to disperse, each person filled with trepidation. The sun had only just begun to rise when a horse-drawn carriage sped to a halt at the village entrance. It was the return of the village chief. The village chief, Zhao Anjiang, along with Wang Yongcheng, Zhao Yugui, and Zhao Ergu, had all returned. Good heavens, each of them donned new garments. The county magistrate was indeed generous. What were new clothes worth? Hadn't it been said that they would receive 100 won per day? Calculating for 5 days. That amounted to a total of 500 won. Goodness gracious, 500 won equaled half a tael of silver, enough to marry a wife. The villagers, forgetting their chores, gathered around in excitement. Outside the carriage sat a servant from the county office, tasked with driving the cart, while inside sat 5 individuals, the very same who had departed with the magistrate 5 days prior. They had left in tattered clothing, but upon their return, they were clad in fresh blue robes. Though they appeared weary and gaunt, their eyes sparkled with joy and exhilaration. The village chief was the first to leap from the carriage, exclaiming, Everyone, gather beneath the giant locust tree. I have important news to share. In recent gatherings, good tidings had always been announced, and this time the village chief seemed particularly buoyant, stirring palpable excitement among the villagers. The village chief's wife approached and whispered, During your absence, some troubling matters arose in the village that I must discuss with you. Naturally, she referred to Zhao Fugui's disgraceful affairs. What a shameless and despicable creature. The village chief retorted angrily. Had he not been a Zhao, I would have expelled him from Dahu village. His actions are a disgrace to the Zhao family, and if he manages to survive this ordeal, he shall not remain in our family tree. As both the village chief and the patriarch of the Zhao clan, he held considerable authority within the village. After sharing the troubling news, the villagers gradually assembled beneath the giant locust tree. On one side, the crowd gathered, while on the other, Zhao Fugui lay on the ground, his wife administering medicine to him. The village chief offered not a glance towards Zhao Fugui, standing atop a large stone and addressing the gathered crowd. This time, our efforts in locating water sources have yielded 12 sites, aiding over 30 villages in irrigation and saving countless rice paddies. We have accomplished a significant feat. The county magistrate has rewarded our village with 50 taels of silver. According to previous calculations, 12 water sources should have merited 36 taels of silver. However, due to their hard work and unyielding dedication, without a single complaint, and their shared urgency with the magistrate, the reward was raised to 50 taels. A chorus of astonishment erupted among the villagers. 50 taels of silver. In my 60 years of life, I have never witnessed such a sum. The village head is on the brink of prosperity, poised to become the wealthiest individual in our community. He spoke softly, asserting, "No, this money does not belong to me. It is meant for all of us in Dahu village." His gaze settled on the crowd, particularly on Cheng Wanwan's face. Upon closer examination, it became apparent that this sum should rightfully belong to Dashin Yang and her family. However, Dashin Yang proposed it be used as seed money for the newly formed patrol team. One could easily comprehend her reasoning. As a widow with orphans, living at the edge of the village, should they attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals, the loss of wealth and provisions would be minor compared to the grave risk to their lives. Regret would come far too late. Consider the incident involving Zhao Fugui. Had the patrol team been more cohesive, he would never have found the opportunity to commit his misdeeds. From this day forth, Dahu village shall establish an official patrol team. The village head declared with gravity, "I will select 10 individuals who have demonstrated commendable behavior to serve as captains. Each captain will work 3 days a month, earning 18 won per day." He continued, "Each captain will be assigned 12 team members, patrolling in pairs, with the captain overseeing their duties, calculated accordingly. Each individual will work 2 hours a day, accumulating 6 hours monthly, which translates to an income of 8 won." A wave of astonishment washed over the assembly. After all, patrolling had previously been unpaid, and why would one seek remuneration for labor within their own village? Yet now, there was the prospect of at least 8 won, a sum that, while not exorbitant, was certainly not insignificant. In previous years, 8 won could purchase 4 pounds of millet. The village head truly was a benevolent figure, seemingly distributing wealth among the villagers. However, this was not mere charity. Only those who had previously excelled would be appointed as captains and receive compensation. My own son, who had initially been diligent in his patrolling, had since taken to requesting leave whenever it was his turn. Such good fortune was unlikely to pertain to him. With 10 captains and 12 members each, only about 130 individuals could join the patrol team. Our village boasted a labor force of 400 to 500. Village head, "My son is robust. Let him serve as a captain," someone proposed. The village head shot that person a cold glance, replying, "Your son has patrolled only once. And that time, he even snatched wild fruits from a child. He may join us when he learns to behave responsibly." He then began to call out the names of the 10 appointed individuals. Those named were incredulous. They were the diligent workers, those who toiled while others slacked off, stepping up when others took leave, and completing their tasks before heading home. Such individuals, often referred to as silent workers, typically went unnoticed. Yet now, the village head was recognizing them one by one. "You 10 have performed admirably in the previous patrols. Continue your efforts. You may each select 12 team members, and I will assess the patrol's performance monthly. The top 3 teams will each receive a reward of 1 won." "Yes, village head," the 10 individuals exclaimed, brimming with joy. Among them was Zhao Sanyu, who had been sent out to patrol each time by Cheng Wanwan. Although this young lad is still in his youth, he possesses remarkable strength and a straightforward disposition, diligently undertaking his responsibilities without resorting to deceit or trickery. Upon being appointed as captain, he stood tall, finally feeling a surge of vitality and ambition. He is now able to earn a living. Chuckling to himself as he calculates his monthly earnings, working just 3 days a month at 18 won per day, which totals, after much contemplation, he determines it amounts to 54 won. enough to purchase a substantial quantity of meat, surely earning him his mother's praise for his prowess. Observing his naive excitement, Cheng Wanwan couldn't help but chuckle softly. You should quickly consider which 10 individuals to select as your team members. I can only advise you on one thing. Given your youth, refrain from choosing those elder members of the Zhao family. In ancient times, filial piety was revered, encompassing not only respect for one's parents but also for all elders within the clan. As captain, he must oversee his team. However, if his teammates are elders, it could invite unwelcome gossip. Moreover, with Sanyo's clumsy tongue, a careless word might offend a fellow clansman, leading to considerable trouble. It is far wiser to eliminate potential complications from the outset. Zhao Sanyo nodded in agreement. I will heed my mother's advice. Chapter 88. The virtue of good deeds. Beneath the great locust tree, the appointed 10 captains stood beside the village head, following the order of age and lineage. Each selected their team members, predominantly choosing their own kin, uncles, cousins, and brothers. To be candid, the village had a limited population after a round of selections. It was evident that nearly everyone was interrelated, merely differing in the degree of kinship. Finally, it was Zhao Sanyu's turn. He recalled Cheng Wanwan's instructions. At merely 14 years of age, he could only select individuals under 20, and none bore the surname Zhao. Zhao Dawang, aged 15 and a year older than Sanyu, was nearly exasperated, believing he would surely be chosen. As Sanyu read through the names, he did not call his. Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Dawang desperately signaled. Zhao old lady pinched his ear. What are you doing, child? Sanyu will choose whomever he pleases. Why fret over it? Son, feeling aggrieved, remarked. Sanyu is truly something else. With so many in our Hao family, his second uncle, third uncle, and Dawang, aren't they all capable of patrolling? Why must he select so many from outside the family? Why are you so contentious? Zhao old lady glared at her. Breakfast hasn't even been prepared yet. Hurry back and start the fire to steam some corn buns. Sun gritted her teeth. Was she not right? Why was the mother-in-law always partial to the eldest branch? Once she bore a son, let us see if the favoritism persisted. She stormed off in discontent. After selecting 10 individuals, Zhao Sanya found himself at a standstill. As the last to choose, his options had dwindled significantly. He heard Zhao Dawang cough vehemently and reluctantly announced, the 11th, Zhao Dawang. Since Dawang was not an elder, this did not contravene his mother's words. He continued to scan the crowd, but it was filled with Zhao family elders. Each time they spotted him, they would tease him, making it implausible for these individuals to obediently follow his orders. Yet, he could not select the merely 11-year-old Zhao Wang for patrolling duties. Just then, Zhang Dagong stepped forward from the crowd, declaring, Sanyu, choose me. I can hold my own in a fight. At 12 years of age, he was still quite young. Zhao Sanyu instinctively prepared to decline, but then recalled a statement from 2 days prior, where Zhang Dagong mentioned witnessing widow Zhang and Zhao Fugui in the woods, thus clearing his mother's name. Zhao Sanya nodded. Very well, the 12th, Zhang Dagong. With that, all the team members had been selected. The village head, wary of discontent among some individuals, advised, the patrol team will continue to expand. Those who perform well will be promoted to captain, and others will have opportunities to join. All right, meeting adjourned. The villagers dispersed. Zhao Sanya lifted his chin, gazing at Cheng Wanwan. Mother, I have become captain, he exclaimed with glee. Zhao Sidon, filled with envy, remarked, Brother Sanyu, you are truly impressive. Cheng Wanwan placed her hand on his shoulder. The village head believes in you, which is why he promoted you. You must work diligently and not bring shame to your father, understand? Zhao Sanyu immediately straightened his back. I will. Cheng Wanwan then turned her gaze toward Zhao Ergu, her voice gentle. It seems you have lost a bit of weight. No worries, mother will prepare delicious food for you. Zhao Ergu, clad in new garments, felt quite uncomfortable. His previous tattered clothes had been torn by branches and stones during numerous excursions to seek water sources. With a mere wave of the county magistrate's hand, each of them was bestowed with a new outfit, crafted not from coarse fabric, but rather soft to the touch. He spoke up, let my sister-in-law alter this outfit for mother. Cheng Wanwan shot him a disapproving look. Nonsense. Does mother lack for this garment? You should wear it well. It is a reward from the county magistrate. Now, tell me about the events of these past 5 days. Zhao Ergu began recounting his experiences over the last 5 days. It was largely about how to locate water sources and determine the routes for irrigation ditches, mentioning that certain villages had been uncooperative, which led to the county magistrate resorting to forceful measures. On the 4th day, Fenghuang Town and Hekou Town sent geomancers to assist. Zhao Ergu explained, they wanted to learn how to find water sources. I did not withhold any information. It was my fault. Please punish me, mother. Cheng Wanwan regarded him earnestly. Then tell me, why did you not withhold information? Zhao Ergu lowered his head. With over 30 villages in Pingan town, we only managed to cover 4 or 5 in 4 to 5 days. Hekou town is larger, with nearly 50 villages. If all were entrusted to us, we could indeed earn a sum from the county magistrate of Hekou, but simultaneously, it would prolong the time required. With only half a month left until the rice is ready for harvest, I fear that if we delay further, the rice fields in other towns may yield nothing. Then why do you believe mother would punish you? Cheng Wanwan's tone remained gentle. You have done a good deed. Performing acts of kindness accumulates virtue, and you will be rewarded in the future. Zhao Ergu's eyes lit up. Mother, you truly do not blame me? Cheng Wanwan couldn't help but ruffle his hair affectionately. Of course not. You have earned 500 won this time, which is quite impressive. Now, let us return home. Upon reaching their doorstep, they overheard Aunt Wang next door scolding her husband, Wang Yongchen. You wasteful fool. Is this how you spend money? Pork has soared to over 40 won per jean. Could you not bring back some corn or black flour instead? You insist on buying meat. Just this tiny piece cost 41. What a wasteful husband you are. How did I end up marrying you? You good for nothing. Wang Yongcheng hurriedly replied. Did you not say the children haven't had meat in a year? I happened to see some for sale, so I bought a little. I didn't lose out. The butcher even gave me a small pig bone, which I will simmer for soup for the children. Everyone who had gone out together earned 500 won each, and they all brought meat home. So how could he not buy some for his wife and children? He had nothing to hold back. The loach licked its lips. Mother, I want to eat meat. The wheat swallowed hard. Mother, I don't want meat. I just want a sip of soup. Aunt Wang shook her head. All right, everyone come inside. However, this piece of meat cannot be consumed all at once. No family can afford such extravagance. Each person gets a slice to stir fry with wild vegetables, and the rest should be preserved for later. Mother, I also brought back meat. Zhao Ergu entered the courtyard, retrieving 2 bundles of meat from his ample sleeves. Weighing a total of 2 jin, which cost him 91. He still had 410 when remaining. He handed all the money to Cheng Wanwan, who collected the coins and produced a knife, slicing off a piece of pork half a finger long. Ergu, take this to your grandparents. You've earned a good sum this time. It's time to show some filial piety toward the elders. Zhao Ergu nodded, carrying the 2 liang of meat to the Zhao family's ancestral home. At that moment, the old house was bustling with preparations for the midday meal. The entire family busy in the courtyard. Oh, Ergu, you look splendid. Mizwan could not resist praising him. Let me feel this fabric. It's fine linen and satin. A foot of this cloth costs nearly 10 won. The magistrate is indeed generous. Zhao Ergu felt somewhat bashful. He resolved to change out of this garment upon returning home, wash it, and keep it for his future wedding. He lifted the pork in his hand, saying, Grandma, this is what my mother asked me to bring you as a token of respect. Chapter 89. The Marriage of Sun Shuiqin in a Year of Scarcity. The price of pork skyrocketed. Previously, it cost a mere 10 coins per pound, but now it had surged to 40 or 50 coins. 2 taels of meat amounted to nearly 10 coins. Old Lady Zhao's expression darkened immediately. Ergu, have you learned to squander money like a spendthrift? You have only earned 500 coins, which is barely half a tael of silver. With such a meager sum, why waste it on meat? Meat is precious. 1 bite costs a coin. Do you truly believe yourself to be a wealthy lord? Enough, speak less, old man Zhao interjected. The child has worked hard to earn some money, intending to show filial piety to his elders, and yet he is met with reprimands upon arrival. Do you think Ergu would dare visit us again after this? In truth, old Lady Zhao felt a sense of joy in her heart. Her grandson was thoughtful, showing respect for his elders. As one ages, is it not natural to yearn for the filial piety of one's descendants? However, 2 taels of meat was simply too extravagant. Affording 2 taels would mean spending nearly 100 coins. Truly a prodigal, just like his mother. Taking a deep breath, old Lady Zhao suppressed her scolding words. As Zhao Ergu prepared to leave, a figure entered at the door, Zhao Yugui, the father of Zhao Shajian. With an expression of embarrassment, he said, Uncle, Aunt, I wish to ask you for a favor. Old Lady Zhao responded kindly, we are all family. Whatever you need, we will certainly do our best to assist. Zhao Ergu, uninterested in the elders' conversation, began to step outside. However, he halted abruptly, taken aback by an unexpected request. Zhao Yugui scratched the back of his head. I just earned 500 coins, and with some savings, I have a total of 800 coins. But Shagan's intended bride's family is demanding a dowry of 1 tael of silver. Were it not for my concern about delaying my child's lifelong happiness, I would not have the courage to ask to borrow money. Old Lady Zhao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Xiaojun has always been rather simple-minded. He is 16 now, and I have been worried about his marriage. I did not expect him to have taken care of this matter on his own. Pray tell, which family does the girl come from? Share so that we may rejoice. Zhao Yugui chuckled awkwardly. It is the daughter of the Sun family from Hohot village. Xiaojun calls her Shuiqin. I have seen her once. She has a pleasant countenance and is diligent. Truly, she is a blessing for our Xiaojun. Upon hearing the name Sun Shuiqin, old lady Zhao's smile faltered. She had not forgotten that not long ago, Cheng Wanwan had inquired about this girl's family background, claiming she wished to find a match for Ergu. However, when she followed up, Dashan's wife had said it was a misunderstanding. Observing Zhao Ergu's dazed expression, old lady Zhao's lips tightened. It seemed this was no misunderstanding. Ergu had indeed been harboring feelings for the girl from the Sun family. Yet, she was already engaged to Zhao Xiaojun. It would not do to linger on such thoughts. Old lady Zhao declared, I will have De Wang deliver the 200 coins later. It certainly shall not hinder Shogun's marriage. Zhao Yugui expressed his gratitude profusely as he departed. Zhao Ergu remained lost in thought. The young lady from the Sun family possesses quite an air. Old lady Zhao, with her head bowed, was mending clothes. In this day and age, the betrothal gift could scarcely reach half a tael of silver, yet they demanded a whole tael. If this sum was requested by the girl's parents, it indicated that they were rather short-sighted. An excessive bride price would only complicate her future in another household. If the girl herself had asked for it, it would imply that she harbored considerable ambition. In any case, she was not suited for our Zhao family. Zhao Ergu silently lowered his head and turned to leave. When he returned home, he bore a countenance of despair. Cheng Wanwan observed him and said, You've just returned. You must be weary. After dinner, rest for a while in your room. Zhao Ergu went to change into a patched outfit before he began to make mud bricks. He had a deep obsession with housing. Had their home been a tad more spacious, Shuiqi would not have turned him away. He kept his head down, remaining silent. Cheng Wanwan called for Zhao Saida. Go borrow some salt from your grandmother and inquire about what transpired with your second brother over there. Zhao Saida nodded and promptly went to fetch the salt. Old lady Zhao, eager to impart a few words of wisdom, naturally used Zhao Saida to inform Cheng Wanwan about Zhao Xiaojun's intention to find a bride. Cheng Wanwan, exasperated, rubbed her forehead, unsure of what to say. She had never experienced love, let alone the pangs of heartbreak, and thus could not empathize with Zhao Ergu's sorrow. All she could do was assign him tasks. Ergu, the mud for the bricks is insufficient. Go over there and fetch a few more loads. Ergu, we are low on firewood. Chop some more. Ergu, work the fields with your elder brother and finish early while the sun isn't too fierce. Zhao Ergu busied himself, leaving no room for idle thoughts, and gradually, his spirits began to lift. For lunch, Cheng Wanwan prepared a pound of meat, all of which went into making braised pork, and sliced a bit to create a meat and egg soup for Zhao Dashan to feed his wife. It had not been long since their last meat meal, but the boys still looked as if they hadn't tasted meat in ages, devouring it with grease dripping from their mouths. Although this braised pork followed the same preparation as the last, its flavor paled in comparison to that of Wu Huingyang's homemade dish. The children, of course, could not discern the difference. As long as it was meat, they were delighted. After the meal, the village head strolled in. What a coincidence! Our family is also enjoying meat today. The village head belched contentedly, declaring meat to be a delightful fare. Just a bite could elevate one to the heavens. The boys nearly came to blows over the last piece of meat. Had their mother not been present, they surely would have fought for it. However, thanks to her presence, the final morsel found its way into her bowl. Zhao Dashan cleared the table to wash the dishes, while Cheng Wanwan pulled out a stool for the village head to take a seat. I have come to share some good news. The village chief smiled and remarked, The ice powder you sell has become renowned across several nearby towns. When folks from Hiku, Phoenix, and Bayan towns came here, they specifically inquired if I could relay a message. Their small taverns and inns are eager to include ice powder in their offerings. I wonder if you are still able to supply them? Cheng Wanwan chuckled. Of course. We have hoarded 30 to 40 pounds of ice powder seeds at home. As long as we have sufficient hands to wash the ice powder, supplying it will be no trouble at all. The village chief pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket. Although he was not well versed in many characters, he recognized those he often saw on the signs along the road, and he read aloud. Word by word, I have noted down the names of those in need of supplies. If they require fewer than 50 bowls, I disregarded them. I have recorded only those with larger demands. The Yifeng Inn in Hika Town needs 50 bowls, as do the Zhuji Tavern and Rui Tavern. In Phoenix Town, the Huiting Restaurant, Fuguwei Restaurant, and Meisher Courtyard each require 100 bowls. And in Baiyan Town, Cheng Wanwan quickly calculated in her mind. The total demand from these small restaurants and taverns amounted to an astonishing 1,000 bowls. 1,000 bowls would necessitate 5 pounds of stoneflower seeds. Considering this, she would need to enlist at least 3 additional individuals to assist with the washing process. While the price for ice powder in Hika Town was a mere penny per bowl, the other towns charged 2 pennies. Thus, her daily earnings could exceed 3 taels of silver. Chapter 90. The Chung family comes knocking Uncle Li Zheng. How should I express my gratitude to you for your assistance? Cheng Wanwan smiled thoughtfully for a brief moment before continuing. How about this? For every bowl of ice powder you help sell, I shall grant you a 10% share of the profits. In her previous company, the commission for the marketing and customer service team was quite substantial. Closing a deal could yield a commission ranging from 10 to 20%. Uncle Li Zheng's current endeavor bore a resemblance to the duties of a marketing representative, and she was determined to be fair in her compensation. Upon hearing this, Li Zheng quickly waved his hands in protest. Oh, my dear Daxian, that is far too generous. I am merely relaying a message. I cannot possibly accept a share of your profits. It is not easy running a small business. At this point, Li Zheng hesitated. Although he was unaware of the exact profits Daxian was earning, he had noted that the inns and taverns he had recorded required 1,000 bowls of ice powder daily. Priced at 2 won each, that amounted to an income of 2 taels of silver. After deducting costs, Daxian was likely to earn half a tael. At this rate, she would eventually acquire the barren land at the foot of the mountain. However, since her success was a testament to her own abilities, he could not in good conscience claim a share. Li Zheng spoke again. The 50 taels of silver awarded by the county magistrate are entirely thanks to Daxian. Otherwise, our village would not have received a single coin of public funds, and we would have struggled with every task. This matter is settled. Recognizing the importance of maintaining a harmonious relationship moving forward, Cheng Wanwan chose not to dwell on the issue. Tomorrow, we need to prepare 1,000 bowls of ice powder. But I am short on staff. Might I borrow 2 of your workers, Uncle Li Zheng? Zhao Anjiang and Zhao Anhe could spare an hour or so this afternoon. Li Zheng readily agreed. Cheng Wanwan then sought out Wang Yongcheng, known as Uncle Mudfish, next door. As she began to speak, Aunt Wang promptly interjected on behalf of her husband, offering assistance without inquiring about the pay. Thus far, 5 individuals had been engaged in the task of preparing the ice powder, each with a wooden basin before them, but the main room could hardly accommodate them. Additionally, filtering the ice powder required ample space and numerous containers, such as wooden basins and barrels. Cheng Wanwan had Zhao Sidon borrow more from the old house, but it proved insufficient, prompting her to seek further assistance from Aunt Wang's household, which resulted in a yard filled with barrels and basins. Daxian, do you think we could enclose a space in the backyard and surround it with a fence, covered above with thatch? Cheng Wanwan mused aloud. We could also build a stove here specifically for boiling water and preparing the ice powder. Zhao Daxian nodded in agreement. I will take care of it right away. As he cleared the weeds from the backyard, Zhao Ergu and Zhao Sanyu went to the mountain to gather branches, while Zhao Sidon searched the fields for reeds. The 4 brothers collaborated and gradually fashioned a makeshift structure. Although it lacked a roof for the time being, it was sufficient to obscure the view of passers-by. Before they could finish, Zhao Anjiang and the others began to arrive one after another. In the enclosed area of the backyard, 5 wooden basins were set up, each filled with ice powder. Cheng Wanwan announced. Washing half a gene of ice powder costs 5 won, with a daily maximum of 1.5 gene. Please be mindful of your limits. And if you have any questions, do not hesitate to consult Uncle DeWang. Zhao Yui nodded. Sister-in-law, leave this to me. You may attend to other matters. Cheng Wanwan, aware of his reliability, decided not to linger. Considering the current supply levels, the stock of stoneflower seeds at home would soon be depleted. She needed to procure more for unforeseen circumstances. She made her way to the old residence, where only the elderly Mrs. Zhao and Mrs. Wen were present. With brisk words, she stated, Mother DeWang, if anyone comes to deliver lantern seeds, please let me know. From now on, the price is 12 won per gene. The more, the better. Previously, the price had been 10 won per gene, but it had now risen by 2. Mrs. Zhao immediately expressed her displeasure. There is an abundance of lantern grass in the mountains that nobody wants. It's all worthless. Why would you pay 12 won? Is your family's money blown in by the wind? Cheng Wanwan sighed. Mother, think about it. If I can afford this price, It implies I still have a profit to make. Would I willingly incur a loss? Mrs. Zhao retorted with annoyance. If you can earn more, why not seize the opportunity? Why give it to others? Why not help me instead? Cheng Wanwan smiled slightly. I need someone to boil water. If you come over daily to do so, I'll pay you 2 won per day. How does that sound? Once you see how busy I am, you might reconsider calling me wasteful. 2 won just for boiling water? You truly do not value money. Mrs. Zhao initially intended to refuse the payment, but after a moment's thought, she agreed. All right. It's settled. 2 won a day. I'll come over tomorrow. At that moment, a familiar woman rushed in, breathlessly saying, Sister Dasha, someone from your family has come. You should hurry back. Cheng Wanwan paused. My family? Yes, old lady Cheng has arrived with your niece from your maternal side. They are at the door. You should return quickly. Cheng Wanwan's expression darkened slightly as she turned to leave. Mrs. Zhao, unable to continue her work, rose to follow. Mrs. Wen interjected. Sister-in-law was close with the Cheng family before, but recently, for some reason, they have grown distant. Regardless, the Cheng family is still your maternal family. With your mother visiting, there are likely private matters to discuss. It's not appropriate for you to go now. Mrs. Zhao pounded her thigh, lamenting, finally, life has improved a bit. And now that Li Qing family from Cheng is back, I fear that the hard-earned money will once again slip into their hands. What a misfortune. Wang, hurry and follow your aunt to see what has happened and report back. Zhao Wang swiftly followed. Cheng Wanwan reached her doorstep and indeed spotted old lady Cheng, accompanied by her brother's little daughter, Cheng Xiaoqiao. Old lady Cheng hesitated at the entrance, unsure about entering. She had visited recently, and at that time, the yard had been barren. Now, it was bustling with life, numerous chickens and ducks, along with 2 dogs. In the countryside, local dogs are easy to care for. But to keep 2 during a year of abundance indicates that this family has ample provisions. Originally, old lady Cheng had come to request a silver tail as a bridal gift. However, upon witnessing the flourishing scene before her, she secretly resolved that a mere 2 taels of silver would be insufficient. At least, she mused, it should be a minimum of 2 taels. Although she would initially demand 5, only to later concede to 2, confident that Cheng Wanwan would not refuse. Hearing a commotion at the entrance, Zhao Dashan emerged from the backyard, and upon catching sight of old lady Cheng's face, he froze in his tracks. With a forced smile, old lady Cheng remarked, Dashan, how is it that you do not recognize your grandmother? Hurry now, invite your grandmother and your cousin inside to sit for a while, and fetch 2 cups of water, adding a bit of sugar, for your cousin has a penchant for sweet drinks. Chapter 91. The humiliation of Lady Cheng. Zhao Dashan stood still, engulfed in a myriad of memories. He recalled the times before the family was divided, when his mother discreetly supported the Cheng family. After the separation, she rightfully took silver to the Cheng household, and whenever the Cheng family visited, they would cart away all the finest possessions from their home. Recently, the absence of the Cheng family had allowed his family to gradually improve their circumstances. Yet, the mere sight of Lady Cheng filled Zhao Dashan with an unsettling premonition that their good fortune was about to be snatched away. Zhao Ergu, Zhao Sanyu, and Zhao Sidon also emerged, the 4 boys standing at the entrance of the hall, glaring intently at the person before them. Lady Cheng, somewhat irked, pondered why these 4 young rascals regarded their own grandmother as if she were a sworn enemy. Ah, who do we have here? Cheng Wanwan sauntered in, her face adorned with a playful smirk. What a lack of manners! Your grandmother has come to reclaim the 18 taels of silver, has she not? She beamed at Lady Cheng. Lady Cheng nearly choked on her indignation. If she had silver in hand, would she have traversed such a distance to demand a bride price? With a sharp tone, she retorted, Zhao next month the bride price must be paid, along with the ink, paper, and inkstone, totaling 5 taels of silver. Hand it over. Cheng Wanwan, unfazed, chuckled. You expect me to pay for Cheng Zhao's education? Lady Cheng resolutely asserted that she possessed funds, suspecting that Cheng Zhao must have divulged her dealings at the academy to the Cheng family. You are his second aunt. You promised to support Zhao in becoming a scholar. How can you renege on your word? Lady Cheng declared with conviction. If you cannot muster 5 taels, I understand. Then at least give me 2 taels to cover the bride price. Seeing that Lady Cheng was not there to repay any debts, Cheng Wanwan deemed it unnecessary for her to enter their home. Standing defiantly at the gate, she reiterated, I have made it abundantly clear. I, Cheng Wanwan, have severed all ties with the Cheng family. I am a Zhao, and I share no further connection with you. Lady Cheng, blocking the entrance, clenched her jaw and demanded, Today, you must produce 2 taels of silver, or I shall not leave. Refusing to leave is an option, but I could have you carried out, Cheng Wanwan replied, clapping her hands. The four sons stepped forward, while 5 burly men from the backyard, busy preparing ice powder seeds, emerged as well. Big sister, is there anything we can assist you with? One inquired. Dama, please let us know if you need anything, another added. With the presence of these 5 robust men standing in the courtyard, Lady Cheng felt a wave of apprehension. Confounded. She wondered how 5 men had come to be in her second daughter's home during daylight hours. Curiosity piqued, she wished to enter and discern the situation. But with Cheng Wanwan blocking the entrance and the 4 boys alongside the 5 men, entry was impossible. Softening her tone, she continued. I have come not only for the bride price, but to discuss a marriage proposal, a widower from our Cheng family village, who possesses land and wealth. Marrying him would grant you authority. Before she could finish, the 4 boys erupted in anger. It was one thing to take their family's valuables, but the audacity to consider marrying off their mother was intolerable. Zhao Sania was the first to charge forward, akin to a young calf, colliding forcefully with the waist of the elderly matriarch, Madame Cheng. With a gasp of surprise, she tumbled to the ground. My mother will never remarry. Zhao Sidong bellowed fiercely. You are not my grandmother. I have no grandmother, and you are never to set foot in our home again. Zhao Erge retorted coldly. My mother will no longer support Cheng Zhao's education. Give up that hope. Zhao Dashan slammed the courtyard door shut with vigor. Soon after, the wails of Ching Xiaoqiao echoed through the air. Woo-woo, Grandma? I'm scared. Why are you crying? I'm not dead. Madame Cheng exclaimed as she rose from the ground. Pointing an accusatory finger at Cheng Wanwan, she scolded. How could I have given birth to such an ungrateful little wretch? To lay hands on your own mother is to invite divine retribution. This is outrageous. Open the door, let me out. The courtyard door, hastily constructed from a few wooden planks, was barely held together and threatened to fall apart with each forceful knock. Cheng Wanwan spoke in a composed tone. Dashan, please summon the patrol team and inform them that there are troublemakers from Qingjia village at our home. We need them to drive these intruders away. Madame Cheng was aware of the patrol team from Dave village. She had been interrogated for quite some time upon her arrival, and only when they saw an elderly woman with a child did they allow her passage. Those men appeared fierce and merciless should they arrive. She knew she could not resist. Grinding her teeth in anger, Madame Cheng seized her sobbing granddaughter and tossed her into the courtyard, coldly stating, The moment you present me with 2 taels of silver, that is when I will come to retrieve Xiaoqiao. With that, she departed briskly from the courtyard entrance. Cheng Xiaoqiao, merely 4 or 5 years old, landed on the ground in the mud, crying heartily. She smeared the dirt on her face with her hands, rendering herself quite disheveled. Cheng Wanwan observed her with a detached demeanor. Your grandmother hasn't gone far. Hurry and catch up with her. Our family will not take care of you. Xiaoqiao wailed, clearly reluctant to remain alone. Yet, upon lifting her gaze, she spotted the flock of chickens and ducks around the yard, unable to resist licking her dirty lips. If only she could stealthily catch a chicken and return, Grandma would surely praise her. Ceasing her cries, she stood up, her eyes fixated on the small fowl. What are you doing? Zhao Sidong obstructed her view. Come, I'll take you to find your grandmother. I want to go back. Ching Xiaoqiao shrugged off Zhao Sidong's hand. With her big, watery eyes, she gazed at Ching Wanwan, pleading, I can help. I can feed the chickens and ducks. Please don't send me away. Ching Wanwan replied coldly, Dashan, take her back to Qingjia village. No, I want to go. Ching Xiaoqiao clung tightly to Ching Wanwan's leg, begging, and, please don't drive me away. If I return, Grandma will beat me. I'm begging you. Ching Wanwan remained unmoved. She had no desire to entangle herself in the troubles of the Cheng family. Nor did she feel any pity for the 4-year-old girl. With a stern expression, she stated, if you stay here, there will be nothing to eat. You will only go hungry. If you can endure that, then you may remain. She pried Cheng Xiaoqiao's hands away and retreated indoors to attend to her tasks. As Cheng Xiaoqiao attempted to step inside, she was halted by Zhao Sidong, who declared, You are not a member of the Zhao family. You cannot enter. Stand outside. Zhao Ergu spoke coldly, My mother has done enough for the Cheng family over the years. Do not expect her to bow down. Zhao Dashan's tone was more tempered. Xiaoqiao, perhaps you should return. The discomfort of an empty stomach is not to be taken lightly. Cheng Xiaoqiao remained silent. Back at the Cheng family, the only sustenance available was wild vegetable soup, whereas staying at her second aunt's house might afford her the chance to surreptitiously catch a chicken to eat. Indeed, the Cheng family had been subsisting solely on wild vegetable soup as they scrimped to save grain in order to provide Ching Zhao with the 2 taels of silver needed for the upcoming tuition fee. Upon failing to secure the funds, the matriarch of the Chung family stormed home in a fit of anger. Yet as she approached the doorstep and caught sight of Qing Zhao standing in the courtyard, her ire dissipated instantaneously. Chapter 92. Qing Zhao expelled from the academy from the tender age of 3. Qing Zhao exhibited an extraordinary aptitude for learning. The elderly scholar in the village took a fondness to him, foregoing any monetary remuneration for his tutelage, and devotedly guided Qing Zhao in reading and writing. Eventually, when the scholar's well of knowledge was exhausted, Qing Zhao attended a small private school in Ping'an Town. After successfully passing the entrance examination, he naturally progressed to the prestigious Nanfu Academy. He was the youngest scholar in the vicinity, and all the teachers predicted he would undoubtedly excel in the next year's examinations. Qing Zhao's grandmother cherished this eldest grandson above all else, willing to endure hardship and sacrifice her own comfort to ensure his education. "Zhaoer, why have you returned?" she inquired. Qing Zhao's expression darkened. "Grandmother, where have you been? I visited your second aunt's home." "Ah, she is truly insufferable." Qing Zhao's grandmother could not contain her ire. "She claims to support your education, but hesitates to part with even 2 taels of silver, and even had the audacity to have me thrown out. I am her own mother. This is a profound disrespect. Zhaoer, once you become a scholar, do not heed a word she says. Let her receive no benefit from our family, that shameless wretch." At that moment, Qing Zhao's sister-in-law emerged from the house. "Mother, I told you not to visit your sister-in-law. Whether it was a door slamming or a kick from a donkey that rattled her brain, how dare she oppose our Chung family? When our Zhao achieves success, we must make a point to stroll past the Zhao residence without offering a single coin. Let us see what she can do about it." The 2 women joined in a fervent denunciation of Qing Zhao's second aunt. Hearing their words, Qing Zhao felt a tumult of emotions within him. In the past, when his second aunt occasionally brought gifts to their home, his mother and grandmother would speak of her with fondness. Now, with her lack of support, they resorted to scornful remarks. Was their past assistance rendered meaningless merely because she now withheld her aid? Oh dear. How could I speak of such matters in front of Zhaoer? I would tarnish his ears with such talk. Qing Zhao's sister-in-law chuckled. "Zhaoer, why have you returned so suddenly? Are you in need of funds? I still have some money here. Take it with you to the academy. Spend it freely, do not skimp, lest you be ridiculed by your peers." Qing Zhao spoke softly. "From this day forth, I shall cease my studies." Qing Zhao's grandmother was taken aback. "What did you say?" Qing Zhao's sister-in-law widened her eyes in disbelief. "Zhaoer, what nonsense are you spouting? I have brought back all your belongings and books." Qing Zhao pursed his lips. "I will no longer attend Nanfu Academy." Seeing 2 trunks at his feet filled with books, Qing Zhao's grandmother felt a sense of gravity in his words. In a dry tone, she replied, "Very well, very well. You may study diligently at home and attempt the scholar's examination in the provincial capital next year. However, there is no one here to instruct you. You should return to the academy. Do not worry, I will find a way to gather the tuition fees. Your education is paramount." A shadow fell across Qing Zhao's brow as he revealed, "I have been expelled from Nanfu Academy with no guarantor to support me, and therefore cannot participate in the academy's examination." "What did you say?" Sister Chung was suddenly incensed, exclaiming that the South Mansion Academy must be out of its mind to expel her son. "This is utterly outrageous. I shall demand justice for you. How can they deny my son, who is so exceptionally gifted, the opportunity to take the imperial examination? Let us go to the town at once." With her sleeves rolled up, old Lady Chung declared, "I know the headmaster of South Mansion Academy. How dare he bully a child at his age? Just wait and see how I scold him." Qing Zhao interjected, gently restraining the 2 women, articulating each word deliberately. "I have been expelled due to allegations of examination misconduct. A cheat can never participate in the imperial examinations." He bent down to pick up 2 boxes from the ground and retreated into the inner room. Old Lady Chung and Sister Chung exchanged glances, both bewildered, having spent their lives in this remote village, entirely at a loss regarding Qing Zhao's implications. Before they could gather their thoughts, Qing Zhao emerged from the room, stating, "Over the years, I have spent a considerable amount of silver on my education, and my family has endured much hardship. From now on, grandmother, grandfather, and my parents need not worry about gathering funds for my studies." He continued, "Furthermore, I wish to know how much my aunts have contributed to my education over the years." Sister Chung scoffed, saying, "Your eldest aunt is poorly married and has not contributed a single coin. She merely brings a bit of grain each year to maintain appearances. As for your second aunt, she only provided 20 taels of condolence money last year after her husband passed, nothing more since." Qing Zhao replied softly, Every month, when the tuition fees are due, my second aunt has sent money to our home, ranging from 101 to a tael of silver. Adding it all up over the years, we owe her at least 50 taels. You foolish child, what nonsense are you spouting? Old Lady Chung exclaimed, her eyes wide. She is your own second aunt. If she doesn't give you her money, who else would she give it to? You are entitled to spend her money. There is no question of owing anything. Chung Zhao corrected her. It should be said that I owe my second aunt 50 taels, which has nothing to do with the Chung family. He then produced a small pouch, stating, this is the few taels of silver I earned from copying books in my spare time. I will use it to repay her. He took a step forward, ready to leave, when Sister Chung grasped his arm firmly. Zhao, have you lost your mind over your studies? It is one thing for your second aunt not to pay your tuition, but how can you give her money? Rest assured, your father and I will find a way for you. There is no way they can prevent you from taking the examination. Do not squander your money. Let me keep this for now. Qing Zhao silently pressed his lips together. Once, he felt justified in enjoying his second aunt's favoritism, as he believed he would one day excel and repay her kindness. However, now, having been expelled and stripped of his chance to take the academy examination, he realized he would never escape Chung family village. He would have to learn how to farm with the hands that once wielded a pen. This distressed him deeply, yet he felt powerless. Though he had not cheated, two influential individuals had falsely accused him, and with ample evidence against him, the headmaster had no choice but to act, leaving Qing Zhao no room for defense. The moment he stepped out of the academy, a torrent of thoughts flooded his mind. His family had sacrificed so much to support his education over the years. Even if he were to successfully pass the examination and become a scholar, he would still need to continue his studies, dedicating several more years before he could attempt the higher examination for the title of Jiren, which is notoriously difficult to pass on the first try. It could very well require additional years of study. Should the entire family bear the burden of supporting him for an uncertain future? He exited the Chung family courtyard in silence. Sister Qing, in a state of anxiety, slapped her thigh. This child has lost his senses. How could he truly consider repaying the money? Has he gone mad? Truly, he has. Repaying the money is not an insurmountable issue. They could simply have that debtor return it later. The pressing matter at hand is how to proceed with Zhao's education. Granny Qing gritted her teeth, declaring, I shall seek out the village's old scholar to inquire about this matter. Our Zhao must aspire to become a distinguished scholar. We cannot allow his ambitions to be hindered. Granny Chung set off to find the village elder, while Chung Zhao made his way toward Day Village. He had visited there once in his childhood and vaguely remembered the route, quickly arriving at the path leading to Day Village. At the village entrance stood a guard, a long stick barring the way into the village. Chapter 93. Staying at Second Aunt's house. The name Chung Zhao resonates not only in Qingjia village, but has also reached Day Village. The entire village is aware that the eldest sister-in-law of the Zhao family has a remarkably talented nephew, which explains her relentless efforts over the years to support her maternal family. Upon mentioning that he hails from Qingjia village, the gatekeepers immediately grant him passage. This is primarily due to Chung Zhao's handsome appearance, exuding the aura of a delicate scholar, devoid of any semblance of aggression. By this time, afternoon has set in, and some villagers who dine early have begun preparations for dinner, wisps of smoke curling up into the sky. Chung Zhao reaches the entrance of Chung Wanwan's home and spots Chung Xiaoqiao peering through the fence into the courtyard. Furrowing his brows, he inquires, Xiaoqiao, what brings you to Second Aunt's house? Startled, Chung Xiaoqiao jumps, and upon realizing it is her elder brother, she immediately feels a wave of grievance wash over her. Brother, Cousin Sidong won't let me enter the courtyard. He insists I stand outside. Woo-woo, I am so hungry. Her cries create quite a stir, prompting Zhao Ergu to emerge from the house. With a cold smirk, he addresses Chung Zhao. Don't think that just because you came in person, my mother will relent. She has made it clear that even with money, she will only support Sidang's education. You should promptly take your sister and leave Day Village. I am not here to ask for money, Cheng Zhao replies calmly, retrieving a pouch from his sleeve. Pressing his lips together, he continues, here are 3 taels of silver, to be returned to Second Aunt. I will repay the remaining debts gradually. Zhao Erga's eyes widen in disbelief at the sight of the 3 gleaming taels. Typically, it is the Chung family that takes from them. They have never received anything in return. Could it be that my cousin, a scholar, harbors some ulterior motive? He muses, hesitating to act without permission, and rushes inside to summon his mother. Chung Wanwan is busy straining the ice powder with the increase in demand. The task has become laborious and time-consuming. She and San Yo have been toiling and have barely completed half of the work. deciding not to continue. She instructs Ergu and San Nyo to finish it while she prepares dinner. Mother, Cheng Zhao has arrived, Zhao Ergu whispers as he enters, lowering his voice. He claims to have come to repay the debt and has brought 3 taels of silver. Wiping her hands, Cheng Wanwan narrows her eyes. I shall go and see. Stepping outside, she indeed spots Cheng Zhao, still clad in the attire of Nanfushi Academy, a blue and white long robe. His tall and slender figure radiating a scholarly yet robust demeanor. She approaches, standing just behind the courtyard gate, and speaks softly. Zhao, your grandmother insists that unless I present 2 taels of silver as your tuition, she will continue to leave Xiaoqiao here in Day Village. Our household is large, but our provisions are scant. We cannot afford your education, nor can we sustain your sister. Qing Xiao responds earnestly, second aunt. I shall no longer pursue my studies or participate in the academy examinations. I will repay you gradually for the funds you previously allocated for my education. Please accept this pouch containing 3 taels of silver. He extends the pouch toward her. Cheng Wanwan takes it, weighing it in her hand, confirming it indeed contains 3 taels of silver along with some coins. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. The last time she visited Dihatang to purchase books, the shopkeeper mentioned that Cheng Zhao was nearly the most outstanding student at the Southern Academy and was highly likely to pass the imperial examination next year. How could it be that he chose to abandon his studies? Was it truly due to financial constraints? The Cheng family, with its many members, would undoubtedly rally to assist him. Surely, the matriarch would prefer to sell off her other granddaughters rather than see her eldest grandson fail to achieve the status of a scholar. It seemed she would need to inquire further. She tucked the silver into her pocket and inquired, since you are no longer studying, what are your plans? Farming will not suffice to repay those debts. Cheng Zhao did not withhold the truth. I intend to copy books for Dihatang, earning 100 coins for each volume. If I copy enough, I will surely be able to repay. Cheng Wanwan nodded. If that is the case, I will accompany you to Dihatang tomorrow to clarify matters. You shall handle the copying, and I will settle the accounts every fortnight. Once the debts are cleared, you may return to Qingjia village. Cheng Zhao was taken aback. Are you suggesting I stay here? With a smirk, Cheng Wanwan replied, What, do you not wish to spend a night at your second aunt's home? Reluctantly, Cheng Zhao acquiesced. Nearby, Cheng Xiaoqiao was present, and Cheng Wanwan, growing impatient with the girl, thrust a piece of cornbread into her hands and instructed Zhao Dashan to hurry her home. Earlier, Cheng Xiaoqiao had dared to cling to Cheng Wanwan's leg and throw a tantrum, but in Cheng Zhao's presence, she dared not utter a word. In the Cheng family, the matriarch held the highest authority, followed by the elder brother. When he commanded her to return home, she had no choice but to comply. Zhao Dashan moved swiftly, carrying Cheng Xiaoqiao back to Qingjia village. He did not even enter the courtyard, dropping her off and making a hasty retreat. Upon seeing her granddaughter return, the matriarch's anger flared. Why have you returned, you troublesome girl? Did I not instruct you to stay at your second aunt's home? With her head bowed, Cheng Xiaoqiao sobbed. It was my elder brother who sent me back. He chose to stay at second aunt's house for the night and would not allow me to remain. I was afraid of him. Cheng Dazhao was momentarily stunned. You say Zhao is staying overnight at his second aunt's home? Since he began his studies, her son had become exceedingly particular, requiring a separate room with a desk, a window, ample light, and cleanliness. The family had prepared such a room for him, yet he seldom spent the night at home. Now, he was voluntarily staying at his second aunt's? The matriarch furrowed her brow. Zhao has always been clever. He must have his own intentions. I understand now. Cheng Dazhao exclaimed joyfully. Though my sister-in-law has had a falling out with us, she will certainly not hold it against Zhao. She cherishes him dearly, and in her eyes, he holds far more weight than those 4 rascals from the Zhao family. If Zhao personally requests it, she will undoubtedly soften and provide him with the necessary funds for his studies. The matriarch nodded in agreement. That must be the case. Since Zhao can manage his own tuition, we must find another academy for him. The world is vast, and there are certainly more options than just the Southern Academy. In Day Village, the smoke from cooking fires curled into the air. Cheng Wanwan instructed Zhao Sidon to tend to the fire while she busied herself with the preparation of a nourishing soup for her eldest daughter-in-law. There remained but a single fish from earlier, which she meticulously cleaned and placed in the pot to simmer. Subsequently, she crafted a medley of wild vegetable and grain pancakes, adhering them to the sides of the pot. In the morning, 2 pancakes would suffice for 1 person, yet this was dinner, and after a long day of toil, the children deserved a more substantial meal to ensure a restful sleep. With Cheng Zhao, an outsider, present in the household, serving plain white rice felt inappropriate. Thus, She opted to prepare a corn porridge, blending in some dark flour and wild greens. At this moment, Cheng Zhao found himself in the courtyard, feeling rather out of place and uncertain of what to do. Having seldom returned home over the years, he spent the longest duration during the new year, approximately 2 weeks, during which he engaged in reading and writing. He wished for a book to occupy his time, observing Zhao Dashan and Zhao Ergo laboring to mold mud bricks. He approached them and inquired, "Is there anything I can assist with?" Zhao Ergo, without lifting his gaze, replied, "Cousin, your hands are meant for scholarship. Do not wear them out. Stand back a bit. Be careful not to get splattered with mud." Chapter 94. The Dog Does Not Bark. Nature is transient. Zhao Ergo's expression was rather indifferent, yet he alone understood the depth of his envy towards Cheng Zhao. When he returned clad in a new outfit of azure, everyone would lavish him with compliments, and he would feel a swell of pride. However, the garment worn by Cheng Zhao surpassed the county magistrate's bestowed robe by countless measures, yet the villagers regarded it with indifference, as if it was preordained that Cheng Zhao should don such exquisite attire. "Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, it's time for dinner," Zhao Sidan joyfully called out. Upon noticing Cheng Zhao's presence, he hesitated, uncertain whether to invite him or not. According to their mother's previous disposition, she would have certainly beckoned Cheng Zhao to join the table, but now he found himself perplexed by her current thoughts. Cheng Wanwan emerged and addressed him, "Zhao Er, if you are hungry, please sit and eat with us. However, it is often said that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Each meal costs 5 coins. Should you choose to accept, then partake, but if you decline, you shall find your own supper." Cheng Zhao frowned. The phrase, "there is no free lunch," seemed absent from his readings, nor had he ever encountered it before. Nevertheless, there was a kernel of wisdom in his aunt's words. Every meal must be earned through one's own efforts. One cannot partake without merit. He nodded. "I possess no money at present, but I shall repay you once I earn some." He followed her into the main hall. Since Wu Huinyang began her pregnancy, Cheng Wanwan had insisted that everyone attend to their own affairs. In the past, Wu Huinyang would serve the meals, but now each person was required to fetch their own from the pot. The 4 boys lined up to serve themselves and took their seats at the table, while Cheng Wanwan also sat down with her bowl. Only Cheng Zhao stood awkwardly, for in the Cheng household, his parents forbade him from any chores, leaving him unsure how to serve himself. Cheng Wanwan softly instructed, "The bowls and chopsticks are on the stove. Each person may have a bowl of corn porridge and a pancake." Cheng Zhao nodded,